I'm the last Senju, and the Hokage wants me dead. Chapter 1. The heir's eyes were not its own. It's meant to pull you in gradually, deeply, and build up logically, not something to drop right away. Smartly built for higher IQ readers. Also, the MC isn't a brainless OP machine, nor a weakling forever struggling and drowning against obstacles type angst. He's cunning, villain-leaning, and climbs from strong to stronger. Perfect if you enjoy a steady, strategic rise to power. Not better than canon, but deeper. Every mystery, conspiracy, character, and power path the original skipped over gets expanded here, making the verse richer and more complete. Ryusei Nishida rushed in fast, the cold air cutting across his face. Somewhere ahead, past the low ridges and thinning trees, he could feel them, around a dozen, faint pulses in the background flow of chakra, each one marking a living presence. Most were still at a greater distance, but one lay between him and his target depot. He rushed in alone now. The team had already split earlier without wasting a word, each heading for their predetermined assigned target. Their captain, Okabe-sensei, and Renjiro Hatake were already pulling the main force toward the hidden camp center. Kane had gone around to the far side to cut down the remaining scouts before they could potentially give a warning to anyone else about their mission. Ryusei's route was straight to the enemy hideout's weak side, the breach Kane had marked effortlessly with a glance from her Byakugan before. He could feel the presence of shinobi-quality chakra there at his target location ahead. Not through sight or sound, but in the steady pulse of chakra that marked every living presence nearby in great detail and up to many kilometers in a slightly less detail. The largest cluster was further off, near the center, where the others were already at work. The flow of the mission was quickly shifting toward contact. A lone unlucky scout now stood directly ahead on his way, at a glance, seemingly still unaware. Ryusei neither slowed nor tensed. His stride stayed even, his posture calm, his face expressionless, the kind of relaxed control that came from countless repetitions. A flick of steel, one clean motion, and the men dropped down without a sound, as if never standing a chance. Ryusei kept moving, breathing steady, eyes forward. At 12, he was tall for his age, shoulders broad, and frame built for speed and force. His body carried lean muscle in perfect balance, each line shaped for efficiency in a fight. It was the kind of physique that looked born, not built, the work of bloodline, not just the training. His face was also strikingly good-looking, balanced between a slight youthful masculine sharpness and a softer aesthetic symmetry, and harmony that gave it an edge of elegance. Messy dark brown hair framed similar almond-shaped eyes, narrowed into fox-like slits, as if by design. A few silky bangs fell on top of his Konoha forehead protector medal. But, it was also the way he carried himself, quiet, certain, aware, that gave him presence. Even with his gaze forward, his focus stretched far beyond it. Each signature he was sensing carried a unique feel, like a pattern only he could read. He could tell which ones belonged to his teammates and which ones didn't. The faint, steady pulses told him where the scattered scouts Kane was currently pursuing were, for example. Years of training on top of natural gifts had turned this into second nature, letting him track positions and gauge distance without relying on sight. The depot, his target this time, slowly came into eye view past the last stretch of trees. Several wooden huts sat close to the ridge, their walls darkened by age and weather. Rough palisades closed off the clearing, and stacks of crates broke up the open ground. Above, the sky hung low and gray, washing the color from everything. Inside the perimeter, movement shifted. The scattered chakra signatures inside began pulling together, and their steps fell into a rhythm. They had finally noticed him, and they were preparing to meet him. Sensory-type shinobi, or those who had unlocked/learned the ability as a side skill like Ryusei, could do more than passively feel chakra like ordinary shinobi, through the so-called sensory mode. They could actively search for others, projecting their chakra outward to read the area, and just as easily, they could suppress it to hide themselves. That was why it caught him off guard when the group ahead noticed him at the last moment before he could give a surprise attack. The reason became clear almost instantly. One of his sharper sensory gifts let him gauge a shinobi's general power level, and within that dozen, he felt the presence of what he dubbed a mid-level chunin. It had to be that man who sensed him and warned the others in time. Well, it doesn't matter. You're all still going to die anyway. The thought slid through his mind without a hint of doubt as the group, composed mainly of much older Genin shinobi, in his assessment, reacted. A few sharp calls were exchanged between them, and their movements shifted into order. These weren't ordinary fresh Genin, but high-level ones indeed on that spectrum. They were the old wolves of the underworld, mainly from nearby Kusagakure and Takigakure rebels and deserters who had outlived their village's reach over time. Their headbands were long gone, replaced by scraps of cloth, worn armor, and whatever mismatched gear they had scavenged. Most had the wiry builds of men who had been fighting for decades, some with hair already gray, their faces lined from years of work in the shadows. Even with their fractured histories, they moved with practiced discipline. They moved to box him in, 3 on the left, 2 on the right, the rest in a staggered line ahead. The Chunin stayed behind them, eyes fixed on Ryusei, likely the one who had sensed him before the ambush. Ryusei's eyes locked onto the Chunin. Remove him first quickly, and the rest would fall apart. Chakra surged through Ryusei's coils, sharp and hot. He slid a hand into a tiger seal, lightning flickering to life around him. He slammed his hand into the earth, summoning his most potent attack technique. Lightning release, Thunder Fang burst. It first went into the ground, splitting it into 2 high-voltage arcs that erupted upward in a pincer pattern. The arcs curved toward the target from both sides like fangs closing in. The first closest man caught between them convulsed, a sharp cry dying in his throat as the current ripped through him. 2 others barely rolled free, their armor scorched and smoking. The formation faltered for just a heartbeat, enough. Ryusei's hands blurred through the next set of seals. Heat roared in his chest. Fire release, flame ring roar. A wide ring of fire exploded outward before collapsing inward. 3 of the enemy were caught on the edge, forced back with burns, scoring their arms and legs. It's especially dangerous when used right after a lightning technique because the heat and smoke obscure the user's next move. Both of them required large enough chakra output as well as decently high chakra control, making them the only 2 offensive B-level jutsu within Ryusei's current shinobi ninjutsu arsenal. They work best in combination and as a decisive prompt shock factor thanks to their overwhelming potency and unpredictability. The collapsing flames drove the rest straight toward Ryusei's path, and the Chunin was now within striking distance. The Chunin had to meet him head-on, steel clashing with a sharp crack. Sparks scattered between them as they pushed, each testing the other's strength next, neither giving an inch. You're no ordinary brat, but you're still going to bleed here. The much older, fierce Chunin mercenary's eyes narrowed, his voice low and steady. Ryusei met the gaze without a word, pressing forward with the weight of his entire body, testing the man's guard. Around them, the surviving mercenaries were scrambling to recover. That was a bad signal for Ryusei. His fighting style lived and died by overwhelming superiority in the opening moments in all domains, the shock, the burst, the crushing pressure of both ninjutsu and taijutsu chained together so fast and powerful the enemy never caught their balance. If they had time to tighten ranks, the advantage would slip away. They clashed a few more times, steel ringing between them. The Chunin was strong, and despite the years between them, Ryusei found him harder to break than expected. The man's older frame carried the experience and conditioning of decades, enough to match Ryusei's own bloodline-forged physique and rigorous formal training. Finishing him quickly, in the time that he preferred, was proving harder than planned. So Ryusei made the decision, a trade of injury for injury. He let a strike through to open his path, his kunai driving into the man's guard in the same heartbeat. Surprise flashed in the Chunin's eyes, but by then, both were bleeding, Ryusei's wound less deep but still dangerous. They stepped back almost in unison, red staining the dirt between them. Then Ryusei's right hand began to glow, a deep orange chakra, rich and dense, gathering at his palm. Another B-rank technique of his, albeit a defensive one this time around. He pressed it directly onto the wound. It wasn't a normal medical jutsu, it was a rare self-administered version usable during battles. It was his only self-created technique, born from a desperate need to survive and months spent studying medical ninjutsu research left behind by his late mother. The jutsu's principle was simple in theory, brutal in practice, flooding the injury site with raw yang release chakra, not to heal, but to force the body into an artificial, temporary state of uninjured function. Pain dulled, bleeding slowed to nothing, and muscle response returned instantly. The price was steep, tissue strain, aggravated damage, and a longer recovery time, eventually, once the battle ended. He'd named it Yang Pulse Override Palm. It was a promise, a refusal to die on someone else's schedule. The Chunin's eyes flickered with surprise at the sight, but by then, Ryusei's pressure intensified. His speed rose again, his strikes pressed harder, and his focus locked entirely on the men before him. This time, it was the rebel who began to give ground as he was bleeding quite profusely. The next exchange was going to break him soon, and Ryusei's blade was already poised for the finishing blow. Then, a flicker at the edge of his vision. A small brown-furred shape, low to the ground, darted between a cluster of rocks, a mountain hare, its chakra faint enough to vanish into the natural background. It shouldn't have mattered, but something in Ryusei's mind caught on it. His steps slowed. His stance loosened. The animal paused mid-hop, head turning toward him with a tilt too precise to be natural. Its black eyes fixed on his, and for a moment, the world around them seemed to dim, as if the air had thickened. The hare's nose twitched once. A ripple passed through Ryusei's vision, distorting the Chunin before him into a wavering silhouette. Somewhere deep inside, a wrongness took root, a slow, invasive pressure that felt like fingers prying into the edges of his thoughts. The fight bled away from his mind, leaving only the hare and that unblinking stare. The Chunin in front didn't understand it, he didn't notice the strange, eerie animal, but he saw the change in his life and death opponent firsthand immediately. The killing intent that had been pressing on him moments ago just dissolved. The crushing pressure he'd been exerting evaporated. His strike lost nearly all momentum and even looked quite goofy at the moment. His gaze went unfocused, lips parting slightly as if listening to something far away. His young opponent stood there, posture half open, eyes unfocused, as if he'd been pulled into some distant thought. The rebel's pulse quickened. He feinted a thrust to test him to the right, yet nothing. Not even a blink. No reaction to a following sharp feint to the left that came next, either. No parry. No counter. Just bizarre stillness. The older man's lips slowly pulled into a grin. Whatever god watched over him had just turned the tide. There was no other explanation. No warrior at this level would simply abandon a very sure kill on such a valuable follow-through unless something had gone very wrong. He stepped in without hesitation, angling his blade for Ryusei's throat, a single, decisive stroke of his own, to end it. Yet at this moment, an indignant voice, of another soul, buried deep in the core of Ryusei's body and mind, for a while, suddenly roared inside. Damn it. Am I really about to be the first transmigrator to die before I even officially take over? The thought wasn't Ryusei's. It struck like a foreign spark, sharp and alive, ripping through the haze smothering his senses. The pressure on his mind wavered for the first time, replaced by the sickening sensation of being outside his own body. His limbs still felt heavy, but now it was as if the strings that moved them were in someone else's hands. No, calm down. This is exactly the moment I've been waiting for. I'll take the body now, ride out this attack, and it'll be mine for good. If it dies before I do, who knows where I'll end up, some dark void again, or worse, trapped in that ghostly pure land, standing in line with the rest of the dead fools. Not happening. This body is strong, warm, alive, and it's going to stay that way, with me in it. I have to give it my all. Just then, deep inside, the other soul moved even more vigorously. It wasn't a gentle nudge, but a slow, deliberate shove like a hand pressing through wet paper, tearing at the seams. Its presence coiled upward, spreading tendrils through nerves and muscle, reaching for the strings that held the body together. Somewhere behind the fog, Ryusei's own awareness strained, but the intruder's push was hungry, and it did not stop. Chapter 2, If she's in on the plan, I'm dead anyway. It's better to stick with pure canon or its discussion mediums. That leads to another point. The entire purpose of fanfiction, at least for me, is to build on the original material in a logical, meaningful way, not to copy it word for word or force it into rigid, unfitting limits. If that feels like a flaw to you, then you're genuinely better off returning to the original series and enjoying it again. For me, this is a strength, not a weakness. It's what makes fanfiction worth reading and writing at all. Without it, there's no story. For example, what makes it satisfying is evolving the original power system step by step, logically, without any system nonsense. Additionally, if you've ever written a story yourself, you know that sticking strictly to the original canon wouldn't get you anywhere near 50 chapters. OCs and fan-made elements can be done well or poorly, sure, but I'm confident I'm doing them well. As I said, this is high-quality story. At that critical instant, the transmigrator's earthly soul faced what he thought was one of the hardest tasks in existence, wresting control from the original Ryusei's spirit mentally while fending off instant death externally. He had no choice but to split his focus. The assault on Ryusei's mind slowed, a desperate fraction of his will clawing for motor control just long enough to twist the body aside. The enemy's kunai still carved a burning line across his neck, close enough to nick a vessel, but it wasn't the beheading strike it could have been. Ryusei's body looked corpse-like, skin pale, sweat dripping, teeth clenched. The enemy's eyes narrowed in faint surprise at the dodge, but his second blade was already moving, this time aimed straight for the heart, arm layered with as much chakra reinforcement as he could muster. He had seen enough, the boy was half paralyzed, struggling to keep upright. One clean hit and it would end. The transmigrator gritted down on Ryusui's nerves and forced the torso to twist again, just enough to make the blade miss the heart by a finger's breadth. Pain exploded in his side, the slash tore deep into muscle, scoring a lung. Inside, the earthly soul roared, pushing every shred of its power outward. He had to make a trade. The crushing pressure hold he'd kept on Ryusui's spirit loosened for the first time since the genjutsu struck, and the battered soul beneath it twitched, sensing the gap. Even half-blind in the haze, the originals will begin scraping at him from the edges, fighting to stay alive now that it finally understood the danger. It was a risk, but he didn't have a choice. Without shifting that focus, the body would never move in time. The body moved. One hand shot up, seizing the Chunin's wrist mid-swing. With a violent pull, he dragged the men inward, the other arm snapping up, kunai wreathed in a blazing sheath of overcharged chakra, the kind that shredded muscle fibers and blood vessels just from being forced through them. It was dangerous, ruinous to the body, but the limited muscle memory still accessible from Ryusui's own training guided the strike. In less than a heartbeat, the blade tore across the Chunin's neck. Blood sprayed in a hot arc, and the man's eyes went wide. A lifetime of battle reflexes had not prepared him for dying to what looked like a half-dead opponent. He collapsed. Ryusui's arms trembled violently, fingers locking from strain. The muscles were wrecked, tendons screaming. He was riddled with injuries everywhere. His torso was a mess of blood and torn flesh, one lung wheezing uselessly. And there was no time. Shadows fell over him as the nearby shinobi closed in, less than a step away, weapons already rising. It was a hell-level situation. It was only his ironclad will to live, tempered by months of isolation in that dark, hidden corner of Ryusui's mindscape, that kept the transmigrator's soul clinging on through the fractures, pain, and chaos tearing at him inside and out. Gritting his teeth, he rolled hard against the dirt, hands moving on instinct. Smoke bombs burst at his sides, swallowing the clearing in a choking haze, while explosive tags tied to kunai thrown hissed to life near the closest shinobi. The first shockwave sent them scattering, and in the same instant, a small brown form that had darted between the rocks earlier was also, accidentally, caught in the edge of the blast by a runaway kunai. It was seemingly still observing the scene, hidden. The heir's body crumpled mid-leap, its chakra flickering out like a snuffed candle. It was a calculated caution. One less thing working against him. He was not careless like the original owner of the body. Ryusui had a lot more shinobi gear than these underworld dwellers, and he now dumped all of it at once, so it had quite a considerable effect. Flashes and blasts shook the outpost. Smoke filled the gaps between huts. The shouting turned to coughing. A few were knocked off their feet. He used that moment to bolt. Every step burned, but the gap was there. That was all he needed. Now, on the run, the new Ryusui let his body's instincts handle the movement, almost like putting it on autopilot. All his focus pressed inward, locking back onto the original soul, forcing the devouring soul fusion to continue even now. But the sound of pursuit was growing louder, their footsteps closing in. If he'd been fully fused with this body, every step would have been agony. For now, the lack of full acclimation dulled the pain. Blood still poured from him, though, and that wouldn't last. He rifled through the owner's memories, digging for something he could use immediately. One technique came up like a flare. Yang pulse override palm. Deep orange light, tinged with red, burst from his less damaged hand, the one that had caught the kunai earlier. First, he restored enough strength in it to make it useful again. Then he pushed the same light into his wrecked arm and then used that arm to heal both itself and the deep wound in his lung and torso at the same time. It wasn't full healing. He just locked the wounds tight enough so they wouldn't rip open with every step. He didn't care about any after effects that might come later. At the same time, his hands tingled with returning sensation, and his breathing eased just enough to stop the drowning feeling in his chest. He didn't stop moving. He couldn't. And in the back of his mind, the pressure on the original soul never let up. I barely got out of there alive, and it still might end in a few minutes. The thought burned in his head as he tore a small pouch from his uniform, fingers fumbling for the smooth, round pill inside. I really underestimated how hard it is to chew through a soul from this world with just my measly earthborn one, and harder still to steer a body that isn't mine. He popped the pill into his mouth and swallowed dry, the bitter tang crawling down his throat. The pouch was one of several stuffed into the deep pockets of his standard Konoha green vest. Military rations pills, not much to a Jonin or above type shinobi, but for a Genin or Chunin, they could be the difference between being buried or making it back. Top scientists in Konoha had engineered them with one goal, wringing more use out of the disposable ranks and squeezing every drop of value before they broke. Not cheap either, but Ryuseai's original hidden status meant he had plenty. Still, chakra isn't the main problem right now, he thought, forcing his legs to keep their pace. Blood trickled warm under the fabric. It's my injuries, and this damn tug-of-war with the other soul. But even if I'm not low, I burned a huge chunk on that yang palm just now. B rank, defensive or not, it eats chakra alive. And with my body this wrecked, my natural recovery is garbage. I need every bit I can get for what's coming next. His mind tightened. He still had no idea who the hell had thrown that genjutsu through the hair, or how many more were lurking out here. Thankfully, I'd spent months buried inside this guy's mind without him ever noticing. While he was sleeping, reading through the clutter of his memories, poking at weak spots of his soul, laying out how I'd make the perfect takeover when the chance came. I wasn't just swinging in blind back there and being a complete clown, and I got some of the things right. But even now, it's like trying to drive a carriage with only half the reins and someone else's hands still on the other half. He was still racking his brain for the next move when his attention snapped outward. He sensed Kene Hyūga. She'd just taken down the last scout and, by luck or fate, was moving in the same direction as him. He could never make it to where Okabe and Renjiro were cutting through dozens of enemies, and breaking through them toward safety was suicide. This was the opening. Wait, how the hell do I explain this to her? His teeth clenched. The original Ryusei and her could barely stand each other. She was cold, looked down on him every time they spoke. Another thought stabbed in. What if she's part of the plan to get rid of him, of me, and finishes the job herself? It was messier than he wanted to admit, but he forced his jaw to lock and his legs to push harder. Doesn't matter. This way, I've got a better shot than if those bastards catch me now. Chapter 3, her voice was cold, but it was a yes. The new Ryusei, slowly getting a better hang of the body and its chakra, braced himself even more. He started pushing chakra into his steps, adding a slight burst of speed and vitality, closing in on Kane's position while leaving the pursuers a little farther behind. Even if his fighting strength had dropped from the original body's perhaps high Chunin level to the very bottom of Genin level, his physicality was still there. That part came from the secret bloodline of a prominent lineage from the great clan this body belonged to, and it was enough to keep his running speed sharp. That was why he'd managed that first explosive sprint when he broke away earlier. The ones chasing him were all high-level Genin, but still Genin. They only had Genin physiques, low resources, and no bloodline to back them up. Their underworld experience didn't matter against the inherited advantages of one of the two strongest shinobi clans in the history of the world, maybe even the strongest. It was exactly that lack of bloodline, clan resources, and passed-down jutsu knowledge that kept them stuck as Genin. The only way for someone like them to become Chunin was to have a much stronger physical essence, like the Chunin Ryusei had already killed earlier, and none of these five had it. In his first outburst back there, using 2 B-rank jutsu, Ryusei had killed one of them outright and injured 3 more badly enough that they stayed behind to guard the depot. That left only 5 chasing him now, and they were already tired and not in peak condition. However, they were still not someone Ryusei could take down right at this moment due to all the injuries and the temporary inaccessibility of procedural memory belonging to this body. That is why he needed to reach Kene fast and reach a tacit understanding with her next. And he finally did come face to face with her soon. She had slowed down, almost like she was deliberately letting him close the gap. Her posture was steady, unmoving, Byakugan fully active, veins bulging at her temples, pupils focused and sharp. A slight frown marked her face, not of anger but of deep scrutiny. Unlike Ryusei, who was dressed in plain black combat gear with a pseudo-Konoha green flak vest, the official uniform worn by operatives not ranked as Chunin or Jonin yet, but who didn't want to wear more custom uniforms, Kene wore a customized Hyūga-style female combat uniform. It was clearly designed for mobility and precision strikes, close-fitting without restricting movement. Her long black hair, with a faint dark blue sheen, swayed gently behind her. It wasn't entirely straight, there was a subtle, natural wave to it, and a few bangs fell across her forehead protector, hiding the cursed side branch seal beneath. Her face was striking, almond-shaped, cat-like eyes framed by dark lashes, a small nose, full lips, and a delicately proportioned jawline. Even at her young age, her figure hinted at the beginnings of something that would only become more defined as she matured. In Ryusei's eyes, she was an ideal example of the refined, oriental beauty he had imagined in his past life, though her pale eyes, framed by the Byakugan's strange clarity, gave her a faintly otherworldly, almost alien touch. Even the cold frown and calculating gaze didn't detract from that beauty, if anything, it sharpened it. Kane, meanwhile, was studying him just as closely, her Byakugan scanning his body in full detail. She had already noticed that he was covered in both major and minor injuries, all somehow temporarily stabilized by an unfamiliar dark orange chakra. The way he had run toward her moments ago only confirmed her suspicion. It had been raw, brute force at the expense of the body, not the measured efficiency of a trained shinobi of Ryuusei's usual level. That alone was strange. But what truly caught her attention was what she saw when she traced his chakra flow toward his head. It was chaotic. His entire chakra pathway system seemed disordered, almost confused, like it didn't know how to process the signals it was getting. Near his brain, the chakra was even stranger, a dense, swirling vortex that looked like it clashed against itself. The disturbance was so abnormal that Kane's frown deepened almost unconsciously. It was the first time in her life she had ever seen anything like it. Ryūusei, seeing that he couldn't read much from her expression beyond the obvious mix of confusion and scrutiny, decided to speak first and cut through the awkward silence. "I was suddenly hit by a very strange and powerful genjutsu there," he said, his voice low but steady. "Either from an enemy directly or some hidden accomplice. I had to abandon my task and pull back. I was trying to stabilize myself, maybe meditate, calming my brain and chakra, before going back. Otherwise, I'd have lost both my life and the mission." Kane's frown eased slightly, but only slightly. Her pale eyes sharpened, thoughts turning inward. Could this mission really include someone that strong? Or was it someone else entirely? I can't say for certain. Still, her priorities stayed clear. Anyway, my hidden assignment hasn't changed. No new orders. Which means, for now, I should focus on completing our official mission first. Her gaze finally settled directly on his face, scanning for any tells he hadn't given away with words. She noticed something almost without meaning to. The usual counterfeit, overly gentle and warm mask he always wore was gone. His eyes were still artificially narrowed for reasons she couldn't ever place, but his frown looked genuine. His skin was pale, streaked with dirt and sweat, and his expression carried the weight of lingering great pain. "That's when I need your help," Ryūusei said, forcing his voice into the tone he'd heard the original owner use countless times. "Right now, there's no way I can face all 5 of them alone. And if I keep running, I'll burn out first eventually, and I can't make it to Sensei and Renjiro in time, so I came toward you first." As he spoke, he watched her closely. Her expression didn't change much, but her Byakugan still hadn't closed, the veins at her temples faintly pulsing. She was studying every twitch, every breath. "I'll erase my presence and hide somewhere nearby," he continued, "give myself time to meditate to calm my mind, suppress my injuries, and recover enough to fight again. Then I'll head back, finish my task, destroy their intelligence cache, and join you. You'll be pretending to engage them shortly, throwing a bait, and then leading them away towards Sensei and Renjiro by then. But, don't worry," he let a faint breath escape as if calming himself, "I've already worn them down a bit. You might not be able to defeat them outright, but you can bait them toward them. Those 2 look like they're having no trouble with their targets." While the words came out smooth, his mind was far from calm. Every movement of hers told him she was weighing his story against something else, orders, maybe. And in that silent pressure between them, he inadvertently confirmed the suspicion that had gnawed at him back inside the old Ryūusei's subconscious. His team had been working against him from the start. Not out of any irrational personal grudges, but this was orchestrated. Orders from Konoha's higher-ups. Hiruzen's fingerprints, probably through ANBU. Official shinobi didn't belong to Root, after all, but ANBU. That was another matter. Still, this was his advantage now. While hiding in the old Ryūusei's mind, he'd studied how the boy spoke, the way he phrased things, how he held himself. Even now, part of him still clung to the original brain's verbal memory centers, letting him mimic tone and cadence almost perfectly. Add to that the obvious shock of his injuries, and she had no reason to suspect a complete change of soul, at least at this point. Kane's pale eyes didn't blink as he finished. The Byakugan remained active, tracing the strange vortex of chakra in his head and the odd rhythm in his pathways. She didn't answer right away, but the fact that she hadn't rejected his proposal outright was enough for him to be optimistic. If she agreed, even reluctantly, it meant one thing: he'd just bought himself a lifeline. Kane shifted her focus from Ryūusei to the distance, Byakugan tracking the 5 pursuers as they pushed through the trees. She read their pace, their chakra flow, their condition, and weighed it against her own limits. Defeating them head-on, impossible. Engaging for too long, dangerous, she thought, eyes narrowing. But if I draw them in, keep them close enough, then break away toward sensei's position, that I can do. Her pale gaze flicked briefly toward the distant clash where Okabe and Renjiro were cutting through their own opponents without much trouble. After a moment's calculation, she looked back at him and gave a short nod. Fine. Go, she said coldly. Ryusei let out a slow, quiet breath, more so in his mind than through his lips. Relief settled in, though it came laced with a faint amusement. That same cold, indifferent tone, exactly as he'd seen in the old Ryusei's memories, back when he'd been trapped inside. 3 months of the same treatment since their team's formation, never once softening. The original owner had always played the warm, polite gentleman in front of her and the others, but inside, he'd been a storm of resentment and petty dislike. For a boy in the middle of his youth, having the prettiest girl he knew treat him like this, no matter that he had no actual plans to pursue her, was a constant sting. The result had been a tangled mess of feelings, anger, disgust, and something less noble. A desire to conquer her in the basest sense. The new Ryusei found that mix of emotions oddly funny. Still, when he thought about it more, he noticed something the original never truly questioned. Kane was cold, indifferent, and perfunctory to everyone, yes, but toward him, she seemed sharper, even more dismissive than usual. Was it because she had seen through the old Ryusei's exaggerated politeness and overplayed warmth, catching a glimpse of the more spiteful heart he kept hidden? He didn't have the answer, and now wasn't the time to dig for it. So he simply gave a polite response, exactly how the original owner would have, and moved off toward a nearby cluster of rocks and low shrubs that would serve as a decent hiding spot. His presence bled away step by step, until only the faint sound of disturbed leaves remained. Yet the immediate danger was far from over, and he knew it. Somewhere out there, still unseen, lurked someone capable of launching a genjutsu so potent that it had struck someone of Ryusei's original level without him even sensing it. That meant they were still watching, still waiting. And back at the depot, the 3 injured mercenary genin were no trivial matter either for him now. In his current state, he couldn't hope to defeat even them unless he regained way more of his fighting ability through better injury suppression and pushing the soul fusion to a further stage. That reality kept his expression grim, and he was nowhere near celebrating prematurely. Chapter 4, Danger is Opportunity with a Knife. Once he was finally nested in place and sure Kane had baited the pursuers away after a while without trouble, without them even suspecting anything, Ryusei allowed himself to relax his presence a little. Only then did he start forcing the yang palm through his body again, trying to suppress the injuries all over him. Long-term damage potentially stemming from that didn't matter, he couldn't afford to care about that now, not with this many obstacles still ahead. Then he struck again at the old soul. Another fierce, devouring surge, hammering into the original owner's will. The boy's spirit still clung on, indignant, unwilling to yield, fighting tooth and nail to keep the body. I'm sorry, man, the new Ryusei thought coldly. Even if your identity will leave me with insane problems and dangers for years, even if I somehow survive today, it's still better than rotting in that ghostly void. I'm not going back to being just a soul. Not again. I finally got my chance to live, and I'm not letting go. There was no pity in him for the soul he'd stolen from. Besides, danger is just opportunity wearing a knife. Your hidden Senju bloodline. I can work with that. I can make it my weapon. If I play it right, I can rise in this world to real power, real status, and make something extraordinary out of this life. I feel like I don't even need any stupid system with this identity. After all, that would also make it too boring and stupid for me. Imagine how weird it is, actually, constantly living with such a thing of unknown origin. His mind wandered for a breath. Actually, this is way better than, for example, ending up a slave in a Xianxia backwater. Those people still rise against the odds, get their 3-year challenges, and slap everyone who doubted them. Why can't I do the same, but with a far better starting point? Not to mention, this world was already one of my favorites back when I was alive on Earth. I knew it inside out. I liked it more than most fantasy worlds out there. The man who now called himself Ryusei had once been a terminally ill patient, an orphan with nothing, trapped in a body that was failing him, wasting away while hating the pharmaceutical vultures, the smug doctors, and everyone else living the life he never could, coping mostly with consuming various fantasy mediums. He'd actually spent years daydreaming about such legendary transmigration. But when the disease finally took him and he actually arrived here, he'd learned the truth. Walking as a soul through someone else's mindscape, on the constant edge, trying not to be noticed, living in endless, gnawing boredom, for who knows how long, had burned the fantasy right out of him. He had grown to hate transmigration and the universe that had dropped him here. Only now did that hatred twist into something else. This was his first real chance to climb in any world and reach the top, albeit only if he survived today first and then many such todays, probably later. After about 15 minutes, Ryusei's eyes opened again. His breathing steadied, and the deep frown on his face eased, only slightly, but enough to be noticed. The news was good, in a way, but not completely. He had finally broken the other soul's cohesion. The old Ryusei no longer had a clear sense of self. But the job wasn't done. Far from it. Most of that soul still floated around him inside the mindscape, trapped in a kind of limbo. He had only devoured a small portion, just enough to weaken it and extinguish its unity. The rest he kept circling his own soul like meat in a slow grinder, chewing bit by bit. There was a reason for this caution. He couldn't simply tear it all apart in one go. Fundamentally, the more he devoured without waste, the stronger his new spiritual energy would later be, but not only that. If he did, he risked losing more than just a rival consciousness. He could lose chunks of memory that were vital for his further survival in this world. There were still countless details of old Ryusei's life he hadn't seen, for example, complete clues about his identity, potential enemies, and maybe even possible escape routes. Up until now, he had only stolen fragments, scattered moments glimpsed when the boy slept. In truth, he had maybe 10–20% of those 12 years in his head. Then there were the procedural skills. Techniques, reflexes, jutsu execution, muscle memory, things that couldn't be relearned overnight. Losing that would cripple him completely. In that case, he might as well slit his own throat. At the same time, he couldn't allow the original self to remain in any form that could resist him later. He wasn't going to share this body. He wasn't going to let its duller instincts or what he saw as a lower intelligence muddy his own. The fusion had to be exact. The memories and skills would remain as an addition to his own ones from his past life, but the will, the personality, and the decision-making would remain. All of it would belong to him alone. The earthborn mind would sit on the throne, and the Senju's past would be nothing more than a well-stocked armory for him to use. Additionally, since the essence and form of the previous Ryusei were now completely erased, he decided to keep the name for himself in this world. As for fulfilling the teenager's old dreams out of gratitude, he wasn't the type to fool himself like that. He had taken the boy's body by force, destroyed his soul. What meaning could goodwill have in a situation like that? What mattered now was fully absorbing every last shred of the boy's memories, breaking them down with a cold, neutral eye, and deciding which parts were worth using. Sentiment wouldn't guide him, but utility would. Still, strange small undercurrents were pulsing up from deep inside, emotions that weren't his own, just from this small of a fusion so far. A quiet malice toward Konoha, and toward the third Hokage and his faction, who, according to the boy's memories, had played the largest role in the deaths of his parents, almost certainly. There was also that instinctive pull toward the Senju name, a tribal loyalty that had been etched into the boy's heart as perhaps some kind of solace without anyone to rely on. He knew these feelings might only grow stronger as the fusion of souls and memories reached completion in a few weeks, according to his estimation, in the future. But even if they did, they would be forced to take second place to his true priorities, survival first, then power, climbing as high as possible in this world's food chain. Ryusei decided it was time to move. It would be bad if something suddenly went wrong with the depot he was supposed to secure and destroy. Even while they are clearly winning their battles over time, and could go there once they are done instead, many unforeseen factors could arrive regarding that location by that point. Better to complete his own task now and leave no gaps for anyone to use against him later. First, he ran a quick assessment of what strength he could still pull from the body, his inherited procedural memory, the current state of his injuries, and the chakra reserves left. The original owner had mastered 2 B-rank offensive jutsu tied to his only 2 nature affinities, but at this point, those were completely out of reach. Still, he remembered enough about them to know why they worked so well together. One pierced an enemy from multiple angles at once. The other split the battlefield and trapped targets in place. Both were only refined and improved versions of pre-existing elemental ninjutsu, which was nothing unusual in the shinobi world. Every technique was just another step in a long chain of evolution. No one tried to reinvent the wheel from scratch. And Ryusei's predecessor had a rare advantage. He still had access to a private, deep Senju archive of elemental jutsu, untouched when Tobirama dissolved the clan. That was thanks to his bloodline, one of the most powerful within the Senju, second only to the patriarch's line. His family had been a branch of high standing, consisting of the last Senju Grand Elder, for example. His father had even led the Senju revivalist faction during the Second Great War at some point before he was dealt with. That status came with personal collections of scrolls and knowledge that Tobirama and his loyalists hadn't been able to confiscate as public Senju heritage when the clan officially disbanded. With that stockpile, the original Ryusei had been able to adapt and create techniques tailored to his talents. And then there was his mother. Once one of the top medical nin in Konoha, she'd held a senior position in the village hospital. Her notes had been the key to his developing his unique yang palm technique. The widely known mystical palm had only provided a basic conceptual framework, the real details had come from her work. However, none of the three options was usable anymore. The yang palm was out because his body was already fully patched up, there was nothing left it could fix without risking damage from overuse. Additionally, for example, his Senju-style, strong fist, traditional taijutsu was also unusable. With his current limits, taijutsu was even harder than ninjutsu. For ninjutsu, you only needed to form the correct hand seals together with the use of the correct brain visualizations, and calculate the chakra flow once to execute the technique. But taijutsu required constant, rapid adaptation in real time, countering countless unpredictable inputs. That level of reactive precision depended heavily on deep procedural memory, which he now only possessed in the smallest fragments, having more in the so-called general memory category. So what's left? How do I take down those three? His mind slowly churned over the remaining options. Yes, there's that, and that. He began piecing together a plan, one that might work if he executed it perfectly. If not, he was finished. Failing to complete his part of the mission probably wouldn't bring harsh punishment, at least on the surface. It would be obvious the failure wasn't stemming from either personal disobedience or incompetence, but from unforeseen factors, a strong enemy asset the village intelligence hadn't reported to him at all concerning this mission. But that didn't mean he was safe. In Konoha shinobi culture, and judging from some examples he'd seen in the original Ryusei's memories, while he wouldn't be punished at all, such a failure could easily still be twisted into a reason to send the team on another B-rank mission far too soon, before he recovered and adjusted, especially if the heir happened to be biased, like they were against him now. Ultimately, the Hokage had the final say regarding nearly everything in the village, and technically, he was just another tool of his. Common sense and fairness only came into play when the situation reached a point where ignoring them would damage the Hokage's reputation too much to risk. At that point, he'd weigh the bigger picture and avoid being openly unreasonable, but only for that reason, not out of any genuine sense of justice. And in this case, no such threshold had been reached. There'd be no problem for him to say, it's not punishment, just a chance to make up for the last mission, while knowing full well it could finish the job the previous assassin failed to do. If that next mission turned into another assassination attempt, which was more than likely, it could be worse than this one from the very start. They would have the chance to recalibrate, adjust their approach, and send an even greater threat. Worse still, it would happen before he had recovered from today's injuries or the strain of the soul fusion, and before he had surpassed the original owner's strength as he thought he would have given a bit of time. He could still be operating at a fraction of it. That made his next move all the more critical. Chapter 5, Lesson the original Ryusei missed. Ryusei crouched near the damaged depot soon again through the undergrowth, breath even, eyes steady. 3 of them were left inside, the ones he burned earlier. Hi Genin, injured, still dangerous. He had no taijutsu worth trusting right now. The body could not keep up with constant micro-adjustments. Not many shinobi tools were left either, all thrown out by him earlier to escape, barring a few more kunai left. Advanced ninjutsu were obviously out too. What he had left were the low tiers that the original owner drilled for years. D and C rank, from fire and lightning, his affinities. Those were the kind of jutsu that every shinobi at his level needed to have in their arsenal for certain uses and situations. Plus the academy basics and the garbage E rank, optical illusion, jutsu taught there to the cannon fodder. He formed a plan while the smoke drifted through the yard. 1 shadow clone. No more. The original owner could throw 4 or 5 without blinking. The current him would rip himself hollow if he tried that. 1 was all he could afford, so 1 had to be perfect. He pressed his chakra down into a thin thread and shaped the clone. The copy appeared with no ripple, presence masked to a whisper under his sensory mode suppression. It moved off low, circling wide through the scrub toward the back of the huts. That was the piece the old Ryusei never played right. He had a shadow clone, B rank, jutsu too, but he didn't use it for tactics like this. He was too overconfident and short-sighted. He had charged this place expecting an easy wipe. He never thought Root would be waiting. For example, he never thought a heir could carry a blade to his mind, which later catalyzed him losing his own body and having his soul devoured. Stuff like that would not happen to Ryusei now, who had far more vision. He shifted forward through the smoke. Inside the yard, he could make them out now. One man held his right arm tight to his body, the burn dark and ugly. Another limped, shin split by heat and debris. The last coughed behind a crate, eyes raw from the earlier flames. All three still had their blades. All three still tracked the front. Ryusei raised two seals and exhaled a thin line of heat. A needle of fire snapped across the yard and struck the crate. Ember shot. The plank blackened and popped, forcing the coughing one to lurch sideways into open ground. The limping men moved to cover him. They shouted. They saw only one opponent. Ryusei lifted his hand and flicked a scatter of sparks into the air. Scorch flicker. Tiny embers burst near eye level, a close-range glare that made the injured armman flinch. In the same beat, a ghost of lightning jumped from Ryusei's fingers to the limper's thigh. Nerve snap. A small arc, just enough to seize the muscle and break his step. They reset their guard, angry now, pressing forward. He did not meet them straight on. He gave ground by a pace and snapped another seal, sending thin arcs skittering along the ground. Static grip. Lightning crawled up the nearest crate and caught the coughing one across the calf. His stance sagged. From the back of the yard, a shape rose from the haze. The shadow clone. It had crept in while their eyes stayed on him. No chakra leak, no warning. It stepped out and pushed a quick stream of heat at the exposed back. Ember shot again, this time at spine height. The men jerked forward with a cry, clothes smoking. The clone closed in, palms sparking, and snapped a short, nerve snap, into the same spot. His legs failed, and he dropped to a knee. They finally realized there were two. Ryusei moved the instant their heads turned. A short body flicker carried him to the limper's flank. His kunai kissed the man's guard and slid off. He did not stay. He let the clash sell a false angle, then stamped a heel into the crate and used the rebound to slip behind a post. The men with the burned arm swung late and hit air. The clone kept the pressure on the one it had dropped. It flicked another small fire burst low, forcing him to roll, then blurred forward and raked a lightning-coated kunai across the back of his knee. Not deep, just enough to cut the joint. The men sprawled with a curse. Two bodies, one of them barked, voice strained. The brat split himself. They came at Ryusei now with short, mean cuts, not overcommitting. He answered with what the body could still do. Quick pecks. A feint with the guard hand, a single step in, nerve snap to the wrist, then out before they could trap him. He never tried to trade. He never planted his feet. His job was to keep their eyes on him while the clone did quiet work. The clone vanished behind a stack and came out wearing the limp man's shape. Transformation technique. It staggered, one hand to its thigh, breathing hard like prey. The burned armman bit and rushed it. The moment his blade extended, the clone dropped the disguise and drove a lightning palm into the burn. Static grip crawled over raw skin. He screamed and reeled. The clone's kunai punched under the ribs. The body slumped and began to smoke into chakra as the clone, cut deep across the forearm, popped with a soft crack and pushed its memory back to Ryusei. The transfer hit like a quick flash. Angles. Distance. The burned man out. Two left. He took that information and moved again. The limper tried to cut him off. Ryusei slid a scorch flicker across the ground and up into his face. The man threw an arm up on instinct. Ryusei flicked a kunai at the exposed thigh and followed it with a short, ember shot. The blade pinned the cloth, and the heat seared the wound open. The limper screamed and went down on both knees. The last one broke toward Ryusei with a rush, trying to end it in one go. Ryusei met him with a quick exchange and let the men drive him 3 steps back, then snapped a body replacement technique with a split log leaning in the smoke. The enemy's strike split dead wood. Ryusei reappeared at his back and snapped, nerve snap, into the shoulder, then another into the forearm. The man's grip faltered. Ryusei kicked the wrist and sent the blade skittering. The man threw a wild elbow and caught him in the ribs. Pain lit his side and tried to fold him. He gave ground, breathing short, and threw a thin line of static grip across the man's shins. The legs stuttered. Ryusei stepped in once and slashed the hamstring. The man toppled, cursing, still clawing for a knife at his belt. "Stay down," Ryusei said, voice flat. He did not wait for an answer. He leaned and drove his kunai into the soft gap at the base of the neck. The body went quiet. The limper still tried to crawl. Ryusui walked to him, sent a final nerve snap into the spine to freeze him, and ended it with one clean thrust. The first man he and the clone had cut up lay still near the crate, smoke weaving from torn cloth. Silence flowed back into the yard in slow beats. Ryusui stood there, chest tight, blood hot in his mouth, the world steadying by degrees. He let his senses push out. No fresh chakra signatures closing. No second wave. The depot was his now. He breathed once and let the truth settle. He had beaten 3 high genin while being only 1 at most himself. Not with power, not with pretty forms, but with small tools used at the right time. Remember this, he told himself. Small wins strung together are still a big win. He looked at the bodies, then at the huts. The job was not finished. He still had to secure the place and burn it down. He also marked the lesson the old Ryusui had failed to learn. Shadow clone was not just for mirrors and noise. One silent copy, masked under sensory suppression, had turned a losing fight. He moved to the first hut and started the work. The lower-ranked techniques he had used just now weren't the only ones in the original owner's arsenal, but they were the easiest and most practical for him to pull off at this moment. Thanks to those 15 minutes of meditation and healing thanks to Kane, his strength had already climbed back to roughly high genin level, about the same as theirs. It wasn't the type of restoration he wanted, but it was enough to stand on even ground again. The 3 mercenaries still bore the wounds he'd given them earlier, but theirs were lighter, mostly burns, while his injuries had been far more severe before he patched himself up. So they were pretty even in that regard, too. So, he was there facing 3 opponents of roughly equal individual strength to him, in his sensory casual estimation, like usual. The reason they weren't throwing out many techniques was simple: what real ninjutsu did Kizugakure and Takigakure even have to hand down? And even if such techniques existed, it was unlikely anyone would waste them on low-level, disposable people like these. They probably didn't rebel because they were exactly satisfied with what their respective smaller villages offered and gave them at that time. Buying stolen or leaked jutsu from the black market was another matter entirely. The prices for those were astronomical, well beyond what these men could afford. Still, what they lacked in techniques, they made up for theoretically in physical ability, so they should have been the ones to defeat the current him on paper. Yet, the only reason they were at a disadvantage now was because he had caught them off guard and outmaneuvered them with better tactics from beginning to end successfully. Ryusui thought back to the exchange, replaying each move in his head. While the clone crept into position, he kept their eyes on him, flaring small bursts of fire to throw smoke into the air, snapping arcs of lightning to keep them on edge. Nothing too costly, just enough to split their focus and wear on their nerves. He made himself look like the only threat, luring them into flanking him, step by step, until they drifted right into the blind spot where his clone waited. Then it struck, quick, sharp, and perfectly timed. The sudden hit shattered their formation, and from there, he cut them down one by one. In the end, it wasn't raw power that won, it was patience, deception, and making them dance to his rhythm. The transmigrator couldn't help thinking he was way sharper and wiser than the body's original owner, objectively, not in a self-boasting way. Ryusui had always inwardly boasted about his sensory ability and felt proud of it, but when it mattered most, it failed him, or rather, he failed to use it properly. Deep down, the boy probably never expected anything unusual to happen during a mission. He certainly never imagined a genjutsu being launched from a harmless-looking animal. Because of that, he wasted his gift. His sensory field was spread too narrowly, circling only the outpost itself and its immediate surroundings. He didn't even extend it toward the nearby hill that anyone could see with the naked eye, a perfect position to hide and channel a long-range technique. Worse, even where his sensing chakra was densest, he hadn't checked everything with real care. Every rock, every rustle, every small creature should have been accounted for, yet he missed the hair that carried a subtle, unnatural presence. The current soul inside this body swore he would never repeat those errors. No complacency, no shortcuts, no laziness. Every micro-detail would be scanned, judged, and cleared. That was the only way he could survive in this identity. Meanwhile, the new Ryusui also didn't just toss fire around to finally finish his mission, he did it with precision, using jutsu to make sure nothing usable would survive. He began with a controlled ember shot to set alight the scroll racks inside the central intel shack. The paper, already dry and brittle, caught instantly, the black ink curling and vanishing in seconds. He followed with scorch flicker to scatter heat and flame into the map cases and wooden shelves, making the burn spread faster. Inside the side huts, he found more than just intelligence scrolls, field rations, spare weapon crates, and a few locked chests that likely held coded messages or mission pay for the mercenaries. He split the locks with a quick nerve snap into the hinges, then used another ember shot to burn their contents without ever opening them fully, keeping whatever secrets they held from being salvaged. For the larger crates of supplies and bedding, he stacked them together and sent a steady static grip into the pile, letting the spark smolder in the cloth before it erupted. Once the blaze was roaring, he kicked over the support beams, letting the structure collapse inward to smother any chance of someone grabbing something intact. By the time he stepped out into the open again, the depot was a furnace. The flames swallowed not just the intelligence meant for a Wagakure, but everything else that could have been used to support another cell: food, shelter, and equipment. Only then did he turn toward the tree line, heading to meet his team formally for the first time, with the depot's destruction at his back. Chapter 6: The Gentle Look That Screamed Villain. As Ryusei moved toward the spot where his 3-month-old teammates would be waiting, his thoughts were still on his earlier choice, burning the depot without even checking what was inside. It wasn't that he didn't value potential intel that could hurt Konoha or be used as leverage. He simply knew his limits. He wasn't a genius codebreaker who could skim enemy cipher sheets and instantly pull something useful before being discovered. The fastest, safest way to finish the mission was to erase it all at once. And truthfully, he didn't feel confident lingering there alone, not with the unresolved threat of that mysterious genjutsu attacker still hanging over him. The upside was clear: a clean mission meant a buffer before the next B-rank assignment, justified under the pretext of recovery after a successfully performed taxing operation with unexpected complications. Even Hiruzen wouldn't likely break the unspoken shinobi convention and order another mission of that scale so soon, not when B-ranks were rarely handed to Genin teams in the first place. A few weeks or months of breathing room could change everything. He figured this success alone gave him at least a 20% better shot at reaching his goals in this world. Only he knew how fast he could advance now. His intended rapid growth wasn't just about training, it was fueled by various creative but logical methods carried on from his previous life, read online, over the years, tailored to fit this one. In a few weeks, his soul would fuse completely, judging by his estimates. And even more importantly, over the following months, it would perfectly adapt its new, larger form to his brain, body, and chakra system, forcing them also to evolve and grow in some way following natural laws of this world. That process alone would rebuild and strengthen his spiritual energy, something the Senju bloodline had never been known for, and enhance his baseline brain function. If things stayed on course, he could become dangerously close to a perfect shinobi, the physical vitality and chakra reserves of the Senju, fused with the refined spiritual energy of the Uchiha, chakra more potent, efficient, and precisely controlled. His mind would grow sharper, faster, able to plan 10 moves ahead, retain every detail, and adapt on the fly. Short of Otsutsuki's perfect alien bloodlines, he'd be the pretty complete package for a human shinobi. And he intended to use every part of it to gain a higher status in this world as fast as he possibly could. As he approached the location, Ryusei assured himself that he to not only finish his part of the mission cleanly but also greet his teammates now as if close to nothing was out of the ordinary. The last thing he wanted was to give anyone a legitimate excuse to call in a Yamanaka for a routine soul probe. If it ever came to that, whatever they found buried inside him would be enough to kill him, and if it didn't, he'd choose death over letting it happen. Fortunately, the mission was complete. He could pass off his earlier erratic and weakened performance as the aftereffects of a strange genjutsu attack, one Hiruzen himself had ordered, though no one else needed to know that part. Now that he thought about it, the genjutsu had been unnervingly strong. His reaction might have been extreme thanks to the soul takeover, but genjutsu was a deeply personal weapon, reaching into the most sensitive corners of the human psyche. Everyone's response was a bit different to different genjutsu, maybe it could be attributed to this one, triggering him strangely. And he hadn't failed. Without a failed mission hanging over his head, there was no cause to diagnose him, no grounds to push for invasive mental evaluations. That alone was reason enough to keep up the act. Ryusei arrived just as the last of the fighting wound down. Okabe stood in a cratered section of the field surrounded by high earthen rocky walls, with giant earthen spears rising from the ground everywhere in his vicinity, the evidence of his previous advanced earth release use for this battle. He looked to be in his late 20s and quite burly, with a plain face and hair in Konoha's standard Jonin uniform. Kane was dusting herself off, her expression unreadable despite the slight tear in her sleeve where a cut had bled through. Renjiro's sword was still humming faintly with chakra, his stance loose but his chakra signature oddly excited, like a dog still itching for another round, sensed with Ryusei's sensory mode for internal mental states. He had dark gray hair and an assassin-like black combat uniform fitting for a Hatake style. The battlefield itself looked like three separate disasters stitched together, Okabe's side terraformed beyond recognition, Kane's area littered with precision gentle fist strikes and bodies that looked untouched but weren't, and Renjiro's section, well, that one was mostly just messy/Hatake-style kenjutsu marks. They were all visibly tired. Okabe looked the most drained, Kane carried herself as if ignoring the ache in her side, and Renjiro still had that twitch of leftover energy that made Ryusei keep him in his peripheral vision. Ryusei stepped forward, forcing the same polite, gentle smile the original owner had used for years. He even made sure to speak in the same soft tone. "Looks like I missed the after-party. Did you save me a piece?" The words were meant to sound light, maybe even a little caring toward his lovely, friends, but in his head, Ryusei was already laughing at the absurdity of it. Unlike the original idiot, he knew full well they'd all seen through him long ago. That fake warmth wasn't fooling anyone of any higher intelligence, probably never had. The original Ryusei's so-called gentle look was really just a narrow, slit-eyed stare, and to make it worse often paired with that grin at certain moments, also thought by the previous owner to make him look even more harmless for some reason. But, just those kinds of eyes alone, in 9 out of 10 anime he'd watched in his old life, were the universal red flag for scheming villain or two-faced snake, rarely a good character. Here, it had become second nature, practically muscle memory, because the original owner had worn that same expression since childhood, not to mention outside, but even inside his own house, to train it better. He'd started using it to hide better, though it was hilariously counterproductive. Of course, the original never realized that. The guy had been living like a paranoid outcast ever since his mother died when he was 6. No friends, no adult support, nothing. His social intelligence was so far in the negatives that he built these kinds of self-sabotaging mannerisms without even knowing it. He now wore it without thinking, even during most battles. So, even if he wanted to, Ryusei doubted he could drop that expression anytime soon or maybe ever without feeling awkward. So he just left it. Besides, any sudden change in his long-standing behavior or mannerisms from the previous Ryusei could make people suspicious, maybe even point them toward the one thing he could never let slip, that he was a transmigrator from another world. Right now, that was the biggest taboo in his life. He would never risk exposing it in the slightest, no matter what it cost. If it meant doing things that hurt him in other ways, so be it. In the end, it was just a matter of picking the lesser evil. So in the end, Ryusei resigned himself to keeping the same look. At this point, there was no backing out from that. It was either keep the odd face or start explaining things he'd rather die than talk about. The three of them stopped whatever they'd been about to say to each other and just stared at him, as if just noticing him, their faces unreadable but scrutinizing. The silence stretched long enough for it to start feeling awkward. Ryusei scratched the back of his head and mussed his already messy hair with a sheepish grin. Chapter 7, Kane's Scan and Okabe's Smile. Okabe was the first to break the strange silence. He kept his gaze steady on Ryusei for a few seconds longer than necessary before speaking, his voice calm but edged with curiosity. "So," he said, "Kane told me something about a genjutsu. What happened back there?" Ryusei forced a small shrug, the same kind the original would have given, and went through the story again, minus a few inconvenient truths. "Yeah, got hit with something strange mid-fight. Knocked me around for a bit, but I pushed through. Halfway recovered now. Nothing lingering upstairs, but..." He tapped his side lightly as he made a final summary. "My injuries are still serious. Once my healing technique wears off, I won't be moving much for a while, perhaps a few weeks from now, starting perhaps from a few minutes from now." He kept his tone casual, as if it was just another field report, while tossing in that little truth about the Yonpom's side effects to explain why he might be out of commission soon. Kane, who'd been standing off to the side, didn't say a word, her Byakugan still brazenly activated from before, since their battle. Her eyes narrowed even further as if she were peering through every layer of muscle, bone, and chakra. Ryusei felt the chakra pulse of her skin brushing against his own and mentally groaned. She didn't blink, didn't waver, just kept dissecting him with her eyes. He sweat dropped and facepalmed internally. How did the original idiot never put this together? They all practically scream ANBU or at least ANBU adjacent in the case of these two previous younger classmates of mine. Even before my memories got fully sorted, I was 70 to 80% sure they were connected somehow. Now. 99. On the outside, he simply smiled faintly, letting her finish her little inspection without a word. Maybe in the past, nothing this unusual had ever happened, and since this was their first B-rank mission, Genin had never acted quite like this before in her observation. Still, that didn't excuse the original owner's complete lack of caution and deductive skills, his inability to connect two and two when it came to their identities. This time, though, Genin seemed to also realize she'd gone a bit too far. Maybe she'd remembered that the guy in front of her had a decent sensing ability. Her tone shifted, not exactly warm, but a notch softer than usual. Still cold, but it carried a weird, artificial edge to it, like she was forcing herself to sound less hostile. "I was still injured trying to cover for you," she said, the words oddly stiff. "So I'm checking whether you were truly in such a desperate state or exaggerating." "Good. It turns out you weren't lying." Her voice was almost robotic, completely different from how she usually spoke to him. Ryusei nearly laughed out loud. So the original owner wasn't the only socially inept one here, huh? What an idiotic excuse, but I guess it's the only possible cover she could use right now. After all, she can't exactly say she cares about me and is checking on my injuries, not after the way she's treated me since day one. Thankfully, I've mostly calmed my chakra network by now. The real cause of my current weakness is the major injuries combined with the mental incompleteness. She probably can't see that directly, souls are too mysterious. I mean, I spent months as a soul watching another soul, and now I'm literally devouring one. Compared to that, I know infinitely more about hiding and shaping my spiritual state than some girl like her, or most so-called genjutsu experts and even Yamanaka specialists. At most, she might sense something odd but not pinpoint it exactly, just like I wanted. Those original owners' remaining soul fragments, that are still waiting to be devoured, are now buried and covered deep under my own current soul mass, hidden neatly, she can't see them. Also, no more obvious soul clashes and forceful motions for her to pick up, like when she scanned me earlier. Perfectly in line with the explanation I gave her back then and the current explanation I gave to Okabe about my perfect spiritual and low physical recovery. Meanwhile, Okabe's gaze flicked toward Genin for just a moment, quick enough that most wouldn't notice. Then the men turned back to him, tone measured, voice carrying the captain's authority that made his words sound final. "I've seen stranger things in my career," Okabe said. "Don't think too much about it. Maybe they had a hidden specialist somewhere, reinforcing their line. After all, they're connected to you know who. But, it's pretty commendable that you managed to complete your mission despite all the obstacles, and still kept your head clear enough to find Genin and the way out," Okabe continued. "I think Hokage-sama will reward you personally when we return to the village." He smiled as he said it, the kind of polite, approving smile that looked good on the surface but didn't reveal anything underneath. Only Okabe knew what that smile really meant. Ryusei blinked slowly, letting the words hang in the air for a moment as if processing them, before putting on that same, gentle, smile again. "If the Hokage's reward is a few months of mission-free rest, I'll accept it in advance," he said lightly, tone carrying just enough humor to make it sound like a harmless joke. Ryusei already knew exactly who you-know-who referred to. There was no way some ragtag mercenary band just decided on their own to spy on the Land of Fire's border defenses. Someone had hired them, and it definitely wasn't Takigakure or Kusagakure. Those two minor villages wouldn't have the guts in 10 lifetimes to pull something like this against Konoha. No, the real mastermind was almost certainly Iwagakure, sitting further northwest beyond those two. And if IWA was already poking at Konoha's borders through shadow contracts, it only reinforced his estimate that the Third Shinobi World War wasn't far off. Moves like this, half-hidden but bold, only happened in the final stretch before war, right before the knives came out in the open. So they're going to pin my situation on them, huh? Well, it's a pretty straightforward and logical explanation, Ryusei thought. But that's only if you ignore my real identity. Then the third and my own dear village become far more likely suspects. Of course, the average shinobi in Konoha has no clue about any of that, so this little pinning will probably look perfectly reasonable and a done deal in their eyes if they are curious. If only it worked like that. Meanwhile, Okabe also responded lightheartedly and a bit meaningfully first to Ryusei's previous comment, while starting forward without breaking his watch on the tree line. "We should move. This whole stretch has turned into one big proxy battlefield, and the longer we stay, the more chances we give to all the wrong kinds of people." He glanced back once, making sure everyone was following. Other Konoha squads are tearing down similar cells right now. That means shifting patrols, mixed loyalties, and enemies who might be desperate enough to lash out at anything that moves. Before something unpredictable happens, we head home, hand in the report, and let the Hokage hear about the mission, and your experience, Ryusei. However, Ryusei suddenly let out a sharp groan and dropped to one knee, then the other, before collapsing onto the cold ground. His voice came out weak, but still carried that same measured tone he always used. I wasn't joking earlier. The backlash from the yang palm is about to hit me hard. I can probably stay conscious until we reach Konoha, maybe keep working on myself with the regular mystic palm to recover slowly, but walking there on my own for the next few days. That's not happening. He gave a strained half-smile, as if trying to soften the request. Someone's going to have to carry me. Chapter 8, Watching an Unstable Element, Up Close. In the end, it was Renjiro who, after a reluctant sigh, got the order from Okabe to carry Ryusei back to Konoha. As for why it had to be him this time, Ryusei figured it was probably a mix of practicality and appearances. Kane was female and still injured, so that ruled her out. Okabe, on the other hand, had his image as team leader to maintain, and more importantly, he was far more drained than Renjiro after their earlier fight with nearly 4 dozen enemy shinobi. Renjiro had been previously tasked with, somewhat indignantly, chasing down any stragglers who slipped past the main clash, while Okabe's role as a jonin had been pivotal in breaking the enemy formations. In other words, Renjiro had just enough strength left to volunteer, and Okabe had just enough authority to make it sound like an order. Their pace was far slower than the push they'd made on the way in, exhaustion weighing on all of them, which suited Ryusei perfectly. Every extra minute meant more time to quietly work the standard medical mystic palm on himself, drawing out the healing process in relative peace before returning to that den of wolves called the village. The mystic palm, unlike his creation, was meant for real healing, which meant it demanded far more time and focus to use. On paper, it was an A-rank technique, the only one Ryusei knew at the moment, but it was completely useless in a fight. Purely support, never meant for offense, and until now, it had never been anywhere near the top of his priorities, yet the original owner learned it anyway due to his survival instincts and memory of his mother. Still, he knew full recovery was out of the question without weeks of rest and doing the same thing over and over there in familiar surroundings. The combined damage from his injuries and the yang palm's backlash ran deep, deeper than anything this body had endured before. Even with the first-class vitality of a Senju talented physique, this wouldn't be a simple walk back to strength. Since the moment he'd taken over this body, not 1 second had passed without the constant throb of extreme pain. Maybe it was the endurance he'd built in his past life as a chronically ill patient that let him endure it silently, never letting it show on his face. If so, it hadn't gone unnoticed. Both teammates and the men carrying him had picked up on his composure. As for the inevitable suggestion of Konoha Hospital once they returned, he already knew the answer. He would politely decline those examinations, no matter how much the Hokage insisted later, on the grounds of his unique yang palm technique being something no medic there could fully understand, so the aftermath consequences of using it so much were best handled by him alone. Meanwhile, Ryusei's gaze settled on the spiky dark gray hair of the boy carrying him. Renjiro was about his age, and was his former classmate just like Kane, though a bit leaner in build than him, and a Hatake by blood, a cousin to Kakashi at best, certainly not a brother or anything closer. Still, he was the only member of the younger generation in his clan left behind Kakashi, which likely meant they knew each other personally, probably decently well. The fact that only 2 Hatake of their generation remained said plenty about how far Konoha would go to suppress its once illustrious clans when the opportunity arose. Renjiro wasn't quite at Kakashi's level with the Hatake clan's signature kenjutsu, but he wasn't far off either. Ryusei suspected that in the coming war, Renjiro's end would likely come at the hands of an enemy, or perhaps from a knife in the back. That was why he was not shown in the original series, probably, in Ryusei's opinion. After all, those who refused to bow to the Hokage's faction, and sometimes even those who did, often met cruel fates. Tsukumo, from the same clan, had been a perfect example, and Ryusei himself knew about this truth firsthand his entire life. Their relationship was about as warm as his with Kane. Renjiro treated him with the same coldness but occasionally threw in mockery or taunts for reasons the original owner never understood, reasons that only deepened his dislike. These past 3 months on the team had been some of the most miserable in the original owner's life, weighed down by constant hostility and no safe outlet for it. As for the reason behind Renjiro's attitude, Ryusei could only guess. It was probably even related to something beyond their Umbu mission to monitor him. After all, no reason to dislike your mission target so much, that was not a connected thing. All he truly knew from the body's memories was that Renjiro was a fighting maniac, always talking about sharpening his blade or pushing his limits, and otherwise keeping to himself. Maybe, like Kane, he had glimpsed something in the original owner's hidden nature, something that made him wary, or even hostile. Until Ryusei learned more, that would remain just another unanswered question for him. Meanwhile, Renjiro adjusted Ryusei's weight on his back with a grunt again, the irritation in his tone obvious. "TCH. You're heavier than you look." Ryusei kept his tone even, almost bored. "Then consider it training. You like talking about growing stronger, don't you? Think of this as strapping a whetstone to your back." Renjiro clicked his tongue. "You've got a sharp mouth for someone who can't walk." "Walking is overrated," Ryusei said lightly. "Getting carried saves chakra." For a while, Renjiro didn't respond, just trudged forward, his step steady despite the extra weight. Eventually, he muttered, low enough that it almost sounded accidental, "You hide pain too well. Doesn't feel normal." Ryusei let out the faintest hum, giving no more than that. "Guess everyone's got their quirks." Renjiro snorted. "Yours are irritating." Ryusei murmured, tone still mild. "We all carry something." That shut Renjiro up again. His grip stayed firm, but Ryusei could sense the irritation in every step, the quiet resentment of carrying someone he clearly disliked. Yet beneath it, there was now the faintest trace of something else, a curiosity he couldn't quite hide. Ryusei guessed it came from how different his own behavior had been during the mission. For example, not long after they'd left the hideout, Ryusei's suppressed wounds finally burst open again. Blood spilled across Renjiro's shoulder, some of it splattering onto his clothes, but Ryusei barely made a sound. Instead, he kept chewing chakra pills one after another, forcing what little energy he had left into his one usable hand. A faint green glow flickered there as he tried to keep the injury near his heart and lung from worsening. His other arm hung limply, the skin still marked with strange discoloration from the earlier chakra overdrive. It looked dead, useless, and far more serious than he let on. Renjiro couldn't help noticing. Up until today, his opinion of Ryusei had been rock bottom. Suspicious attitude, fake politeness, that narrow-eyed look, everything about him matched what the ANBU higher-ups had already warned, an unstable element, dangerous for Konoha. Even back at the academy, before graduation 3 months ago, Renjiro never thought much of him. They'd been classmates, and Ryusei had always struck him as hypocritical, constantly holding back in sparring, even when provoked. To someone like Renjiro, who lived to sharpen himself against stronger opponents, that was pure disrespect. His own shinobi way was straightforward: grow through hardship, master the Hatake Kenjutsu style, test himself against anyone stronger. In just 3 months since graduation, he'd already made leaps forward, proof that his path worked. And yet Ryusei, who always felt like he had a little more in reserve, refused every chance to test himself. Their initial D-level missions have been quite boring and uneventful, perfect for some sparring. Renjiro had tried hints, challenges, even open taunts, but Ryusei never rose to them. That, more than anything, made him look like a clown in Renjiro's eyes. After all, ANBU had told him they were already well aware of Ryusei's true ability. So why bother pretending to be weak? Why hide a strength that everyone important already knew about? To Renjiro, it was the height of foolishness. Yet watching Ryusei now, how he suppressed his pain so completely, how he'd somehow frozen those wounds in time just long enough to keep fighting until the mission ended, Renjiro found his old view shaken. That kind of technique, it was impressive, even if he didn't want to admit it. As for previously getting wrecked by a single genjutsu, Renjiro didn't hold that part against him too much. Even he knew how impossible it was for one person to guard against the will of the village's higher-ups. He already had a strong suspicion about who had targeted Ryusei this time. And from how it played out, it didn't look like they'd been desperate for a perfect kill right away. More likely, they wanted him casually eliminated, with a borrowed knife, use fitting outsiders to do the job, give up if it failed, then use the results as a test to gather information before moving toward a true disposal later. If they had really meant it, Ryusei would have faced something far worse. Not my problem, Renjiro thought, adjusting the weight on his back. Stuff like this happens every day in the shinobi world. You act suspiciously, or tie yourself to the wrong people, and the village eliminates you. Simple as that. Whether Ryusei lived or died wasn't his concern. Renjiro's goal had never been to stay some genin forever, or even just another cog in the regular forces. His path was clear, ANBU. That was where the real danger was, walking on the edge of the knife, sharpening instincts and reflexes, perfecting the Hatake Kenjutsu style. A man couldn't grow sitting safe in a glass house. He had to dive headfirst into chaos. And this little, unofficial mission of watching Ryusei. To Renjiro, it was already his doorway to ANBU, just as had been promised, or at least hinted. Chapter 9, Promotion Promised, Promotion Lost. At the same time, dozens of kilometers away, in a hidden root base along the border, the division leader finished scrawling an encrypted report. He sealed it with practiced precision, then tied it to the leg of a falcon bred for Root alone. These birds, chakra-enhanced through experimentation, were faster than any messenger shinobi networks for confidentiality and security or ordinary hawks for routine messages, and were reserved only for emergencies. This was one. The bird launched into the night sky, heading straight for Konoha and Danzō Shimura's desk. The man was Junsaku Yamanaka, though forbidden from using his real name, instead of a codename, long ago. Years ago, just before his 10th birthday, his parents died on a mission. As an orphan, he was summoned by the clan patriarch and told he would serve a special, indefinite duty for the clan. On paper, he left the academy to become an internal guardian, one of the shinobi-level fighters every great clan kept outside the formal village roster to protect compounds, bloodline scrolls, and lineage, but was not a part of Konoha's official central register. Those units were trained only from their clan manuals and did not need village doctrine. In recent years, their numbers had thinned a bit as Konoha's central authority grew, especially in smaller clans, but the pretext still worked. In truth, the clan had already sold him to Danzō Shimura and his newly founded faction, Root, a name chosen with cold poetry and scrubbed his existence from every record. The organization had been sanctioned in whispers by the third Hokage, a few years before the more demanding and brutal WW2, built to handle the tasks even ANBU could never publicly or privately touch, or be allowed to be connected with the Hokage brand image. Assassinations. Kidnappings. Disappearances. Sabotage. Blackmail. Torture. Coercion. Disinformation. False flags. Every kind of work too foul to bear the leaf's crest. Root was not ANBU. In ANBU, you wore a mask. In Root, you were owned. Danzō bound his people with Juinjutsu seals that killed treacherous words and perhaps some thoughts of betrayal before they could be spoken and thought of. Then fed some of them, especially the holders of more important positions, within the orgs like him, measured poisons that required timed antidotes to live. The brainwashing came last, a final layer of control. However, Junsaku had joined at 10, before the orphan pipeline was perfected, so he was not like the lifeless 11 to 15-year-old tools Root later produced. He remembered normal life. He remembered wanting things. He was in his mid-20s now and not truly brainwashed at all, yet he obeyed perfectly. Because he was perhaps a more powerful Yamanaka, not only that standard Juinjutsu on his tongue, but Danzō even added the toxin chain to make sure no mind trick could slip the knot. He disliked the men who owned him, but he wanted to live, so he acted the respectful dog and followed every order. He sometimes pictured the path he had lost. Clan prodigy graduates, rise through the ranks, become an elite jonin in strength, perhaps achieve a nominal position of even higher status, salary, and power in Konoha's interrogation or intelligence branches, have a few girlfriends, then a wife, children, and a name on record instead of a blank line. Instead, he was a legal ghost, barred from being connected with his clan, having desires, barred from romantic partners, sent on dangerous jobs without rest year-round, kneeling to Danzō year after year. Resentment had sedimented slowly until it became part of his bones. Some differences cut both ways. Root had been born only a few years before the last war, so its first generation had to be older recruits. It takes 10 to 15 years to grind orphans into perfect tools. He still had memories, and that made it worse. The orphans never knew better. They accepted the rules of the world. What stung worst of all was that his own clan had sold him out. They had offered a child and even shared ancient jutsu scrolls in exchange for survival, bowing to Hiruzen's centralizing grip. For centuries, clans had kept their secrets guarded by their own. Now they fed both children and heritage to Danzō, cheap bargaining chips to protect themselves. Junsaku snickered bitterly whenever he thought of it. He had no more love for his clan than he did for Root. Another difference was talent and training. He was clan-born, with innate skill and a bloodline method. The clan still trained him in secret techniques even after he vanished into Root. For Danzō, it was only efficient. Junsaku snickered whenever he thought of it. The clan had sold a gifted academy child and centuries of jutsu heritage for cheap favors and fear of the third's pressure. They had traded both flesh and scrolls to keep their place. He was not alone. Root was full of shinobi cut from similar backgrounds. Danzō did not love the clans, but they were the ones who could anchor Root's top echelon in real combat. Junsaku had climbed to a division leader, now temporarily responsible for the entire inner security of the Land of Fire's northwest border. He had replaced the more permanent ANBU presence from here after suspicious activity surfaced, told to investigate because he was more qualified. He had delivered. With intelligence work and a steady diet of dirty tricks, he had pulled apart Iwagakuru's conspiracy in this sector, enough for Konoha to draft a plan to erase it. All that remained was to wait, return, flatter Danzō a little, and lock in the next rung. There was already one deputy commander from the Abirame, nominally second only to Danzō within the Root. If this ended cleanly, he could then become the second in Root's history. A slave with status was better than a slave with none. Better than nothing, he told himself. However, Konoha had been struggling with manpower for months by that point. The global situation had intensified suddenly, stretching the village's shinobi thin. That was the main reason the higher-ups had delayed authorizing a full cleanup operation, leaving Junsaku to quietly monitor Iwa's infiltrators while the chaos deepened. But once he reported that the enemy was preparing to move against the minor noble who ruled this border territory, Konoha was forced to act. Even then, the shortage of hands was so severe that they pushed many fresh Genin teams, children still in the incubation stage of their careers, into dangerous assignments to fill the gaps. It was exactly then that a new message reached Junsaku. A falcon from Danzō himself. Inside was a name Junsaku had never heard before. Ryusei Nishida. The order was explicit. Danzō listed the boy's strengths and weaknesses, described where his team would strike the enemy, and instructed Junsaku to kill him with a borrowed knife attack during the mission. Junsaku had received assassination orders from Danzō before, even against fellow Konoha shinobi. But this letter was different. The detail, the tone, the unusual seriousness, all of it suggested that for some reason this Ryusei mattered far more than the usual disposable target. That, more than the kill itself, unsettled him. As teams began converging on the sector, Junsaku's subordinates confirmed exactly where Ryusei's squad would arrive. ANBU informants had already supplied his chakra signature, memorized during secret surveillance in the village, so Junsaku didn't even need to familiarize himself in the field. He positioned himself on a high vantage point, completely erasing his presence. There, he relied on his own specialty. Ordinary Yamanaka techniques like the mind-body switch or mind-body disturbance were designed to target humans directly, sometimes through a medium. But their effectiveness usually dulled when channeled through animals. Junsaku, however, had spent years perfecting exactly that. He could sink his soul seamlessly into small creatures, hares, birds, etc., and move through them as naturally as if they were his own limbs. From that foundation, he had developed something new. An A-rank genjutsu of his own design, best used while his soul was hidden inside an animal. Subtle and harmless at first glance, its effect crept in like a whisper, strange but almost natural, bypassing normal defenses until it wrapped around the mind. Perfect for deception, perfect for setting up an enemy to be cut down by another's blade. He slipped into the field like a ghost, his chakra presence so faint it was almost non-existent, hopping his consciousness from one animal to another to arrive faster and on time. Patiently, he stalked Ryusei from a safe distance, waiting for the opening. When he launched the technique, it worked, at first. The boy faltered, his mind and body caught. Junsaku prepared to let the enemy finish him off. Then something happened. Instead of collapsing fully, Ryusei convulsed as if two storms collided inside his skull. Junsaku felt it through the link, his soul, chakra, even his brain seemed to clash with itself, forming a chaotic vortex unlike anything he had ever sensed. He couldn't comprehend it. His animal medium, a hare, was abruptly killed in the struggle, severing the link and snapping his soul back into his body. Panting, shaken, Junsaku remained on the vantage point, recovering from the jutsu's recoil. For someone of his caliber, an elite jonin from a famous clan, armed with unorthodox mastery, even if he was technically attacking from kilometers away, it was rare to find a target that could resist him at all, much less a young genin. Yet this boy had not only broken free but killed his medium outright, escaping the trap with nothing more than severe aftershocks. That alone left Junsaku unsettled. Now, rushing back to report, he was seething. He knew Danzō's nature, petty, vindictive. A failure like this, no matter the circumstances, would surely stall his hope for promotion. He had uncovered Iwa's conspiracy on this border, commanded root forces well, and achieved results that should matter. But Danzō cared only for absolute obedience and flawless results. So he did what he could, he recorded every detail exactly as ordered. Danzō had specifically instructed that even a failed attack be documented exhaustively. Still, bitterness burned in him. Ryusei Nishida had humiliated him. He hated the boy, hated him as the reason his career would now stagnate. Yet beneath that hatred was a thin strand of reluctant fascination. Something about the way the boy's soul clashed with itself, the impossible way he survived, it was like glimpsing a strange, half-finished experiment. Chapter 10, Sent to Die, but I killed their plans. Back on their slower journey toward Konoha, Ryusei first turned inward. He wanted to integrate the closest memories of this body more completely, to prepare himself for the return. He already knew many of them in fragments, but those had only been glimpses from a detached perspective. Now he let them sink in as if they were truly his own. 3 months earlier, this body had graduated from the academy and been placed on Okabe's team. The 3 of them had cleared their Jonin sensei's traditional graduation test with little difficulty. All of them were considered geniuses of some sort, and Okabe himself had neither the guts nor the freedom to fail them. The higher-ups clearly wanted Ryusei out in the field as soon as possible, wanted him sent on dangerous assignments quickly so they could send him on his way faster. Whether their team had real cohesion or not was irrelevant. Even if their synchronization was poor, they were sharp enough to fake it well enough to pass. For the first month, they were assigned only D-rank missions. Those jobs were menial on the surface, tracking down runaway cats, cleaning out storage cellars, pulling weeds for nobles' gardens, repainting fences, even hauling firewood for old villagers. Petty tasks, yes, but they served a purpose. They built obedience, forced a rhythm of listening to orders, and created opportunities for Okabe to observe and quietly shape them under the banner of the will of fire. If he felt generous, he might drop a lesson or two along the way, but he wasn't truly required to teach them anything beyond the standard chakra control drills like tree walking and water walking, which all 3 of them already knew well enough. And if that was how it was for them, considered geniuses and lucky enough to be paired with a Jonin, Ryusei could only imagine how miserable it was for the ordinary civilian fodder. Most of those fresh graduates were, in all likelihood, handed off to no-name Chunin as their captains. After all, Jonin didn't grow on trees. There were only about 500 officially registered in the whole village, and not nearly enough to babysit every team of children. Those scarce resources were reserved for the handful of teams branded as gifted. The same logic applied to the academy itself, where they went. The central academy he had attended, located right in the village center beside the Hokage building, was reserved for the so-called elite, mostly children from the various shinobi clans of Konoha. Civilian kids with enough talent and promise did exist, but most were still filtered out and sent to the lesser training halls scattered across the village at best. They were still judged as not qualified to stand on the same level as mostly the clan heirs in the central academy. A few exceptions slipped through, but they were rare. Those places were little more than shabby training halls, far less protected and far less prestigious. Most shinobi of civilian origin never reached the rank of Jonin. Okabe was one of the rare exceptions, part of that extremely small breed of lucky and gifted civilians who managed to climb so high. Still, without a bloodline or inherited techniques, the gap would always haunt him. He was an ordinary Jonin in strength. Ryusei's body, at full capacity, stood at a high Chunin level, though outwardly he only displayed the ability of a low Chunin. Renjiro was mid-Chunin, and Kane at the moment was low Chunin. Renjiro's lineage could barely be called a clan anymore. The Hatake had always been few, their kenjutsu style demanding a steep price for mastery. They were a special case in the village, the only clan devoted entirely to swordsmanship, and one of the oldest bloodlines of the Land of Fire, tracing their ancestral origin back to outside of what was the Land of Fire today and closer to what the Land of Iron was. Their small numbers were structural, but after joining the village, they had become easy prey for the Hokage faction to absorb, trim down, and dilute through buyouts and indoctrination. Nearly extinct now, the clan's identity had been whittled to almost nothing. Yet those rare few who mastered the Hatake kenjutsu were still renowned across the world. That Renjiro possessed notable strength and talent was no surprise. Kane, on the other hand, came from one of Konoha's 3 great clans. With the Senju gone, the Hyūga were now arguably second only to the Uchiha, and in some rights, their influence was just as strong or even stronger. Even as a side branch member, with her bloodline suppressed and her teachings limited, she was still far ahead of most ordinary shinobi. The Hyūga, mostly their side branch more precisely, were efficient at quickly filling the village's ranks with reliable Chunin, specialized Jonin, and auxiliary support. Kane herself was unusually talented for a side branch, and above all, motivated. Her strength was no surprise either. After a 1 full month of D-rank missions only, the the team advanced far more quickly than most. Whether it was due to their talent, the pressure of higher-ups, or simply the increasingly tense geopolitical climate that left Konoha critically short of manpower, they were moved straight to C-rank missions. For 2 months, they handled nothing else, and then, just yesterday, came their first B-rank assignment. They had been sent so soon for the same reasons. All 3 Genin on the team already had Chunin-level strength at minimum, and they were guided by a Jonin who could provide support and battlefield experience. The mission ranks were stretched thin for this large-scale Northwest operation. Also, don't underestimate 12-year-olds in this world of historically short lifespans, different biologies, superhuman training, ruthless specialization, and child soldiers bred and raised for war since ancient times. Ryusei also knew that other, even weaker teams were being thrown into B-rank assignments in the nearby outposts as part of the same cleanup. That was why he believed their deployment wasn't solely about targeting him. It was simply that this operation presented a perfect opportunity to eliminate him, and Root took advantage of it. During their C-rank missions, they had already faced armed opponents, bandits, and rogue fighters, and each of them had claimed their first kills. But yesterday had been different. For the first time, they went against true shinobi opponents. Although they were unofficial underworld mercenaries, they were still defectors with real training, not just any rabble. That was what made the mission a perfect test. Ryusei understood it clearly. This B-rank had been designed as both an operation and an observation. A chance for Root to see him in a real combat scenario against other shinobi, to measure his responses, and plan further strategies. Even if this first initial borrowed knife attack had failed, the mission itself had still yielded them plenty of information to use during the other windows of opportunity against him. Now that he connected everything, it made sense. He finally understood why the first real assassination came now, and under these exact conditions. Ryusei was the last remnant of the Senju hardliner faction, the ones who refused quiet assimilation for benefits or peace of mind and the brothers' clout. Hashirama's wish, Tobarama's orders, Hiruzen's persecution. One by one, they died out or were eliminated in the shadows, especially during the Second Shinobi World War. Root did most of the dirty work. None of it was public. The village at large knew nothing. He was 12 now. During the last war, he had been a small child. They could not package him with the adults when the knives went out. Now that he had graduated and entered the field, this was the clean window to remove him. Why not kill him back in the academy? They were not idiots. A child dying by sudden illness or neat little suicide draws eyes, and he had not yet been enough of a threat to justify that risk. The same logic covered the last 3 months. D and C ranks gave them almost no chance to use a borrowed knife. The enemies were not qualified. When people care about reputation, they kill with a borrowed knife first. Only when that fails do they move directly. Hiruzen ran a specialized city-state built for war, inside the strongest nation on the continent. That did not make him reckless. It made him more likely to use the systems he controlled to erase someone without leaving fingerprints or witnesses. Ryusei was not narcissistic enough to think the Hokage obsessed over him. He was probably not even 1% of Hiruzen's thoughts. More likely, a high ANBU official handled the removal plan day to day, while Danzō acted in parallel. Root existed precisely so Hiruzen never had to be seen caring about work like this. Why not have his team kill him earlier, somewhere quiet? He had an answer for that, too. It would have been stupid to ask it of them. Their loyalty had not been tested. They were not full ANBU operatives, only prospects assigned to watch him. You do not order trainees to murder a teammate, because they might refuse. And if they refuse, you have exposed yourself. Okabe was different. He was likely a regular ANBU hand. Even so, he could not act if the other two were present. His role was to lead the mission and keep the watch, not to execute the asset. Root would handle the kill with another borrowed knife, or a direct strike later, or some mixture when the board allowed it. This B rank with real shinobi opponents was the first clean chance. So they took it. As for why Root hadn't simply killed him outright back there, the answer was obvious: Root was not supposed to exist. The less their hand could be seen, the better. It was always cleaner to let him die at the enemy's hands. They probably wouldn't attack directly unless all the other options failed. That was why, during the chaos, he had been careful not to even glance at the heir that carried the genjutsu the wrong way. He went so far as to make it look like he had only killed it by accident. To acknowledge it directly would mean admitting he had noticed something unusual, that he had drawn closer to Root's existence, and to their intentions toward him. And that, more than anything, would have painted an even larger target on his back now. Chapter 11. The Hokage's tower is never just a tower. Another full day later, at first light, the gates of Konoha rose out of the morning haze. The team slowed only enough to be seen. Okabe lifted a hand, showed the mission tag, his voice flat and official. The gate Chunin took one look at the blood, the state of their clothes, and waved them straight through. A clerk stamped a slate, and a runner peeled off toward the administration wing. Priority entry. No questions. They did not drop to the streets. They cut left and went up, shoes tapping the roof tile, chakra holding on wet clay. The village center opened beneath them. Vendors were rolling up shutters. A cook beat steam out of a pot. Apprentices tugged carts along the lane. A few heads tilted up as 3 shinobi crossed the sky, then dropped again without comment. In emergencies, this was normal, and the village had learned to live under it. Ryusei stayed on Renjiro's back and watched. Old beams and paper walls sat next to concrete and glass. Prayer tags fluttered under street lamps. A wire grid ran along a district wall and disappeared behind an office block. Strange place, he thought. Ancient on the surface, a little modern underneath. He followed the path of a power line with his eyes and filed away the parts that mattered. Chakra explains a lot. Smarter brains, faster hands, more output. It also rewards war. You get bursts, then stagnation when fighting eats everything. When the knives go quiet, the curve spikes. Like in Boruto. That rise made sense. But Ryusei knew that this was the strongest hidden village in the strongest country. It would not look like this everywhere. He had seen the villages outside. The gap was real. They skimmed past the central academy. The courtyard was empty at this hour, banners hanging still. The building sat close to the Hokage's office for a reason. The core stayed near the core. A city built for war, he thought. Run by a single center, Hokage as a dictator, because it has to be. Urgency and control, or it breaks. What was a hidden village? A centralized shinobi institution with full military infrastructure. Recognized officially by its country's daimyo. Led by a kage, shadow, a military dictator with executive authority. Responsible for training ninja, conducting missions for money, defending the country, managing internal order and intelligence. It is essentially a militarized city-state embedded within a feudal nation. The culture matched. War first, discipline first, indoctrination worn like a second skin. That part did not bother him. He had seen versions of it before. What held his attention was the balance inside. Clans and civilians, both needed, both managed. He watched an unknown small clan compound wall slide by on the right, pale stone and flawless joinery. 2 guards in plain clothes stood just inside the gate. A civilian district opened on the left, thinner walls, fewer seals on the doors, a shopkeeper bowing to a passing patrol a little too deeply. This place is a strange compromise, he thought. The Hokage come from clans. They fear them, they need them, they press them down, they never cut them out. They cannot. Bloodlines matter here. Techniques matter. People are not born equal anywhere, including the supernatural worlds. Someone always has more chakra, better eyes, a stronger body. So suppression stayed at a simmer, never a boil. Assimilation, trimming, buyouts, limits on teaching, careful praise, careful threats. Eradication was never the short game. The men in charge knew that. They were clan men themselves. They understood what could and could not be taken. Renjiro's grip shifted under him. Kane kept pace to the right, silent, eyes forward. Okabe did not look back. He set the line over a spine of roofs, then dropped them onto the broad walkway that led straight to the Hokage building. They passed the memorial stone on the inner path. Someone had placed a fresh flower at the base. The air smelled like rain on dust and old paper. The tower loomed ahead. Guards stood at the entrance, not tense, not relaxed. Okabe showed the tag again and received a nod. They stepped inside. Cool air replaced the morning heat. The sound of the village fell away, and the hum of the building took over. Pens, footsteps, muted voices, the steady rhythm of a place that turned war into schedules. Okabe stopped at the corridor that split toward the Hokage's office. His voice stayed even, but there was weight behind it. Weight in one of the side rooms. Because of the mission's nature, I may have to report directly to ANBU inside this building. If the Hokage calls for you, I'll bring you over. They all nodded. The side rooms were not elaborate, just plain wooden walls, tatami mats, a low table, and a sliding door that opened onto a terrace overlooking the rooftops. They were built for waiting, not comfort, quiet enough to make you listen to your own heartbeat. Renjiro finally set Ryusei down. The Senju boy steadied himself, testing his legs. Renjiro gave him a sideways glance. Don't collapse here, of all places. If you embarrass me in front of the Hokage building, I'll beat you myself. Ryusei grinned and waved him off. Relax, if I fall, I'll just let you carry me again. You seem to enjoy it so much. Ryusei chuckled, but inwardly his thoughts turned. On most missions, Okabe just reports at the desk. This time he went straight to ANBU. That's the quickest line to the Hokage. The Hokage needs this news fast. And maybe I'm part of the reason for that. Also, I can't sense a thing in this entire building. It's like stepping into a void while being flooded with countless signals everywhere at once. They must be using some kind of suppression or masking technology. Makes sense, this is the Hokage's building, after all. They slid open the terrace door and stepped into the open room where, years later, Guy's team would gather between assignments. Ryusei leaned against the railing, eyes drifting to Kane. She was as unreadable as ever, face fixed, posture still. He cracked another small joke, light and teasing, just enough to pass for the old Ryusei. So, Kane, if the Hokage decides to promote one of us today, I'll put in a good word for you. You can thank me later. Kane's pale eyes shifted toward him, flat and cold. Don't waste your breath. If I get promoted, it won't be because you spoke. Ryusei smirked, acting as though her words bounced right off. Harsh as always. One day you'll smile when I talk to you, you'll see. Kane gave a faint huff through her nose, more irritation than amusement. She turned her gaze back toward the rooftops, cutting off the exchange. She had always disliked this about him, the current Ryusei knew. The original owner called it friendliness, even harmless banter, a way to seem more normal and fit in. What he never realized was that he overdid it. With someone like Kane, whose personality was especially averse to such things, it only made everything worse over time. He had overdone it the most during those early, tedious D-rank missions. To her, it was pestering, unwanted noise that scraped against her quiet nature. Every time he tried, her impression of him only sank deeper. However, the new Ryusei kept smiling anyway as he repeated the behavior of the previous owner a little. Some masks couldn't be dropped. Meanwhile, Okabe was being led into one of the village's deepest secrets. The place he entered wasn't known to the majority of even Konoha's jonin, let alone ordinary shinobi or civilians. It was a chamber reserved for a single figure, someone so important that most of the village didn't even realize the position existed. The commander of the entire Umbu. Most shinobi had never even heard of such a title. Only Umbu operatives were aware of it, and even then, they were forbidden from ever speaking about the existence of the role. As for the commander's true identity, that was even more tightly guarded. Only a handful of his closest subordinates knew who he really was. Even Okabe, a seasoned Umbu operative who had served for years, had never met him face to face. Until now. Led by an Umbu captain he normally reported to, Okabe's heart raced, not with fear, but with excitement. This meeting meant one thing: he had finally proven himself valuable and trustworthy enough to be brought before the man himself. They walked through twisting, hidden corridors that snaked under and around the Hokage building like a buried web, eventually arriving at a solemn chamber. Despite the daylight outside, the room was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by dim lanterns. The atmosphere was heavy, almost suffocating. The captain knelt first and announced their arrival with utmost respect. Okabe immediately dropped to his knees as well, lowering his head deeply, not daring to look up at the figure seated in the shadows ahead. Even masked, the presence in front of him was overwhelming. Only then did Okabe notice them, several other silent figures, each wearing the standard porcelain masks of the Umbu, watching from the corners of the room like living statues. Chapter 12, A Senju Survival reported to the Umbu. The captain still knelt, voice sharp and respectful. Commander. I've brought Okabe, as ordered. From the far end of the dark chamber, the figure sitting in shadow spoke, calm but heavy. So this is him. Step forward. Okabe bowed lower, pressing his knees into the floor. Commander. Okabe Tatsuya reporting as instructed. The masked figure's tone carried no warmth. You understand what it means to stand here? Yes, Commander, Okabe replied quickly. It means I am trusted enough to report directly to you. A faint hum, almost approval. Good. Then show that trust was not misplaced. Speak. Okabe drew a breath, keeping his head low. The mission against the foreign cell was carried out. The depot is destroyed. Their intelligence cache is gone. However, the commander's voice cut through again, sharper than a blade. Spare me of it, Okabe. I already know that. What I want to hear about is the Senju boy. Okabe's head stayed bowed. He survived, and he destroyed the cache himself. Okabe actually hadn't been told outright that the boy would be finally directly targeted by someone specifically during this mission. His Umbu captain had only ordered him to watch the Senju more closely than ever, warning that the smallest detail missed would bring punishment. From that alone, Okabe pieced together his own conclusion that something was bound to happen on this mission. So he quickly adapted to this question just now. That same Umbu captain standing here was also the one who had separate contact with Renjiro and Kane, pulling them into the game as well. He also happened to be the second most important figure in the Umbu, just beneath the commander himself. The only reason Okabe knew more about this particular captain, even about his fighting style and techniques, was because the man, or better said, probably a teen back then, had once been his direct superior. They had worked side by side for years, carrying out many missions together back when the captain was still active in the field. At that time, he had been a teenage prodigy within the Umbu, already far beyond his peers in skill and discipline. Okabe had watched him rise in fighting power with startling speed, climbing the hierarchy until he secured his current position as the commander's closest shield. Now permanently stationed within the village, he no longer led missions outside. Okabe, in turn, had been reassigned under other captains whenever he left for operations. For reasons never spoken aloud, he was also the one the commander trusted most, which probably wasn't only about his strength. Technically, all captains shared the same rank, but this one carried a higher weight than the rest of them. Unlike his peers, he almost never set foot outside the Hokage building right now, not to mention the village. His sole duty was to guard the commander, the Hokage, and the heart of the village itself. Anyways, regarding Renjiro and Kane, Okabe understood why. They weren't just recruits, they were meant to check each other, restrain each other, and make betrayal impossible. That was why two fresh, fitting, talented, and potentially interested academy graduates had already been marked and approached for training under Umbu once the higher-ups and they reached a consensus on this monitoring mission and their futures within Umbu as regular members thereafter. But only Okabe was told more. Only he was trusted with the boy's true origin and backstory. He needed that knowledge because his role was heavier, he had to watch the Senju more closely than anyone else. If there were surviving subordinates, hidden contacts, or any dangerous stirrings of the old bloodline, Okabe would be the one to notice. He had to know what he was looking at to monitor, and, if it came to it, control the boy. Okabe inhaled, steady but cautious, continuing. I didn't see his clash inside the depot myself. I drew out and was tied down in a battle with nearly all of the infiltrators, at the same time, to allow him to strike the depot from the back. But when he separated from us to strike the outpost, something clearly happened there. The commander's tone cut across like a blade. Something? Be precise, Okabe. Okabe inhaled slowly. When he was supposed to destroy the intel, he disappeared from the battle zone for a short time. According to Kane Hyūga, he ran into her mid-combat. She said his chakra pathway system was largely unstable then, his movements clumsy and untrained, his chakra near his brain was especially swirling, like he'd been hit by a powerful genjutsu, which he also admitted. He even told her he needed to recover and meditate to survive before going back to finish his mission. She relayed all of this to me after she separated from him again and baited away the enemies toward me to help him meditate. From the side, the captain gave a quiet scoff. Meditate? In the middle of an enemy outpost? That's strange. Okabe continued carefully. That's what she thought, too. She used her Byakugan to skin him. She told me later that, at that time, his chakra flow and brain activity were erratic, but by the time we regrouped, she signaled to me that those things had fully calmed. She also signaled to me that the only oddity she noticed remaining was around his soul, chakra gathered strangely near the brain, and that even she couldn't explain it any more than. The commander leaned forward, his voice low and cold. So his body balanced out quickly. That doesn't happen by accident. Yes, sir, Okabe said. And there's more. We all witnessed something else. For the first time, he revealed a unique ability. He froze his wounds in place. The captain interjected, almost amused. Froze? Explain. Okabe nodded. I don't mean with ice. He stopped the bleeding, sealed torn flesh, but not by closing the wounds completely. It was as if he suspended them in time. The injuries didn't worsen until later when he let the effect drop. It looked like some advanced form of yang release, delaying damage until he had room to act. I've never seen another genin do it. A pause filled the room, the commander's silent stretching. Then his voice cut back in. And that's how he managed to finish the mission. Yes, Okabe admitted. It's the only reason he could burn the cache before collapsing. Without it, the boy would be dead. The captain chuckled faintly. Convenient trick. Half corpse, half soldier. The commander ignored him. His current state. Okabe hesitated. Severely injured. Even with that technique, his body took heavy damage. He won't recover quickly. The commander pressed further. And his level. Can you gauge it? Okabe shook his head. That's the problem. Before this mission, years of surveillance, and the last 3 months under Kane's direct observation placed him around Hyūga. Strong reserves, decent combat polish, especially for his age. But what we saw this time is harder to measure. When Kane met him, he looked weak, almost helpless. When he came back to us later, he seemed stronger again, but not the same as before. We can't tell how far he dropped, or how much he recovered. His strength slipped in and out like he wasn't one consistent person. The captain finished flatly, arms crossed. Okabe bowed his head deeper. Yes. That's what it felt like. The commander's voice came slow, deliberate, final. Then continue watching. Every rise, every fall, every fluctuation. His bloodline is Senju. That alone makes him dangerous. Okabe's fists clenched on the floor. Understood. The captain leaned closer to the commander, but spoke loud enough for Okabe to hear. His tone was mocking, but with an edge of warning. Sounds to me like our boy's either broken, or something new. Either way, keeping him alive for now is smarter than killing him outright. Dead men can't be studied. The commander finally shifted back in his chair. His masked face was unreadable, but the weight in his words made Okabe's spine lock rigid. For now. You are excused, Okabe. Wait in the guest room with your team. Someone will call you. Okabe bowed low, forehead nearly touching the floor. He rose slowly, retreating with careful steps, never daring to lift his eyes until he had crossed the doorway. Only once the heavy silence of the chamber was behind him did he let out the faintest breath. His chest was tight, but it wasn't fear that gripped him, it was exhilaration. To stand even briefly before the commander meant his value had risen higher than ever before. Meanwhile, the two of them were now the only ones left in the room. Hizamaki, so far, your recommendation has worked without issue. But understand this, if mistakes are made in the future regarding this matter, regarding this variable, my father will make me pay for it even though he is usually quite forgiving. And if that happens, I won't hesitate to drag you down with me. Friendship won't save you then. Both men rose at the same time, the commander from his chair and the captain from his knees. Despite their postures easing, both still wore their masks. They stood not as superior and subordinate, but as long-time allies bound by something more complicated. Don't worry, Shinsuke, Hizamaki answered calmly. I know that this boy is the highest priority remnant for the Senju revivalist stabilization measures plan launched many decades ago by the Lord. Okabe is ambitious, scheming, and understands the ceiling imposed by his civilian pedigree. He knows that if he wants to rise further in this village, both as a shinobi and as a man, he knows the only path forward is to attach himself to you. Betrayal isn't in the cards. His intelligence is solid for this, his loyalty even better. The only weakness is that his strength is still lacking. But that won't matter when the time comes for the heavier task regarding the boy. Others will carry that weight. His role is not to be the blade, but to ensure the blade can strike more precisely. Shinsuke tilted his head slightly. But what are his demands if the matter is accomplished? I promised him one A-rank technique tailored for his skills, Hizamaki replied without pause. And a promise that he'll eventually return to my side permanently, stationed here to serve you directly. That's enough to bind him. Ambition will do the rest. Chapter 13, the Hokage's smile cuts deep. All right, Hizamaki, it's time I report this to my father and discuss the plans regarding him. Also, knowing him, he'll probably want to meet the boy in person, haha. To him, it's like watching his prey from up close. Shinsuke smirked behind his mask. No one knew Hiruzen Sarutobi's true nature better than he did. As the eldest son, that sharpness and that cruelty had long since rubbed off on him. Then pass my regards to my cousin Shikaku, Izamaki said with a faint smirk of his own. The men didn't even bother to stop by after his promotion. Shinsuke chuckled. He's busier than the two of us combined. He was just appointed as my father's chief secretary a few days ago, replacing your uncle. He hasn't had a moment to breathe, let alone come to visit. Busy, sure. But I'm not exactly idle either, Izamaki shot back. Since childhood, I was ordered to train day after day, thrown into missions where death was always a step behind. Meanwhile, he sat under the shade, buried in scrolls, playing the strategist while acting like carrying papers was some untold hardship. And yet, Shinsuke said, his voice warmer now, that's why your strength eventually surpassed his, despite you being 5 years younger. Everything has its trade-offs. He inherited his father's brains, you inherited your late father's talent for the field. History repeats itself. In the end, both of you are pillars my father and I will need to rely on. He patted Izamaki lightly on the shoulder, almost brotherly. Despite being the same age as Shikaku, Shinsuke had always spent more time with Izamaki in recent years. All three had grown up together, after all. And anyone who knew the truth understood that among the three great clans, it was the Nara who had always been closest to the Sarutobi clan and Hiruzen. So close, in fact, that Hiruzen had exempted them from Root's grasp, something no other small or mid-sized clan could boast. See you later, Shinsuke said as he turned for the door. I'm going to meet the old men. Some time after Okabe's report, all four of them were summoned by an administrative shinobi to the Hokage's office. Walking through the familiar hallways, Ryusei felt a strange sense of déjà vu. These were the same corridors he'd seen countless times in the manga and anime of his past life, but now they were solid, real, oppressive. He almost wanted to laugh at how surreal it felt, but he kept his expression flat. Here, even a stray twitch might be noticed. At the door, the expressionless shinobi guards checked them in, then stepped aside. The four entered. The office itself was just as he remembered, and at its center sat the man himself. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Ryusei's stomach twisted with the strangeness of it. In this timeline, the Hokage was in his mid-50s, around 15 years younger than the version Ryusei had first met through a screen more or less in his past life. The difference showed. He wasn't a frail old man yet, though the lines of age were creeping across his face. His body was clearly a decade past its peak, but his reputation was built less on brute force and more on the sheer depth of jutsu knowledge and experience that let him overwhelm anyone who stood across from him. Ryusei didn't dare sweep his sensory ability directly over him. Even trying it would be a death wish. Still, based on everything he knew and the aura the man gave off even at rest, he guessed Hiruzen's current strength was still somewhere in the middle to late Kage tier. His true peak had already passed, about a decade earlier. Back then, he had likely stood at the very height of Kage level power, what Ryusei dubbed mentally as the peak Kage level. In this world, most, but not all, shinobi reached and maintained their prime level somewhere between the ages of 35 and 45, the golden years, before the slow decline inevitably set in. Ryusei's opinion of the man in front of him was simple. He wasn't one of those blind admirers who bought into the softer persona, nor one of the haters who painted him as some cartoon villain. To Ryusei, it was obvious. Anyone who climbed this high had to be amoral on the inside, ruthless when needed, while keeping up the mask of righteous benevolence on the outside. That was the very foundation of every successful leader in every field of his past life. So those two opposing views he had seen from fans before weren't contradictory at all. They were both true at the same time. As for the judgment that he was too weak as a person, Ryusei didn't buy into that either. Who wasn't weaker after their prime? The man was nearly 70 when he first appeared in the original series. Age alone guaranteed a decline, physically and mentally. Mistakes piled up when ambition faded, and indulgence in long-held power dulled the edge needed to stay on top of the game. Danzō, by contrast, had always been the underdog in their rivalry, hungry and relentless, never letting go of that drive. That imbalance explained a lot. Still, at least now Danzō couldn't just walk all over him as he possibly could in the future. Hiruzen was the one who had given him his power in the first place, to handle the dirty work, to serve as a scapegoat, to carry half the burden. Only when Hiruzen grew too old and too discredited, carrying the blame of not just one but 2 world wars, did Danzō finally gain the room to move so brazenly. Root had thrived in the chaos while Hiruzen weakened. And as for Orochimaru, Ryusei never believed them and spared him purely out of lingering feelings. That was childish nonsense. On the highest stage of power, sentiment was irrelevant. The real issue was leverage. Orochimaru knew too much. Decades of secrets, ugly truths, all of it. If Hiruzen truly tried to kill him, and Orochimaru had even one backhand prepared, the fallout could shatter his rule in an instant. It simply wasn't worth the risk. Ryusei thought all of that inwardly, but his face betrayed nothing. The moment they stepped in, the procedure took over. He dropped to one knee before the Hokage's desk, head lowered, voice steady. Team Okabe, reporting in, Hokage-sama. Okabe spoke first, kneeling with practiced precision. Kane and Renjiro mirrored him perfectly, and Ryusei followed without a single hesitation or mistake. Every movement was exact, without the slightest deviation. The room itself carried weight. Scrolls lined the walls, maps of Fire Country pinned to wooden boards. The large desk was cluttered yet orderly, papers stacked in neat piles, mission reports sealed with wax, an incense burner trailing a thin line of smoke. Behind it sat Hiruzen Sarutobi, his hat of office resting on the table beside him, leaving only the band of the Konoha crest across his brow. He looked up slowly, dark eyes calm but unreadable, hands folded loosely in front of him. At ease, he said, voice mild, yet carrying the tone of a man used to being obeyed. Okabe rose first, bowing slightly before giving his short, formal summary of the mission. Kane and Renjiro added their confirmations when prompted. Ryusei kept his part clipped and flawless, no nervous stumbles, no unnecessary words. The Hokage nodded once, gaze passing over each of them in turn. His expression never shifted, not even when his eyes settled on Ryusei. If there was any weight or suspicion in that look, it was hidden under years of trained composure. Okabe finished his report. Silence hung in the Hokage's office, broken only by the faint crackle of the incense stick on the desk. Hiruzen tapped his brush against the rim of an inkstone, then set it aside and folded his hands. You've done well, he said at last. Take this report to the mission desk and collect your pay immediately. His tone was mild, but Okabe's eyes flickered in surprise. That was not standard protocol, payment usually came after further verification. Still, none of them questioned it aloud. Then Hiruzen's gaze settled on Ryusei. For a moment, it was unreadable, too calm, too heavy. He leaned back slightly in his chair. I must apologize to you in particular. Faulty intelligence nearly cost you your life. For that, your compensation will be doubled. You may also take a month completely off duty together with your team if you choose. Ryusei bowed low, voice even. Thank you, Hokage-sama. Your generosity will not be forgotten. I will use the time well. The Hokage nodded, but his eyes lingered. Still, you should spend that time in the hospital. Recovery is best left in capable hands. That was the opening Ryusei had prepared for. He raised his head slightly, his expression composed but his words firm. With respect, Hokage-sama, the technique I use to suppress my injuries temporarily complicates treatment for others. It is far safer if I handle it myself. My late mother was one of Konoha's senior medical nin and served in the hospital for decades. She passed much of her knowledge to me. I assure you, I am fit to treat myself properly. For a moment, the Hokage only watched him, pipe smoke curling in the air between them. Then he exhaled softly, almost as if weighed by memory. Yes. I remember her. A diligent kunoichi. She served this village well. He sighed, as if there was a faint sadness in his eyes, before his voice visibly warmed. It seems she left behind more than her skill. Take care of yourself, Ryusei. Konoha still needs you. Ryusei bowed once more, deep and measured. I will not fail, Hokage-sama. Good. Hiruzen set the signed mission scroll aside. You're dismissed. Hiruzen was not particularly shocked by Iwagakuru's actions this time. What unsettled him was what they represented, the steady slide toward another shinobi world war. For Konoha, that would be disastrous. Not only had the village lost several top fighters in their roster, with or without his direct fault, since the last war, but this time it would almost certainly be the main target. The other 4 great villages might still fight among themselves, yet they would unite just enough to strike at Konoha, whose influence and gains since the Second War had made it the natural enemy. The mission Ryusei's team had completed was, in truth, nothing more than pre-war intelligence work, deniable moves in a conflict not yet declared. Konoha was doing the exact same thing to Iwa and the other great villages, each side playing a hidden game of chess. Root existed for precisely this sort of work. Still, Root was a young organization, one that leaned heavily on ANBU and other shinobi for support. Its advantage, however, lay in its operatives being shaped into tools, unresting, uncomplaining, capable of staying stationed along borderlands for months or even years. ANBU, by contrast, were drawn from ordinary jonin and high-end chunin. They had families in the village, ties that pulled them home. Thus, when it came to operating inside foreign territory or maintaining pressure in hostile zones, it was Root and ANBU who handled the burden. Regular shinobi were only thrown into such assignments during emergencies or when sheer numbers were required on home ground, like now. And as for this Senju youngster, Hiruzen felt there was no need to change the tempo. They had failed to eliminate him this time, yes, but that was never expected with certainty. It was more so a chance for an initial test. There would always be another chance. In this matter, I am the cat, he mused coldly, watching the boy leave his office. And he is only a trapped mouse. No need to rush. Sooner or later, the mouse is caught. Based on what his eldest son had just reported, the boy had shaken off that genjutsu faster than anticipated, surviving where he should have fallen. Yet at the same time, the lingering side effects seemed worse than expected. Shinsuke had been working with Danzō directly on the operation, so his information was reliable. Hiruzen concluded that the boy's soul might simply be stronger than average, but also flawed in ways that left hidden cracks. That only made things easier. There was no need to push. Root and ANBU were already stretched thin with pre-war maneuvers against the other great villages, while also keeping Fire Country's rear secure from infiltration. The boy could wait. When the time was right, with the least effort and risk, they would strike again. And if all that failed, which wasn't very likely, well, the Third War was on the horizon. Wars devour the unwanted all on their own, he thought, a flicker of satisfaction in his chest. That's how his father died, along with hundreds of those foolish Senju revivalists. Not much effort required, no loose ends left. One of the finest strokes of my career. In war, the opportunities to send someone to their death multiplied 100-fold. Missions, ambushes, accidents, there would be no shortage of ways. And if needed, direct assassinations could be hidden more easily, too, buried under the chaos of larger battles. Additionally, ANBU and Root would recede into the backdrop then, while the official army bore the burden, so more fitting free hands to do the job. These thoughts passed through Hiruzen's mind with the easy confidence of a man in control. He leaned back slightly, feeling powerful, as the boy's footsteps faded from the hall outside. In Hiruzen's mind, there was simply no universe where this child could ever grow enough to matter. The gap between their positions was astronomical, unbridgeable even if the Sage of Six Paths himself chose to walk again in mortal flesh. At most, the boy was a nuisance, never a true variable. The next B-rank mission, yes, I already know where you'll be sent, Hiruzen thought, the corner of his mouth twitching. Good luck surviving that one. Some time ago, the four of them saluted in perfect unison, then turned and departed, the guards outside opening the doors without a word. As they stepped out of the office and went down to receive their pay and officially add this B-rank mission to their shinobi resumes, Ryusei's expression hadn't changed in the slightest. The same polite calmness remained, as if he had simply walked in and out on routine. Inwardly, though, he wasn't surprised at all that the Hokage had bothered with low-ranking fodder like them just now. In the original series, it had been shown more than once that Hiruzen enjoyed doing things like this, whether to build his image or out of some strange personal habit. Normally, all of this was handled in the massive mission desk hall downstairs, where shinobi reported in and received their assignments. Yet the protocol could be bent if the Hokage himself decided to take over the desk's role for a case he considered important and do the formalities. The same applied when mission ranks were assessed and fitting shinobi were paired to their rank to complete them. The day-to-day decisions were handled by staff down there, but the truly important ones always passed through the Hokage's own office, through the hand of his chief secretary. Now that he had spoken publicly, Ryusei wasn't worried about Hiruzen breaking his word. A full month free of missions and danger was as good as guaranteed. Yet inwardly, he felt no joy. As I expected, 1 month is exactly what I'll need to mend these injuries, finish fusing the remnants of the original Ryusei's soul, and get used to this body completely. But that only puts me back at the starting line. High Chunin level, just what the original had. Not an inch ahead. And then what? Another dangerous mission, thrown in with the same stats. Damn it, these vultures really are determined to kill me the first chance they get. To hell with this so-called will of fire. Chapter 14, The House with Nothing Holds Everything. But, even if I'm sent out again after just a month, it would be strange for them to assign 2 B-rank missions back-to-back to a Genin team. Most likely, it'll be a few C ranks first. That's my real window of opportunity, much harder for them to kill me with a borrowed knife on missions like those, Ryusei thought again. He soon parted with his teammates in the usual perfunctory way before heading home alone. His parents had once bought a house in the civilian district, far from the center of the village, to keep their identity out of the spotlight. So he walked the quieter streets, taking in the sight of Konoha with a strange sense of wonder. Not because it was impressive like the sprawling cities and towers of his past life, and not because of any so-called will of fire floating in the air, but simply because he was walking through the real version of what used to be a fantasy on a screen. Moving through the neighborhood, he followed the original owner's habits, offering polite smiles and greetings to the elderly. They greeted him back warmly, asking about his mission or trading small talk. Normally, he would help them carry baskets or fix something around the street, but this time his injuries were too severe to even pretend. He excused himself softly, keeping up the image of the good boy Ryusei had always been. Before long, he reached his modest home, plain walls, a narrow wooden gate, and a small garden patch that looked better cared for than the house itself. He slipped inside, the interior just as he remembered it from the fragments of the original owner's memories. He changed clothes and washed up as best he could. It took effort, his right arm hung limp, and his left palm was badly cut, but after a few minutes of awkward maneuvering, he managed. Finally, he collapsed onto his bed, letting his body sink into the thin mattress. For the first time since the mission began, he allowed himself to exhale deeply and lower his guard, even if just a little. Then, after carefully tending to his wounds with chakra again, but this time deeper, which required more peace and precision than he was carried toward the village, cleaning and then wrapping them in bandages carefully, he swallowed several of the medical pills his mother had left behind. Only then did he allow himself to rest. His body sank into the sheets, exhaustion pulling him under. When he finally opened his eyes again, the room was bright. Glancing at the clock, he realized with a start that he hadn't just napped, he had slept an entire day. It was already the next morning. The original Ryusei hadn't kept a diary, not even loose notes, for obvious reasons. Every written record his parents left behind was sealed inside a single, rare master scroll. It was compact, but expensive, crafted with layered sealing arrays that could only be undone with his blood and chakra signature. The scroll was always carried on missions, hidden in a slot stitched deep inside his flak jacket lining, reinforced with chakra-resistant thread. To the untrained eye, it looked like an ordinary seam. That was why his home held nothing unusual, nothing worth searching. The real treasure was always on his person. Unsealing it now, Ryusei found the scroll's inner compartments unfolding like drawers of pure chakra space, each section preserving books, notes, and medical records as if untouched by time. The contents were worth far more than paper, they were survival itself. He studied them carefully, comparing official shinobi training manuals with his bird's-eye knowledge from a past life, filling the various gaps and misunderstandings, or omissions of both knowledge streams, and slowly integrating them into one cohesive, superior worldview. All of it would take roughly a month to go through, and that was with Ryusei only focusing on the essentials. Anything outside of combat training-related information, jutsu scrolls and more general shinobi-related books, like the stack of non-shinobi-related academic-like scholarly texts, he didn't even bother opening. Coming from modern Earth, he figured he was already far ahead of most people in this world when it came to such knowledge. The compulsory education he'd received there gave him more than enough confidence on that front to blow everyone out of the water here. As night fell, he once again treated his injuries with chakra, bandages, and the leftover supplies his mother had entrusted him with. Then he let sleep take him. By the time he opened his eyes, morning light was spilling across the floorboards again. He repeated the same routine day after day, only stepping out once in a while for a quick trip to the convenience store. Another week slipped by like that. From how things stood with his team, Ryusei figured he wouldn't see them again until the date agreed upon 3 weeks from now, when they'd gather at the mission desk under the Hokage's orders to be assigned their next mission or, if luck allowed, given a choice about the exact mission this time. In Konoha, the law was simple: if you were a registered shinobi, you couldn't reject a mission once it was assigned. Every shinobi, depending on their rank, all received a set of fixed benefits separate from mission pay. Healthcare, disability coverage, pensions, even perks for their children like free access to the academy or some orphan subsidies, those were guaranteed. In theory, they applied even if a shinobi went without missions for a long stretch, though that almost never happened. Konoha was the strongest village in the world, situated in the wealthiest country. There were always assignments to go around. And those very benefits were another reason refusal wasn't tolerated. You took the missions, or you lost the right to be a shinobi. Disobedience was the one crime the system never forgave. Still, the higher-ups weren't blind. If they pushed too hard with non-stop missions far above someone's level, they risked breaking their soldiers and sparking rebellion. That was why the mission desk carefully tracked every shinobi's workload and skill level. On paper, once the mission was handed down, you had no right to refuse, but in practice, the stronger you were, the more leverage you had. A Genin or Chunin had no room to negotiate. They were expected to build loyalty and discipline through constant assignments. But a Jonin was another matter. There were barely 500 of them in the entire village, and each one was worth more than gold. The Jonin Council, although mostly of ceremonial roles and power, especially in recent times, had been created mostly to appease their status, since even the Hokage couldn't afford to alienate them. A powerful shinobi could sometimes push back against the mission desk, even force a reassignment. Today marked the day Ryusei finally finished going through his father's and mother's personal notes. The academic materials would take longer. He was barely a third of the way in, but the personal writings were different. Closing them at last gave him something far more valuable, a more complete picture of this body's background and the circumstances he now stood in. It was now beyond doubt for Ryusei that there could never be reconciliation or coexistence between himself and the so-called Hokage's faction, unless it was balanced solely on strength. Joining them or making concessions was impossible. At best, he would be stabbed in the back. The notes made it clear. His father had been one of the leaders of the Senju revivalist movement, a faction that openly resisted Tobarama's policy of dissolving clan power into the village. After Tobarama's death, these hardline Senju saw Hiruzen as a weaker Hokage and began gathering again, speaking out, building connections, quietly plotting a political comeback. For Hiruzen and Danzō, this was intolerable. They moved to secretly eliminate the group relatively easily during the Second Shinobi War. Ryusei now suspected the timing of Root's creation was no coincidence. It had been built specifically to deal with this problem. With his father as one of the leaders, Ryusei himself would be seen as doubly dangerous, not only of a talented lineage, but also someone who might uncover the truth of his father's death. As a child or academy student, he posed no threat. But once he graduated, when accidents and assassinations could be pinned on enemies or missions, he became fair game. Chapter 15: The Clan That Chose to Disappear. The most valuable thing the notes gave Ryusei wasn't a new secret Senju technique. It was a history, in detail, that no one in his past life story had ever bothered to tell. They explained why the Senju had vanished without a trace overnight, and why his existence could never be reconciled with the Hokage's faction, no matter what. After Hashirama, Tobirama inherited both the village and the clan. To realize his and his late brother's vision of a centralized Konoha, where the village, not the clans, controlled the purse, the walls, and the sword, Tobirama chose to mothball his own house first. With the weight of Hashirama's near-mythic reputation behind him, and his own iron credibility and prestige, Tobirama had enough backing among the elders, never unanimous, but decisive, and almost absolute support among the ordinary clansmen, perhaps 80 or 90%. That allowed him to do what no other clan head could in any universe: shutter the Senju compound, close the treasury, dissolve the guard, and fold everyone into the village census. Casually erasing nearly 1,000 years of history. Soft measures did most of the work. Keep the surname if you want, but clan privileges were gone. Promotions came faster for those who put village before clan. Housing grants in civilian districts. A standardized academy curriculum for the new generations. Fewer clan-only techniques, more village-first doctrine. Indoctrinate the youth, pull them away from tradition. Marriage barriers fell. People could marry freely now, raising the civilian talent floor and diluting Senju blood into the wider pool. Dowries flowed in reverse. Licensing rules clipped private scrolls. No more clan patrols. No private militias. Archives secured by the village for safekeeping. Even if other clans might have been in the best position to snap up Senju bloodlines through marriage, offering heavy dowries and dragging Tobarama's vision of a unified, balanced village right back into the old clan struggle, things played out differently. The two great clans left at the time were Uchiha and Hyūga, but neither moved in. The Uchiha were too proud, weighed down by history with the Senju. The Hyūga, too cautious, unwilling to offend Tobirama directly. So the openings fell to smaller and mid-sized clans. The smaller ones got stronger in the short term, though most of them were later absorbed outright by the village during Hiruzen's era, a process Tobirama might have foreseen. The mid-sized clans gained the most, cementing themselves as the Hokage faction's natural allies in politics, medium clans and Hokage against the giants like suppressed Uchiha and the cowardly Hyūga, and the leftovers of the smaller ones. Civilians also entered the mix. Many wealthy families, without bloodline prestige but rich in coin and status, offered appealing matches. And not every marriage was about money. Freed Senju members were still people, and for many, looks, temperament, and compatibility outweighed pure clan politics. Most members accepted Tobirama's decision right away. Not out of fear alone, but because the village gave them something back: promotions, steady stipends, and marriages beyond the old walls. They didn't lose anything obvious, their bloodline talents still remained. But without elders arranging spouses, people chased their own tastes, looks, temperament, prospects. From a far bigger pool, better matches were made, and Senju blood quietly spread across the village. There were hard measures too, just quieter. Surveillance lists. Restricted access to certain sealed rooms. Audit teams that always arrived when the elders gathered too often. Tobirama endured the grumbling because optics and blood ties still mattered. And because he could. While he lived, dissent stayed as words. The 10 or 20% who disagreed did so in silence. They kept scroll copies. Coded sayings. Gatherings disguised as family meals that were really headcounts. But as long as Tobirama lived, his prestige smothered their resistance. When Tobirama died in the First War and Hiruzen took the hat, the balance shifted. The hardline elders, Ryusei's grandfather and father among them, saw their window. They reconnected, spoke louder, and tested politics. They didn't openly threaten the Hokage, but they threatened unity by trying to resurrect an independent Senju will. For Hiruzen and Danzō, that was enough. Danzō's root was born as the black glove, the hidden knife, and the scapegoat. Erasing a lineage takes time, you can't kill it in one night. And who would suspect the late Hokage's own students of dismantling the clan with their own hands? But war is the perfect solvent. During the Second Shinobi War, key revivalists began to vanish. Borrowed knives. Missions that turned suicidal. Ambushes with no survivors. It was root style, sanctioned from above and swallowed by the fog. By the war's end, the revivalist spine snapped. Some deaths were symbolic, not strategic. Nawaki stood out most in the notes. He wasn't an organizer or a schemer, just a banner, Hashirama's blood, loudly dreaming of Hokage. If you wanted to kill the idea of a Senju return, you cut down the symbol cleanly, with deniability. And Nawaki truly could have become Hokage. His bloodline prestige, his raw talent, it was all there. Hiruzen still expected to rule for decades and wouldn't risk a brat stealing his power. Danzō shared the sentiment, perhaps even more fiercely. He hated idealists like Nawaki. Tsunade was different. Too close to Hiruzen, uninterested in the hat, already part of the post-Senju structure. Killing her would cost more than it paid. Decades later, the policy did exactly what it was meant to do. The Senju name wasn't outlawed, just made inconvenient. Almost no one carried it openly anymore. Tsunade was the rare exception. The rest had dispersed, their blood folded into civilian stock. The talent pool rose. New shinobi appeared, civilians with suspiciously strong chakra and instincts. Ryusei even suspected that cases like Minato might trace back to quiet Senju lines. He couldn't prove it, but the pattern fit. So there's no coexistence, Ryusei thought. Not with them. Not on terms they dictate. The only language they respect is force. Or at least me being a variable too costly to try and remove without shaking the table. The notes confirmed one last thing. Tobirama's ruthlessness had always pointed home first. He broke his own clan to prove a doctrine. Hiruzen and Danzō only finished the work he couldn't. The will of fire burned hottest against its own wood. Ryusei never considered reaching out to the few Senju remnants still in Konoha. It was far too late. Back in Tobirama's time, thousands had already severed ties and folded into the village. Generations later, most descendants had no memory of their clan, many not even knowing their own bloodline by design. Before the Second War, when hundreds of semi-organized revivalists still held contact, he might have led them with his mind and talents. But that window had long closed. What remained were scattered nobodies, too weak to matter then, too broken to matter now. Most had abandoned revival, clinging only to the hope that Konoha had forgotten them. But Konoha hadn't. They were simply saving them for the next war, when chaos would erase them by association. To Ryusei, seeking them out would only add weight. They weren't allies anymore, only liabilities. As for why any Senju revivalists remained after Tobirama's barrage of decrees, the answer was simple. Who lost the most when the clan disbanded? Not the ordinary members. They still had their bloodlines, their skills, and could live freely in Konoha's ranks. For them, the change meant liberation, no more elders arranging marriages, seizing clan wealth, or binding them to rituals. Backed by Tobirama and Hashirama's prestige, the most welcomed of such genius progressive, forward-looking ideas. They could now decide their own futures, and in the village, they were the nobles with coveted bloodlines, whereas previously in the clan, they were suppressed by the more prestigious Senju lineages or those elders. The ones who resisted were precisely those elders and prestigious lineages. Men who had strutted around as lords of the strongest clan in the world, living off authority and tradition. They were used to controlling marriages, finances, and the fate of every member under them. Disbandment meant the collapse of their power. And though the Senju never had a strict branch system like the Hyūga, they still carried the same fundamental truth Ryusei saw in all human society: structural inequality. Stronger bloodlines dominated, and those lineages filled the elder seats. That Tobirama convinced most of them to vote away their own privilege was already a miracle, proof of the brothers' overwhelming charisma. But not all yielded. A faction remained, led by Ryusei's grandfather, the last great elder, Masamune Senju, whose lineage was the most powerful outside Hashirama and Tobirama's traditional patriarch lineage and often the only one with enough power to contradict them. He and a handful of unwilling elders, gathered by him, refused to let the clan's prestige die. At best, they held on to 10 or 20% of the clan, mostly relatives of those lineages and a few proud, traditional youths. But they were swimming against the current. The younger generations were drawn into the academy, cut off from revivalist ideals, while Tobirama and later Hiruzen steadily squeezed the faction through every method available. By the time of the Second War, only hundreds remained. They were purged in the chaos, just as Nawaki was. Now, only a few dozen bums survived in silence, broken men already as good as dead. That left Ryusei as the last true Senju, not merely by blood but by heritage. He alone carried the revivalist legacy that sought to preserve the clan's name. Tsunade still bore the Senju surname, unlike him, but in truth, she had long since abandoned its true meaning and identity. In the real sense, Ryusei thought that he was the only Senju left, even if he didn't want it. Chapter 16, The Calm Before the Next Storm. In the next 3 weeks, Ryusei kept to the same routine. The days blurred until the appointed date for the mission arrived. That morning, he pulled on his favorite combat uniform, checked every pouch of kunai and tags, then slipped the master scroll back into its hidden seam. His reflection in the small, cracked mirror was sharper than before. His complexion no longer carried that pale, sickly shade from injuries and overusing yang palm. His posture was straight, his step steady, no limp or hidden weakness left. When he stepped outside, the early sun painted the narrow street in warm tones. A few neighbors were already sweeping dust from their porches. One granny leaned on her broom and gave him a squinting smile. Off to another mission, finally, Ryusei-kun, she asked. Yes, Granny Hisa. I'll be careful, he replied, bowing slightly as the original Ryusei always did. Another elderly man watering his doorstep nodded to him. Ryusei returned the gesture with polite calm, the kind of small courtesies that kept suspicions low. He had learned well how the old Ryusei had lived here, and how to maintain the same surface. He moved on toward the mission desk inside the Hokage building, the most important administrative building and the great looming structure at the center of the village. His team would already be gathering there. As he walked, he couldn't help but think about how much, yet how little, had changed in only a month. A month after he had initially taken over this body, he officially transmigrated into this world with a living vessel. The wounds and internal damage from the last B-rank mission were gone now. Yang Palm's reckless overuse had scarred him for weeks, but steady recovery and his natural vitality had erased it all. More importantly, in that time, he had gradually, completely absorbed the remnants of the original Ryusei's soul. Every skill, every memory, every habit, all integrated without losing his own personality and reasoning. Yet was it perfect? Not entirely. Some of the original owner's strongest emotions had bled into him, lingering like faint stains in his soul. The burning grudge against the third Hokage and his faction for murdering his parents. The deep yearning to restore the Senju name. These impulses now sat at the base of Ryusei's own priorities, beneath only survival and power. He could not separate himself from them anymore, nor did he try. For the first time, he felt no dissonance with his body. No sense of being a foreign intruder or a guest. It was wholly his now, and he was wholly part of this world. The villagers he passed weren't background characters. They were people, with their own small lives intersecting his. The fusion had given him something close to an awakening, an acceptance that he was not two souls forced together anymore, but one entity, integrated and stable. And with that came mastery. His control over this body was now complete. Every technique, every movement that the original Ryusei had once struggled to refine was now at his fingertips. He had tested it thoroughly over the past weeks. His strength was back. His high Chunin level power was fully restored. He had also perfectly integrated the two knowledge streams he carried, one from his past life, where this place had only been a fantasy world on paper, and the other from this world itself, the first-hand records and truths he had studied these past weeks. Fantasy and reality would always be different. Reality would always be more complete, more complicated, full of holes and contradictions. But back on Earth, when all this had been fiction, it had been endlessly written about, argued over, and dissected by countless neutral observers. That outside perspective had its own value. So Ryusei used both. From Earth, he drew vague connections, identified recurring patterns, and borrowed the broad outlines of what mattered most. From this world's archives, he filled in details, corrected errors, and checked which gaps were real and which were manipulated. Piece by piece, he felt he was assembling something closer to the truth than either perspective could give him alone. Looking back, many of the ideas he had in those first days, about how to grow stronger, what to chase, what shortcuts to take, really were too cartoonish. Too much the product of Earth's fan theories, not fit for a place where blood spilled for real. At the same time, he realized how flawed and inconsistent this world's written history was. Many official records contradicted each other, and plenty of facts had clearly been twisted by politics. Strangely enough, some of the interpretations he remembered from Earth actually explained things better. So while his combat power hadn't grown much this month, Ryusei still felt stronger. He had reconciled his soul. He had reconciled two knowledge systems. He knew himself better, and he knew this world and its history better. And sometimes, just that much was enough to count as progress. Yet even though his soul was reconciled with itself, it still wasn't reconciled with this body. His soul and his DNA existed on different planes. They only interacted through the brain, which served as the bridge between them. That was why there were no direct problems. His body continued to function as it always had, and his soul's excess weight didn't damage the vessel. Still, once this final reconciliation happened, Ryusei knew his combat power would rise sharply, even without further training. Take the chakra, for example. Chakra was the mixture of physical energy and spiritual energy. Normally, physical energy was like the baseline current of electricity, while spiritual energy was the spark that ignited it and decided how potent that current could be. Every shinobi had their own balance, depending on body condition and soul strength. Together, the amount they could sustain was called chakra stamina, or chakra reserves. Think of it like a well. Physical energy was the water in the well, while spiritual energy was the size of the bucket used to scoop it up. A larger bucket meant each draw gave more potent chakra, and more powerful techniques could be fired off in a single instance. Ryusei's problem now was simple. His soul mass had grown far beyond what this body had originally held, but his body was still accustomed to the old amounts. The new spiritual energy couldn't be converted into chakra yet. It was sitting idle, locked away, waiting for the body to catch up. And there was the brain. Spiritual energy always enriched the brain first, since the brain was the interface between the soul and the body. Until his nervous system fully adapted to the increased flow, Ryusei couldn't tap the full benefits. But once adaptation was done, his brain power itself would leap. Faster processing power and speed. Sharper memory and recollection. Stronger willpower and alertness. Shorter time needed to learn and solidify new skills. Most importantly, chakra control, since shaping chakra, its density, and its form always starts in the brain. That was why he was confident that even if he did nothing else for the next few months, when this mostly adaptation finished, his strength would cross into Jonin level on its own. He thought of it like this: Senju meeting Uchiha inside one body. His bloodline already gave him the natural stamina, vitality, and yang release talent of the Senju. Now his soul growth was pushing him toward the other side of the coin, the powerful in affinity that Uchiha had always embodied. No, he would never awaken a dojutsu, there was no genetic basis for it in his DNA. But his in release talent could very well rise to match his already strong yang. That wouldn't make him more talented than monsters like Itachi, who was Kage level at 13, or legends like Hashirama and Madara, who each stood unrivaled despite only having one half of the equation from their bloodline branches. But it would make him something they weren't, complete. A shinobi with balance in both yin and yang, whose foundation was wider than theirs. Yes, they probably grew stronger in their opposite aspects later in life, too, not just in their main gifts. After all, bodies and souls both deepen with decades for every shinobi naturally. However, Ryusei's focus was on the foundation he already possessed at 12, the base completeness and harmony that would set him apart from the start. Barring the Otsutsuki, he might one day be the most complete shinobi in the world. It's a pity I haven't had the time to start any of the major training I planned yet this time. Most of my days have been eaten up by recovery, tending to injuries, rebuilding my body, and meditating to stabilize my soul. Until those were sorted out, all I could really do in my spare time was read. Well, I just hope nothing goes wrong with this mission, Ryusei thought. Once this was over, he would finally have the chance to put some of his ideas, the methods he'd brainstormed for the fastest path to strengthen this world from his position, into practice. But that would have to wait until his return. He was certain the next B-rank mission would be harsher than the last. After failing once, his enemies would only raise the stakes. So he planned not to waste any time after he got back. Chapter 17, Smug Senju and Flustered Uchiha. Ryusei soon arrived in front of the Hokage building, as usual, 10 minutes early. Punctuality was part of his cordial mask. The place bustled with activity, messengers hurrying in and out, clerks carrying stacks of scrolls, shinobi filing through in steady streams. Even here, discipline ruled, no one darted around at high speed like in his old world's action movies. Even shinobi had to walk normally through doors, it seemed. Nobody paid him much attention, which was exactly how he liked it. The building itself wasn't particularly majestic compared to the grand marble monuments from his past life. It was big, practical, with a slightly rough finish, fitting for a military village. He squinted at its size, made a mental note, and smirked to himself. Yeah, probably no more than 50,000 people total. 10% shinobi. 5,000, maybe, give or take. He had pieced that guess together from what he had read in the past month, mixed with his own estimations. Not exactly a census report, but close enough. Walking the dirt-packed streets this morning, he still found it strange. Electricity existed here, yet the ground was still mud and dust. Cables and lamps above, feet sinking into muck below. A world where you can spit fireballs but still trip in puddles on the main road, guess that's about right. By now, after a month, he had adapted to such contradictions. If anything, he almost found them funny. His eyes wandered to the distant Hokage rock, towering behind the building like a carved mountain of authority. The original Ryusei's instinct stirred within him again, flooding him with a faint, bitter disgust. Old resentment toward the Hokage line burned there, impossible to shake. He clicked his tongue and turned his gaze away. Right beside the Hokage building stood another landmark, the Uchiha police force headquarters and clan compound. So they were based here before they got relocated, he thought, as if surprised at the proximity. Their position was telling, closer to the village center than even the Hyūga estate. Watching the uniformed police filtering in and out, he couldn't help but note how many Uchiha were present in broad daylight, patrolling with that same air of authority they always carried. However, just then, Ryusei was surprised to notice one group of Uchiha officers breaking off and moving in his direction. At first, he assumed they were simply passing by on patrol, but then his eyes caught the one walking at the front. The leader was a girl around his own age, her steps firm, her head high, clad in the crisp uniform of the Uchiha police force. The older men behind her, 5 in total, each clearly veterans in their 20s or 30s, kept one step back. Their posture told the story, they were following her lead, not the other way around. Kiyomi Uchiha. Her appearance hit him even before her chakra signature did. A very pretty face, delicate yet sharp, almond-shaped, feline-like eyes framed by thick lashes, her onyx irises reflecting the morning light. Long, straight black hair fell neatly against her shoulders, swaying with each step. A small, pointed nose, full lips, and a smooth, oval face gave her an almost flawless balance. Despite the heavy uniform and her young age, there were already traces of figure forming beneath it, hints of maturity blooming early. Together with her expression, proud, unflinching, domineering, it was no wonder the older men at her back treated her with such respect. His former classmate and a top-scorer genius of that class. His old tormentor. The memories came unbidden. That sparring exam where he had deliberately held back, like always. But she hadn't believed it. Since then, she had challenged him over and over, needling him, pestering him, throwing her heavy-handed strikes at him in every training bout, unlike other classmates. To her, his restraint was hypocrisy, his polite mask a provocation. She wanted him to stop pretending, to fight seriously, and she never let him forget it. Well. If it isn't Ryusei, she said, her tone cool, but carrying that blade-like sharpness of challenge she always used with him. Still walking around like you've got nothing to prove? Her 5 subordinates glanced between the two of them, some raising brows in surprise. Ryusei forced the same narrow-eyed expression the original owner had always worn, the faint curve of a gentle smile that in truth looked like a schemer's mask. He gave her a short bow, the picture of polite indifference. Kiyomi. Congratulations on your promotion, he said calmly. It suits you. Her Sharingan flared for a split second, the red glow catching the light. Don't patronize me. Same as always. Ryusei's brows lifted the slightest fraction. Opening your eyes for me already. I'm flattered. His smile shifted, more genuine than the mask he usually wore. He really hadn't expected her to open her Sharingan just for this, as if showing off to him of all people. It was, oddly cute. Especially how the red glow played against her jet black hair, the contrast almost too perfect. Unlike the body's original owner, who hated her with a passion, this Ryusei felt nothing of the sort. To him, she was just a textbook Uchiha personality, sharp, proud, and intense, only in a female form. Given her noble standing in the clan, it was hardly surprising she turned out this way. If anything, he figured she was simply intrigued by him rather than hostile. Whether she realized it or not, there was no real malice behind her sharpness. Back on Earth, he'd seen plenty of characters just like her. The word for it was tsundere. Tu tomo now, ha. Congratulations, it seems fortune really does come in pairs. The corner of her mouth twitched, though whether in irritation or pride, it was impossible to tell. Why does it feel like I'm the one showing off to him? Why did he say that, Kiyomi thought, irritation mixing with a strange heat in her chest. I only wanted to pressure him, like always. For a moment, she actually felt embarrassed. Her eyes narrowed. Was he always this slick? Not cute. Usually, she enjoyed the way he secretly glared at her, like he wanted to eat her alive but couldn't. That expression of frustrated hostility had always amused her and made her boring days in the academy pass better. But now, with that sly smile meeting her Sharingan head-on, the feeling was different. Kiyomi frowned, visibly unsettled, and silence stretched between them. Her team shifted uneasily, surprised to see their leader hesitate. She had only meant to humiliate him again after spotting him there by chance, this time with the weight of her new squad behind her. Yet his odd words, paired with that faintly genuine but teasing smile she had never seen from him before, stirred something unfamiliar. A strange, unidentifiable feeling slipped in, dulling her focus for the briefest instant. Ryusei let the silence hang, not moving, not breaking eye contact. His faint smile stayed in place, calm and steady, as if he had all the time in the world. Meanwhile, she straightened quickly, forcing her tone back into the sharp edge she always used with him. Don't get the wrong idea. Just because you learned how to smile properly doesn't mean you've changed. Ryusei tilted his head slightly, his eyes narrowing in amusement. The line was out of place, almost unrelated to what they had been saying. She was clearly rattled by even those small gestures of his. If I can't handle a little girl like this, he thought dryly, I might as well pack up and float around as a soul again. Kiyomi folded her arms, trying to mask her unease with confidence. Don't think I'll let you get away with that smug attitude forever. One day, I'll crush that act of yours. Ryusei's smile deepened ever so slightly, his voice light. Looking forward to it. Though I have to warn you, if you're already flustered by a smile, you'll have a hard time getting that far. Her lips parted, as if to fire back, but no words came immediately. Instead, she clicked her tongue, cheeks heating in spite of herself. You. Before she could gather her next strike, Ryusei's gaze flicked over her shoulder. He straightened, expression cooling into polite composure. My captain's here, he said smoothly. I have a mission. He gave her a small bow, just deep enough to be courteous, and stepped past her toward the approaching figure. Kiyomi blinked, thrown off by the sudden ending, the rhythm of the exchange snapping before she could realize how easily she had been led around. Her squad glanced at her curiously, but she kept her eyes fixed on Ryusui's back as he walked away. Ryusui's thoughts, however, stayed calm and sharp. He hadn't teased her just for fun. Shifting the balance now was like slipping her a potion, something to stop her from trying to humiliate him in public again or make a scene, to blunt her edge when it mattered. More importantly, she was a piece he had plans for in the future, and this was only the first move. Of course, her little reactions, the faint twitch of her lips, the way her composure cracked under pressure, those were amusing in their own right. Maybe 5–10% of him enjoyed seeing that. He couldn't deny it. But the rest? That was a calculation. Behind him, Kiyomi stood rooted in place, cheeks faintly flushed, irritation burning in her chest. Chapter 18, It's not love, it's strategy. Probably. Ryusui greeted Okabe with a polite smile, and Okabe returned it with his usual gentle nod. But his attention wasn't really on him. His eyes drifted past him almost immediately, toward the small cluster of Uchiha police officers he had left behind at a short distance. His attention then fixed on the girl at their head, young, striking, and clearly unsettled, her oversized uniform unable to dull the presence she radiated. Okabe remembered the whispers. The rising star of the Uchiha police force. In just 4 months since graduating, she had brought down high-profile criminals with sheer strength and solved difficult cases with a sharp mind. The youngest squad captain in the force's history, a story on everyone's lips. And, if the rumors were true, a granddaughter of one of the clan's most powerful elders. And yet here she was, moments ago, standing in a seemingly very close or even intimate conversation with Ryusui. I should have walked more slowly, Okabe thought, irritation flickering beneath his calm exterior. If I'd observed from the shadows, I might have learned more before Ryusui noticed me. Still, the sight alone was enough. In any case, I'll report this the moment we return. This is a noteworthy development. His expression softened into the same gentle smile he always wore, but his mind was sharp. This was exactly why he had been tasked with monitoring the boy. And the more unusual findings and field reports he collected on Ryusui, the greater his reward and his weight in his superiors' minds would be when the time came. Ryusui, meanwhile, also smiled to himself, a smile layered with meaning. He knew exactly what kind of risks this encounter carried, but there had never really been a choice. The moment she spotted him, the sight had probably already been noted and reported upward. If others were going to see them as connected, then it was better to shape that perception into something useful. In truth, even if Kiyomi hadn't been the one to find him today, he would have engineered an accidental meeting-type reunion sooner or later. He had thought of it the moment he first combed through the original Ryusui's memories of academy life and her. Her identity was a resource, one that the old Ryusui had been too stupid, too timid to use. That mistake would end here. The current Ryusui would correct it. And judging from how this exchange had gone, it was already off to a good start. She probably had a far deeper impression of him than he expected, he mused inwardly. And far more complicated. It wasn't pure disdain, the way Hyūga had treated the original Ryusui. No, with Kiyomi, it was curiosity and that sharp-edged teasing pride, not outright rejection. And with only a few carefully placed remarks, he had shifted their relationship closer already. He could feel it. It wasn't just the mystery he unconsciously projected that drew her attention, probably. His looks played their part too, easily the best in the academy and beyond. With a tall, broad-shouldered father and a strikingly pretty mother, it was only natural that he turned out well. Back then, he'd received dozens of love letters and confessions, though the original Ryusui had politely ignored them all. At their age, as long as a girl was even slightly normal, curiosity was inevitable. Maybe even the fact that the original Ryusui hated Kiyomi inwardly, which she sensed somehow, while every other boy fawned over her, had piqued her interest. It also made him further stand out to her, whether he wanted to or not. The current Ryusui reached these conclusions based on a few simple truths. Uchiha were shown to be somewhat arrogant, yes, but more than anything, indifferent. When did you ever see them go out of their way to constantly pick at someone they considered beneath them? In their minds, why would they continue to waste effort stepping on some ant? Yet Kiyomi had done exactly that for years. Out of the entire academy, she had singled out the original Ryusui, initiating contact only with him occasionally, whether through mocking, attempted bullying, or sharp remarks, while treating everyone else with the usual Uchiha detachment. That spoke volumes to the current Ryusei. In his mind, it was also impossible to equate female and male personalities in any world, even if they were of the same clan. The way she treated the original owner could be seen as the seed of a distinctly female Uchiha response, the first signs of how they act once someone catches their attention. So the potential for rapid progress was already in place. Not everyone was as damaged as Kene Hyūga, whose coldness and shadows clearly stemmed from her past and the suffocating hell of the Hyūga side branch. Kiyomi, on the other hand, had been raised like a pampered princess, protected and praised from birth. It was obvious which type would be easier to draw closer, although he had plans for both eventually. Of course, neither of them was there yet, not even Kiyomi truly. Not by a long shot. But Ryusei was patient. For example, with Kane, it wasn't enough to simply be there. You had to work for it, prove sincerity through real, tangible changes in her life. Presence alone would never be enough to break that ice. Although Ryusei refused to associate with the beaten-down remnants of the Senju, little more than strays at this point, that didn't mean he believed only in personal strength and ignored everything else. Strength was the core, yes, but power alone wasn't enough. Without allies, leverage, and influence, he couldn't break out of his current predicament, let alone rise in this world. So, who was the most logical and powerful ally for him right now? The answer was obvious, the Uchiha. Senju-Uchiha rivalry. Ryusei wasn't stupid enough to think in such childish, binary terms. Both clans had long since been suppressed under Konoha's unitary system. As long as he raised his own value and gathered bargaining chips, any Uchiha with a working brain would see the benefit of cooperation rather than rejection. The second best choice would be the Hyūga. On paper, they were natural allies, the other great clan constantly being pressed down by the Hokage's faction. But the more Ryusei studied them, the more disappointing they seemed. Decades of passive, almost self-destructive behavior. Time and again, letting the Hokage trample them, turning the other cheek without even attempting resistance, never once joining forces with the Uchiha, despite being the only other clan with similar grievances. Were they truly that decadent and short-sighted? Or was there some hidden reason behind it, something outsiders couldn't see? After all, the Hyūga did survive all the way into the end of the series, intact, never having to restructure as Naruto promised to Neji and remove those degenerate practices, and were later revealed to know more about the world than they ever let on, even more than some Hokage. That hinted at the depth Ryusei couldn't ignore. Still, in the short term, he doubted they could be convinced as easily as the Uchiha. He felt he would first need to shake them up a little before convincing them, and for that, he needed insiders first, and Kane would be the fitting first step in that process, branch family or not. Of course, all of this was still little more than a distant plan. For now, Ryusei was still a small fish, a shrimp daring to imagine maneuvering among sharks. But that didn't stop him from laying the first stones. And as for the Uchiha, by getting Kiyomi, he was already halfway there. The rest was simple: grow stronger, gather chips, and make them an offer they couldn't refuse. Kiyomi Uchiha. Granddaughter of Great Elder Nobukata, leader of the Hawk faction. Her status placed her just beneath the patriarch Fugaku, and with Fugaku's heir, Itachi, only just born, she was effectively the clan's most visible young talent. And talent she had in abundance. At 12, she already stood at high Chunin level, with a 2-tomo Sharingan and the strength to back it up. She had risen swiftly in the past 4 months, promoted to squad leader in the Uchiha police force and commanding a team of 5 older men who respected her without question. In other words, she wasn't just some pretty face in uniform. She was a legitimate rising star, the kind of genius produced only once in a generation, even among the great clans. Not an Itachi-level monster, not a Madara or Hashirama, but firmly within the top tier of clan-born prodigies. Actually, something like the original owner, too, they were on a similar level. Her background also mirrored Ryusei's in key ways, not only their talents, but also their pedigrees within their separate great clans. Both came from prominent lineages, more precisely second strongest, within their clans, tied to hardline factions that often clashed with the mainstream and the patriarch's line. The difference was that Kiyomi's faction still stood strong, while Ryusei's had already been all but destroyed. All in all, securing her interest meant securing a path into the very heart of the Uchiha. Also, don't be fooled by how minor she might seem right now. Who could say what her personal power ceiling, utility, or influence within the clan might become in the future as she got way older? She might even surprise him, for example. Not to mention, Ryusei could take her even further than whatever upper limit she might have on her own, letting her reach her fullest potential without obstruction, if she trusted him. He wasn't even sure if she died during the Uchiha massacre or earlier in the war. Either way, her bloodline and position could be molded by him into something even greater, perhaps. Therefore, even on her own, she was already a valuable contact to have and try to develop. Meanwhile, Ryusei kept up a casual exchange with Okabe, polite questions about his recovery, whether he was truly ready for the mission, and other seemingly sincere small talk that any sensei would ask his student. It went on for half a minute, maybe a little more, just enough to look natural. Then, from behind, he finally sensed Kiyomi snapping out of her earlier trance. Her chakra flared with irritation as she marched off in an exaggerated huff next, her 5 subordinates scrambling after her almost comically to keep pace. Ryusei couldn't help but find the whole dynamic funny. But, unlike him, she never had to hide her high Chunin-level strength, her ambitions, or the means to back them up. With the Konoha police practically serving as the Uchiha's private force and her lineage placing her near the top of the clan, it hardly mattered even if she was actually incompetent. No one would dare block her rise if she wanted the position, no matter how young or fast. She was furious. Lucky for me, this dog was still here, so she didn't dare lash out, haha. Ryusei thought, glancing at Okabe. He had shown up at just the right moment. Otherwise, once the potion effect he fed her wore off, she might have really attacked him, and then he might have been forced to show a bit of his true strength. That was, at least if he didn't continue to actively keep her trapped in that daze for longer. And soon enough, after a few minutes, Renjiro and Kane arrived, right on time, not a step early, not a step late. Renjiro came striding in from one side, looking like he'd just finished a warm-up, while Kane appeared silently from the opposite direction. Renjiro gave a short nod toward Okabe, then smirked at Ryusei. Still alive, huh? Guess the rumors were wrong. His tone was cold, but there was a flicker of amusement. Kane's eyes lingered on Ryusei for a second longer than necessary, as if measuring him again, then she spoke in her usual flat tone. You don't look like you're exaggerating anymore. It was as much of a greeting as she ever offered, though in her stiff way, it almost counted as concern. Okabe smiled faintly, stepping into the space between them before the exchange could get thornier. Good. Everyone's here. That saves me the trouble of rounding you up. Ryusei wore his narrow-eyed smile, just enough to seem harmless while hiding his amusement. He hadn't needed to say a word, their greetings alone told him everything he wanted to know. Let's head to the mission desk then, Okabe said calmly, and without wasting words, he turned toward the building. The 3 of them followed, their footsteps falling into place behind him as they slipped inside. Chapter 19, When a C-rank feels too heavy. The morning sun slanted through the wide windows of the Hokage's administrative building, painting the polished floors in pale gold. Ryusei stood in line with Kane and Renjiro behind their sensei, Okabe, waiting for the next mission assignment. The hall was quiet except for the shuffle of paper and the low murmur of shinobi coming and going. Ryusei folded his arms, his slit-eyed expression calm as always, but his senses were stretched outward. He could feel Kane's steady chakra flow beside him, cold and contained as usual, and Renjiro's faint buzz of anticipation ahead of him, like a boy itching for a fight even though they weren't here for one. When their turn came, the mission desk officer glanced over the scrolls at hand and cleared his throat. The clerk tapped one mission scroll twice on the counter before handing it over. Team Okabe. C-rank mission. Escort assignment. Client, Hirotada, a merchant currently based in Tsukimori town, 3 days east of here. You'll rendezvous with him and escort his caravan to the Land of Fire's capital. Okabe broke the seal, read, and closed it again with a quick snap. Tsukimori town, then the capital. Understood. He passed the scroll toward Ryusei, letting him glimpse the neat lines, simple phrases like, ensure safe passage of goods, route to capital, merchant requires punctuality. Kane looked over once, then lowered her gaze without a word. Renjiro muttered, 3 days just to pick him up, must be some shipment. Don't complain, Okabe replied, calm but firm. If a merchant can afford Konoha shinobi of a C-rank for a run to the capital, it's worth more than your life. The clerk added, the client insists on departure from Tsukimori no later than the 12th of the month. That means you leave today if you want to keep his trust. Okabe tucked the scroll under his vest. We leave in an hour. Pack for at least 10 days. Meet at the west gate. Ryusei narrowed his eyes slightly, the same unreadable smile on his lips. So this is how real money makes its way to the capital, no doubt wrapped in silk and guarded under the guise of shinobi duty. Renjiro smirked at him. What, afraid of a road trip? You'll live. Kane said nothing, but her pale eyes lingered on Ryusei for a breath longer than usual, then shifted back to the floor. The group broke away from the mission desk, footsteps echoing against the tiled floor as they moved down the corridor. Okabe walked ahead, hands folded behind his back. Remember, this isn't just a matter of guarding crates. Merchants like Hirotada only spend this much on shinobi when the delivery itself matters more than their own skin. Keep your eyes sharp. Renjiro stretched his arms, clearly itching for movement. Finally, something outside the village. A trip to the capital, maybe I'll even get to fight along the way. Pray you don't, Okabe said dryly. If you're fighting, it means the mission's already gone wrong. Kane adjusted the strap of her pack. Her voice was flat, almost cold. What matters is reaching Tsukimori town before the 12th. If we fail to make the rendezvous, the mission's already over. Ryusei listened, half present. His expression stayed the same, narrow-eyed and calm, but his thoughts were already circling elsewhere. Some kind of a bribe, for a big figure in the capital, disguised as trade goods or investment, and carried under a protection. And I'm the one meant to play escort dog. Hilarious. At the west gate, the four of them regrouped. Soldiers of the guard gave brief nods as Okabe flashed the mission scroll. The heavy wooden doors creaked open, revealing the dirt road stretching out into the forests. They walked in silence for a while, the only sounds being the crunch of gravel beneath their sandals and the distant chatter of merchants entering the village. Renjiro finally broke the quiet. Tsukimori's not that far, 3 days if we push. 2, if we really push. He grinned. Bet we make it in 2. You'll burn yourself out before the client even loads the wagons, Kane replied sharply without even looking at him. Ryusei glanced at her, a trace of amusement in his eyes. She's right, you know. You're more useful with stamina than bravado. Renjiro scowled but didn't answer. Okabe let the small clash settle before speaking again. We keep pace. Steady, not rushed. This mission felt like one of the typical C ranks they had been assigned over the 3 months since graduating. The kind of work fresh genin always cut their teeth on, clearing out bandits from half-abandoned farm roads, guarding merchants, chasing away wolves that stalked livestock, or escorting small shipments of tools and grain to border villages. Nothing glorious, but it paid their dues. That was why Ryusei wasn't too concerned now. At least, not at first glance. What caught his attention wasn't how large the caravan was, but how small. He noticed it immediately. A caravan of this size couldn't possibly justify a C-rank escort unless what it carried was worth far more than it looked. Gold, maybe. Or something rarer, more valuable. They eventually reached the meeting point right on time, where the caravan was waiting on the outskirts of a small trade town. The merchant stood at the head, flanked by half a dozen bodyguards with spears and short swords. He was a stout man in his 40s, broad-shouldered, with the look of someone long accustomed to bargaining, shouting, and surviving on the roads. His eyes swept over Ryusei's team as they approached, lingering on their younger faces longer than necessary. His brows furrowed, and his lips pressed into a thin line. Genin, he said, his tone carrying both disbelief and irritation. For a mission of this importance. I've traded across 3 nations, and I know the difference between a child and a proper shinobi. This, he gestured at them with a stiff wave of his hand, feels like an insult. Surely this must be a mistake. Ryusei kept his expression unreadable, while Renjiro narrowed his eyes slightly, offended but silent. Kane didn't even react, standing with her arms folded, cool and indifferent. Okabe, as calm as ever, stepped forward and gave the merchant a small, courteous smile. His voice was smooth but steady. You should know how tense things have become around the world lately. Trade routes are fragile, villages are on edge, and men like you notice these things first. Don't let appearances mislead you. These 3 may be called genin, but in truth, they stand on the level of chunin, stronger than most who hold that rank. The merchant's frown deepened, but his eyes flicked between the 3 of them with a shade of doubt. Okabe continued, voice still measured but firmer now. Renjiro Hatake and Kane Hyūga, you should be familiar with their surnames, 2nd and 3rd in the most recent academy graduation, right behind only one Uchiha genius. Both have proved themselves beyond their years. Ryusei Nishida, he added with a pause, has his own strengths, and I vouch for him personally. Ryusei caught that detail. He didn't miss how Okabe quietly glossed over his official standing, ranked in the middle of his class, always purposefully back there, but let it slide. The merchant studied them again, then sighed through his nose. His irritation cooled into something more thoughtful, even calculating. If that's true, then perhaps this isn't so bad. His eyes narrowed, a flicker of something sharp passing through them. After all, this mission is delicate. The fewer questions asked, the better. They are young, so they shouldn't guess much. But this Jonin looks very cunning, and they also have a so-called Byakugan on their team. But there is no going back now. I can't risk filing to Konoha again. Ryusei noticed that, and so did Kane. The merchant waved his hand dismissively and began giving orders to his men to prepare for departure. Then he turned back to Okabe and the team. His tone softened, but there was still a trace of unease. I suppose I should explain. I have big business ahead, business that requires absolute reliability, and it involves sensitive cargo. Forgive me if I seem picky or nervous, but my livelihood is tied to this shipment. I expect vigilance. Okabe inclined his head. You'll have it. With the formalities settled, the group set off. The caravan itself was smaller than expected, just 2 wagons, 3 horses, and the 6 hired bodyguards, nothing like the long merchant trains that usually needed protection. Ryusei had already noticed it earlier, but now, walking beside the caravan, the fact gnawed at him. A C-rank escort for a caravan this small only made sense if what they carried was worth many times its visible size. Soon, the 4 shinobi broke away to do their job properly. They ran ahead of the wagons, scouting further up the road, then looped back along the flanks to check for danger, periodically separating before regrouping again. It was standard practice, but each of them remained more cautious than usual. Midway through one of these rotations, Kane suddenly stopped under a permission from Okabe, breaking the confidentiality agreement, and her pale eyes sharpened. Her Byakugan bloomed open with a faint pulse of chakra. She peered through the wooden crates covered by thick canvas, tracing the outlines of the stacked cargo. Gold, she said flatly after a moment. All of it. Renjiro raised an eyebrow, surprised. Ryusei only smirked faintly. Kane kept her gaze fixed on the crates, narrowing her focus. I can't judge the weight precisely. The Byakugan isn't a scale. But there's far more here than we've ever escorted before, 5, maybe 10 times more than any mission in the past. Her voice carried no emotion, but her words were sharp enough. Okabe frowned, his brows knitting together for the first time since the mission began. He was silent for a moment, calculating. Judging by his experience, a shipment like this could mean many things, none of them simple. It wasn't entirely a bad sign, but it was far from a good one either. Finally, he exhaled and gave his order. Stay vigilant. Extra careful. If this really is what it seems, we can't afford to be careless, not even for a second. Kane nodded silently. Renjiro cracked his neck with a faint grin, clearly eager rather than worried. Ryusei only chuckled inwardly. A mission that was supposed to be routine had already turned into something else entirely. The one who requested this mission probably hadn't expected a Hyūga with Byakugan to be on their foreman team. He was really unlucky. That much was clear from how the ordinary guards reacted, bristling and stepping in whenever Kane got too close to the wagons, making sure no one inspected the cargo. Officially, a client didn't have to declare exactly what they were transporting, but they were expected to hint at the nature of it, especially if it was valuable enough to warrant shinobi protection. It's about the danger level and rank of the mission. Konoha doesn't mess around with stuff like that. This merchant had done that much, dropping vague mentions of expensive goods. But he hadn't come close to admitting they were moving this much gold. It isn't about the pay, Ryusei thought. He doesn't look like he couldn't have afforded the higher fee for a more sensitive mission rank with that much wealth anyway. More likely, he wanted to keep Konoha out of the loop, to avoid the trouble that would come with the wrong people learning what he was moving. But why? What is his true identity, and who does he work with? Chapter 20, Protagonist Aura, or Final Boss Energy. Night crept in fast, swallowing the forest path in dim shadows. The caravan slowed to a stop in a small clearing, torches lit low, wagons arranged in a tight circle. Hirotada sat in his main wagon, visibly restless. Every few minutes, he slid the curtain aside to glance inside, then shut it again with a nervous grunt. Even his guards, though disciplined, carried a tense air as they patrolled in pairs. Ryusei circled back from his side of the perimeter, silent steps brushing over dry leaves. Just as he rounded past one wagon, Kane appeared from the other side, her pale eyes scanning the tree-line before shifting toward him. They nearly bumped into each other. Ryusei's lips curled. He tilted his head slightly, keeping that narrow-eyed grin of his. So serious, even when we're guarding merchants instead of fighting enemy shinobi, he said quietly, teasing. Careful, Kane. If you stare into the forest that hard, the trees might start staring back, maybe even the one standing right in front of you. Her expression didn't change much, only the faintest flicker in her gaze, but Ryusei caught it. That tiny shift, like she couldn't decide whether to ignore him or retort. Kane noticed that he was acting differently toward her now compared to a month ago, during their last mission, up until when she had saved him technically. Back then, it always felt like he was forcing fake politeness when they interacted, making constant small talk just to fill space, and beneath it all, holding little real regard for her. Now it wasn't just empty talk. Now it was teasing, constant jabs, maybe even something more. And oddly, it felt genuine. He didn't seem to harbor any bad feelings anymore. If anything, he seemed to enjoy making fun of her, as if he wanted to pull some kind of reaction out of her on purpose. She could deduce it in his micro-expressions through her Byakugan. Not absolute proof, but not meaningless either. And her instincts told her the same. You should focus, she replied flatly, though her tone had a faintly stiff edge that almost betrayed annoyance. If something happens, jokes won't help. Ryusei chuckled under his breath, leaning just close enough for his words to reach her but not the nearby guards. Relax, I'm focused. And didn't I warn you earlier that your Byakugan could use a rest before it burns a hole in the dark? Planning to keep it flaring until you drop from overextension? Or is it the gold you're afraid will sprout legs and run off? For the briefest second, Kane's eyes narrowed further, and Ryusei swore he caught a flicker of embarrassment beneath her usual cold mask. But then, as always, she turned away, scanning the dark again, as if he wasn't worth responding to. Still ice cold, Ryusei thought, smiling to himself as they passed by each other and were about to return to their patrols. Then his eyes snapped wide open, muscles tensing, chakra flooding his body. Jump back, Kane, he shouted without hesitation. Kane flinched at the sudden outburst, suspicion flashing in her eyes, but her instincts obeyed before her mind caught up. She leapt back just as the ground beneath her burst open. A masked man erupted from the soil, kunai gleaming. The strike missed her by a hair, though a single strand of her bangs was sliced clean off. Kane landed lightly, instantly dropping into her gentle fist stance. The surrounding guards jerked in alarm, and her teammates rushed toward the commotion. The intruder, however, didn't immediately press the attack. He stood silently between them, only a few paces from Ryusei, his mask reflecting torchlight. His plan had been simple: eliminate the girl first, the weakest link around the gold. Yet the boy's sudden yell ruined that in an instant. Narrowing his eyes beneath the mask, he adjusted, intending to silence Ryusei next and teach him a lesson. But as he moved closer, his steps faltered. This chakra signature, no, impossible, he thought sharply, his gaze locking on the boy. He also noticed the two other shinobi converging on him. TCH. I can't take chances. I'll test him first, separate them. He slammed his hands into a seal. Smoke burst, and two identical clones sprang to life. One clone darted at Okabe head-on. Another swept at Kane, only to meet Renjiro rushing in, short sword flashing as the two of them engaged it together. The original body charged at Ryusei directly, fists lashing out in sharp, dominant strikes, pushing him backward into the dark. Kane's palm struck in tandem with Renjiro's blade, fending off the clone's relentless assault. Yet her eyes flicked, just for a second, toward Ryusei being forced away. In the back of her mind, a thought throbbed louder than the clash of combat. He saved me. The realization sent a chill down her spine. If not for his sudden warning, she would already be dead. Yet another question gnawed at her. How did he sense the attack, when even my Byakugan didn't? Her pale eyes lingered on Ryusei, who was being driven farther away, a complicated glimmer breaking through her usual cold mask. Yes, just like he joked earlier about my Byakugan use, Kane realized, her chest tightening. I've been overusing the Byakugan all day. I thought it didn't matter. I thought I could handle it. Her vision had always seemed sharp, no matter how many times she activated her eyes. Fatigue was normal, but never crippling. She had trusted that confidence until now. Against an ordinary foe, it wouldn't have mattered. But against someone this skilled, every fraction of a second, every sliver of processing speed, meant life or death. And tonight, she had been blind to it. Ryusei's voice, his sudden warning, had been the only reason she still breathed. On a simple C-rank escort, no less. He must have some kind of advanced sensory field around him at all times, that's why he caught the ambush before I did, she thought, eyes tightening as she fought. If I hadn't happened to be passing right beside him, if he wasn't there, I'd already be dead. Am I seriously the unluckiest transmigrator alive? Come on, give me a break. Ryusei's thoughts were bitter, but his face was grave and even visibly desperate as he barely parried the crushing strikes coming at him. From the instant he failed to sense the attacker until the moment the men erupted from the ground, Ryusei knew the situation had gone to hell. He never imagined a threat like this would appear on a routine C rank. Even split into 3 clones, the enemy's strength was overwhelming. Ryusei couldn't even match the one clone in front of him. Part of him wanted to give up, yet his body refused. He racked his brain frantically, trying to find any opening. The longer their fists clashed, the more Ryusei was battered back, but oddly, his mind grew sharper. His eyes widened slightly. This taijutsu style. And earlier, he hit his chakra well enough to slip past my sensory field. No way. At the same time, the masked man also faltered. Inside, he felt a jolt of surprise. The boy's movements, a bit inexperienced but undeniably familiar, mirrored his own. It wasn't a mistake. The question now was how closely the boy was connected to him in lineage. It couldn't just be a coincidence, could it? He slowed, then stopped, staring closely at the boy's narrow-eyed face under the moonlight. The more he looked, the more familiar it seemed. Sir, I think we might be related. Someone as advanced as you must have already noticed the similarities between our chakra signatures and taijutsu styles, probably even more clearly than I have. We're both our own people, so, can we at least clear up these doubts first? Ryusei spoke quickly, the words tumbling out before the silence stretched too long. He didn't want to give the man a chance to reconsider and strike again. If there was a connection, he had to force it into the open now, while the hesitation still lingered. After a few breaths of silence, the masked man let out a long sigh. Yes. The age, the face, even the chakra signature all line up. More than you realize right now. Boy, tell me your name. I can already tell you're Senju, but what's your first name? His voice was sharp, impatient, yet Ryusei caught the faintest crack in it, a flicker of excitement that slipped through. Oh shit, what a bizarre coincidence. Ryusei felt the weight on his chest finally lift. If this man had been just another enemy, surviving might have been harder than his last B-rank mission. But no, there was a thread of connection here. And not a small one. Ryusei now even felt like this was the kind of scene only those cliché protagonists from his past life's fantasy stories ever got to experience, long-lost relatives appearing out of nowhere, connected by fate itself. So, I've got a protagonist aura after all. Destiny's chosen, he thought, chest swelling for exactly 3 seconds. Then reality smacked him across the face. With his kind of personality, the type that would happily betray the world before letting the world betray him, the type that would kill countless innocents just to make sure one enemy didn't crawl away alive, he was closer to the final boss than the hero. And the man in front of him wasn't exactly radiating kind uncle energy either. His chakra was heavy, sharp, full of thirst for desires and blood. Even with Ryusei's half-baked sensory skills, he could feel it clearly. Yeah. Forget protagonist. I'm probably the villain here, Ryusei decided grimly, though he couldn't help smirking at the thought. Creators. Chapter 21, Family Beneath the Daimyo's Shadow, 1. Ryusei replied calmly that his name was Ryusei. The man's aura flared with excitement, and his voice came quick, is your mother's name Miyako? And your father's name was Takashi? Ryusei gave a slow, almost awkward nod. The man's expression softened, though his chakra still burned sharply. Then I'm your mother's elder brother, Kazuo Senju. Tell me, is she doing well? His tone carried a thread of expectation, as if clinging to some fragile hope. Ryusei went silent for a few moments. Even with the layers of distance in his transmigrated soul, he could feel fragments of the original Ryusei pushing up sorrow. At last, he let out a quiet sigh. She passed away 6 years ago, around 2 years after my father. Stress, grief, it broke her down. I was only 6 then, just about to enter the academy. Kazuo froze. His aura changed like a switch being thrown, swelling with raw killing intent that stabbed into the air around them. Ryusei thought bitterly, great. I always wanted to trigger a family reunion that ends with a murder charge. Kazuo's jaw tightened, voice dropping to a growl. During the start of the last war, when the Hokage's faction butchered the revivalist leadership, I lost all contact with your parents. Your father, my brother-in-law, was one of the first to be targeted. I feared the worst. But your mother. I didn't think she'd follow so soon. His chakra flared a deeper shade, and his eyes hardened. Was there anything suspicious about her death? How much do you really know about your father and your background? Seeing him boiling over, Ryusei let out another sigh. He hadn't expected to suddenly pick up an uncle today, but here they were. I already know everything. My father left me his notes. I read them before my mother passed. As for her, I don't think there was direct foul play. She was paranoid, heartbroken, and sick. I watched her gradually fade for 2 years until the end. So no, not like what they did to my father. Directly, they weren't responsible. Indirectly. Ryusei gave a thin smile. Obvious enough where the blame lies. The reason they didn't target Ryusei's mother directly was obvious. Unlike his father, who had served as one of the revivalist faction's leaders during the war, she never held such a role. She was instead one of the best medical ninja in the village, high up in Konoha's hospital administration, and always stationed in the village itself. That made her difficult to deploy and even harder to move against without raising suspicion. After his father's death, she had been devastated. She loved him deeply, perhaps drawn in by the same looks and reckless charisma that Ryusei himself inherited. From then on she became depressed, detached, and no longer in contact with other revivalists. In that state, she posed no threat, so they left her alone until she eventually passed away on her own. Both of Ryusei's parents had been young, early 20s when they had him, and only in their mid-20s when they died. That also explained why, after Ryusei's grandfather Masamune passed away of old age a few years before the Second Shinobi War, it wasn't his father who immediately succeeded him. He had been far too young, not yet in a position to take leadership. It was only later, after several other elders were assassinated, that his father stepped in unofficially to guide what remained of the revivalist movement. Kazuo's aura shuddered, like a man trying to cage a storm inside his chest. Anyway, uncle, Ryusei spoke up, already calling him that without hesitation. I know from my father's notes that you went to serve among the 12 guardian ninja under the daimyo nearly 30 years ago. How come you're here now? What happened in the meantime? He remembered clearly what the notes had said. His uncle, along with 5 other young talents from the revivalist faction, had been sent outside Konoha to guard the daimyo. The plan back then was simple: get closer to the daimyo to build influence for a clan revival, or at the very least, leave a safety net outside the village if things collapsed internally. They weren't ordinary shinobi trained through the academy, but private members of the Senju's own internal guard in training. Because of that, Tobirama couldn't restrict their movements the way he could with regular village forces, who needed permits to leave to this day. By Ryusei's reckoning, his uncle should now be in his early 40s, same as the others. Still by the tail end of prime age for shinobi, though Kazuo had always been considered the most gifted among them, nearly matching Ryusei's father. Had his parents survived, they too would only be in their mid-30s now. Instead, his father had been assassinated 8 years ago at the start of the Second War, one of Root's top priority targets. His mother followed 2 years later, broken by grief and paranoia. Ryusei was only 4 when he lost his father, 6 when he lost his mother. Looking back on it now, it was almost laughable. The revivalist faction had thought they were playing the long game, setting pieces in and out of the village. None of them ever imagined Konoha's leadership would decide to wipe the board completely and succeed with such seamless cruelty. When Ryusei first came across mentions of those 6 in his father's notes, he hadn't paid them much attention. Nearly 30 years had passed since they'd been sent out, and back then, they were just young men. By now, they had lived through the entire brutal purge of the revivalist faction, watching from afar as it was wiped out. In Ryusei's mind, it was only natural to assume they'd long since abandoned the dream of a Senju revival, just like everyone else. But, even if some faint ember of loyalty remained, there was no realistic way for him to reach them anytime soon. He didn't even know if they still served under the daimyo or if they had scattered elsewhere. With so much uncertainty, planning to seek them out had never been at the top of his list of ideas. The thought of suddenly reuniting with this strange uncle, of all people, had simply never crossed his mind. However, his uncle was no ordinary shinobi either, now a seasoned fighter from what was likely the 3rd strongest Senju lineage. Ryu's mother was also a part of, before the disbandment, ranking just behind Ryusei's father's bloodline. Kazuo's mood, at this time, could easily be imagined. He hadn't seen his sister in nearly 30 years, ever since they were separated while she was still just a young girl. To hear now that she had died in such a state cut deep. She had been his only sibling, and he remembered how she always treated him with respect as her elder brother. After leaving his birthplace behind and never returning, she had been one of the few ties he still held to that past. And now, even that was gone. Kazuo, meanwhile, quickly steadied himself after hearing that Ryusei already knew the truth. If the boy understood how his parents had died, then there was no way he could ever bow to Konoha. And if he was smart enough to survive this long, he also had to know that Konoha would never simply let him go. That meant, whether he admitted it or not, he was already on their side. So, he exhaled slowly, his tone softening as he began to explain. Back when Tobirama dissolved the clan, nearly 30 years ago now, shortly before the First Shinobi World War, your grandfather eventually gathered other similarly minded elders from the clan and formed the so-called revivalist faction. One of their strategies was to tie the Senju name to the daimyo himself. They chose 6 of our brightest youths from elite bloodlines related to these elders, myself included, to serve as his personal guardians. The idea was simple. If revival inside Konoha failed, then at least the Senju name would live on outside, preserved through influence at the palace. Ryusei tilted his head. 6 of you, for 30 years. That must have been dull. Kazuo snorted. Dull doesn't even cover it. We were half of the 12 guardian ninja at the time, a little faction of our own. But the truth became clear quickly. The daimyo was happy enough to gain 6 loyal shinobi for free, but expecting him to go to war with the Hokage for our sake. Pipe dream. The two restrain each other, always have, always will. He had no reason to risk anything for us. To him, supporting Senju interests meant nothing. But offending the Hokage by protecting us, that was a real cost. So he smiled, kept us as his watchdogs, and that was the end of it. His voice hardened, the memory weighing heavy. And while we guarded him like glorified furniture, our kinsmen were being slaughtered. Assassinations, disappearances, mysterious accidents during the Second War, until the faction was gone. Erased. Ryusei's expression didn't change, but he spoke quietly. So you all gave up on the dream. On Konoha, yes. On the daimyo, certainly. But not on ourselves. Kazuo's lips twisted into something between a grin and a sneer. Decades of service, living like dogs while we should have been kings, eventually, we began planning. We had connections, knowledge of palace movements. We learned of certain shipments, gold being moved discreetly to the daimyo estates. Why not take the gold for ourselves when we get a chance? Then, after accumulating enough of it, finding a smaller noble inside some local territory, far from the daimyo si, is much easier to control than Fire's central throne. Control the gold, control the land, and with enough time, the Senju could revive in secret. On our terms. With wives, children, and a new base to grow from. And when the moment came, revenge against both Konoha and the palace. Ryusei raised a brow. Sounds more like a coup than a revival. Kazuo chuckled bitterly. Call it what you like. After 30 years, we felt entitled to it. He leaned in slightly. But escaping the daimyo's leash wasn't so simple. We were his personal bodyguards. Always watched. Always summoned. Only rarely would we be sent away on a confidential errand. When that happened, the others had to remain behind. That was the window. I, being the strongest, volunteered when such a task finally came up, alongside 2 others. On paper, I was to handle the daimyo's private business. In truth, it was my chance to move. To strike one of those gold convoys. To set the plan in motion. His eyes darkened. And that was when fate played its trick. The gold I went for was the one your team had been assigned to guard. Chapter 22, Family Beneath the Daimyo's Shadow, 2. Ryusei's first thought, the next second, after hearing all of this, was why they didn't simply cut down the nearest and biggest prey, the daimyo himself. But then he realized the daimyo wasn't exactly a lamb. Who benefited most from his existence? Konoha. The village that couldn't finance itself without a noble's treasury, especially during wars. It has no idea how to run a country politically and economically like the daimyo's court could. And in turn, the daimyo needed Konoha's supernatural shinobi power. They were smart enough to understand that forcing the daimyo was impossible. Not because he had powerful shinobi, those 6 were probably the strongest around him, but because Konoha's eyes never left his side. Root, hidden agents, ANBU with Byakugan, messengers, and spies of every kind. If they tried anything reckless, it would be discovered sooner or later, and they would be erased. Yes, daimyo commanded the largest army in the world, a force that could drown even the greatest shinobi given time. But time was a luxury he never had. Before his soldiers marched a single day, he could be assassinated 100 times, by Konoha or their enemies. That balance also kept both sides in check. It also explained why the daimyo tolerated the countless spies from Konoha around him. They reassured Konoha, and they shielded him from rogue shinobi like those 6 or foreign assassins, hoping to throw the land into chaos or seize power for themselves. In the end, Ryusei had to admit, it was smart of them not to let greed and annoyance at the men drive them into an impulsive strike at the daimyo. Ryusei also understood what the daimyo had in mind when he recruited the 6. They were talents from the most prestigious clan in the world, people the daimyo could never touch in ordinary times. By taking them in young, he could build loyalty slowly. Even if Tobirama or Hiruzen felt offended that he moved without asking, it was still within his rights and didn't break any standing agreements. For him, the gain was obvious: 6 powerful guards who doubled as leverage against Konoha and as a last shield against enemy shinobi before Konoha's reinforcements ever arrived. He likely treated them with the utmost respect, granting them trust, tasks of secrecy, as seen how easily they knew about the top-secret info about massive gold shipments like this. They were probably paid well and even lived comfortably under him. But he still drew the short lot, because among those 6 was Ryusei's uncle, the de facto leader. Ryusei felt like he already understood his mindset a little, and his ambition and his strength likely made him the unofficial ringleader of the small group. By now, he was an elite Jonin-level shinobi in strength, who felt like he was wasting his life, and long service at a lord's side had worn thin on his pride. To him, it wasn't loyalty anymore, it was humiliation, the life of a watchdog, something unfitting for a great Senju. Worse, the daimyo had never once acted on behalf of the Senju cause, always bowing to Konoha's shadow. Over the years, resentment turned into ambition, and ambition into treachery. It wasn't hard to guess what the uncle promised the others. With that kind of gold, they could carve out their own little domain, declare themselves lords, take wives and concubines by the dozens, and claim it was for the sake of reviving the clan. To Ryusei, that sounded less like revival and more like greed, yet he didn't find it wrong. That was how most humans operated anyway. Why hide behind ideals when you had power and the chance to use it? In their place, he would have done the same. Still, even as he smirked at the thought, Ryusei couldn't ignore the holes in their plan he discovered after a short silence. From a practical, deductive view, it was bound to collapse sooner or later. But Ryusei didn't press on the flaws he had already seen. First, he needed to make sense of their current situation. So he asked, "You slipped away from the daimyo's confidential task just to snatch this gold. You didn't rob the shipment you were assigned to guard because you planned to use that trust to gather even more in the future, right?" The men gave a short laugh. "Not bad. I left a shadow clone with the caravan, along with those 2 friends, and rushed here once I had the information. I tracked the caravan through my sensing, but only when I closed in and struck at that girl did I realize who you were. Your chakra gave you away. You're not bad either. Better than I was back then. What's more surprising is that Konoha let you live this long." Ryusei answered calmly, "It's harder for them to erase a child than it is an older generation. I won't pretend it was all my own doing. I only barely escaped an attack a month ago thanks to some tricks. I expect there will be more attempts sooner or later. Anyway, can you tell me exactly what task the daimyo entrusted to you? And how does my current mission tie into him? All we were told was that a merchant's caravan was moving valuables toward the capital, though we suspected something was off. Can you clear that up?" He asked not just out of curiosity but because he needed to understand both their positions before deciding on his next move, and whether some of his ideas for this group were even possible. Kazuo closed his eyes briefly, sensing that his clones were still holding the 3 escorts in place. Only then did he begin explaining. The daimyo's confidential mission wasn't as clean as it sounded. A minor noble bribed him with an astronomical sum of gold, hoping to buy his support in a dispute with a rival. To cover it, the noble falsified his yearly report, which meant Konoha was technically cheated out of its rightful share that should have gone through the daimyo's central office. He let that sink in before continuing. The daimyo only has 12 fighters worth calling shinobi. They are the famed 12 guardian ninja. 3 are on loan from Konoha, 3 were trained in his own guard corps, and the last 6 are us. The amount was too large to move with ordinary guards. Konoha shinobi couldn't be used. If they escorted it, they could immediately notice the fraud. And the daimyo's regular guards weren't strong enough. That left only us, his hidden Senju cards. So 3 of us were ordered to escort the bribe from the noble's secret deposit to one of the daimyo's vaults. That was the confidential mission. Kazuo's voice lowered. But I left that mission midway. It wasn't far from here, and I travel faster than most at my level. More importantly, I had better information about this other shipment, the one you were assigned to guard. Ryusei stayed silent, letting him continue. This caravan, too, was deeply tied to the daimyo. Another minor noble had discovered a gold mine, ruling another local feudal fief, on his land. He didn't want Konoha knowing, especially with war taxes certain to rise once the next Great War began, which looks like it would again after only a short break from the previous war. He also experienced these higher taxes himself deeply up until 4 years ago when it ended. So he arranged to send an initial bribe to the daimyo, hoping to keep the mine off the record. He disguised it as a merchant caravan, handled by one of his own brothers-in-law, who was a real big-time merchant in this part of the Land of Fire. That's the shipment you were after. A small smile crept across Kazuo's lips. I just happened to know about this deal ahead of time. Taking it would give me the starting capital I needed to finally cut ties with the daimyo. After he finished, Ryusei thought it through slowly, hand on his chin. His recent dive into history books gave him context. The Land of Fire wasn't an absolute monarchy. The daimyo wasn't some supreme ruler, but the wealthiest and most prestigious lord among many. His position was born out of Konoha's founding. Hashirama had allowed one nearby feudal lord, who also happened to be the strongest one before and held the central territory near Konoha, to further prosper in Konoha's shadow, and the others eventually fell in line and created the new form of the Land of Fire, and that feudal lord became the daimyo and his lineage became more noble. The daimyo became a unifying figure, a pivot in a standard feudal system older than the shinobi themselves. His legitimacy rested on money and his relationship with Konoha. Every noble sent him yearly tribute, which he pooled into a central fund. A fraction went to Konoha for national defense every year, and more during wartime. Beyond that, anyone, nobles, merchants, even the daimyo himself, could commission shinobi missions from Konoha, provided they didn't threaten the Land of Fire's broader interests. That was the second way that Konoha made money privately still. But there was always another layer. Lesser lords fought among themselves constantly, their standing armies clashing unless outside wars forced them to unify. To gain an advantage, they bribed the daimyo. That's where the gold came in. A minor noble, desperate to crush a rival, falsified his yearly report and paid the daimyo directly. Since Konoha was entitled to a cut, their shinobi couldn't be used to escort it. The daimyo needed power strong enough to protect a fortune but discreet enough not to reveal the fraud. That meant shinobi outside official channels, the 6 Senju. The second case was even dirtier. Another noble discovered a gold mine on his lands. Normally, a portion would go to the daimyo's treasury, and through him, to Konoha. But with a new war looming, both would take far more than usual. The pattern was clear. The daimyo's growing central power, backed by Konoha's protection, let him act brazenly, skimming from his shinobi patrons while enriching himself and becoming more and more corrupt. The Senju guards became his hidden trump cards, cleaning up bribe runs too large or too sensitive to entrust to anyone else. And after enough such runs, they realized the truth, that trash weakling daimyo wasn't the only one entitled to luxury. But then, why would nobles even bother bribing the daimyo if he was just a hollow figurehead like 50 years ago, when Konoha and the Land of Fire first took shape? The truth was simple, the daimyo wasn't that weak anymore. His authority had grown, his jurisdiction over the minor territories expanding year by year. His prestige was at its peak, both among nobles and commoners, bolstered by the image of a holy lineage tied to Konoha's founding. Konoha had encouraged this centralization at first. A stronger daimyo meant smoother revenue collection, at least in theory. But Ryusei could see now that theory and reality had diverged. The daimyo had grown bold, pushing boundaries, dipping his hands into bribes and fraud. Yet he wasn't reckless, his fear of Konoha kept him from going too far, so he only dared these tricks in isolated, secret cases. Not to mention, it was never easy to overturn a feudal system rooted in centuries of scattered local rule. The old lineages still held near absolute control over their lands, and a few decades of Konoha-backed centralization could only go so far. In the end, the daimyo was little more than a figurehead, just a slightly stronger one than before. Chapter 23, Gold and Women Won't Save the Senju. Politically and economically, the daimyo was stronger than Konoha. So if that minor noble wanted to hide a gold mine, he would naturally bribe the daimyo. The daimyo's reach meant he would always know first, long before Konoha ever could. And what was Konoha, really? 50,000 people. Perhaps 5 to 10,000 shinobi at most, counting every official and unofficial fighter. Compared to the daimyo's bureaucracy and network, they were a speck. Besides, both sides had long since agreed not to interfere with each other's domains. Konoha handled war and killing, and the daimyo handled politics and economy. If the noble cut him in with a private share, the matter was finished. Konoha would never learn of it. On paper, even that unified land of fire benefited Konoha. In practice, their lack of manpower and administrative skill meant the daimyo could outmaneuver them whenever he pleased. Yet the truth was obvious: without Konoha, the daimyo had nothing. All his power rested on the superhuman bloodlines gathered in the village. Alone, he was just a man in a world of monsters. Konoha held him by the throat, no matter how sacred his lineage seemed. There was no way for him to build such a force on his own. Back in his past life, Ryusei had often wondered why the hidden villages didn't just kill their daimyo outright and take full control. The answer was obvious now: if one village toppled its daimyo, the remaining 4 great daimyo would rally their villages in fear. They'd use it as the perfect excuse to strike together, crush the offender, and split the spoils 4 ways without worrying about betrayal. But that was only part of the truth. The other part was numbers. Konoha's population was small compared to the daimyo's territories, and if those civilians ever rose en masse, they could drown shinobi forces in sheer volume. Even ordinary soldiers here were tougher than the men from Ryusei's old world, thanks to chakra strengthening their baseline bodies. Add to that Konoha's total lack of governing ability, they excelled at war and bloodshed, not ruling states. Tobirama wasn't stupid, yet even he never considered overthrowing the daimyo. Why? Because what would shinobi even do with a country afterward? In the end, shinobi were demigods living in a small pond called Konoha, while millions of civilians across farms, towns, and cities made up the ocean. To those people, shinobi weren't rulers, they were legends, weapons, and untouchable stars. And Ryusei knew, despite the danger, he was lucky to be reborn in Konoha. There was nowhere else in this world with that kind of power concentrated in one place. After reading through the war records, Ryusei finally understood why ordinary forces like soldiers and cavalry were never involved in the great shinobi wars. It wasn't because they were useless. In truth, if hundreds of thousands were ever mobilized together, they could absolutely sway a battle. But they never did. Why? Because this world was still fractured, ruled by a patchwork of feudal lords. The so-called 5 great nations were only symbols, loose federations bound together by the might of their hidden villages. Each daimyo paid his village for collective protection against the other 4. The rest of the feudal armies kept fighting small wars with their neighbors, their true rivals not across oceans or deserts but right next door. There was no real sense of nation, no shared culture or identity. Just countless territories ruled by bloodlines clinging to their local power. That was why the shinobi stood at the center of every major war. The 5 hidden villages fought one another for influence over the scattered feudal domains, and the daimyos ruled as figureheads propped up by courts of bureaucrats and experts. The soldiers remained in the background, pawns in petty border feuds, while the shinobi shaped history. Meanwhile, Ryusei sensed his teammates were slowly gaining the upper hand against his uncle's 2 clones, was forced out of his long-thought chain, and asked strangely, "Uncle, aren't those shadow clones?" "No, Earth clones," Kazuo replied. "They're weaker than shadow clones. Not to mention that I also left another 50% chakra shadow clone back there before I left. I instinctively didn't want to use shadow clones right away before talking to you first. After all, I know I need to keep them alive if I want to keep you alive. And if they reported I used shadow clones, it could eventually be traced back to me and my group." He said it as if he truly cared for Ryusei. Ryusei felt relieved. "You did well, uncle. In that case, all of my plans regarding you all can still be attempted." "Your plans? You want to join us, too?" Kazuo asked, a little surprised. Truthfully, he wished Ryusei would leave Konoha and come with them. But he knew it was impossible. They couldn't shield him from the pursuit that would follow, and in the end, they'd all just be more easily exposed and die with him. After all, 30 years have passed, and Konoha might have forgotten about them, but not about Ryusei. That was why he never recommended it himself. At best, his own plan was to give up on today's gold, let themselves be defeated by Ryusei's team, and quietly retreat. They could always find another shipment later. Before leaving, he intended to give Ryusei a few words of encouragement, maybe a promise that one day they would rise together and strike at the Hokage's faction from inside and outside. But even as he thought it, he knew how improbable that really was. So when Ryusei suddenly spoke in that way, it embarrassed him, as if the boy had misunderstood and thought Kazuo wanted him to join them. Feeling awkward, already turning over how to gently refuse, he then heard Ryusei continue. I know what you're thinking right now, uncle. Just hear me out. Funnily enough, I could actually join you now without dragging you down. It's simple, fake my death here, make the body disappear in a way that looks believable, and I vanish. Easy, right? The older man frowned. And why not? Because I'd never choose that. Do you know why? That ties into why your whole plan is lacking. Konoha is the center of everything, opportunity, powerful bloodlines, and techniques. If the Senju want to rise again, we need to absorb some of that, too. In danger lies opportunity. They see the upcoming war as my death sentence, but I see it as the perfect cover to grow strong in the chaos, if I can navigate it right. His uncle's eyes narrowed. You think my plan is wrong? Not just wrong. Fatal. Keep at it, and in 5 or 10 years, you'll be discovered and dead. Let me explain. You think Konoha won't find you? The moment the daimyo reports you missing, they'll tear the country apart looking. For example, Tobirama alone could sense across small nations. He's gone, sure, but plenty of strong sensors remain in great numbers. They could find you anywhere inside the Land of Fire eventually. Even leaving for other smaller countries, outside the Land of Fire, also puts you at risk. After all, they are about to become the main battlefield during the next war, full of watchful eyes of all kinds of shinobi. Other great nations. Same problem. Konoha has root in every corner, Jiraiya's new spy network, for example, too, and during war, they're sharper than ever. Other great nations' hidden village could kill you themselves out of suspicion of your previous ties to Konoha, or tip Konoha off just for a favor if they realize that you are their enemies, if you go there too. The uncle stayed silent, jaw tight. The truth is, the daimyo's palace is the safest place in the entire world for you. He is the sole reason you are still alive. Step outside, and it's certain death. And don't even think of stealing my fake death idea. What would you use as cover? The daimyo's so-called fictional enemies. Strong enough to wipe you all out. Or maybe the daimyo's own forces, once they notice your betrayal in time. Either way, it wouldn't add up. Do you really think anyone would believe you fell in battle that easily, if you had even a shred of intelligence? Konoha wouldn't. Not for a second. The old man's lips twitched, as if he wanted to argue, but nothing came. And say you do grow in numbers, large families hidden away. How long could that stay secret? Local lords with hundreds of years of heritage, you think no one notices something off around them? Use your head. And those women you've taken, civilian bloodlines. That's not revival, that's dilution. At most, you're just lustful. That doesn't restore the Senju name. It destroys it further. Ryusei's voice turned sharp, deliberately harsh. At the end of the day, uncle, you weren't building a future. You were just indulging yourself. This is the only way I can get you to wake up. Kazuo grew agitated, but then forced himself to calm down. He studied his nephew as if meeting him for the first time, which he truly was. He hadn't expected this level of sharpness. You sound like you have a better plan, he said at last. So stop circling around it, and let's hear it. Chapter 24, Hold the Daimyo, Hold Tomorrow. Ryusei's eyes narrowed. I have a few suggestions, uncle. The best path for you is simple, do nothing. Stay where you are now. Let me move from the inside. Kazuo blinked. Inside Konoha. You mean, remain among them? Yes. That's where the real game is. Wouldn't you rather return to Konoha one day? Overthrow the Hokage's faction, expose their crimes, and take revenge properly. I still have some evidence left secretly from my father that no one else knows about. I'll gather more. I'll get stronger. I'll build allies. The Uchiha, perhaps even part of the Hyūga, and who knows who else I could find. And also don't underestimate this, the Hokage's faction has made enemies everywhere. All I need is the strength and leverage to bring them together. Kazuo studied him carefully. That's an ambitious claim. It's the only realistic one, Ryusei shot back. Running or hiding will only get you killed. But if I succeed, I'll also try and build a reputation in this war. A hero, maybe even a Hokage candidate, or at least someone too difficult to assassinate again. In that position, I can openly call myself Senju once more, reconnect with any surviving members, and expose Konoha's crimes when it matters most. That's how we regain bargaining power, maybe even our lost compounds and heritage slowly over time. Kazuo let out a low, humorless laugh. And if you fail? Then you'll die too. Ryusei leaned closer. If I fail, then yes, we die forgotten. But if we succeed, the Senju will rise again, not as fugitives, but as rulers. Think clearly, uncle, the only way forward isn't to escape Konoha, impossible. It's to take it for ourselves. In danger lies the greatest opportunity. Kazuo fell silent. Ryusei continued, voice steady. The war will last many years. That's enough time for me to grow in strength, influence, and reputation. When the moment is right and my position is consolidated, I'll call you back to your hometown. You'll return not as outlaws, but as respected elders of the Senju reborn. So we're just to do nothing for the foreseeable future and rely entirely on you? Kazuo asked suspiciously. Ryusei chuckled, then smirked. No. There's something big waiting for you to do. In fact, your current identities and positions are amazing assets, if you know how to use them. Kazuo frowned. Assets. We're nothing more than glorified retainers to the daimyo. Exactly, Ryusei said sharply. The daimyo trusts you with important matters. That trust itself is leverage for our survival, for revival, for revenge, and ultimately for taking back influence in Konoha. But not in the way you originally intended. You wanted to run. Wrong. You must go bolder. Kazuo's eyes narrowed. Bolder. Yes. You can keep your plan of stealing some gold, but only in small amounts, just enough not to make the daimyo suspicious. Use it to build pawns and loyal people, but focus only on the capital, especially inside the palace. Also in the entourages of his relatives, brothers, sons, uncles, and other royal family members who control the daimyo's central territory. Forget the outer regions with other feudal lords. The core is all that matters. Kazuo looked uneasy. Inside the palace itself. That's practically suicide. Not if you're careful, and precisely because it sounds so reckless, it might actually succeed, Ryusei replied. Konoha surely keeps shinobi near the daimyo and his kin, but far fewer than around the daimyo himself. And you know the royal family better than anyone. Use that. But never overreach, just enough so that when the time comes, you'll still have pieces to move. Spread the 6 of you among the daimyo and the key successors, even use shadow clones if needed. Kazuo let out a humorless laugh. It still sounds like suicide. Not during peacetime, and not if you manage to cover both the daimyo and his most likely successors. That turns from danger into leverage. Think, uncle, Konoha is about to enter the Third Shinobi World War. All the other great villages will be aiming at them. In the middle of that, can they risk you killing the daimyo and his heirs? Of course not. The chaos would rip the land of fire apart. They would have to wait until the war ended before they could move against you. Kazuo went quiet, but his expression grew grim. Ryusei pressed on. The last war dragged on for around 5 years. This one could last even more. That's enough time for me to rise, build strength and reputation, overturn the situation. And your handle on the daimyo will be my backup card, a way to save my life, gain a position, or push our goals forward when needed. Without the daimyo's central domain, nearly a quarter of Fire Country, the remaining lords scatter. Konoha won't be able to stabilize before the other villages exploit the chaos. So nothing will happen to you, as long as you succeed. And if we fail? Kazuo asked quietly. Then you'll die, Ryusei said without hesitation. But this is still the best path for you. If I have to rely on myself alone, I might not survive this war without leverage and allow you to return safely to Konoha. With this, we have a real chance. But there are only 6 of us, Kazuo said slowly. Although the other 5 are also probably Jonin level in strength, to various degrees, if we spread ourselves thin with too many shadow clones, we'll only weaken our own strength. How can we control the entire situation like that? He was beginning to seriously consider Ryusei's idea, but this was the first problem that came to mind. Of course not, Ryusei answered at once. You won't be the only ones forever. Once you have the daimyo and his key relatives under your control, you'll coerce them for resources. With that, you can start bringing in others. Underworld shinobi, mercenaries, those who will follow when they see you already holding the reins. Not before, when they might just betray you. Kazuo frowned again. Mercenaries aren't reliable. That's why you only hire those below you, Ryusei said. Chunin, Genin, nothing stronger. After the war begins, there will be plenty. Desertions happen in every war. Missions get deadlier, loyalties break, and those who run will need food and coin. If you have the daimyo's purse, you'll be able to gather them from everywhere around the world. Kazuo rubbed his chin, thoughtful. With those resources, Ryusei went on, you can also get messenger falcons, train them for secret communication between you. That way, no one will ever suspect how closely you're coordinating. And remember, you have time. The war hasn't fully broken out yet. Until I call on you, you can finalize all the details among yourselves. I've only given you rough sketches of the plan. You know the palace and its politics better than me, so you'll know how to fill in the gaps. Kazuo leaned back, still uneasy but clearly weighing it more seriously now. Another thing, Ryusei added, his tone turning sharper. This has to be done in a semi-secret way. You can't humiliate the daimyo or his family outright. Push him too far, and he might not even wait for Konoha's help after the war. He could do something reckless, maybe even suicidal. And no matter what, you must keep the court and government running smoothly on the surface and money flowing in. If anything gets disrupted, if the agencies stop functioning as usual, Konoha would have no reason to wait until later. They'd act immediately against you. Kazuo heard all this and had gone quiet for a while in contemplation, but then his brow furrowed as if something had surfaced in his mind. He leaned forward, his voice low. Wait, did I hear you right before? Did your father truly find and leave you some evidence of the village's actions back then? Why didn't he use it himself then? Ryusei didn't even flinch. Yes. That is my first greatest external chip. But right now, it's incomplete. Those fragments he gathered all point in the right direction, but they don't yet form a case strong enough to shake Konoha. At best, they raise suspicions. For them to become a weapon, I'll need time. Time to dig deeper, to use those clues and build something that can't be denied. Only then will it be potent enough to convince the right people, or try and crush them if they refuse. As for why he never used it himself, that's simple, he got hold of it too late. By then, he had no one left he could trust, and before he could act, he was assassinated. He only managed to pass it on to my mother, and she kept it hidden until my 6th birthday. That was the only time she showed it to me, after finding the courage and clarity to do so, just before she passed away. And like I said, it's not complete. Maybe he intended to dig deeper, to gather more proof, but he was killed before he had the chance. Kazuo absorbed every word, and for the first time since the discussion began, his suspicion faded. The boy wasn't boasting. He was speaking like someone already several steps ahead. Something in Kazuo's chest tightened. If this failed, he wanted Ryusei close regardless. Someone like this could not be left adrift. I see, Kazuo muttered. He paused, then asked with genuine hesitation, I will try to convince the other 5. But if we are to trust you, how do we contact you again? What if I need to reach you after this? Ryusei smirked faintly, shaking his head. You won't. Not for a while. Once the war starts, I'll finally have the freedom to move, to maneuver without being watched every second. Until then, any contact between us would risk everything. The only way forward is if you build a proper network yourselves, establish safe points in towns along the Land of Fire's borders. The kind of places where information flows freely, and ANBUIs are thin. Then, when I'm deployed somewhere close to one of those places, when the war starts, I'll know where and how to find your people first. Only after I reach out will you reach back. Otherwise, silence. Kazuo's eyes narrowed, but then softened. He gave a slow nod. Fine. Then you should know which towns are most suitable. He leaned closer and began listing them, naming a handful of key settlements, the kind of places where a presence could be established more easily, and how to connect to them once there, with Ryusei silently committing all of that information to memory. Before they could continue, Ryusei suddenly stiffened. His uncle's clones outside were already close to being dispelled, and his Umbu team would have been undoubtedly rushing toward hereafter. He rose quickly, urgency in his voice. Enough. Time's almost up. Then his tone sharpened in a way that made Kazuo blink. Before I go, there's one more thing you must do. Kazuo frowned. What now? You need to injure me. Badly, Ryusei said flatly. Not life-threatening, but serious. Deep cuts, cracked ribs, something that will look real enough. I can handle the healing later, I'm a medical nin. But without visible damage, my story to the others won't hold. I need a reason why the enemy's main body singled me out. Why fight for so long without dying? If I walk back without a scratch, my team won't believe it for a second. And suspicion is death. Kazuo stared at him, shocked by the cold calculation. You're serious? More serious than ever. If they think I'm lying about what happened, they'll dig. If they dig, they'll find pieces of the truth. If they find the truth, I'm finished. This way, they'll only see what I want them to see, a battered genin who barely survived by luck and skill. For a moment, uncle and nephew locked eyes in silence. Then Kazuo let out a slow breath, shaking his head. You're frightening, boy, frightening and impressive. He stepped forward, clenched his fist, and with carefully measured precision, struck Ryusei hard in the ribs. Ryusei grunted, staggering, then steadied himself with clenched teeth. A shallow slash followed, cutting across his shoulder to look convincingly lethal without being so. Ryusei pressed his palm against it, slowing the bleeding with practiced chakra control. That's enough, he muttered, his voice tight but steady. Kazuo gave him one last look, the kind only blood family could share, something caught between pride, regret, and grim acceptance. Until next time, nephew. Ryusei straightened despite the pain, his narrowed eyes fixed calmly on him. Until next time, uncle. Remember, everything we spoke about today stays between us. If you falter, we both die. With that, they parted, each retreating into the shadows of their respective roles, uncle and nephew bound together not by warmth, but by necessity and blood. Ryusei watched his uncle's silhouette dissolve into the treeline. A slow, thin smile touched his lips. All right. Narrative control. He targeted me first because I ruined his ambush, clean motive. He needed the loudest alarm bell silenced before he separated the rest of the team. After splitting into two clones, his main body dropped from standard Jonin to low Jonin in a pinch due to chakra severance. Conveniently, his true body never reappeared after the opening strike. Kane's Byakugan can't grade power to that resolution, only true sensory types can. So calling him standard Jonin lands close enough to the high Jonin reality to pass any sniff test. He flexed a rib and winced on purpose, memorizing the pain so it would read naturally. No ninjutsu traces. Even better. I'll say I choked down my chakra output on purpose, sensory masking, so he chose to conserve his own and finish me with taijutsu. Then I traded injury for injury, forced him to disengage because that's when he also sensed his two clones popping one after another. A breath, slow and even. He let blood bead along the shoulder cut, then stemmed it with the barest thread of medical chakra, visible, not fatal. After that, I played dead. He took the hint and ran away as if not expecting his clones to last so little. He didn't finish me because I looked finished. And I survived because I had Yang Palm to stabilize vitals and buy time. Later, I patched myself up with ordinary medical ninjutsu. Elegant. Boring. Believable. He glanced back toward the wagon ring, already picturing faces. Okabe will file it under reckless but lucky. Renjiro will puff up and swear he almost had the clone. Kane will say nothing and watch my pulse rate. Let her. A faint chuckle escaped him. Good, at least the merchant acted suspicious enough previously. With that much raw gold, it's perfectly believable a Jonin would target him, not that he came for me on purpose. As for how the Jonin knew the route, the merchant could never have mentioned the daimyo, this was a bribe after all. He wouldn't risk tying anything back to the palace, including those 6 Senju. The obvious conclusion will be, the merchant's side leaked somewhere, somehow. He straightened, tested his gait, and set his expression to strained but steady. Worst case, I graduate from low Chunin to high Chunin in their heads because I lasted against a low Jonin. Tragic. The enemies who matter already updated that file last month, if they didn't even long before then, so I may as well stop pretending and use what I have. He rolled his shoulders, smoothed his breathing into a ragged cadence, and let the smile fade to a tight line. Cover established. Alibi anchored. Sympathy guaranteed. Now let's go and sell it to them. Chapter 25, a running tab between us. Torches hissed in the damp night as the last earth clone broke apart into mud. Okabe dropped from a branch, I sweeping the perimeter once, twice, then cutting to the caravan. Form up. We move, he said, voice low. Hirotada almost burst from his wagon. Move. After that, we should turn back. You hired shinobi to get you to the capital, Okabe replied, calm slicing through the panic. That hasn't changed. The merchant's mouth opened and closed. He glanced at the wagons, then at the dark tree line. Greed won over fear. He swallowed. Fine. But double the pace. We'll set the pace, Okabe said, already signaling the guards into a tighter shape. They rolled out within minutes. Renjiro took the forward arc, Kane the left, Okabe shadowing the right, while Ryusei, blood drying along his collar and his uniform cut through, stretched out on the rear wagon's canvas, one hand glowing faint green as he poured warmth into broken ribs. The mystical palm, more simply called the healing jutsu, flowed, stitch by stitch. Copper on his tongue. Heat under his chest. Breath counting out the pain. Hirotada climbed up once, nerves frayed. Boy, are you going to? Ryusei tilted his head just enough to show one slit eye. If I die, you'll hear it. Keep your men walking. The merchant recoiled at the tone and climbed down without another word. They made 2 more miles before Okabe called a rolling halt under a stand of cedar. No fires. Low voices. Wheels wedged with stones. Report, he said. Renjiro knelt, blade across his thighs. Clone I had was strong, but dumb. Kept pushing the same angle. We broke it. Kane stood straight-backed, eyes ordinary again, no veins, no glow. The real body that attacked us was stronger. It went for me first. Okabe's gaze flicked to Ryusei on the wagon, then back to Kane. And you're alive because... Kane paused, just a moment. Ryusei warned me. Renjiro's brows lifted. Huh. Okabe filed it away without expression. New rules. No Byakugan for an hour at a time. We rotate patrols. Renjiro, you take 2 arcs until sunrise. Kane, center left with the guards. I'll hold right and rear. Ryusei, heal and breathe. Already doing both, Ryusei murmured, dry. A little later, footsteps brushed the wagon edge. Kane stepped into the shadow of the canvas, voice low enough not to carry. You saved me. Ryusei didn't look up right away. He pushed a last ribbon of mystical palm into a cracked rib, felt it set, then let the glow fade. You're welcome. Silence. He could feel her studying him, the way her chakra thinned and tightened when she weighed words. How did you sense it? She asked at last. No edge this time, just the question. Habit, he said. And a net. A net. A thin field within 5-6 meters. Worthless at distance, but nothing steps inside without touching the strings. You didn't mention it before. You didn't ask. He turned his head then, narrow eyes catching the faint shine in hers. You've been running your Byakugan all day. It slows you before you notice. At night, that gap gets you killed. Her jaw tightened, the smallest show of pride against truth. I know. Good. His mouth curved. Consider this my invoice. For saving me, she said, cold again. For not saying, I told you so. A pause. If it were anyone else, she might have bristled. Instead, HN. Ryusei leaned back against the wagon post, half-smile still tugging. Guess we've got a running tab now. You save me, I save you, repeat until we lose count. Call it a connection if you want. Her chakra flickered faintly, like a ripple quickly buried. She didn't answer, only shifted her gaze to the road ahead. Ryusei chuckled under his breath. Don't look so grim. It's not a curse. Just means you're stuck with me a little longer. Her eyes flicked back once, cool as ever, though her voice dropped a notch lower. Then try not to make it harder than it already is. Before he could press that, a faint crunch of gravel carried from the right. Renjiro's chakra brushed the edge of his net. He had circled close, probably catching the tail end of Ryusei's laugh if not the words before it. By the time Renjiro padded over, grin already on his face, Kane had stepped half a pace aside, her posture unreadable. So we're just not going to talk about how a mystery Jonin decided to box with Ryusei instead of frying him on the spot. Some people prefer the classics, Ryusei said. He wanted it fast, quiet, and cheap. Renjiro snorted. Cheap didn't work out. Okabe arrived last, arms folded. He looked from the cut across Kene's bangs to the bruising along Ryusui's ribs. Assessment. Ryusui let the medic light bloom faintly over torn muscle, answering with proof. Then, main body was, low Jonin after splitting. He kept it taijutsu to save chakra. I baited him, traded blows, and when he felt his clones drop, he broke off. Clean ground. No ninjutsu marks, Okabe said. He chose not to escalate, Ryusui replied. Which means he didn't want noise, not that he couldn't make it. Okabe studied him a moment longer, then nodded. We finished the contract. Then a sealed report goes to the Hokage. I'll send a short burst now, engagement, unknown Jonin, convoy intact. No details over open lines. He moved into the trees. A muted flare pulsed once, then faded. Kene lingered. Her eyes dropped to his hand, still faintly warm. You traded injury for injury, counting on healing it. Counting enough. That's reckless, she said, but the edge was dull. Efficient, he corrected. She looked like she might argue, then didn't. Rest. I'll cover your flank for the next stretch. He watched her go, shoulders squared, step steady, one lock of hair shorter than the rest where the kunai had cut. The corner of his mouth lifted. Renjiro leaned on the wagon rail. You two are weird. Work with what you're given, Ryusui said, closing his eyes. The caravan rolled before dawn, wheels wrapped with cloth, guards moving like ghosts. Hirotada didn't open the curtain again. When the road widened toward the capital routes, towns spreading near the fields, the man finally dared a whisper as he walked by the wagon. You'll keep this quiet. If word spreads, investors will. Okabe's look shut him up. Your job is to arrive. Ours is to make sure you do. Ryusui let the road's rhythm carry him. Heat pulsed once more through his palm, pain settled back into a dull ache. Plans clicked into place like stones on a board, a sealed report with just enough truth, a merchant who would never dare say more, teammates recalibrated by a brush with death, and a certain masked stranger whose existence would stay where it belonged, for now, in the dark. He opened one eye as Kene passed the wagon again on her loop, her glance snagging on him for half a second before sliding away. Try not to die before we get to the capital, she said without looking. I'll schedule it for after delivery, he answered. HN. The wheels creaked on. Dawn thinned the trees. And the gold kept its secrets, silent under canvas, as if it hadn't just become the axis of a much larger game. Chapter 26, Return to Konoha, Plans Waiting, 1. Important author note. If the current pace feels too slow for you, then it might be better to wait until more chapters have piled up and read them all at once, instead of going chapter by chapter and getting frustrated. It could be a better experience for some. Everything will eventually be uploaded here for free. But if you're impatient, you can always check out the advanced chapters. As for my writing style and plans, I can't really change that. The story will naturally speed up later when it makes sense for the plot, but right now, it just isn't possible to push it any faster, nor can I change chapters retroactively at this point. I'll do my best to upload more for now, that's really the most I can promise. In the very first chapter's author note, I already made it clear that my writing isn't meant for impatient readers or those with shorter attention spans. The capital they eventually reached marked the end of Hirotada's part. Once the wagons reached his business compound there, and the gold was checked, he all but vanished into the arms of his accountants, shoving signed papers at Okabe as if to speed them on their way. Proof of completion in hand, Team Okabe left him there. The road back to Konoha took a few more days. Fields gave way to forests again, and by the time the palisade and carved gates of the village came into view, the dust of travel sat thick on their uniforms. The mission desk was waiting. The report had already been forwarded from the capital, but details were thin. Unknown shinobi involvement meant a re-evaluation. The rank was raised to be post hoc, and their payment matched it. The clerk also noted Hirotada would be written up for not filing a full disclosure. Too many such warnings, they said, and he'd lose the right to hire shinobi altogether. Konoha didn't overlook omissions that could have cost lives. When the envelopes were handed out, Okabe slipped his into a sleeve and faced them. I've been called for further questioning, he said evenly. You can guess what about. Ryusui already knew. Masked attackers didn't vanish quietly. Renjiro stretched, envelope already pocketed. So we're dismissed. You're dismissed, Okabe confirmed. They said they'll call us when the next mission comes up. And Ryusui, rest well. 2 missions in a row with false intel, both times leaving you injured. I expect they'll give you at least another month off again. He gave another nod, then turned back into the mission desk. The 3 of them lingered outside a moment, the late light spilling across the stone steps. Kane adjusted her pouch, her pale eyes sliding briefly toward Ryusei before looking away. Renjiro was the first to break it. Well, I'll say this, mystery Jonin or not, at least it wasn't dull. Wonder what's next. Stop wondering, Ryusei said, dryly. Kane's lips pressed faintly together. Just stay alive. I don't want to explain another teammate's death to the desk. Renjiro chuckled and headed off toward the Hatake compound. Kane turned in the opposite direction, posture straight, disappearing into the crowd. Ryusei watched them both go, the weight of the envelope steady in his hand. For a moment, he stood in the noise of Konoha's streets before turning toward home. Plans waiting. Always more plans. Ryusei went straight home. As always, before and after stepping inside, he scanned every corner with both his sensing and his eyes, checking if anything suspicious had been planted while he was away. It was a habit the original owner had drilled into himself long ago. Once satisfied, he washed up, treated his injuries again, and changed into fresh clothes. Dropping onto his bed, he let his thoughts line up. It's good this wound isn't as deep as last time. I didn't burn myself out suppressing it with too much yanpalm either, so it'll close quicker. I wasn't nearly as stressed after it hit, and I managed to trigger the mystical palm right away, which made the later healing easier too. Put all that together. I'll probably be back to normal in a week, not a month like before. A week without physical training, sure, but there are plenty of other things I can work on. As for the sensory net he had shown during the mission, it was something he had only mastered in the last few days of his previous rest. After witnessing the original owner's fate, Ryusei felt it couldn't be delayed any longer. And it was easiest to train even with the previously broken body. It wasn't especially difficult, more a matter of focus and trade-offs. He gave up wide-range detection in order to maintain constant, precise awareness of the space nearest to his body. In return for missing some distant movements, he would miss far fewer threats that came close. For Ryusei, it made sense. He wasn't trying to be a support sensor for his team. He wasn't interested in covering missions for comrades. He only needed a shield for himself. Because once a threat closed in too near, a single instant could decide everything. Sensory ability in this world was tied deeply to talent. No amount of training could bridge the gap entirely. At its core, sensing was simple. A shinobi dispersed their own chakra outward, not in a condensed form that could damage or affect the surroundings, but in a scattered, diffuse state that spread far and wide. That scattered chakra then carried back faint impressions. The larger one's baseline reserves, the further and denser this field could reach. This was why the Uzumaki and Senju stood above others in sensory arts. Their natural vitality, linked to their immense reserves, let them sustain wide fields and even push into the higher state known as sensory mode. Ordinary clans could train all they wanted, but they would never sense bloodlines, ancestry, or emotions across vast distances, countries wide and hundreds of kilometers, the way some of the geniuses from those 2 clans could. Technique mattered too, but only after that raw foundation. The original owner's parents had left him instructions, and he had practiced since childhood, understanding its importance. Yet, in the end, he had not sharpened it enough to save himself. Ryusei's adjustments were simple corrections of what was already there. And that tied directly into something else, killing intent. In essence, it was a cousin of sensing, half a step from genjutsu. When Ryusei formed his sensory net, he had brushed against it by accident. True killing intent, like the aura Orochimaru once smothered Sasuke with, was simply chakra scattered outward as if sensing, but concentrated and sharpened too much on the immediate area and those within it. It wasn't refined enough to be genjutsu, but it pressed on the mind all the same, forcing instinctive fear. Most who felt it couldn't even explain the sensation, only the suffocating terror it left behind. The key was that the particles carried not just chakra, but the user's will to kill. The more enemies a shinobi had slain, the stronger their intent became, and the heavier that pressure could grow. Ryusei knew he had no shortage of will in that regard. For now, as a mere chunin, such a technique could probably frighten academy students or shake green genin at best. But later, against groups of lower-ranked enemies, it could break morale before a fight even began and save him considerable energy. At Hokage's level, one could flood entire squads of dozens upon dozens of chunin with it, crushing their will to struggle. This active killing intent wasn't to be confused with the passive pressure every stronger veteran shinobi gave off. That was just residue from long years of survival and battle. The active form was closer to a true technique, one few mastered, and it demanded advanced sensory experience to wield. There was also a clear difference between sensing and the observation abilities of dojutsu, like the Sharingan or Byakugan. They were fundamentally not the same. Dojutsu specialized in vision, seeing everything clearly within closer ranges. The Sharingan excelled at pattern recognition, prediction, and reading movement, while the Byakugan offered X-ray sight, full 360-degree awareness, and telescopic focus. But even the Byakugan's telescopic vision, in the most talented specialists, rarely exceeded a few dozen kilometers, and that came at the cost of losing its X-ray and 360 fields. Sensing, by contrast, could extend for hundreds of kilometers in every direction in the hands of the best Uzumaki and Senju. The trade-off was that it wasn't seeing at all, but feeling. It didn't pick up the fine details of inanimate objects. Even with living beings, it gave impressions drawn from their chakra auras. At best, these were interpretations, guesses, not a crystal-clear picture. Still, there were things only sensing could grasp. A dojutsu could capture the perfect detail of a person's movements or anatomy, but not the total balance of their chakra nature. That kind of understanding was only possible through the vague accumulation of scattered traits across the entire aura, not by breaking it down piece by piece. And it relied more on observing the soul and the spiritual energy portion of their chakra. In that sense, Byakugan was more about seeing the physical, while sensing was more about feeling the spiritual. As for the so-called Kagura's mind's eye of the Uzumaki, it was not a unique bloodline gift or a technique at all. It was simply their clan's name for the highest state of sensory mode, a refinement the Senju were just as capable of reaching. After all, Tobirama was the one mentioned to have the best sensing range in the original series. Another gift Ryusei inherited from his bloodline was a natural talent for yang release, and with it, medical ninjutsu. The original owner had also done well in that field, so the current Ryusei saw little reason to make corrections or change the pace of that trajectory. Back when he was still only a soul in the original owner's mindscape, he had considered creating techniques similar to Kabuto's A-rank in healing wound destruction, an art that far surpassed the original owner's B-rank yang palm, or even some of Kabuto's other offensive medical jutsu. But once Ryusei took over the body and tested things directly, he realized just how unrealistic that path would have been. To reach that level required years of near-exclusive focus on medical ninjutsu, incredible chakra control, and ingrained procedural memory. Even mastering the basic medical scalpel was demanding, let alone advancing to Kabuto's level, where he could sever nerves in battle. Ryusei simply couldn't afford to dedicate so much time when he had other ideas with higher payoffs. Still, the realization raised his opinion of Kabuto. Achieving so much with no clan backing and only a certain civilian bloodline spoke of intelligence and talent nearly on par with Orochimaru. For someone like that to reach so far, especially during the later parts of the series, was very impressive. His own technique, the Yang Pulse Override Palm, which was its full name, was really just a lower-tier counterpart to Kabuto's. Ryusei's version worked by flooding an injured area with concentrated Yang chakra, temporarily overriding the body's feedback systems and masking the damage after it occurred. It didn't actually prevent the wound, it only forced the body to ignore and suppress the effects until proper healing could follow. Kabuto's in healing wound destruction, on the other hand, was on another level entirely. That jutsu predicted and countered the injury before it ever landed, reshaping tissue at the moment of impact so the damage never fully registered in the first place. No side effects, no masking, just precise, anticipatory regeneration. It didn't come from bloodline talent but from at least a decade of obsessive refinement, exacting control, and medical battle experience. In comparison, Ryusei's technique was cruder, reliant on his natural gift for yang release rather than mastery of medical arts. Against Kabuto's, it was undeniably inferior. As for anyone creating a medical ninjutsu that could truly heal oneself in the middle of battle, it was basically impossible. Many had tried, even the Senju and Uzumaki, and all of them failed. What was possible, however, was something else entirely, the so-called pinnacle of medical ninjutsu, the ultimate regeneration technique Tsunade herself had created. Her S-rank creation rebirth didn't heal in the middle of damage, it rewrote the rules before the injury even landed. The core idea was simple, you couldn't patch yourself up mid-swing, but you could pre-program your cells to endure and regenerate through incoming trauma. Kabuto could only manage this in small patches with his in healing wound destruction, reacting to what he saw in real time. Tsunade, on the other hand, applied it to her entire body at once, powered by her absurd reserves of chakra and natural yang affinity from her bloodline. Its advanced form, the strength of 100-backed creation rebirth, took things even further. With a seal that stored chakra over the years and then unleashed it all at once, Tsunade could keep her body regenerating at full throttle until the stored pool ran dry. Whether she invented the Een seal herself or inherited it from the Uzumaki through Mito was uncertain. Some in Ryusei's past life had speculated about that, but the base creation rebirth was definitely her own work, inspired by Hashirama's legendary natural regeneration. Still, such a technique wasn't the kind of thing you whipped up on a whim. It must have taken her at least 1 or more decades of research and practice to bring it into reality. Her world-leading body chakra enhancement, monster strength, was just as unique in the shinobi world, tied directly to her medical ninjutsu. That, too, had likely cost her decades to perfect. And that thought made Ryusei smirk as he lay back, staring at the ceiling. Which is exactly why I can't wait to meet this, slightly ignorant, slightly misguided aunt of mine once the war kicks off, he thought. Besides, there's that complicated little knot she had with my father. Isn't it my job, as the younger generation, to tie up those loose threads? His grin widened. Or at least tug on them until something interesting happens. Chapter 27, Return to Konoha, Plans Waiting, 2. The current Ryusei never blamed his predecessor for not being stronger at the time of transmigration. He considered it a blessing. If the boy had pushed even one notch beyond the strength Ryusei inherited, he felt that Konoha wouldn't have even temporarily tolerated it anymore. They would have erased him early, no matter the cost. The balance he found himself in now was just right, not too little, a solid foundation, but not so much as to become a flashing target before he even did anything. As for why the predecessor never advanced further, Ryusei didn't believe it was caution or fear of drawing attention. He simply couldn't. The boy was convinced he had hidden his talent well, but in reality, nothing could be further from the truth. Konoha had countless ways to measure strength inside its walls. Academy examinations, for one, gave plenty of data. But Ryusei suspected it went much further than that. Hidden posts, perhaps Hyūga operatives watching with Byakugan, or specialized tools designed to mask themselves from crude sensory sweeps, like the one original owner awakened, while recording everything. The predecessor had lived for years without ever once catching someone spying from a rooftop or lurking in alleys. That wasn't because surveillance had stopped once his sensing matured, it was because their methods were better than anything he could notice. That, Ryusei thought, was a far more believable explanation than the naive assumption that Konoha had simply lost interest in him. But now that he was stepping into more dangerous missions, and with a full-scale shinobi war about to ignite, perhaps in a few months, Ryusei knew he had to grow stronger, and quickly. Death could come from his own village's schemes just as easily as from enemy blades. He could be sent anywhere, into any battlefield, with no warning. At the very least, he needed to push his strength higher and hold it steady until the war began, long enough to finalize his preparations and secure the power he needed. The original owner had 2 nature affinities, fire and lightning. In this world, nearly everyone had at least one affinity. Shinobi confirmed theirs through training or special chakra papers, while civilians often never tested it, but it was always there. Chakra itself carried a behavioral trait, shaped by subtle differences in a person's chakra system coils and the brain regions tied to chakra usage, unique for this world's humans. Having 2 affinities was rare, limited to a small percentage of the most talented. 3 affinities were even rarer, so rare you could probably count such shinobi in history on 2 hands. Those few were regarded as monsters. However, just because someone lacked a natural affinity for an element didn't mean they couldn't learn it. With enough effort and practice, it was possible, but it was simply much harder than developing the elements you were born attuned to. However, even with all of that, the predecessor could only be seen as an ordinary genius of a great clan. At best, he might have peaked at elite jonin like his father and uncle, or, if given 2 more decades to reach his prime without interference, perhaps touch the edge of quasi-Kage level. Without some special inheritance or unusually creative practice, it would have been impossible for the predecessor to ever reach true Kage level. His bloodline and natural comprehension alone weren't enough. But that wasn't a slight against him, though. Despite how the original series portrayed things by focusing only on a handful of key figures, Kage-level shinobi weren't common, they were exactly what the name implied. Kage level meant, in theory, only 1 per village. Konoha was the exception. As the strongest hidden village, with the power at times to rival all the others combined, it naturally produced more shinobi who stood at that level besides the official Hokage. Tsukumo Hatake, the White Fang, was one such figure in his time. The Sannin were others. And the underworld wasn't just filled with small-time mercenaries either. Just because Ryusei's first B-rank mission had him facing little more than hired muscle didn't mean stronger predators didn't walk there as well. Kakuzu was the perfect example, another shinobi who had touched Kage level, yet operated outside the system entirely. Then there were the tailed beasts. Their very existence twisted the scale. Even with only basic control and cooperation, a Jinchuriki could stand on equal ground with the strongest shinobi alive and reach a similar level. Ryusei knew that other villages had a few such people. Ryusei knew he had to work with what he already possessed and squeeze every drop out of his bloodline gifts. If he wanted to rise quickly, he needed sharper methods, ways to cut corners and gain twice the results for half the effort. Sensing was useful, but only as auxiliary support in battle. Advanced medical ninjutsu, which could be used in battles effectively, was the hardest, S-rank area, and while his natural young affinity gave him an edge, he decided not to waste years chasing mastery there. For now, he would simply maintain and naturally grow his medical knowledge base, skill, and the yang release affinity when he had free time, until he had the chance to test his luck with a certain hot teacher named Tsunade for instructions. As for Fuinjutsu, he had nothing, but that was going to change. It frustrated him to no end that the predecessor had been so ignorant in such a game-changing field. Fuinjutsu alone could alter the flow of a fight. It could seal almost anything, and more importantly, it could store chakra. Chakra was the single resource every shinobi lacked in the long run, and Fuinjutsu provided ways to steal or stockpile it, from tailed beasts, from enemies, from anywhere. For Ryusei, this made it one of his highest priorities. And that was only the surface. Behind Fuinjutsu lay the deeper study of Jutsushiki, the formulaic language that didn't just seal, but rewrote the rules of reality itself. Mastery there opened the door to the most advanced techniques, even space-time ninjutsu like the flying Raijin. Ninjutsu, on the other hand, he had to handle carefully. He already knew 2 B-rank techniques, but learning new ones too suddenly would only draw attention. Ninjutsu was visible progress, easy for spies to track. What he needed instead was hidden progress. For now, he planned to deepen his understanding of all 5 elemental natures, focusing first on his strongest 2. That way, when the war came, when Konoha's eyes were spread thin, he could accelerate into new elemental ninjutsu quickly, with his comprehension already primed. To do that, he would need long hours of meditation, turning inward. He had to refine his perception of his own body, strengthen the connection between mind and flesh, calm his thoughts, and sharpen his control. By doing so, he could gradually teach his chakra coils and the chakra processing centers of his brain new languages, until manipulating new elements became as natural as riding a bicycle. Ryusei's strongest B-rank techniques combined both finesse and mass. Large, single-burst jutsu were more trademark of the Uchiha, whose chakra quality allowed them to unleash overwhelming potency in an instant. The Senju, by contrast, rarely matched that same explosive output. Instead, they had developed methods to make their techniques more structured, better programmed, in a sense. The more mass a technique carried, the harder it was to control and vice versa. That was why the original Ryusei, despite lacking the almost supernatural chakra control of top-level Uchiha geniuses, could still produce complex, highly manipulated techniques, with just his ordinary genius territory chakra control. Chapter 28, Who Says Destiny Can't Be Ripped Out? Every human in this world carried a baseline chakra inside their coils. It was like having an extra circulatory system woven through the body, constantly feeding into strength, stamina, and resilience. This alone meant that even ordinary people here were stronger, durable, faster, had better reflexes, processing speeds, and more enduring than anyone in Ryusei's previous world. But there was also a danger: if you exhausted yourself so completely that no chakra remained passively circulating, your body, so used to operating with it, could collapse and even die. Chakra itself came from 2 roots, physical energy and spiritual energy. Physical energy was drawn from the body cells, nutrition, and natural vitality. Spiritual energy came from the mind, willpower, memory, experiences, and growth. Together they created chakra, a unique phenomenon of this world, or perhaps of this entire dimension. After all, this was also a place where natural energy flowed through the land, souls, and a pure land dimension solely for souls, existed, and reality itself could be bent by the mathematical-like laws of Jutsushiki. Chakra was the cornerstone that tied all of these mysteries together. Hagoromo Otsutsuki hadn't given chakra to humanity, he had simply taught them how to mold it because he was born with it and had a better understanding of it. His descendants, and Hamura's, carried natural advantages not only from him but from the alien Otsutsuki lineage itself, traces of chakra fruits devoured in the past, with the most potent source being Earth's own god tree. Clans like the Senju, Uchiha, Hyūga, and Uzumaki, and perhaps Tonari's clan and Kagaya clan, were born with that inheritance already in their blood. When shinobi spoke of chakra control, they usually meant the ability to use the right amount of chakra for a technique, neither too much nor too little, just enough to achieve the intended effect without error and without harming themselves, or being too wasteful. Beyond that came nature transformation, shaping the chakra so it behaved and vibrated like an element: fire's combustion, wind's sharpness, lightning's piercing, water's flow, earth's solidity. Shape transformation came next, molding chakra's form, density, speed, visibility, and precision into weapons, barriers, or constructs. And there were further layers still: chakra channeling, distribution, amplification. Each shinobi's coils and brain naturally leaned toward one or more affinities, behaving as if their chakra wanted to become fire, or wind, or some other element. That gave them shortcuts, a head start compared to forcing an unfamiliar affinity. But yin and yang release were different. Few ordinary shinobi even knew of them, let alone trained them. They existed below the elemental transformations, tied directly to the chakra's root, the balance of spiritual and physical energy itself. Yin represented a chakra richer in spiritual force, thought, imagination, and will. Yang represented a chakra richer in vitality, the body, biology, and life force. Together, they defined the very foundation of chakra before it took on any elemental form at the expelling stage at one chosen tenketsu point. And depending on the ratio used between the opposites, yang and yin releases are created. Combat levels in this world followed a rough ladder of expectations. Before a child could even join the academy, they had to demonstrate baseline shinobi potential. This was tested through chakra sensitivity screenings. At that age, molding and control were usually impossible, so it was more about instinct and how naturally their chakra responded. Alongside this came checks for physical aptitude, cognitive and mental sharpness, and most importantly, obedience. These were carried out through a mixture of medical examination, sensory evaluation, and, in some cases, direct Byakugan observation. Graduation to the rank of Genin required far more. Every student had to master the 3 academy jutsu: basic weapon handling, hand-to-hand combat drills, and teamwork coordination. They were also tested on loyalty, shinobi theoretical knowledge, and strategy. Identifying and dispelling simple genjutsu was mandatory, as was demonstrating the ability to channel and mold chakra into usable density and size, though still only at a basic level. Exceptions were possible for unique talents. Even without a ninjutsu skill, a prodigy in taijutsu could graduate, as shown by the likes of Guy and Lee. In the end, graduation was determined by an aggregate of scores across many factors, weighted differently depending on the academy's priorities at the time. The leap from Genin to Chunin required much more than theory. At this stage, a shinobi was expected to apply chakra reinforcement consistently to at least one part of the body in live combat. A common example was using body flicker techniques to explosively enhance speed, or focusing chakra into fists and legs for reinforced strikes. Some developed defensive reinforcement, trading mobility for durability. Intermediate control exercises, tree climbing, water walking, and basic shape transformation drills were standard training at this level. Tactically, Chunin candidates were tested on leadership under pressure, usually through the exams or equivalent life-threatening missions. This was also the point where specialization began, with each shinobi focusing their growth into one or two fields: taijutsu, elemental ninjutsu, weapons, stealth, or other combat styles. From Chunin to Jonin, the requirements became steeper. A Jonin was expected to master full-body chakra enhancement, able to reinforce arms, legs, core, and defensive layers all at once in battle. Their speed typically matched or exceeded the sustained body flicker level, maintained without collapsing under the strain. Some Jonin further proved their conditioning by unlocking 1 or 2 of the 8 gates, though this was not mandatory. Beyond raw ability, a hallmark of the Jonin rank was the creation or mastery of an A-rank technique or more. This might be an original technique of their own design or the perfected use of an advanced elemental jutsu. Just as important was experience. No shinobi could be trusted with the rank of Jonin without a proven record of leadership and survival in high-risk missions where lives were truly at stake. Kage stood apart from even this level. Reaching that height required overwhelming influence and support within the village as much as it required personal strength. While most Kage had 1 or more S-rank techniques, or combat abilities so overwhelming they bordered on it, the real requirement was the ability to stand at the center of the village's power, both politically and militarily. However, ranks never matched actual strength perfectly. There was always a wide margin of error, and the so-called hallmarks of each stage were hardly absolute. For example, the original Ryūsei was officially only a Genin, yet he had already mastered all the chakra control exercises expected of a Chunin. More than that, he had achieved chakra enhancement on a level comparable to a Jonin. The only reason it didn't show in full was his age. His young body couldn't maintain that enhancement for long, unlike, say, a 35-year-old civilian-born Jonin in their prime, whose baseline physique would simply last longer even with a weaker bloodline. What allowed Ryūsei to reach that level so early was a mix of Senju talent and inherited shortcuts. His father had left behind guidance that accelerated his growth, and his bloodline itself gave him an edge. The Senju body was naturally better attuned to chakra, with denser and more widely spread coils than ordinary shinobi. Because of this, chakra enhancement came to him more easily than it would to most. Ryūsei's baseline chakra control was already above that of most Chunin, largely because he had been immersed in medical practice from a young age. Medical ninjutsu demanded constant precision, so he had trained endlessly with advanced control exercises just to reach competence. For that reason, the current Ryūsei felt there wasn't much room for further dramatic improvement in this area, aside from what he was already planning through his shortcut toward nature transformation. Even before mastering elemental releases, he could simulate their qualities during control drills. For example, sharpening the chakra to mimic wind, heating it to imitate fire, or condensing it into density like earth. These exercises built elemental affinity early, making later mastery easier. To support this, he intended to practice immersion and observation of the natural elements themselves, through meditation, visualization, and breath work, cultivating an instinctive connection to how each element behaved. Ordinary nature releases might not sound as glamorous as legendary bloodline powers, but who said Ryūsei couldn't combine them into devastating results? Hiruzen had shown what was possible with mastery of all five. With enough creativity, Ryūsei could one day push beyond, developing new elemental combination jutsus or even entirely new, elemental Kekkei Genkai. That was a distant goal, however. For now, he kept his focus grounded, refining the simple exercises in front of him, and making sure he could do them better than anyone else. The Senju had long been called the clan of 1,000 skills, and Ryūsei finally understood why after transmigrating here. It was because they could perform the most different releases individually as a clan. After all, their bloodline granted them unusually flexible chakra coils. This flexibility made it easier for their chakra to shift micropatterns and behaviors, creating the subtle vibrations needed for new elemental releases. It also allowed them to hold and switch between multiple natures, even contradictory ones, within the same arsenal, or sometimes even within the same technique. Ryūsei recognized this as a massive advantage. On top of that, he wasn't just Senju, he was also a transmigrator, carrying 2 souls worth of spiritual energy. That meant his chakra control could reach levels closer to the Uchiha's famed precision. And if Senju adaptability combined with Uchiha-like control, the result would be terrifying, a true multitasker of chakra natures, capable of pushing beyond even the old legends. To Ryūsei, it felt almost like a divine mandate. The path ahead was clear, this was the road he was meant to walk next, initially at least. He sat cross-legged on his bed, eyes closed, breath steady. The neat little protocol he'd mapped out on the road back to Konoha replayed in his mind: meditation for calm, crude internal perception, where his sensory talent gave him an edge, and steady refinement of his coils. On paper, it looked flawless. In practice, much tougher than he expected. TCH. If only I had to be a Kugen, he thought, irritation gnawing at the edge of his focus. Real-time, fully direct observation and feedback of my chakra coils instead of fumbling around with this makeshift sensing. That'd be perfect. A pause. Wait. Who says I can't? Be a Kugen, it's mine the moment I decide to take it. Borrowed, permanently. Secretly, of course. A grin cracked through his calm. Finders keepers, losers eyeless. The thought only spiraled from there. Main branch calls it bloodline destiny. But if I rip your destiny out of your head and stick it into mine, isn't it mine now? Sounds fair. I call it redistributing fate. Another grin. Winner takes all. The Hyūga hoard their eyes like treasure, but treasure's only worth something when somebody else steals it. His breathing stayed steady, but the greed boiled under his skin, a predator crouching behind calm eyelids. Better pray you're not stupid enough to show up on the battlefield where I'm hunting, because if you do, well, don't worry. I'll make good use of what you leave behind. He had already made some plans in the next instant and calculated everything related. The main branch was the only realistic source of Byakugan possible to tap into, and the only world where such a chance would exist was the upcoming war. In that chaos, with bodies falling by the thousands, who would notice if a pair of pale eyes went missing? As to whom he would take it from, well, whoever was closest to his hands. Hiruzen, hopefully you press them hard enough, and they're arrogant enough to agree. Ryusei mused. The main branch was the Hyūga's best fighters, and unlike the side branch, they had always managed to stay out of the meat grinder in past wars. Whether they could be forced onto the battlefield this time was uncertain, but this war promised to be different on many levels. Chapter 29, The Fool's Gamble Called Would Release. Of all the theoretical ways to grow stronger, whether near at hand or distant, Ryusei placed almost no hope in the so-called would release. He had plenty of reasons. For one, in the entire history of the Senju clan, not a single shinobi besides Hashirama, and possibly the ancestor Ashura, had ever awakened it. Was that a coincidence? No, it told its own story. To Ryusei, the conclusion was obvious: would release had little to do with the ordinary Senju bloodline, and perhaps not even with Ashura himself. In his theory, Ashura's soul reincarnating into Hashirama carried with it a trace of the god tree's atavism mutation of some strange sort. That alone explained why both of them could wield such an absurd power, and why it behaved so differently from normal elemental combinations, able to bind tailed beasts and handle their chakra as if it were nothing. That also explained why Hashirama could defeat Madara twice, despite the Uchiha being the more top-heavy clan on paper genetically, and despite Madara even resorting to the Nine Tails. Ryusei framed it like this: ordinary earth plus water release equals mud. Add yang release on top of that, thanks to Hashirama's cells, and you might get a bastardized imitation of Hashirama's wood release, timber release used by Yamato, or one of the incomplete forms shown by Danzō, Obito, or the Zetsu. But those versions were weak, unstable, and often destructive to the user's body. Ryusei had no interest in crippling experiments when he already had safer and more promising paths to strength. And in the end, it wasn't even wood release that made Hashirama truly powerful. Even if it had been a genuine Senju ability, his real strength lay in his bottomless chakra reserves, enough to fuel endless forests and unstoppable assaults. So Ryusei had no interest in running dangerous experiments on himself. Even if he ever wanted to dabble in cellular-type experiments or test the science of this world, trying to use Hashirama's cells to awaken wood release had already been proven, time and again, to be a dangerous failure. He already saw how Danzō turned into some kind of tree monster, and half of his body was gone just like that. This was likely why Orochimaru never implanted those cells into himself, even though he had access to them. He had watched firsthand how most of those experiments ended: failure, deformity, or death. Unlike Danzō, he wasn't desperate enough to gamble his own body as a test subject. In fact, Danzō had probably played the guinea pig for him more than once. Between the two, it was obvious who carried the sharper mind. From both a risk and reward standpoint, it was a fool's gamble, one Ryusei had no intention of taking. Madara Uchiha. He didn't just implant Hashirama's cells, later, he fused himself with the god tree itself, too, for a very long time. That's likely why his wood release seemed closer to perfection, which perfectly backs Ryusei's hypothesis: wood release isn't a natural Senju ability, but a power tied to the god tree. But even if Ryusei somehow tracked down Hashirama's cells, how could he ever reach something like the god tree? And Madara's case was even more unique. He directly implanted still vital cells from Hashirama's body into his own wounds right after the Valley of the End. That timing, that freshness, probably played a huge role. So the question becomes, even if Ryusei wanted to replicate that, where would he find cells that fresh, from a man so long dead? Another week passed, and Ryusei's injuries were mostly healed. He had stayed inside the whole time, meditating, working on his internal perception, and refining his coils. His focus was on his two natural affinities, lightning and fire, but he also tried to push the other three natures, also experimenting with yin and yang molding whenever possible. That was when he noticed something strange. Lightning and fire, the body's original affinities, seemed to flow a lot better together inside his coils and brain when he tried to attempt multiple natures experimentation. Meanwhile, the other three elements, wind, water, and earth, also began moving as if they belonged to their own group, linking more smoothly with each other than before. Day by day, the separation became clearer: 2 on one side, 3 on the other, both groups improving in harmony. Ryusei opened his eyes sharply, confirming it again, and a chill ran down his spine. At first, he wasn't happy at all, he was terrified. Did something go wrong with the soul fusion? Or with the body adapting to the new joint soul? What the hell is this? He jumped off the bed and started pacing, mind racing. What could this mean? Originally, he had hoped for gradual progress. A little improvement with the weaker three elements over months, maybe true synergy years down the line. That was his realistic plan. But this was too fast. His three unfavored elements were surging ahead, while all five were splitting cleanly into two subgroups that kept growing stronger together. It felt unnatural. Not bad, but uncanny. Ryusui's real worry wasn't the strength, it was the loss of control. What if this wasn't just training results? What if it was some side effect of the fusion, or of the body reshaping itself around his soul? What if the next development blindsided him and tore him apart? Well, no use panicking now, he muttered, forcing himself back onto the bed. For now, I'll keep training all five elements evenly, but also test their new synergies in those two groups. If it ends here, then this change is nothing but good for me. A thought crept in as he steadied his breath. Perhaps the reason was simple, maybe his earthborn soul really had carried affinities for earth, water, and wind, ones the original soul and body lacked. If so, the fusion of the two souls was just manifesting as this split. Old and new. Body and intruder. Damn, what a crazy coincidence, he thought, a grin tugging at his lips despite himself. If this really has no side effects, and that's still a big if, then I've struck gold. A jackpot. Who would have thought? Or is this my long-delayed, golden finger, from Earth finally kicking in? About time, damn it. Yet, he knew that the pace was still painfully slow, as it had to be. Trying to use multiple releases at once felt like trying to speak several languages simultaneously in his past life. Structurally, it was a nightmare. The coils might just start shaping themselves for wind chakra, yet in the next moment, he had to force them into the earth. To attempt both at the same time was like trying to hold two different conversations in different tongues with one mouth. The whole system wanted to tear itself apart. Still, Ryusui knew that creating a new elemental Kekkei from scratch wasn't impossible. Every elemental clan in existence had to start from someone. And Mu had done it with 3 releases, not just 2. The problem was that the process was so absurdly difficult, weird, and time-consuming that even after centuries, the result was at most a single clan per element. Often, they remained obscure and small. Even now, 2 possible elemental combinations were still missing from the shinobi world entirely, which only proved how rare and hard this kind of fusion truly was. In Ryusui's eyes, Mu had been an outlier, extremely talented, born with exactly the 3 affinities needed for dust release, blessed with keen internal perception thanks to his more sensory skill set, incredible chakra control, and maybe even some innate spatial awareness in his brain. With that, he'd become the first shinobi in history to fuse 3 natures. Afterward, he probably spent decades searching for someone remotely similar, and even then, he'd only barely managed to pass it on. Anoki only learned dust release much later in life, long after Mu had first discovered it. Ryusui weighed the structure of bloodlines in this world. At the top were the distant offshoots of the Otsutsuki, carrying alien-level, godly, genetic traces, like Senju and Uchiha. Then came the elemental Kekkei clans, born when a single genius founder had the talent, diligence, and sheer luck to push through the impossible. Below them were the hidden jutsu families like the Nara, Yamanaka, and Akimichi, less about natural mutations, more about accumulated heritage, theoretical breakthroughs, and gradual epigenetic adaptation. At the bottom, of course, were ordinary civilians, with nothing but grit and training to carry them forward. Since today marked the start of his more active training, Ryusui stepped straight into the small courtyard. He created 5 more clones, carefully balancing the chakra so it wouldn't cut into his physical performance. 1 clone stayed to spar with him, while the other 4 went to spar off on their own. Today's focus was taijutsu. Shadow clones were perfect for this. Once dispelled, they returned every scrap of experience, making them the ultimate tool for accelerating growth, provided the user had the chakra to sustain them. Ryusui had that advantage, so he intended to squeeze every drop of value from it. Clone arts were as old as the shinobi themselves. Tobarama's shadow clone was simply the most refined version, one that split chakra perfectly. Originally meant to strengthen Konoha, he'd even given the technique away freely to all major clans, the only ones basically capable to learn and using it, the only time such a thing had ever happened in history. That generosity meant Ryusui had no problem acquiring and displaying it. After experimenting more with the shadow clone technique than the body's previous owner ever had, Ryusei realized he could probably summon far more than just 5 clones, thanks to his chakra reserves, stemming from his bloodline, maybe even 20. But the more he created, the weaker each one became. If he used all of them for taijutsu sparring, their feedback would be worthless, since their chakra levels would be too far off from his own baseline. For high-level taijutsu training, where chakra enhancement techniques were always involved to some degree, only clones close to his real strength could provide useful insight. 5 clones meant each carried only 20% of his chakra, and that was already stretching it. Still, they were enough to run through some medium sequences today. But 20 clones, each with just 5%, wouldn't even hold form long enough to start a proper routine before evaporating. Worse, that kind of drain flirted dangerously close to chakra exhaustion, something Ryusei wasn't about to risk. Over the next days, he'd have to cut back, sparring with fewer and fewer clones until only 1 remained, because the more advanced sequences demanded heavier chakra output. The courtyard was filled with the sound of strikes and impacts. Ryusei frowned as he moved. The original owner's taijutsu was shallow, sloppy even, for the level of his talent and background. That fool had clearly looked down on hand-to-hand combat and neglected it. Now Ryusei had to clean up the mess. The predecessor probably never realized that taijutsu was actually one of the most optimal and superior paths to growth available for him. Like most shinobi, he saw it only at face value, never grasping how terrifying the 8 inner gates truly were. Ryusei couldn't really blame him. It would take more than 20 years before one Bolcutman would soar into the sky and force even Madara to acknowledge taijutsu. Only then did the 8 gates explode into the mainstream. In truth, everyone had the 8 gates and could theoretically open them. From Kisame and Madara's comments, it was clear that plenty of taijutsu specialists had touched the path before. Even Kakashi casually opened the first gate once in the original story. To Ryusei, after transmigration here and some observation, it was obvious that many jonin and elite jonin could open 1 or 2 gates on their own. It wasn't some hidden secret, just a brutal road most weren't willing to walk. The problem was that most bodies simply couldn't endure that flood of power. Lifelong training was the only way to build the durability and control needed, which was why Dewey, Guy, and Lee, who had little talent anywhere else, still managed to succeed, because it only left them with that domain to build upon. Stronger bodies and more flexible coils were the foundation. And who had both by nature? The Senju. With their baseline strength, speed, regeneration, endurance, durability, and dense chakra networks, the clan could have reached twice the results with half the effort if they had truly pursued it. So why didn't they? Because few Senju ever wanted to grind their bodies raw for decades when they already had talent in ninjutsu and other flashier and more accessible avenues. That was why, throughout history, while many Senju had dabbled in the 8 gates, almost none went beyond the 6th. The truth was that there was no secret scroll or forbidden formula, only the strength of one's body and the discipline to forge an unbreakable connection between mind and those gates through relentless training. If you were meant for it, the gates would open in time. Dewey, Guy, and Lee proved that the true talent for the 8 gates wasn't genius, but grit, the will to endure years of brutal training, and the madness of surviving the moment when the unleashed power tore through your body, breaking it from the inside out. Ryusei admitted he didn't have that kind of iron will, nor decades to waste. But he had other advantages. His Senju body gave him a foundation stronger than most. His fused soul meant double the spiritual force, which would inevitably sharpen his will. His desperation for survival and power, born from 2 lives of weakness, was a motivation no ordinary shinobi could match. And above all, he had insight. As a transmigrator, he could see the 8 gates not just from the ground, but from above, from the broad view that even Guy himself probably never considered. In the future, if he could acquire the Byakugan to observe his chakra coils, tenketsu, and even those gates up close, that would push his training even further. But even without it, his sensory-driven internal perception, for example, also gave him a slight, unique edge, something the trio never had. Anyways, he was not without hope. Chapter 30, Programmable Force called Chakra. After his early morning taijutsu clone session, Ryusei spent the rest of the day recovering chakra until the afternoon. He downed a couple of chakra pills he still had left, knowing they would lose their usefulness once his reserves pushed into what would make him a higher end of the Jonin spectrum. Even so, he didn't overdo it, sticking to the recommended limits and leaving some in storage for future missions. His ordinary baseline chakra recovery ability was also his strong point, thanks to the Senju DNA again. Money wasn't a problem anyway, 2 B-rank missions and his inheritance kept him comfortable for now. The results of Shadow Clone-assisted taijutsu training were better than he expected. Clones were actually most efficient for things that didn't guzzle chakra, like spamming ninjutsu, due to obvious reasons, things like control drills, shape transformation, technical routines, and even just processing information. He had used them before to sift through his parents' notes and records, and that was when he first realized he could push the technique further, summoning more than he thought possible. Still, taijutsu wasn't some chakra-free, pure body discipline, no matter what people in his past life had believed about Guy and Lee. Even their most basic routines, without opening any gates, still used chakra. Who said chakra only counted if expelled? Chakra running inside the body was still chakra use, and that was the essence of taijutsu, enhancement rather than release. Front lotus, for example, worked because of that internal boost. Ninjutsu and genjutsu relied on pushing chakra outward, ninjutsu as a raw projection of force, genjutsu as a stealthy disruption of the opponent's mind, sneakily through their most important brain chakra point. Taijutsu, on the other hand, was about turning that energy inward to raise the body's specs without expelling it at all. Guy and Lee's so-called defect was only an external release, likely a weakness in whatever part of the brain region that governed external chakra output transformation, things like hand seals coordination, and programming of chakra. Inside, their chakra circulation was first-rate, even superior to most shinobi, because their extreme training had toughened both bodies and coils. That training likely made their coils denser, more elastic, and able to handle greater amounts of chakra flowing inside. Add their overwhelming willpower and strong bodies, and their overall chakra stamina was far from small, they just couldn't use it to push it outward like others could. For Lee, it was almost impossible. For Guy, it was technically possible, especially later in his career, but his poor talent there made him avoid focusing on it. Instead, all that energy and training created the perfect base for chakra enhancement and, eventually, opening the gates. Ryusei dressed for the day and set out toward his destination, Konoha's library. The academy was never meant to be the end of a shinobi's education. If anything, it was only the entry point. The village constantly emphasized that learning should never stop, and for most genin, the library became the main resource to continue growing, whether in theory or in practical combat skills. Membership was free, as long as you were Konoha's shinobi of any rank. Some resources were open to all, others were leased on a monthly basis, and in rare cases, you could even buy an outright copy, though at a steep price. Nearly everything, even the free texts, worked on a lending system. The library carried introductory material on disciplines the academy only brushed over, Fuinjutsu basics, jutsushiki, medical ninjutsu, sensory training, taijutsu manuals, weapon handling guides, and many other things. Many of these texts were compiled during the village's founding by Tobirama himself or his assistants. Later, academics during Hiruzen's reign expanded the collection further. But the most valuable works came from retired shinobi, often jonin or even elite jonin, who wrote down their lifetime of field experience. Some sold their knowledge to the village outright for a lump sum, others opted for royalties as long as their manuals were circulated. These works were popular precisely because they cut through theory with practical shortcuts, battle-tested lessons no classroom could offer. For many retired shinobi, it was also a way to support their descendants or supplement modest pensions. Konoha actively encouraged this flow of knowledge between generations. Still, Northwest One would willingly place their hard-earned personal techniques there instead of passing them to their own descendants. That's why you won't find many examples above E or D rank recorded in it anywhere directly. As for clan techniques or those entrusted by the Hokage, passing them to outsiders was strictly forbidden. In the Hokage's case, not even direct descendants are allowed. In Ryusei's eyes, the library was one of the village's greatest strengths, a quiet mechanism that kept its shinobi sharper than most of the outside world realized. He soon reached the building. Shinobi of all ranks came and went through the entrance, from flak-jacketed chunin to casually robed genin and the occasional jonin in plain attire. Despite its importance, the building itself was modest, large enough to serve its purpose, but unadorned. Only a simple wooden sign marked it as the library, as if Konoha preferred not to advertise just how much power was stockpiled inside. Today, Ryusei was focused on only one thing, the introductory texts on Fuinjutsu and Jutsushiki. The original owner had been so hopeless in the field that he hadn't even learned the basics. It wasn't surprising, though. The Senju were never particularly famous for sealing techniques, and most of the clan's true heritage had been stripped away long ago. What Ryusei inherited came only from his direct bloodline, not the broader clan legacy. Fuinjutsu itself relied heavily on chakra control, coordination between the brain and chakra pathways, sharp pattern recognition, and in release, all areas the Uchiha were naturally stronger in. The Uzumaki, closest relatives of the Senju, were the strange exception. Ryusei doubted it was just a matter of skill. He suspected their sealing talent came from the unique quality of their chakra itself. It was denser than normal, even compared to Senju, which allowed it to endure longer and hold its form. That trait made it ideal for seals, barriers, and constructs like chakra chains, all techniques that demanded stability and longevity. It also explained why, despite sharing the baseline traits of the Senju, yang dominance, vitality, stamina, and sensing ability, the Uzumaki were distinguished by their extraordinarily long lifespans. As for the Senju, Ryusei speculated their edge lay elsewhere. From how they had historically leaned on elemental ninjutsu, it seemed likely that their chakra coils were unusually flexible and adaptable, even compared to the Uzumakis. Anyway, Ryusei entered the library, tracked down the introductory Fuinjutsu and Jutsushiki volumes he wanted after reading some introductory pages in the library sampling sitting area, about dozens of books, to narrow down, and paid to purchase full copies, he decided upon, outright. Lending them would only slow him down, he needed these resources in hand at all times. With the books secured, he headed for the exit, having spent a few hours there, but not before asking around about where to get proper practice materials. It didn't take long before he learned of a lesser-known shop tucked away in the village. The place was said to stock everything from basic supplies, sealing paper, ink, brushes, scrolls, to the more practical products like storage scrolls and explosive tags. More importantly, the word was that its owner wasn't just some merchant. He was rumored to be one of the best Fuinjutsu masters in Konoha, though his entire lineage had always been business-focused, never joining the shinobi forces or fighting on the front lines. That suited Ryusei just fine. He could stop by right away, pick up what he needed, and in the long term, perhaps even cultivate a relationship with the men. Whether through money or by slowly earning trust, it might open the way to advanced insights or shortcuts that weren't written down in any public resource. So, with his newly bought books in hand, Ryusei turned his steps toward the shop while thinking about various things regarding today's trip and what he got from that short read. Fuinjutsu, and the broader field of Jutsushiki, worked on the same principle as every other jutsu. Chakra in this world was a programmable force. Humans, with their evolved brains, had developed a kind of extra sense that let them shape it. Hand seals were simply the most convenient way to do this in battle. At the academy, shinobi trained their minds to connect each seal with basic meanings, elemental changes, increases, decreases, distance, closeness, and then combined them into creations. Two hands guided the mind, but some systems even used one hand, or toes, if trained differently. Fuinjutsu and Jutsushiki were different. They used far more complex formulas, too complicated to form in the heat of combat. They had to be usually prepared beforehand, written with entire sets of symbols. It was like learning a new language. In theory, anyone could invent their own system of signs if they trained their brain to attach meaning to them, but it was far faster to build on the accumulated systems of past generations, systems already tested to be stable and efficient. That was why true Fuinjutsu study began with learning these languages. Jutsushiki required even rarer, broader ones. Only after that foundation could someone create new seals, new formulas, or even invent new symbols for original techniques. Ryusei had only taken a glance at the materials in the library sitting area, but even that glimpse had shocked him. He hadn't expected it to be that hard. His knowledge of math and programming from his past life would help, along with his higher spiritual energy perks, most important among them being the boosts his brain would have received from two souls fused. Even so, he knew he could accomplish nothing major in this field without at least a decade of learning on his own, and by then, it would already be too late, unless he found some guidance to shorten the learning curve. The problem was, guidance wasn't easy to come by. Minato had the entire Uzumaki heritage through Kushina, plus the backing of the entire Hokage faction's resources of those kinds. Ryusei had nothing of that sort. That was why he felt the urgent need to find help and resources before he wasted years chasing in circles. That shop owner was the closest one. Chapter 31, Between Uzumaki and Namikaze. Clean work, as always. No misalignments, no fading edges. That batch of dampeners will sell out before the week's over. Kushina grinned, hands on her hips. Of course they will. I used double layering on those seals. They'll stick even if someone tries to peel them underwater. Minato gave a faint smile. I told her she was overdoing it. Looks like she was right. Takumi's eyes crinkled. Overdoing it is better than underdoing it when someone's life hangs on the paper. Minato was tall and lean, with fair skin, spiky blonde hair, and calm blue eyes, while Kushina stood out with her long, vivid red hair and lively violet eyes. Side by side, they were a striking pair, his presence steady and composed, hers fiery and unforgettable. The shop stood on a quieter street of Konoha, modest on the outside, but well known among shinobi who needed seals. Inside, everything was neat and practical, shelves of scrolls and tags stacked in rows, drawers labeled for ink and paper types, and a wide counter worn from years of use. A faint sealing array in the floor kept the air dry and steady, so the parchment would never warp. The owner, Takumi, came from a family that had produced sealing tools long before Konoha was even founded. His apprentices and some family members handled the common stock, basic explosive tags, storage scrolls, and perimeter wards, while Takumi himself oversaw or finished the more advanced pieces. He didn't have the manpower for everything himself, though, and that was where outside help came in. The arrangement was simple. The Hokage knew how rare skilled Fuinjutsu users were, so when the library and shops needed more advanced seals in circulation, Minato and Kushina were often given some extended free time from missions to deliver their share. It was an old practice by now. Takumi got reliable, high-quality stock, the village ensured seals reached the shinobi who needed them, and Minato and Kushina received fair royalties in return. Anbu took theirs directly, paid for by the village, regular shinobi who could afford them bought the rest. For the Hokage, even that availability was valuable. Every extra storage scroll or barrier tag on the battlefield meant higher chances of survival. Most of the front stock was familiar, standard explosive tags bundled in packs, storage scrolls for equipment, barrier wards for camp perimeters. The advanced drawers, besides the advanced forms of the three basic talisman types, held even rarer work used mainly for umbu regarding stealth and locks. Delayed detonation tags, chakra dampening slips for stealth missions, reinforced unsealing patches for breaking enemy locks, and even small sets of temporary barrier anchors that could hold against beasts or ninjutsu for a short time. All of them existed here. They weren't flashy, but in the right hands, they saved lives. That was why Minato and Kushina were here today, boxes of completed seals just handed over. They had been doing this for years, whenever missions allowed. Kushina's Uzumaki heritage made her seals especially strong and long-lasting. In a few years, she was expected to surpass Takumi himself. Minato, calm and precise, had a natural eye for formula, detail, and great chakra control, which made him also very valuable. Between them, they were among the best Fuinjutsu experts in the village despite only being 20 years old. Takumi closed the ledger, noting down their contribution and sliding their payment boxes across the counter. No ceremony was needed, they all knew the routine. Kushina checked one last batch of chakra chain primers with a practiced glance, satisfied, while Minato quietly slipped a reinforced scroll back into its case after verifying its lines. Kushina held one of the chain primers up to the light, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad, huh? Uzumaki seals aren't just strong, they've got personality. You can almost feel them hum. Minato chuckled softly. Most shinobi would rather not feel their explosive tags humming. Kushina elbowed him lightly. You know what I mean. Takumi only shook his head, the ghost of a smile crossing his old face. The village is fortunate to have you two putting in the time for this. I've seen jonin rely on seals weaker than what you hand over. Takumi tucked the payment away. You'll surpass me before long. If you keep this pace, the two of you will set the standard for seals in this generation. Kushina smirked. Then you'd better keep a seat warm for me at the top. Minato's expression stayed calm, though his eyes sharpened. If we can keep the village supplied, that's enough for me. Takumi inclined his head slightly. Spoken like a future Hokage. Kushina laughed out loud at that, while Minato only sighed under his breath. The job was done, and the two were preparing to leave when the bell above the door chimed. Ryusei stepped inside. The faint smell of ink and paper filled his nose as his eyes swept the shelves. He had only come for practice supplies, parchment, scrolls, ink, and the simple kits designed to take chakra for sealing work. Instead, he stepped into a scene already occupied, the quiet, old master behind the counter, a red-haired kunoichi whose very presence seemed to vibrate with chakra, and a blonde shinobi whose calm poise felt sharper than steel despite the visible gentleness of his face. Previously, as soon as Ryusei zoned in on the shop's location, his senses brushed against it. Two powerful auras pulsed inside, so bright they stood out even from the street's edge. A third presence was ordinary enough that he dismissed it immediately. By the time he reached the street itself, the pieces clicked together. He had never met them in person, but there was no mistaking who they were. His pace quickened, excitement tugging at his chest. If he timed this right, he could arrive just as they stepped out. Thinking about asking for help, and these two just stroll in on their own. Timely rain indeed. A small grin tugged at the corner of his mouth. If I can get even the smallest scrap of written Fuinjutsu guidance from them covertly, it changes everything. And if I manage to build a closer connection, then the deeper secrets of the field come later. Ryusui's mind was already running ahead, charting how much faster his Fuinjutsu growth could accelerate. Rejection. He didn't even let the thought exist. Kushina seemed the type to brag at the slightest prod, and Minato looked too polite to turn away someone who asked earnestly. To him, the door wasn't just open, it was waiting for him to walk through. He overheard the tail end of their conversation, and it only confirmed his guess. Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. He already knew why they'd be here. Advanced seal work. So they really are as deep into Fuinjutsu as I imagined. They might be my only option in this village. Their strength didn't occupy him as much. Once he realized who they were, he dialed his sensing back, careful not to provoke them. Kushina, in particular, was known for sharp sensing too. If he pressed too far, she'd feel him probing. Still, even with shallow sensing, he caught enough to know they were monsters. Stronger than anyone he had ever brushed against. The Hokage's building had muted his senses before, full of disruptions, and he hadn't dared test Hiruzen himself. So he had no clear frame of reference. Now he did. If he used Okabe, his nominal dog of a sensei, as a measure, then just Kushina alone felt like 10 of him. And that was without tapping into the monstrous chakra sealed inside her, which he hadn't dared to try and pry open with his sensing. Minato was worse. To Ryusui's crude estimates, the blonde could have swept 30 Okabes aside without much effort. It was only a rough estimate, but it painted the picture clearly enough. Kushina's chakra placed her somewhere between Jonin and Kage, stronger than all Ryusui had secretly measured before, including his uncle he had pried over directly just short while ago. So there were levels even among the elite Jonin. Minato was already past that. His presence wasn't just at the threshold, he was qualitatively above an elite Jonin altogether, so he was logically firmly within the realm of Kage, somewhere on a spectrum Ryusui had never felt until now properly. Chapter 32, A Careful Request, A Quick Refusal. As soon as he stepped inside, Ryusui arranged the gentlest expression he could manage. The corners of his mouth softened, though his eyes, oddly narrowed as always, refused to change. That reflex was too ingrained by now. He approached the counter and bowed lightly. Ryusui Nishida, he introduced himself, voice calm, tone polite but not meek. I came for practice supplies, beginner's parchment, scrolls, chakra ink. Anything suitable for starting out in Fuinjutsu. Takumi acknowledged him with a slight nod, already turning to check stock, but Ryusui's attention slid toward the two figures still lingering by the side. They had not left after handing over their boxes, and their eyes, steady and unreadable, rested on him. Feigning a hint of curiosity, Ryusui let his words come out as though casual. These seals, he said, gesturing to the neatly packed bundles on the counter. They look incredible. Did you two make them? He let the compliment settle with just the right touch of admiration, enough to seem genuine without being overeager. Kushina didn't answer. She kept her eyes on him instead, but not really onto him at the same time, her brows bending ever so slightly, a frown so small most would miss it. Minato, however, didn't notice. He glanced at Kushina for only a moment, then looked back at Ryusui, his usual easy composure unshaken. She did, he replied with a faint smile. They're strong enough that even I told her she was overdoing it. Looks like she wasn't. Ryusui gave a small nod, keeping his expression gentle, his narrowed eyes still in place. I see. No wonder they stand out. Ryusui let the silence stretch a moment longer, then spoke again, voice still mild, carrying that same air of polite restraint. I've been trying to learn on my own, these days, you know. He said. But there's only so far a beginner can get by copying practice patterns. If there was, even the smallest bit of written guidance, from a real expert, to follow, I'd make good use of it. Nothing advanced, just a path forward, something to stop me from wasting months stumbling in the dark. His words were measured, his eyes narrowed as always, the practiced gentleness on his face never breaking. To anyone else, it sounded like earnestness, but Kushina's gaze sharpened. She hadn't looked away once since he first stepped in, and she sensed him up close for the first time. The chakra hum around her was steady, but the slight bend of her brow deepened. She couldn't put words to it yet, but there was something off about him, an intent she didn't like. Minato, though, missed it. He considered the boy's bow, his careful tone, his decent manners. For someone that young to speak with such control, to stand steady without a trace of arrogance, it stirred something in him. Minato was already thinking ahead, already seeing the young teen as one of the future's pillars if given the right guidance, as he also had quite a considerable talent to be that strong at that age, not much different from himself back then. A bit of help now, a scroll here or there slipped through the mail, would cost him nothing but might raise a loyal ally for the village. Moreover, he never asked them for any personal or advanced techniques, only for basic sealing knowledge, the kind most teens his age didn't even bother with. His lips parted, the beginning of agreement in his breath. But Kushina cut across before he could give it shape. Fuinjutsu's not something you learn from scraps and handouts, she said, voice firm, just enough edge to leave no room for negotiation. You want real progress. You work it out yourself. That's how you actually get anywhere with it. Her words weren't harsh, not exactly, but final. Minato blinked, the thought of offering help stalling unspoken in his throat. He glanced at her, and the faint crease in her brows told him enough. Ryusei only smiled, still gentle, still narrow-eyed. Inside, though, his thoughts moved faster. He dipped his head slightly in acknowledgement, as if to thank her for the advice. Understood, he said softly. I'll do my best with what I can manage. Minato cleared his throat, a little awkward, and offered a few words of encouragement to Ryusei. He called out his parting words to Takumi, still inside, then stepped out with Kushina. She carried a faint frown now, her expression edged with something close to hostility. Minato said nothing about offering Ryusei help. He didn't need to. Even without fully understanding why Kushina reacted so sharply, the fact that she had it all told him enough. She was never like that without cause. He trusted her instincts, knew her sensing was sharper than almost anyone's in the village, honed by both her bloodline and years of training. If she had felt something off about the boy, then there was something off. Inside the shop, Ryusei remained standing alone. His polite smile stayed fixed, eyes still narrowed, but his hand betrayed him for an instant. A faint tightening of the fist, the smallest crack in his mask, anger buried deep, beneath countless layers, had slipped through. Meanwhile, once they were a good distance from the shop, Minato glanced sideways at her, sensing the tension still radiating from her silence. Kushina didn't even wait for him to speak. I know what you want to ask, she said flatly, arms crossed as her long hair swayed behind her. He gave a small nod. Yeah. Kushina let out a faint breath, her brows still tight. Before we even went in, I'd already been keeping an eye on him for a bit. Nothing suspicious then, just a kid with good chakra and a strong body. Pretty gifted for his age. Minato's expression stayed calm, and he nodded, letting her go on. He also noticed that. But when he walked inside and started talking, I took a closer look. Out of habit, really. After so many missions, it's automatic. Her voice hardened. What I felt wasn't right. His words said one thing, but the intent behind them, it was greedy. Like he wanted to use us. Trick us. Minato frowned slightly. Greedy. Kushina's hands clenched a little. Not just that. His aura, it was dark. Vicious. Cold in a way I don't like. There's something primal about him, like he doesn't care about right or wrong, only what he wants. She shook her head, lips pressed tight. Even if it was only a hint, I couldn't ignore it. For a moment, silence stretched between them, broken only by the wind tugging at their cloaks. It was well known that the chakra carried the traces of the user's intent, emotion, and mental state. Chakra wasn't just energy after all, it was coded will. But not everyone could decode it. That's why you cut him off, Minato said quietly. Kushina shot him a look. Of course I did. What, you expected me to just stand there and let you hand over favors to someone like that? No way. Minato chuckled under his breath, his usual gentle tone slipping back in. Honestly, the fact you didn't explode right there in the shop is already amazing. Hearing his last words, Kushina stayed quiet, not reacting to the joke the way she normally would. Something else had crossed her mind, something she hadn't told Minato. The boy's chakra didn't just feel potent for his age, it felt distantly familiar. Strangely similar to her own, and even to Minato's. Almost like there was a distant thread tying them together. However, the only other signature she'd ever felt that was actually the closest to it in structure, belonged only to Tsunade-sama. That was why she hadn't made a bigger scene. A clan like that wasn't supposed to have any pure, high-blooded descendants left. And yet, here he was. Which meant someone, somewhere, probably already had their eye on him. So, another reason she'd stopped Minato was simpler. She didn't want him tied to someone like that. There were things in this village that Minato should never know. She'd learned a bit more because being a Jinchuriki meant growing up faster, harsher, than other kids. If she carried those burdens, fine. But Minato was the one thing anchoring her the most to this kind of place, and the one person she never wanted tainted by the darker truths hidden under his Hokage and village dreams. Chapter 33, When Gullible Fools Aren't Gullible at All. Meanwhile, back at the shop, Ryusei steadied himself after a few seconds. The anger faded, leaving only pity, and the recognition that his little scheme had failed. It seems I underestimated some people of this world, he thought. In the original story, they looked so simple, even gullible. But in reality, who could afford to be that kind of person in a place like this? This isn't some fantasy anymore. This is a real world, with real consequences. A good reminder. The truth was, he had barely considered the possibility they'd refuse him. In the source he remembered, Kushina was a loyal, hot-headed fool, and Minato an idealistic genius too blinded by his own dreams. How could people like that be hard to manipulate? Take Kushina. She came from the Uzumaki, a clan supposedly just minding their own business with sealing arts and living long lives. Yet the other four great nations had joined hands to crush them. Why? Because Konoha had probably dragged them into the spotlight, likely using the Uzumaki sealing techniques for their wars and making them into allies. And when the retaliation came, what did Konoha do for its ally? Nothing. They wore their emblem on the flak jackets, but when the village burned, and it got real, no help arrived. Even worse, Kushina herself never questioned it. She stayed loyal to the very village that let her clan die, never even asking permission before they shoved the nine tails into her. And she still carried that same blind devotion to her grave. And Minato? No less foolish. When Obito unleashed the nine tails, who ended up giving their life? The young Hokage, in his prime, with infinite potential ahead of him. Not Hiruzen, the old man with one foot already in the grave, who somehow still managed to seize command of the defense like the position had never left him, so he couldn't claim ignorance of the situation. And when the dust settled, he slid right back into that comfortable Hokage's chair, at first only temporarily, to stabilize the situation, yet stayed there for more than a decade, as if nothing had happened, once the heat from his failing previous war had cooled over time. Looking back, Minato might never even have held any real authority, as the so-called Hokage, at all, and was just a puppet front while Hiruzen kept the reins. The hypocrisy was obvious. Hiruzen also knew the Reaper death seal. Unlike Minato, his time had already been spent. Yet he stood by and let the younger man sacrifice everything, then reclaimed the hat for himself. Smoothly done, perhaps. But honest? Never. The perfect example of the so-called will of fire. The irony only cut deeper when Ryusei thought of Naruto. A boy despised and treated like filth his whole life, yet still smiling, still chasing the approval of those who spat on him, solely because of that Asura reincarnation, or something else, but definitely something, since such a behavior defied literally all common sense entirely. A soul too forgiving, too absurdly pure, to ever break. Almost comical. The only reason he didn't turn into a rampaging killer was because of that same reincarnation. And all of it traced back to Minato's foolishness. He sealed himself away, leaving his son to be a weapon for the village, trading both his own life and Naruto's future for Konoha's comfort, just so they could continue having their nuclear weapon. However, what actually made them look like the biggest fools in Ryusei's eyes wasn't all of that. It actually had to do with the beginning of them becoming a thing. It was the fact that neither of them ever questioned the circumstances of their own so-called fairy tale meeting. Seriously, how on earth could Kyumo shinobi stroll into Konoha and casually steal their most important, nuclear vessel, like they were out for groceries? Logistically, it made no sense. No Hyūga scouts noticed, patrols stopped them, no barrier triggered, no Uchiha police raised a brow, no Umbu first responders sent. Both when they went inside, but also actually left the village with the frigging Jinchuriki. And if they'd been some elite jonin, maybe, it would have all been more believable. But fodder that even a genin, Minato, wiped out without breaking a sweat. No joke. Please. The whole thing screamed setup. Their hero rescues the damsel in distress moment was obviously staged by Hiruzen and Danzō, from beginning to end. And why? Because it tied both of them down exactly where the Hokage's faction wanted them. Sure, keeping Minato and Kushina loyal to the village was one benefit, because they had each other now tied, but the real prize was binding them directly to Hiruzen's faction. Think about it. The Nine Tails Jinchuriki plus the once-in-a-generation genius package deal. From that point on, if Minato wanted to romance Kushina, he'd have to obey like a trained dog. She wasn't just Kushina, she was technically Konoha's living weapon, no free will, no freedom to move, date, or even breathe without quiet approval from above. And Kushina, by tying herself to Minato, got locked just as tightly into Hiruzen's camp. The Jinchuriki chained through affection to the Hokage's golden boy, who was himself the shining future of the Third's line, a grand disciple raised to continue the will of fire. It was efficient. It was cruel. And the fools never even realized their entire lives had been engineered for them. In truth, that kind of engineering and monitoring probably started from a very young age for them. Take Kushina, for example. She came from Uzushiogakure all alone, a foreign girl dropped into Konoha, and immediately volunteered to be the next Nine Tails monster container. Who was waiting to fill the holes in her heart, to brainwash her under the guise of comfort, in that situation, all while exploiting shared blood and ancestry. None other than Mito Uzumaki, the first Hokage's wife. A woman who had long since abandoned her own clan and village, molding herself entirely into her husband's shadow, ignoring their genocide, now leading Kushina onto the same path. Not hard to imagine how she twisted Kushina from the start, convincing her that Konoha, the same village that swindled her clan into sending her over as the next Jinchuriki, right before standing by while Uzushiogakure was erased from the map, was somehow her new home, her family. Classic brainwashing. Then came the academy. That's where they engineered the Minato relationship into her life. From there, it was a done deal. Kushina would never betray, never even question the leaf. And Minato. His story wasn't much different. People claimed Jiraiya met him while he was still in the academy. But really, how does a supposed civilian kid just stumble into the gaze of such an elite shinobi on top of the village pyramid, and one of the three Hokage's only disciples? The academy barely even teaches ninjutsu. What was Minato supposed to impress him with, in that short amount of time? Perfect eraser tosses. More likely, someone had already been watching him, reporting to Hiruzen. The Hokage saw promise, nudged Jiraiya over time, and suddenly the boy was branded as his fated disciple. A neat trick to lock down a talent early for his own faction. Then, upon graduation, Minato was given his squad, under Jiraiya, officially, alongside two disposable teammates, probably thrown in just for paperwork's sake. And now that Ryusei had lived through the Senju experience himself, he couldn't help wondering. Maybe Hiruzen had been monitoring every so-called civilian who carried traces of Senju blood after the clan was forced into mass assimilation, quietly watching to see which ones would stand out. And Minato just happened to be the brightest result of that hunt. It made perfect sense. Those kids weren't normal civilians at all, they were super civilians, shinobi born with better blood and higher ceilings from the start. If Ryusei had been in Hiruzen's seat, he would have done the same. Track them early, tie the most promising ones to your side, and you preserve your grip on power for decades. And it worked. Hiruzen managed to remain the real Hokage even after stepping down, his hand on the strings the entire time. Then, once Minato died, Hiruzen simply walked back in, presented as the only choice left, his shadow Hokage act complete. If it had been him in their place, Ryusei felt he would have questioned something at some point if he'd been spoon-fed lies since childhood. No, even the original owner would have noticed something eventually. Sure, as a kid, you swallow what they tell you and don't question people's true nature. But then you grow up. You get older, you pile on experiences, you meet all kinds of people. And it still never crosses your mind to reevaluate any of it. If you were a bit sharper, at least, that is. So no, Ryusei decided. I never took Minato and Kushina seriously. I even pitted them a bit. Not in scheming, not in foresight, not in anything that really mattered besides strength. Yet now, Ryusei had to grudgingly raise his evaluation of the pair, but only slightly. The credit wasn't Minato's anyway. It was Kushina who caught him, and that was no great intellectual feat. It came down to her sensory ability. Somehow, despite all his efforts to mask his state externally, despite even layering his own sensory perception and concealment tricks over himself, she still picked up on it. She's a better sensor than me, plain and simple, Ryusei admitted inwardly. She's older by about 8 years, and she's clearly poured far more focus into sharpening that ability than I have. That's why she saw through me a bit. She might even be the best censor in the entire village right now. It wasn't Minato's supposed brilliance that exposed him. Kushina herself, in terms of raw intellect, wasn't even ahead of him. Judging from everything he had seen, his pure, fluid intelligence easily surpassed hers. But instincts were another matter. Hers, at least, seemed sharper than Minato's as well. Anyway, I already counted you as future enemies a long time ago. Too stupid for me to try and bring on my side, Ryusei thought with a grin. You'll both end up dead in a few years anyway, cut down by your own student. Another shining display of Minato's brilliance in human relations. Don't expect me to shed a tear. And tell me, are you really the only ones who can handle Fuinjutsu? Don't you, Minato, dream more than anything of becoming Hokage? Then let me back Orochimaru instead, let me propel him up. This time, you won't even get the chance to be Hiruzen's puppet, a fake Hokage who barely got to wear the hat. Orochimaru, my Fuinjutsu helper, will take it instead, a real one. Minato would have died that night whether he was Hokage or not. Obito's attack on the village was inevitable and deeply personal, and Kushina's childbirth gave him the perfect moment to unleash the Nine Tails, while the seal weakened, the most devastating way to strike. As Kushina's husband and Naruto's father, Minato had no choice but to confront Obito and the beast, even if it cost him his life, even if he was not the Hokage. If Obito also carried a grudge against him for failing to save Rin, that only made Minato's title as Hokage even less relevant. His death was sealed by circumstance, not by office. For Ryusei, this meant not only letting Minato fall as he did in the original timeline, without interfering, while using the chaos to advance his own aims, but also shattering Minato's one brief dream, removing even those fleeting years he wore the Hokage's robes in name. Additionally, if Ryusei already saw them as enemies, then how shameless was it to ask their favor just now? The answer was simple. There's no such thing as shame when survival and ambition are on the line. A clever man once said, keep your friends close, but enemies closer. And what greater satisfaction could there be for a narrow-eyed villain than to let his enemies cheerfully help him rise, never suspecting, lurking beside, until one day everything they built is taken from them by his own hand. Orochimaru, though, was a far trickier customer than those two wide-eyed rookies. Ryusei still didn't know if the men would act as expected, or if his own chips would even be enough to earn him a seat at the table. Time would answer that. But, there were also other things besides Fuinjutsu he wanted, also areas where they might even work together, if Orochimaru recognized his worth. But Ryusei wasn't about to hang his neck on that tree just yet. He just saw how that went. The shop door creaked as the owner returned from the back, his arms full of scrolls, papers, and small ink jars. He placed them on the counter carefully, arranging each one as though presenting a treasure. I chose the ones I thought would suit you best, he said, his voice softer now. He paused, then sighed. About before, forgive Kushina. She isn't a bad girl. I've known her since she was a child, watched her grow up. Her heart's in the right place, but she's impulsive. Always has been. Ryusei gave a light laugh and waved it off, his narrow-eyed smile calm. Please, you don't need to apologize. I never took offense. Kushina-san just speaks her mind, that's all. That's not something worth blaming, is it? The old man studied him for a moment, guilt flickering in his eyes. The boy's gentle tone and handsome, composed face only deepened the feeling. You're kinder than most would be, he muttered. Makes me feel worse for how she treated you. He turned away briefly, rummaging again in the storage shelves, before shuffling back with a thinner, more worn bundle of papers. Here, he said, setting it down carefully. Some personal notes of mine. Basic, but it might help someone new to the art. And, if you ever have questions or doubts, come by. If I have time, I'll help. Ryusei's eyes lit up in practiced excitement, his smile growing warmer. Truly. Thank you, sir. I've been fascinated with Fuinjutsu for a long time, so this means a lot to me. I'll make good use of it. That passion will serve you well, the old man replied, visibly relieved. With that, they parted ways. The shopkeeper still felt a twinge of guilt as he watched the boy leave, while Ryusei walked out with polite bows and the look of someone grateful beyond measure, mask perfectly intact. Chapter 34, Scrolls at Home, Fists in Trees. Ryusei went back home, not feeling strange about having asked someone close to a civilian for guidance. After all, what he wanted was theory, not fighting knowledge. Once the theory was solid, the only difference between Fuinjutsu users came down to simple chakra. More chakra meant stronger seals, capable of binding greater power. That was why the Uzumaki had once stood as kings of the craft, amongst other reasons. For the next week, Ryusei buried himself in the introductory notes. He split his time between reading, experimenting, and hammering the lessons into his body through shadow clones. At first, he made as many as 20 at once, flooding his small courtyard with copies. When he recalled them, the rush of memories left him dizzy, but he pushed through, then turned to sparring with a few clones at a time. Those spars grew harsher each day, chakra-enhanced taijutsu turning the quiet yard into a battlefield. The noise carried, sometimes drawing complaints from neighbors, but Ryusei ignored them. Bit by bit, he began to piece together things the original owner had missed from the Senju-style taijutsu scrolls left behind. It wasn't perfect, but it was enough to realize he needed real opponents, not shadows of himself. So one morning, he headed for the training grounds. They sat on the village's edge, the only places where shinobi were permitted to use larger-scale ninjutsu without worrying about damaging homes or shops. Vast stretches of land, shaped somewhere between the parks Ryusei once knew in his old world and the wild forests beyond the walls. Some grounds even extended outside the walls entirely, though those were patrolled relentlessly by Uchiha police and Hyūga scouts. No one slipped in or out without being noticed. The Hyūga ran their own security division too, something Ryusei recalled being called the Perimeter Watch, which oversaw the external defenses, and it was the first line of response in the case of village invasions. Their range extended farther than Konoha's hidden sensory barrier of the village itself, managed by the barrier team, a separate division altogether. Ryusei chose the more distant grounds, away from the crowds. There, the trees and uneven terrain gave him the natural environment he needed for his nature release immersion training. He could also move, strike, and push his body freely without worrying about being seen. He wasn't paranoid about being spied on either. He was a shinobi, training was expected, but he wasn't stupid. No advanced techniques, nothing that could give anyone the wrong idea. For now, there was nothing advanced to show anyway. He flexed his hands, stepping onto the worn dirt path beneath the canopy. The quiet hum of chakra users dotted his senses in the distance, but Northwest One was close enough to interfere. Perfect. Time to see what this body can really handle, he muttered, narrowing his eyes as he strode deeper into the trees. The Senju taijutsu system, known informally as the Strong Fist, was built on the clan's natural advantages, raw vitality, overwhelming physicality, and deep chakra reserves. Its philosophy was simple: your body was the greatest weapon, so refine it until no other tool was needed. Weapons were unnecessary, grappling was impractical in a world of kunai, jutsu, and multiple enemies. Striking was king, and the Senju struck harder than anyone else. The base of the style was explosive dominance. Tsunade embodied it best: every step a controlled detonation, every strike an overwhelming burst that shattered defenses. The style didn't rely on finesse or elaborate stances. It relied on sudden acceleration, short, violent bursts of chakra reinforcement, and absolute confidence that one strike would be enough to break the enemy. The original Ryusei inherited fragments of this. His moves weren't polished, but the foundation showed through. His stance was upright, arms loose, as if ready to spring at a moment's notice. When he attacked, his fists and elbows cracked forward with sudden bursts of chakra reinforcement. His favored technique was a driving straight punch, chakra compressed in the knuckles, that could send an opponent staggering even if it didn't land clean. He had a variation of the Senju heel drop, where he leapt and slammed his foot down with a chakra burst, creating a shockwave in the ground to knock enemies off balance. Another was a body reinforcement surge, momentary chakra hardening of the forearms or shins so his blocks didn't just stop a strike, but rebounded force back into the attacker. The difference between Might Guy and Rock Lee was philosophical. The Senju style assumed the body was already overwhelming, so chakra was used in short, efficient bursts to magnify decisive strikes. Guy and Lee, though also masters of chakra reinforcement, trained themselves like weapons forged from nothing. Their baseline, before the gates, was about ceaseless stamina, chaining fluid combinations, wearing opponents down with speed and pressure. The Senju approach was the opposite: end it as quickly as possible with overwhelming explosions of force, then move on to the next enemy. Where Guy and Lee turned every fight into a storm of motion, the Senju style made each strike a hammerfall meant to close the fight instantly. Ryusei could do only some C-rank taijutsu techniques imperfectly, in a worse form, due to the predecessor's disregard. His blows still landed heavy, but without the precision or crushing follow-through of a true master. To anyone watching, he looked like someone carrying the memory of a lion's roar but only able to let out a growl. The forest clearing changed after Ryusei began his practice. Every strike left the ground a little more torn up. The soil was kicked into uneven dents, small pits forming where his chakra-enhanced blows landed. A few trees bore cracks up their trunks from missed strikes, and bark splintered as if hit by a hammer. Branches shook loose whenever he clashed with his clones, scattering leaves across the clearing. The smell of smoke lingered from earlier fire-release drills, mixing with the faint static left behind by his lightning. This patch of forest was already starting to look like a proper training ground. Over the next few days, he split his time between the forest and home. Out here, he could push his taijutsu without worrying about breaking anything, mixing it freely with ninjutsu. With the help of shadow clones, he patched up the gaps the previous owner had left behind. At the end of each session, he settled into immersion training, breathing in the feel of nature, practicing release adaptation, visualizing chakra coils, and sharpening his internal perception. Back at home, he returned to his Fuinjutsu studies, repeating the cycle without pause. He kept his senses open the entire time, never letting them rest. And then, one day, he finally caught the presence he had been waiting for. Two distinct signatures, both familiar from the rumors he'd chased down, Might Guy and his father, Due. Ryusei had been looking for them all along, knowing they would show up sooner or later. He'd asked around days ago about the strange duo in green, and people had pointed him here, saying it was one of their favorite training spots. It had just taken longer than expected since they apparently liked to rotate between different grounds for variety. Ryusei didn't mind. They were here now. Only in places this secluded could anyone safely train the 8 gates after all, in his opinion. Chapter 35, Willpower Stronger Than Any Kekkei Genkai. Ryusei lingered at a distance first, his senses brushing over the pair. A few hours passed, and it became clear there would be no legendary display today. Due and his son only ran their usual drills along the riverbank, splashing water as they went. Guy was still just a boy in the academy, maybe 10 this year, too young to force the deeper gates open. So, it was probably rare that they trained or demonstrated that. Probably not on many days. Due, though still technically a genin, carried the hidden weight of a man who could reach Kage-level heights when his body burned thanks to advanced gates. Ryusei adjusted his expression into that narrow-eyed, polite smile that passed for gentle. He waited until they circled back up the river, then timed his steps so he seemed to arrive from the opposite path, as if by coincidence. "Oh, pardon me," he said, bowing his head slightly as he stepped aside. Due blinked, sweat dripping from his chin. "No harm done, young man. You've got a fine aura of training about you. Out here to sharpen the body as well." Ryusei gave a respectful nod, even though by rank he had no need. "Yes. I've been pushing myself back in the forest, but seeing your discipline inadvertently. It's inspiring. You've been at it for hours without pause." Dewey's chest puffed slightly, though he kept a humble tone. "Training is life. A flame burns brightest when stoked every day. Isn't that right, Guy?" Guy stopped mid-drill, panting, fists clenched tight. "Yes, father. We'll run until even the river feels tired of seeing us." Ryusei let out a light laugh, not mocking but warm. He remembered enough, Dewey's unshakable optimism, Guy's earnest energy, their oddness that others might sneer at but which he himself could respect. "You both sound like men who see no wall as too high," Ryusei said, tilting his head. "That's the kind of spirit I admire. I'm still finding my way in taijutsu. Maybe one day I could learn a thing or two from your drills." Due slapped his thigh with a loud smack, grinning. "Spoken like a true youth. Determination shines brighter than talent. If you've got the will, you've already taken the first step." Guy piped up, wiping sweat off his brow. "Father's right. If you believe in yourself, you can break through anything. Even if people laugh, you just keep running forward." Ryusei held his smile, eyes narrowing just a touch in the way the original owner had trained them to. Inside, though, he noted carefully how to keep the conversation light, compliments, optimism, and eagerness for training. Exactly the things that would sit well with this peculiar father and son. "So," he asked, voice respectful, "how many laps do you run before the day ends?" Guy's face lit up instantly. "As many as it takes. Want to join us?" Ryusei didn't hesitate. He gave a small bow, then fell into stride beside them as if it were the most natural thing in the world. The dirt was uneven, the river wind damp against his face, but his steps matched theirs quickly and lasted from beginning to the end. Guy's eyes went wide when he realized Ryusei wasn't lagging over time. "You're keeping up already? Most people stop after a few laps around here." Ryusei kept his breathing steady, a faint laugh slipping out. Running is easier when the company's good. Dewey's booming voice echoed across the riverbank. Spoken like a comrade of youth. Few boys your age choose to embrace pain like a friend. Most fear it. Ryusei tilted his head slightly, still keeping that narrow-eyed, polite smile. Pain's just proof the body's learning. If it hurts, it means there's something to gain from it. Dewey clapped his hands once, nearly breaking the rhythm of his run. Yes. Exactly. A diamond only shines when struck. A body, a spirit, no different. Guy grinned, his sweat-slick hair bouncing as he looked at Ryusei. So what are you training for? You must have some goal if you run like this. Ryusei's voice stayed calm, but his words carried weight. To become someone who won't lose to himself. If the body breaks, the will carries it. If the will falters, the body drags it forward. As long as both keep moving, I won't stop. There was a silence for a stretch of the lap, only their steps and the splash of water as they cut across the shallow edge of the river. Then Dewey threw back his head and laughed heartily. That's the spirit. You're already a brother in training. From today, we're comrades on this path. Guy nodded fiercely, his voice almost cracking. Right. From now on, we run together. No quitting. Ryusei chuckled quietly. No quitting, he agreed. As they circled back, the chatter grew easier. Dewey spoke about how he once trained until he fainted 3 times in a row, waking up each time to keep going. Guy shared how other academy students mocked his bowl cut and his endless shouting about youth, but how he didn't care, because his father said that ridicule was proof he was walking a different road. Ryusei listened, interjecting only with small nods and comments, but inside, he recognized something rare. These two weren't fools. They lived by a principle most people were too afraid to test. The more you struck iron, the sharper it became. The more you pressed the body, the more the will was forged. By the end of that first shared run, sweat dripping down their backs, none of them felt like strangers anymore. They had all tasted the same logic and respected it. His and Guy's feet finally slowed after what must have been close to hundreds of laps already. The river breeze felt cooler now, almost pleasant against sweat-soaked skin. Dewey stretched his arms back, chest heaving, but his grin never faltered. Excellent. Excellent. The 3 of us, pounding the earth together, it feels as if the ground itself acknowledges our spirit. Guy collapsed onto the grass, arms splayed out wide, gasping but still smiling. I thought you'd quit halfway, Ryusei, but you didn't. You're amazing. Ryusei crouched instead of dropping, rolling his shoulders once before settling into a calm posture. His breathing was heavy, but steady, controlled. He offered Guy a small smile. Quitting halfway would have been rude. You invited me, so I had to finish beside you. That simple line made Guy's eyes sparkle. Then you're not just strong, you're polite too. That's double youth. Dewey laughed so hard his shoulders shook. Ha! Spoken like a true flame-blooded youth, Guy. He wiped his brow, then turned to Ryusei. If you're willing, come back tomorrow. We'll burn the morning air together again. Ryusei inclined his head, still wearing that narrow-eyed smile. I'll be here. Back at his home, Ryusei lowered himself into a steaming medical bath. His body felt beaten from every angle, muscles trembling under the strain, but he welcomed it as he pressed his mystic palm across bruised spots, forcing his recovery forward. He had learned more than expected today. Their chatter by the river had drifted from drills to conditioning, from willpower to philosophy. It was simple talk, but in those words, he caught glimpses of why people like Dewey and Guy walked such an unusual path. They probably liked him now, too, he could tell. Most mocked or dismissed them, but he had been polite, listened earnestly, and even kept pace with their insane training. Talent mattered, but so did iron will, and they recognized it in him the same way he recognized it in them. Building a closer bond wouldn't be difficult from here on out. Their taijutsu wasn't better or worse than the Senju style he practiced, it was just shaped differently. Suited for their bodies, their spirit. His own path was cut for him alone. What surprised him most, though, was not only their discipline but a realization about himself. Now it made sense. Why Dewey, Guy, and later Lee, in the story he remembered, had endured daily torture-level training without collapsing into permanent injuries. It wasn't miracle genes or reckless luck. It was the chakra itself. The constant cycle of small injuries, small healing, and small growth, all accelerated by chakra's presence in the body. The energy that fueled ninjutsu was also the reason human limits could be stretched so far. This was why constant extreme training worked here, unlike on Earth. It wasn't even close. Ryusei had never been sure how physical training in this world compared to the systems he knew before, so he hadn't gone heavy into it after his transmigration. Injuries had also kept him down for a long while, too, so he stuck only to light maintenance routines, the same ones the original owner practiced, but to an even lesser extent, from time to time. He told himself he'd focus on the body later, after his other plans and habits were set and once he confirmed those things and healed all injuries. Still, training the body was no less important than anything else, perhaps even more important. A stronger body wasn't just for taijutsu, it was the cornerstone of physical energy, part of chakra stamina. Growing willpower, aka spiritual energy, alone wasn't enough, he needed his body to match it for more chakra reserves. Puberty would push him forward naturally, but this was also the best time to push the upper limit even higher with smart training while his body was most adaptable. Manuals were one thing, but he knew he needed real conversation to get anywhere. That was what he got from Dewey today. Ryusei had asked him questions directly, not underestimating the man's simple, passionate routines. If he'd taken himself from a civilian's frame to one that could withstand the final 8 gates, then he clearly understood body conditioning on a level few did. The first lesson flipped Ryusei's past world logic on its head, more was better here. In this world, the body wasn't fragile the way he remembered. Chakra made the difference. It healed and toughened the body after every strain, making daily abuse into growth. That was why people like Guy could run until nightfall, collapse, then repeat the next day. Why could they train with what looked like reckless abandon, year after year, for decades, yet never break down, and look healthier than ever? Ryusei had seen it with his own eyes. Dewey was barely affected by what should have been superhuman workloads by Earth standards. Even Guy, at just 10 years old, endured high-paced laps that were far beyond normal running, as he was quite used to them. Ryusei himself, 12 and with a naturally stronger physique, barely kept up with just Guy. And yet both of them looked like it was only another day. He realized then how much of his old thinking had to be thrown away. Dewey had said to him that he had never once been injured from overtraining, not even in his youth. He didn't know that such a concept as overtraining basically existed, and was stunned when hearing Ryusei's previous logic about it. The same was true for Guy. Both of them had started with civilian bodies, nothing special at the beginning. And if they could reach this level, then what did that say? It was simple. There was no real limit to physical training here besides mechanical exhaustion. The only wall was mental, the one that came way sooner than mechanical, true failure. That was why iron-willed civilians like Dewey, Guy, and later Lee could rise so high in this world. Because they defeat literally the only obstacle day after day, which was their own minds. They had found the secret others ignored, with discipline and inner strength, chakra turned even madness into progress. But being like Dewey and Guy wasn't something everyone could do. Their kind of mental fortitude, patience, and refusal to give up no matter how much time passed or how many obstacles stood in the way, was something rare. It wasn't just willpower or discipline. In their own way, they were geniuses too, not gifted with Kekkei Genkai, but with a psychology built for pushing past human limits. Ryusei felt like he understood them completely, yet he also knew he could never reach that same level himself. That was fine. If he could be even half or a third as strong as them in overcoming those inner barriers, it would be enough. With his sharper insight and the ability to work smarter, he could climb faster than they ever did. And maybe, just maybe, cut a few corners along the way. From tomorrow, a third of my daily regimen goes to pure physical training with them, as long as I'm not on a mission. This builds body, will, and soul at once. And I wasted this long without realizing. Reading something simply won't do that. He clenched his fists, amused at how quickly their madness had rubbed off on him. Being around people like Dewey and Guy, you'd have to be blind or stupid not to feel motivated. Unless you looked at them with the usual sneer of ignorance most shinobi gave them. Understand them, and you could only admire them. They were among the only few characters Ryusei ever genuinely admired, in either life. He usually preferred villains, their clarity, their ambition, but these two were an exception. Pure, good people, yet still tolerable. Even likable. Why? Because most of their philosophy wasn't about empty kindness, it was survival, strength, and defiance of limits. That was a language Ryusei understood. Unlike characters like Minato or Kushina, whose morals and goodness only annoyed him, Dewey and Guy never disgusted him. Their morals didn't matter, their path did. And that path, insane training, iron resolve, crushing limits, fit perfectly with his own goal: survive, rise, and tear down fate itself. Chapter 36, Dewey's odd jobs, Guy's endless shouting. From that day on, Ryusei started training alongside Dewey and Guy, and the three of them quickly grew friendly. Now there was one more crazy figure baffling the rest of the shinobi in those training grounds. The only difference was that Ryusei looked sharper, more composed, and didn't wear Dewey's eccentric clothes. Together, they pushed each other further every day. Ryusei wasn't worried that anyone in Konoha would find this suspicious. After all, the village had no idea what kind of monster they'd let remain a genin for so long. Dewey, who didn't see anything special in his methods, was surprisingly open. He answered Ryusei's every question, treating decades of experience as if it were common sense. The training wasn't just endless running, as many believed. That was only the surface. They swam upstream in the river until their muscles screamed, hammered their bodies with explosive strength drills, taijutsu repetitions to failure, flexibility training that bent joints to the breaking point, bone and tendon conditioning that left them aching, mental sensory exercises to sharpen reactions, and sparring sessions that went on until collapse. And then, after the smallest recovery, they did it all again. Ryusei threw himself into every part of it. One day, his curiosity drifted toward the 8 gates. He expected silence, but Dewey spoke about them without hesitation. It confirmed what Ryusei already suspected: there was no real secret. The more one trained, the stronger the mind-muscle connection became, and the clearer those hidden doors revealed themselves. Although some of Dewey's pointers, backed by decades of experience, would definitely shave a few years off the process on their own, so Ryusei was genuinely grateful. Ryusei also realized he could maybe cut a few corners also with his sensory perception, at that time, and if he ever obtained a Byakugan, it would be a game-changer, something that might shorten the process by even decades compared to Dewey's path, perhaps, when added together with his bloodline. But Ryusei wasn't only taking, he gave back too. After their mini-sessions ended in total exhaustion, he used the Mystic Palm to heal micro-tears and shorten recovery for all of them. Thanks to his Senju vitality, he always bounced back faster, so he could spare chakra for others. This one contribution alone multiplied the number of reps they could grind through in a day, making every session more brutal than the last. Still, Ryusei almost slipped once. After several days of inhuman effort, even though he only joined them for a third of their volume, his enthusiasm faltered a bit. He thought himself clever, suppressing his body's agony with Yang Palm to get through the training. That was when Dewey, usually smiling and gentle, grew serious for the first time. His voice carried no warmth. If you do that, your body will still grow, but your spirit won't. This is not the way of youth. Ryusei still remembered how wide his eyes went at those words, rare for him. He had almost let himself stray, trying to be smart, at the cost of something deeper. He gave a bitter, self-deprecating smile. Dewey only looked him in the eye and added quietly, "Pain is proof you're fighting the limits. Don't run from it. Embrace it, and your soul will grow stronger than your body ever can." From that day, Ryusei never tried to numb his training again. He knew the truth of it: if he cheated, his body and physical energy might grow, but his will, his spirit, and his very soul would not. After a few weeks, nearly 2 months had passed since Ryusei transmigrated into this world. Yesterday, a mission notice arrived by post: time to meet his teammates again for another C rank today. Because of that, he didn't have time for his usual full-day training. Instead, he joined Dewey and Guy for their early morning session, the one they always held near the academy before Guy's first class. Normally, Ryusei showed up later in the afternoons, but today he wanted to see them off, explain his situation, and squeeze in one last round before heading to the Hokage's building. This time, they didn't trek deep into the forest. Instead, they trained at the village side grounds within the walls, a wide clearing lined with wooden posts and beaten dirt tracks where genin teams sometimes sparred. The three of them went through a shorter set of drills, an endless amount of push-ups done in sync, then endless squats, and finally a round of sprint intervals back and forth across the grounds. By the end, Guy's shirt clung to him with sweat, but his voice was still full of fire. "Father. Ryusei. If we keep this up, even the sunrise won't be able to outshine our youth." Ryusei chuckled through his breath. "You really don't hold back even in the mornings, do you?" "Of course not." Dewey boomed, striking a pose even with his clothes damp from sweat. "Youth is not something that sleeps late." Ryusei wiped his forehead with the back of his sleeve. "Unfortunately, I can't keep up for the whole day. The village assigned me another C rank. I'll be meeting my team later this morning in front of the Hokage's building. Guy's face fell for a second before bouncing back with a grin. Then you'll return even stronger. Missions are just another kind of training. Dwayne nodded, still smiling. Indeed. Every step outside is a chance to temper the body and spirit. Make the most of it, young Ryusei. Ryusei inclined his head politely. I intend to. I'll come back in one piece, don't worry. As they picked up their things, Dwayne mentioned his own work. I've got my own duties today. Another fence repair job near the South District. The villagers always need strong arms for such things. Ryusei glanced at him, sensing what he already knew from their talks these past weeks. Dewey's missions were little more than grunt work. But the men never complained, not once. Dewey's missions were almost always the lowest of D rank. On paper, he was still just a weak genin, and because every team he'd ever been placed with had reported him as a burden who dragged them down, he'd long since been pulled from squad assignments. Too old to remain in the academy, yet with taijutsu skill clearly above academy level, he became one of the rare genin without a team, and probably even amongst the oldest ones in the village. Mission, in his case, usually meant the kind of tasks a one-man team could handle without leaving the village. Manual labor, odd jobs, the dirty work nobody else wanted. Fixing fences, hauling crates, cleaning rubble, sometimes humiliating, always exhausting. Yet, Dwayne never once complained. Those small pay packets were what funded his and Guy's training, nutrients, basic gear, and even Guy's school expenses. So by the time Guy was in the academy every morning, Dwayne was out in the village in those odd clothes, doing chores under the sneers of others, just to earn enough coin. His physique was good, so he did the jobs fast, then freed up the rest of his day to meet Guy again and train after classes. And before the academy bell rang each morning, the two of them always squeezed in a short pre-session in the training grounds, waking up before dawn like it was second nature, honing body and spirit, their youth, long before the rest of the village stirred. Ryusei had learned all of this over the weeks spent with them, training and talking side by side. You take on all those chores every day, Ryusei said evenly. It's not glamorous, but it keeps things moving, doesn't it? Dwayne laughed heartily. Ha! If the village needs me to carry crates, I'll carry them with the full power of my youth. Besides, it puts food on the table and keeps Guy in school. That's more than enough for me. Guy pumped his fist. And when I graduate, Father won't have to carry crates anymore. I'll carry them all myself, and then some. Ryusei smiled faintly. With that kind of drive, you'll be carrying a lot more than crates soon. Let's go together, since we are all going in the same direction. Soon, they agreed, and the three of them jogged at an easy pace through the village streets, cooling down from the morning's run. The academy was first on their path. It stood between the training grounds and the Hokage's building, so naturally, they would drop Guy there before continuing on. The academy's on the way, Dwayne said cheerfully. We'll drop Guy off first. He's got a full day ahead of him. Guy puffed out his chest. Yosh. Even in class, I'll burn with the flames of youth. Ryusei chuckled softly, his narrow-eyed smile in place. I don't doubt it. No textbook will survive your enthusiasm. Guy grinned wider, not catching the slight jab. Soon, the academy came into view. Ryusei's eyes lingered on the structure. This was the famous heart of Konoha's education, the place that had shaped generations of shinobi. It wasn't a single hall like he'd once imagined, but a sprawling campus of multiple wings, each housing different years. It wasn't just for one class of prodigies, but many groups across ages. Most here were clan heirs or the most gifted civilians. The rest, the less talented, were sent to smaller satellite schools scattered around Konoha, staffed by lesser teachers, probably not chunins like shown in the original series. This is the Central Academy, Dwayne explained proudly, as if it were his son's stage. Where the best teachers and the strongest students gather. Ryusei nodded. I see. And Guy was admitted here thanks to his physique, right? Dwayne laughed heartily. Exactly. His body's been trained since before the academy could shape him. They couldn't deny him entry. Also, his work ethic and discipline are the best in the entire village. We moved the higher-ups together back then, with our passion, and they finally allowed him to be admitted. Guy pumped a fist. Father's training is the best. Even if others laugh, I'll prove it. As they approached, Ryusei's gaze swept across the yard. Young students gathered in groups, talking, laughing, or showing off their small tricks. His senses brushed over them almost absent-mindedly, but recognition hit him one face after another. They had once been nothing more than characters in a story. Now they were real, living, younger versions of themselves. Sarutobi Asuma, younger and cockier, already carried himself like privilege was his right. Kurenai, calm and sharp-eyed, from a bloodline of elite jonin. Genma idly chewing his senbon, Ebisu with his uptight air, both familiar footnotes from the story he once knew. Those were Guy's future teammates, and many other such lesser-known characters that appeared in the original series were also present. Then, further off, Obito and Rin. 10 years old, walking together. Rin smiled as she spoke, gentle and attentive. Obito tripped over his own eagerness, desperate to keep up. His gaze lingered longer than he meant it to. So this is where it starts. The boy who'll break the world, and the girl who'll light the match. Right now, you're just another love-struck fool and a kind-hearted medic. Forgettable. And still, within a few years, you'll be the perfect puppet for the masked men in shadows. And all because of weakness. Because you can't protect what you love. Because the world loves using pawns like you. I wonder, would you still stumble down that same road even if I never raise a finger? Probably. Fate here is stubborn like that. I doubt that the ripple effect I inadvertently create would be so widespread in such a few short years. He chuckled faintly to himself, inaudible under the noise of the academy gates. Minato's fake student reduced to a tool of others. And Rin, the catalyst, the girl too fragile to survive this world. I almost pity you both. Almost. But pity isn't my currency. Usefulness is. Ryusui's eyes lingered. His smile never shifted, but inside. Meanwhile, Due clapped a hand on Guy's shoulder, snapping Ryusui's focus back. Study well, my son. The flames of youth shine even at a desk. Guy, undeterred by the stares beginning to gather, raised his voice. Yash. I'll make this the most youthful day of class ever. Several students turned to look. Some laughed outright. Others whispered behind their hands. Even the so-called losers like Obito sneered a little. Ryusui noted it all. It was as expected. Guy had no real friends here. Kakashi had been more rival and an acquaintance than a friend at this point, and he had already graduated early, years ahead of schedule. Guy sprinted toward the gate, shouting, "Youth," loud enough to echo across the yard. Rin smiled faintly at his energy. Obito rolled his eyes. Others snickered. Ryusui chuckled a bit and simply kept walking. Due, as always, waved with pride. "That's my boy," he boomed. Then he turned to Ryusui, beaming. "Well then, young friend, shall we? The Hokage building awaits." Ryusui nodded. "Yes. My team should already be gathering there." Then Guy ran off into the academy yard, and the crowd dispersed. Due and Ryusui turned away from the scene and resumed their walk. Ahead was the Hokage's building. Due, as always, would head there to receive his day's mission of the day, in truth, little more than labor assignments, the kind of work no team wanted and only a lone genin like him would accept. Ryusui, meanwhile, had his own team to meet for their C-rank mission, though he knew well enough their intentions toward him were never exactly clean. In a way, he almost envied Due. Better to be dismissed and left alone than surrounded by allies who were really waiting for you to slip. Chapter 37, Distance that no longer comes naturally. As they walked toward the Hokage building, Ryusui and Due talked idly, the conversation drifting back to their sparring sessions. Guy could keep up with Ryusui's training drills, his grit and long familiarity with those exercises let him hold his ground despite the 2-year gap, but in actual taijutsu sparring, he still fell short. The difference was too large. That was why Ryusui had been sparring more seriously with Due these past few days, especially as his own corrections and adjustments made him far sharper at taijutsu than the original owner. At one point, Ryusui asked openly, "So, how do you think I've been improving?" Due answered without hesitation, his tone both encouraging and firm. "Tremendous. You've made more progress in weeks than some manage in a year. But you're still missing the edge that only comes in tight, real battles. You should work on that during this mission for a bit." He paused, then added, "But, your stance, your form, your footwork, they already look complete. They suit you well. Don't try to change them." Ryusui gave a polite nod, the faintest smile tugging at his lips. But in Dewey's mind, thoughts ran deeper. Something like this couldn't have come from Ryusei alone. It had taken him over a decade to refine his own style to that level of completeness. For this boy to stand there, already moving with such a base, it had to come from some deeper heritage, knowledge passed down, not invented in a year. And though Dewey was known for his foolish optimism and loud personality, he wasn't actually a fool. No shinobi who could climb so far on nothing but their own two hands could be lacking in intelligence. He knew Ryusei carried secrets, perhaps even plots. Yet, he also felt certain of one thing: those secrets weren't aimed at him or Guy. Ryusei's intentions were about growing stronger, not bringing them harm. And that was enough. Dewey even found it refreshing. Most shinobi laughed at him and Guy, dismissing them with stereotypes or ignorance. But this boy, he understood them in a way others didn't. He respected their philosophy, trained alongside them without mocking their way, and treated them with politeness despite his own obvious talent. Dewey glanced at him as they walked, thinking, maybe he's already become Guy's first real friend his age, one who actually sees us for who we are. Soon, they arrived in front of the Hokage's building. The plaza was bustling with shinobi of all ranks, the usual mix of squads gathering for assignments. Ryusei's 3 teammates were already waiting near the entrance. He parted with Might Dewey, who gave him a hearty thumbs up before heading straight inside the building to find his own day's mission. Ryusei turned toward his own group, Okabe, Renjiro, and Kane. Okabe's eyes lingered on Dewey's back, his expression calm but his thoughts less so. The eternal Genin. Why would Ryusei associate with someone like him? Do I need to report this also? He knew Dewey's famous reputation, many shinobi in the village did. Hard worker, sure, but mocked more than respected. His thoughts were sharp, but his expression never broke. Outwardly, he smiled and greeted Ryusei. Still, he couldn't help but notice something different. Ryusei wore a full-sleeved dark blue uniform today, despite the heat, with a brown, unofficial protective vest with Konoha's symbols as well. It looked more disciplined, more deliberate. I need it, Ryusei explained lightly, catching Okabe's glance. A grin tugged at his lips, narrow eyes curved. Because I'm wearing training weights under it. All over my body. He let that sink in, then added, that senior from earlier, he's my new training partner. One of the hardest working men I've ever seen. Okabe's brows twitched in puzzlement, though he only nodded politely. His mind turned over the implications, but his lips stayed shut. Renjiro, however, had no such restraint. His eyes followed Guy's strange green outfit, similarly full-sleeved, disappearing inside the building, then slid back to Ryusei. His voice came out dry and sarcastic. He doesn't look that strong to me. Ryusei, are you sure you're not wasting your time? What's the point of all this body training anyway? Didn't you ignore taijutsu until recently? Just strapping on weights won't make you stronger. Unless, of course, you want me to prove it to you directly later. Ryusei's grin faded into his usual polite mask. He answered evenly, after what happened last time, when I was beaten badly in taijutsu and almost died from the injuries, I decided I'd never let it happen again. I looked down on taijutsu before because I didn't know any better. Renjiro's smirk sharpened, but before he could reply, Okabe spoke up, his voice calm but carrying quiet authority. Ryusei is right, Renjiro. Knock it off. Don't underestimate taijutsu. There are many paths to strength. Your clan's hidden kenjutsu is one of them, but not the only one. Ryusei deserves credit for learning from his setback and dedicating himself to improving. That's what a shinobi should do. He gestured toward the building. Now, let's head in and see what C-rank mission we've got today. Renjiro clicked his tongue but said nothing more. Ryusei glanced toward Kane next, yet she ignored him perfectly, not even acknowledging him with a look. She had been silent since the moment he arrived, not even bothering with a greeting, her face unreadable. Still so cold, Ryusei thought to himself. After saving her before, I thought things warmed up a little. But now. It's as if the month apart froze her right back. He suppressed the irritation behind a mild expression. Tricky. She lives in the Hyūga compound, and there's no way I can get in there. But if these C-rank missions stack back to back, without any complications anymore, I'll have plenty of time to wear her down, to warm her up again. What Ryusei didn't know was that Kane's indifference this time wasn't as effortless as usual. Normally, ignoring him came to her as naturally as breathing. But when he approached, her eyes betrayed her for just a moment. She noticed his slight growth in stature, the way his new clothes sat neatly on him, the forehead protector half hidden under his bangs, and, of course, those narrow, fox-like eyes. Something about him felt different. Off. Or maybe it wasn't him at all. Maybe it was her. Why was she even noticing such pointless details? So, before he reached them, she forced her gaze aside, locking her face into its usual cold neutrality. Yet it didn't settle into place as easily as before, and that alone unsettled her. Her brows tightened slightly. What's happening to me? Why am I even paying attention to these things? Never mind. If I hold my composure, it'll pass. Everything will go back to normal. She kept her face forward and her silence intact as the four of them stepped inside toward the mission desk. Chapter 38, Ryusei stops, mask off, challenge on. The mission desk inside the Hokage building was crowded as always. Shinobi came and went, some collecting assignments, others reporting results. The air smelled faintly of ink and paper, mixed with the sweat of too many flak jackets crammed into one hall. Okabe led them through the line, his expression steady. When their turn came, the duty officer flipped through a stack of scrolls and selected one, his eyes flicking briefly toward their rank markings before sliding the mission across the counter. A pack of dangerous, unusually large wolves, the man recited, his voice flat with routine. They've been preying on travelers along the eastern trade road. Several merchants reported losing guards, and soldiers tried and failed to drive them back. The alpha is said to be unusually large, with red glowing eyes, and seems to coordinate its pack with more than animal intelligence. Renjiro gave a low whistle, his eyes sharp with interest. Wolves, huh? Better than chasing runaway cats, at least. His smirk curled faintly, though he tapped the hilt of his sword like he was already imagining a test of steel against fangs. Okabe accepted the scroll, scanning it carefully before tucking it into his vest. C rank. Dangerous enough if underestimated. Travel light and be ready for night attacks, that's when they've struck the last 3 times. Ryusei's narrowed eyes gave nothing away, but inwardly he noted every detail. Wolves with probably abnormally large or strange chakra, fighting like shinobi. A leader clever enough to command them. That's no ordinary nuisance. But stuff like this does exist in this world. After all, animals also have chakra here, every living being, really, not only humans. For soldiers to lose men means it's not just a rumor. He almost smiled to himself. Wolves fit perfectly into the land of fire's deep woods. And if chakra could harden claws and sharpen instincts, then these beasts were the kind of foe civilians could never face. Shinobi were tools for this exact kind of problem. Kane stood silent beside them, her gaze steady and unreadable as always. If she had an opinion on hunting wolves in the wild, she didn't share it. Renjiro stretched his arms with mock casualness. So we're going after dogs, then. If one of them makes a nice enough corpse, maybe I'll tend the hide for a rug. Ryusei kept his smile polite, even as his mind ticked away. Perfect training in live conditions, if we don't slip up. Okabe's eyes swept over them once more, weighing each. Then, in his calm tone, we leave immediately. Supplies are already covered. Once outside the walls, stay sharp. A careless step is all it takes for wolves like these to tear a squad apart. Ryusei adjusted the strap of his dark blue training uniform, feeling the pull of the hidden weights beneath. His body still throbbed faintly from days of Dewey's brutal drills, but his will was calm, honed. He gave the same warm, narrowed-eyed smile he always wore and inclined his head. Understood. They left Konoha before dawn, cutting east through the trade roads, and didn't stop. By the time they reached the reported site, morning had already broken. The forest canopy overhead was drenched in dew, the air carrying that sharp freshness after a night of predators gone quiet. It was almost ironic. The wolves struck only at night, which meant they had already melted back into the wilderness. That was the true difficulty of the mission. Catching them wasn't just fighting beasts, it was finding them in endless miles of forest where they moved like shadows. Ryusei knew it immediately. So this is why it was bumped up to C rank. The daimyo himself had to file the complaint, and still, the village sends us instead of ANBU. Ha! Wolves must be an embarrassment if left unchecked, but not important enough for the elite. Fine. That means a good testing ground for me. Kane activated her Byakugan, pale eyes widening with veins bulging faintly at the temples. She swept the forest line in silence, her gaze piercing through trunks and undergrowth. But after a long moment, her head tilted just slightly. Not nearly enough range, obviously, and they are not around here anymore. They could be anywhere by now. Renjiro frowned. So what now? Just wander the woods and hope the dogs sniff us out. Okabe gave him a look sharp enough to cut the sarcasm short. We cast a net. Ryusei, your sensing has better coverage than her eyes. Use it. Ryusei gave a small, narrow-eyed smile, as if humbled by the trust. Understood. He pressed his hands together and, after a small puff of chakra, split into two. A perfect shadow clone stood at his side. The others didn't notice the faint trick of timing. Ryusei had shifted a few steps away first, standing on a small ridge and pretending to be lost in concentration. From there, he dispelled one clone quietly and made another closer to Okabe's flank, so they couldn't be sure which one was real. Let's meet again later today here, before the night comes, if there are no results, Ryusei said as the group split. Okabe nodded and then took Ryusei with him, moving north into the brush. Kane and Renjiro fell in behind the real Ryusei, the one still standing where the ridge caught the light. He had made only a single clone for this search. Too many, and their shared chakra would burn out long before they covered enough ground. It was always a trade-off, spread wider but risk running out of battery, or keep fewer bodies and last longer. He chose the balance that made sense. Okabe went off with the clone alone. That wasn't neglect, it was strategy. The man's strength was greater than Renjiro and Kane combined, so he could easily anchor one half of Ryusei on his own if they stumbled across the wolves. Also, Ryusei still didn't trust Okabe enough to go alone with him so deep with his real body. For all he knew, the men could try and take him down mid-search, then pin the blame on the wolves or something else. Better to play it safe. That was why he made the optical switch, sending his clone with Okabe while keeping his true body with Renjiro and Kane, whom he trusted a little more. Okabe, for his part, didn't comment. Asking about which half he got would only draw suspicion. Officially, it didn't matter anyway. As far as the mission was concerned, both sides were just covering ground. The three of them soon moved in silence through the dense undergrowth, the morning mist still clinging to the forest floor. Ryusei took point, his eyes narrowed in their usual slit-like shape, head slightly lowered as though he were simply scanning casually. In truth, his senses stretched outward in all directions, threads of perception brushing across every faint disturbance in the air and ground, looking for and analyzing every living being. He made it look effortless, even though the strain of maintaining that level of focus was heavy. Kane followed behind, Byakugan active in short bursts. Her pale eyes flicked left and right, pupils dilating slightly as she focused, then dimming again when she deactivated it to conserve stamina. She wasn't wasteful, she used her dojutsu sparingly, supplementing Ryusei's sensory net rather than competing with it. She was looking only for physical trails and other signs. She remained quiet as always, expression cold, but every so often her head tilted faintly toward Ryusei, as if silently measuring the accuracy of his calls against her own sight. Renjiro, on the other hand, trailed just a little further back, arms crossed even while moving, an almost bored look on his face. He hated long stretches of chasing shadows, and his silence wasn't the same as Kane's professional indifference. It was the silence of someone itching for action. His chakra was steady but restless, his eyes occasionally cutting toward Ryusei with faint annoyance. Anything? Renjiro finally muttered, impatience leaking through. Ryusei didn't glance back. His voice was calm, faint traces. A few kilometers east, a residual chakra is clinging to the soil. But it's old. They've already moved. Kane spoke then, her tone clipped, cold as ever. He's right. Their trail is faint, weaker than fresh prints. They changed paths sometime in the night. Renjiro let out a short, irritated breath through his nose. So we're chasing ghosts until we get lucky. Perfect. Ryusei's lips curved faintly, his slit eyes narrowing more. Luck favors persistence. Keep walking. We'll catch them sooner or later. Kane gave him a brief glance at that, almost unreadable, but just sharp enough to suggest she was studying him again, not his words. They pressed on, leaves crunching softly underfoot, the silence broken only by the occasional rustle of wildlife avoiding them. It was a tense trio. One searching with hidden cunning, one evaluating with cold detachment, and one simmering with restless energy, covering ground together, yet each with entirely different thoughts. Hours dragged on, the forest stretching endlessly with no sign of the wolves. The monotony gnawed at Renjiro's nerves, his patience thinning with every step. His lips curled in a smirk as he glanced at Ryusei's back. You know, if we keep walking like this, even you might start looking like prey. How about we wake things up with a little spar? Unless you're scared, I'll expose that your taijutsu's still trash. It wasn't the first jab he had thrown since the beginning of their search. Renjiro had been pushing for a fight since the second hour, his voice dripping with boredom and mockery. But this time, Ryusei stopped mid-step. He straightened, the faint smile he usually wore fading. His slit eyes narrowed further, expression calm but cold, his voice steady. Fine. If you want it so badly, let's do it. The words cut through the quiet air like a blade. Renjiro blinked, caught off guard, his smirk faltering. He had expected another brush-off, maybe a polite laugh, never an actual acceptance. TCH, what? Kane's head turned sharply, her pale eyes fixing on Ryusei. Even her face, usually unreadable, betrayed the slightest flicker of surprise. She had seen him endure Renjiro's baiting dozens of times before, always sidestepping with politeness. To hear him agree so suddenly, it didn't add up. Ryusei didn't elaborate. He just stood there, posture loose but edged, waiting for Renjiro to answer his own challenge. For a rare moment, both of them, the hot-headed Hatake and the indifferent Hyūga, were staring at him in silence, unsettled by a Ryusei they hadn't seen before. Chapter 39, She looks once, then looks away too fast. TCH, forget it, I was just picking on you, Renjiro muttered, clicking his tongue and waving it off. After all, you're only half yourself right now. Let's save it for later. But don't think I'll let you forget what you just said. Ryusei's face didn't change, calm and steady. His reply came smooth and quick. No. It's only 50% of my chakra reserves. Not 50% of my fighting ability. For a friendly spar, I doubt I'd even need that much. Before Renjiro could snap back, another voice cut in. But what if we actually find the wolves later, or they come again tonight? Kane's tone was sharper than usual, her pale eyes fixed on Ryusei as her hand rested on her hip. You'll still need every drop of chakra. And what if you get injured? Remember what matters most right now, the mission. Don't be reckless. Renjiro blinked at her, brow furrowing. For Kane, who normally stayed cold and indifferent, it sounded almost personal. He couldn't figure out why, so he stayed quiet. Ryusei's narrowed eyes softened slightly as he looked her way. Why does it sound like she's lecturing me? Is this supposed to be care of some sort? It didn't line up with her usual behavior. Normally, she'd toss a cold remark and move on, indifferent whether he fought or not. This time, though, it felt different. He didn't dare point it out, better not push her back behind that wall again. Instead, he gave a small, easy smile and answered her evenly. I'm not mad at Renjiro. I just wanted to test some things I've been working on in taijutsu, nothing more, as he recommended. So, we'll keep it light as I said. I don't plan on getting myself wrecked right before a mission. And even if I do take a hit, it probably won't be too big, so I can heal it with medical ninjutsu. As for chakra, I brought enough pills with me to recover. We've got the whole day ahead, nothing pressing until nightfall. So, plenty of time to be ready again. Ryusei wasn't sure if he imagined it, but he caught the faintest twitch at the corner of Kane's lips, almost like a suppressed snort, before she turned her face away and fixed her gaze back on the distance. Silent again, cold again. Renjiro, on the other hand, grinned wide. All right then, since you asked for it. But don't blame me later. His excitement was hard to miss. He'd been itching for this chance since the day they became a team. For months, he'd poked and provoked, waiting for Ryusei to finally take the bait. Now, at last, he got his wish. He didn't care about Ryusei's recent changes, didn't care what had gotten into him, he only cared about the fight. His hand reached over his shoulder, pulling free the short ancestral blade strapped to his back. The steel hummed as chakra flooded it, the faint vibration giving it a sharp, dangerous life of its own. Renjiro's grin only widened. To make it fair, and since you asked for my taijutsu, I'll use only that against you, Ryusei said. His lips curved, but not into his usual polite mask. This time, it was his real smile. Kane's expression twitched, just barely, as if the change unsettled her. Renjiro barked out a laugh. Ha! Good, good. Seems like another mission ended with an injury for you. But don't worry, if you beg, I'll drag you back again, after we finish it without you. Ryusei only smirked. He wasn't doing this out of recklessness or pride, just annoyance, sharpened into calculation. Dewey's words echoed in his mind, to sharpen taijutsu, you needed real opponents. Renjiro didn't rely on taijutsu but kenjutsu, true, but who said taijutsu should only be honed against its own kind? In this world, a shinobi had to be ready for anything, blades, jutsu, beasts, or worse. Versatility was survival. And in that sense, Renjiro's Hatake style was perfect. Fast, assassin-like, sneaky, and dangerous. The kind of edge Ryusei wanted to clash against, so his fists and footwork could adapt to anything. However, since he had promised to fight with taijutsu alone, Ryusei knew better than to be delusional, keeping the weights on would be suicide. He was not that arrogant. Wait. Let me take these off, he said, voice calm, not asking for permission. He crouched slightly, sliding his hands into the concealed opening at the sides of his lower legs. A moment later, with a sharp tug, the first set of weights came free. They slammed into the ground with a heavy bang, carving shallow craters into the dirt. Then, reaching into another hidden seam near his waistline, he drew out the weights that lined the rest of his limbs. One by one, solid bars of dense, chakra-forged metal slipped out, thudding into the earth around him. Each impact shook the ground, sending up small clouds of dust. Finally, for the torso set, there was no easy way to slide them through. So he pulled his upper clothing free, exposing his chest, and unlatched the remaining pieces. Soon, the final set dropped with another crash and final spiderweb in the ground, dust rising around him. The scene was eerily reminiscent of Rock Lee's legendary unsealing before Gaara. Renjiro's smirk faltered. He instinctively hopped back, eyes narrowing. TCH. It seems that I underestimated him. As a Hatake swordsman, Renjiro was no stranger to weighted training, he had used it himself in the past. But the sheer force of those impacts, the craters gouged into the earth, told him just how monstrous Ryusei's load had been. To previously travel so far at a fast pace without ever breaking composure under that weight, his body and willpower were clearly on a level Renjiro knew he hadn't reached. If his taijutsu is refined enough, this could actually be dangerous. Strength alone doesn't win, but if he pairs that strength with real polish. On the other side, Kane's pale eyes also widened a bit before she quickly stepped back. But the shock wasn't only from the weights. Her gaze lingered on his bare torso, shoulders broad, chest and arms cut like stone, every muscle balanced in clean proportion, tapering down to a sharp V. Her ears felt strangely warm. Her brows twitched, and she clenched her jaw as if angry. Angry at what, she wasn't sure. Ryusei rolled his shoulders, stretching, flexing lightly as though testing his freed limbs. From the corner of his eye, he caught Kane's reaction and smirked inwardly. So, the frost she wore back in Konoha was just a mask. That heat from before never cooled. With time, it grew in silence instead, and now it leaks through the cracks she can't hold shut. And he understood why. The bloodline forged Senju body, paired with the previous inhumane training methods and recovery, possible in this world, had turned him into this in just such a short amount of time. Chapter 40, Flesh Against Steel, and Flesh Wins. Meanwhile, Renjiro steadied his breath. His chest rose and fell once, then his expression sharpened as he slipped into flow. His footwork turned light, elusive, each step coiled like he could spring forward from any angle without warning. The tanto angled low, gleaming faintly, always ready to cut. Ryusei mirrored him, sliding into the rooted stance of his Senju taijutsu. His arms rose, body balanced, weight spread with clean precision. Each movement carried the grounded stability he'd forged under Dewey's drills. Kane stepped back a few paces, pale veins swelling at her temples as she opened her Byakugan. She said nothing, but her gaze lingered on Ryusei longer than before. His frame was different now, muscles denser, chakra pulsing stronger. Only now did she seem to accept his claim that he would face Renjiro with taijutsu alone. The two boys stared across the dirt. A few quiet words passed between them, sharp and short, before both moved at once. Their first exchanges weren't strikes but probes. Renjiro's speed matched Ryusei's exactly, which didn't surprise him. Hatake's style was built on it. What caught him off guard was the footwork. Renjiro's steps were slippery, refined, looping around in unpredictable arcs. Feints from every side, sudden shifts that blurred forward, left, right, then back again, as if his body rejected any straight rhythm. Ryusei's own movements were fast, explosive bursts meant to overwhelm at the right moment. But against this, he couldn't predict Renjiro at all. Renjiro, meanwhile, could read Ryusei's rhythm just enough to stay a step ahead. No more words. The fight was on. That was when Ryusei noticed the blade. The short tanto in Renjiro's hand glowed with a strange radiance, white instead of the pale blue chakra every shinobi knew. Its edge hummed with energy, each faint swing tracing a white arc in the air. Ryusei's mind ticked. Ordinary chakra never shone like that. It was too concentrated, too pure, enhanced by the nature of the material itself. Not a mere sword, but something advanced and precious. So it isn't just Tsukumo, he thought, eyes narrowing. The Hatake must have passed down more than one of these. Relics of their bloodline, from far older times. Ryusei sensing told him the truth, the chakra in the blade stretched just beyond the steel itself, so thin and sharp it vanished to the naked eye. A weapon that could cut through the smallest joints, nerves, and hidden weak points in the body. It was the sharpest, most refined edge of chakra he had ever seen. It's probably some advanced form of chakra shape manipulation, fused with the channeling. He thought, watching the white glow hum faintly in Renjiro's grip, dancing around elusively. Renjiro struck first. He slipped in from a sharp angle, tanto gleaming white as it cut straight toward Ryusei's torso. The blade never landed. Instead, it slammed into Ryusei's forearm, perfectly aligned along its path. Renjiro's eyes widened. He read my move, but why block with his arm? Does he really think flesh and bone can stop this? Ryusei didn't flinch. He met the scorching edge head-on, not because he was reckless, but because he was prepared. His forearm glowed faintly with chakra. The technique was one he had learned fully during his recent pause, flowing willow guard. A traditional Senju taijutsu defense, it hardened the forearms and shins with dense chakra reinforcement, turning them into natural shields. Bones were already the strongest structure in the body. Shins and forearms, in particular, were perfect for intercepting attacks before they reached vital spots. The Senju style took that principle to the extreme, flooding those bones with chakra until their density rivaled stone. A thin layer drawn from surrounding muscles cushioned the outside, dispersing the initial force before the bone took the rest. Against rocks, this technique crushed them without fail. Against blades, it dulled their edge before they could bite deeper. Ryusei had tested it himself, against such advanced materials as this tanto was made of, and proved it could withstand them one-on-one. So when Renjiro's ancestral white light blade struck, the chakra edge faltered on the cushion, and the steel itself recoiled off Ryusei's arm. The shock traveled all the way up to Renjiro's shoulder, numbing his grip. His jaw clenched in disbelief. That edge should cut through almost anything, yet he just blocked it. Pain stung faintly in his own hand from the backlash. Damn it, my basic form still isn't complete, he realized, frustrated. And he wasn't wrong. But what he didn't know was that this was only the entry-level application of Ryusei's idea. Flowing Willow Guard was just a C-rank defense. In time, once Ryusei layered it with gates or higher chakra control, that durability could get even more exaggerated and powerful, and even spread across his whole bones and body. This was only the beginning. However, Renjiro had no time to think further before a powerful shin-centered kick toward his lower body, chakra surging along Ryusei's leg. It was the same technique, but just because it was meant for defense didn't mean it couldn't be turned into offense to some extent. Renjiro slipped aside from the kick and kept circling, his footwork weaving with feints and sudden shifts. He struck in bursts, probing for weak spots, but the moment his blade was about to clash with Ryusei's forearms or shins, he angled it out slightly, refusing to take that full recoil head-on again, only grazing it instead. Meanwhile, Ryusei wasn't content to rely only on defense. By now, he had read Renjiro's style. It was precision-based swordsmanship, observe, find an opening, strike the weak point. Simple in concept, dangerous in practice. There were countless weak points in the body. The Hyūga, for example, sealed tenketsu to disrupt the chakra flow or sent the small showcase to your chakra pathway system to cause internal damage. The basic Hatake approach was different. They cut from the outside, aiming directly at nerves, joints, organs, and even chakra pathways. The sharper the blade and the sharper the eye, the deadlier it became. Of course, newbies like Renjiro probably couldn't target all of those yet. That was also why the style demanded so much intuition, experience, and a steep learning curve. Against such a user, the longer a battle dragged on, the worse it became. Every extra exchange gave them more data, your rhythm, your habits, which weak points were most exposed, and when to strike. That explained the elusive footwork. They couldn't rely on defense to survive until they figured you out. Instead, they danced constantly, feints, sudden shifts, unpredictable angles. They thrived on trickery, surprise, and precision kills. Less like honorable standard samurai, of the land of iron, who relied on sheer speed or crushing force, more like assassins suited for ANBU, where execution mattered more than glory. Ryusei understood all of this after only a few minutes of trading blows. Renjiro wasn't simply fast. His body was enhanced by chakra to the same degree as Ryusei's was: speed, strength, and agility. Logical, since both Kenjutsu and Taijutsu practitioners lived and died by chakra enhancement. The difference lay in how it was applied. Ryusei hardened bones and muscles into shields and weapons. The Hatake refined their bodies into blades themselves, every motion tailored to cut down prey with precision. By this point, Renjiro was rattled. He had read Ryusei's movements again and again, yet every time he went for the strike, Ryusei's arm or shin was already there to meet it. Their bout looked less like a fight and more like a dance with some contact but without fully connected blows. That was when it hit him. So that's it, he's been using his sensory perception this whole time. Tracking the flow of my chakra, even the exact direction of my blade. I've been obvious from the start. But Hatake style, it's supposed to be stealth. Renjiro's breathing shifted even lower. His stance lowered, movements loosening into a deeper flow. For the first time, his chakra stilled and twisted inward. Instead of letting it leak through the tanto, he masked it, blending and confusing the flow. It was the awakening of his own sensory mode, not to sense others, but to erase himself. To blur his presence, his edge. This was why the Hatake thrived in ANBU. Their style was too complex to master in drills. It demanded live feedback, growth inside a real battle. Renjiro's instincts sharpened before Ryusei's eyes, and his movements grew harder to trace with each passing second. Ryusei smirked faintly. Not bad. But it's time to end this. He knew exactly how to beat a style like this. You didn't play its game. You didn't linger, probe, or try to outsneak them. You crushed it with the opposite, overwhelming power, speed, and relentless strikes that left no room to breathe. But Renjiro's speed was already at the limit. Ryusei couldn't set up his heavier taijutsu without ninjutsu support, which he had promised not to use. That left him one option, his fastest, strongest fist technique. He shifted his stance. So far, he had only attacked with his legs, forearms reserved for defense. But his true close-range weapon was the fist. Coiling serpent fist. It was a Senju C rank, a strike that drove the body's full weight from the ground up into one motion. Chakra coiled around the arm, spiraling down into the fist, then unleashed forward in a violent burst. Even a miss could rattle the target with the explosive shockwave. Ryusei waited, patient. And Renjiro gave him the chance, lunging in with new confidence, his masked chakra making him almost vanish from sight. Almost. To Ryusei's senses, the chakra blade still flared like a beacon. The instant it drew near, Ryusei stepped into it, not away. His fist snapped past the tanto, coiling chakra stripping away the blade's aura like snuffing a candle. The strike drove straight into Renjiro's chest. The sound was like a cannon. Renjiro's body rocketed backward, trees shattering in his wake. He tumbled through trunks, coughing blood mid-flight, before finally skidding to a stop dozens of meters away. Silence fell over the clearing, save for the splintering wood still collapsing around him. Ryusei lowered his fist, exhaling slow. The truth was simple, Hatake style was built on deception, trickery, unpredictability. But the tanto's chakra glow betrayed it from the start, and Ryusei's sensory ability read it like an open scroll. Renjiro had only just awakened the sensory masking that true Hatake needed to vanish in battle. Against a master sensor, it was nothing but a child's trick. This fight had ended the moment it began. Chapter 41, Hatake pride shaken, respect forced. Kane, who had been tracking every moment with her Byakugan, let out a small gasp. To her eyes, it was as if she'd fought the battle herself. The Byakugan sharpened perception to the extreme, making movements appear almost in slow motion. Not only could she trace their steps, she could see the chakra flows inside their bodies as they clashed. Kane still remembered their academy days. Renjiro had always been second in the year, just behind Kiyomi Uchiha. Ryusei, on the other hand, had sat squarely in the middle ranks. Yet here he was now, effortlessly defeating Renjiro. By this point, it wasn't speculation anymore. He had hidden his true strength back then, and now it was clear, Ryusei was a threat, one rising far too quickly. He really beat Renjiro comfortably with only taijutsu, without a single ninjutsu. And taijutsu wasn't even his strength before. Has he really grown this much in just a month? They had suspected he was hiding something before, but this was far beyond what she expected. Her chest felt strangely heavy. She didn't understand why her mood dipped lower as she watched him standing there. Maybe it was because she knew what came next. She would have to report this growth to ANBU, sooner or later. Meanwhile, Ryusei walked toward Renjiro, his step steady, the dust still settling around them. Renjiro pushed himself up against a broken trunk, blood at the corner of his mouth. Ryusei stopped in front of him, arms loose at his sides. His voice was calm, not mocking. Don't get the wrong idea. It's not that I'm so much stronger than you that I beat you in 5 minutes. I technically didn't use taijutsu alone, as you probably guessed, although it was my only method of attack and defense. I used my sensory net around me to track you the entire time. Every movement of your chakra, every shift in your blade, I saw it before it landed. Renjiro's grip on the tanto tightened, his jaw locked, but his eyes stayed on Ryusei. Ryusei continued, tone steady, almost like advice. If you want to get stronger, focus on your internal perception next. Learn to mask your own flow. Otherwise, one day it'll be fatal. A censor will always read you like an open scroll. Renjiro's lip curled, but this time it wasn't sarcasm. It was frustration mixed with recognition. TCH, damn it. I knew I was missing something. You're right. Against someone like you, it's like fighting blind. Ryusei crouched without another word, his hands already glowing green with chakra. Renjiro blinked. What are you? Hold still, Ryusei cut him off, pressing his palm to the bruised chest. It's for the mission. We can't waste time dragging you around half-dead. Warmth spread through Renjiro's body as the mystic palm mended tissue and steadied his breath. He looked away, silent for once, then muttered under his breath, thanks. Ryusei didn't answer. He only kept healing until the worst of the damage faded. For a moment, the air between them changed. The sarcasm, the constant baiting, it was gone. Beaten once, Renjiro no longer looked down on him at all. Ryusei caught that shift and thought, so that's how it is. With someone like him, you have to beat him first. After that, he'll listen. He stood and pulled his hand back, expression faint as ever. Good. He has potential. If I can turn him to my side, he'll be a sharp blade worth holding. Renjiro flexed his fingers around the tanto's hilt, then slid it back into its sheath. His voice was quieter than usual. Next time, I won't fall for the same trick. Ryusei gave him his usual narrow-eyed smile. Good. That's what I expect. Ryusei glanced at Renjiro, curiosity finally breaking past his restraint. Those tricks you showed just now are rare, and in their essence, almost world-class. But tell me, was that all the White Fang relied on? Was Tsukumo Hatake really just a close-range fighter like you? He couldn't help asking. In his past life, no records existed of Tsukumo's techniques, and even in this world, reports were scarce. Anyone who witnessed the White Fang's blade usually didn't live to speak about it. Ryusei wanted to know, was Tsukumo's legend built only on refining a basic, kenjutsu style through decades of experience, or was there more? Renjiro stiffened at the question, though not in anger. It wasn't the first time he'd been asked. Many shinobi their age had grown up on stories of Tsukumo, the hero who had taken his own life only a few years ago. Everyone wanted to know what he had truly been like. Since Ryusei had defeated him fairly and even healed him, Renjiro gave a small nod. It's not exactly a secret. The higher-ups knew, and those who fought him firsthand knew too. What you saw from me today, that's only the foundation of the Hatake style. Tsukumo raised those basics to their peak, and that alone let him move freely through the shinobi world. His eyes sharpened, voice dropping lower. But what made him feared wasn't just that. He understood chakra flow to its deepest point, not only channeling into the blade, but pushing it outward, into waves. Like a sword's intent-given form. It expanded his range, multiplied the force of his cuts. Even a sweep could tear through dozens. He paused, then added, and he wasn't just a swordsman. He had affinities for 3 elements, lightning, wind, and earth, almost unheard of in history. He mastered all of them. Lightning to strike, wind to enhance speed, earth to vanish and reappear from the ground. That's how he could take on hundreds at once. Ryusei's slit eyes narrowed thoughtfully as he listened, nodding slowly. So that was the mystery. not only perfecting the foundation but also adding reach, nature transformations, and battlefield versatility. The White Fang wasn't just a close-range blade, he was a storm, a phantom, a force of nature. Ryusei could already imagine it, waves of white light cleaving the battlefield, wind at his back carrying him through the air, earth swallowing him whole only to spit him out in the middle of an enemy command squad. At last, the picture of Tsukumo made sense. This also reminded Ryusei of Kakashi and what he now considered wasted potential. Seeing the Hatake style firsthand, hearing Tsukumo's legend up close, the truth became obvious. If Kakashi had stayed on that path, he would have undoubtedly grown far stronger than in the timeline Ryusei remembered. From that perspective, Obito's Sharingan wasn't a blessing. It was a poisoned gift, tempting at first but rotting the one who accepted it. In the original history, Kakashi reached only elite Jonin, or a quasi-Kage at best, until Obito's second eye gave him that temporary surge, depending on the period. Yet Tsukumo, without any Sharingan, had stood at a late Kage level in Ryusei's estimate. And Kakashi, his son, with talent at least decently comparable, could have reached true Kage heights far earlier had he never been shackled to that foreign eye. But because of Obito's death and his dying words, Kakashi let sentiment blind him. He abandoned the sword, perhaps because there weren't enough Kenjutsu masters for the Sharingan to copy, and shifted toward ninjutsu instead, honoring his friend as the so-called copy ninja. In truth, that only turned him into a slightly stronger piece on the board, not a true player who could shape the game. What amazed Ryusei even more was how long Kakashi endured with the Sharingan despite not being a Uchiha. The eye drained more chakra from foreigners than even the Byakugan did from outsiders, and yet he kept it uncovered for years. Others like Ao sealed their stolen dojutsu, using them only when necessary. Kakashi, whether out of sentiment or stubbornness, refused, wasting oceans of chakra just to carry the weight of a dead friend. Until Obito handed him that apple, Kakashi had been a turbo genius, breaking records and sprinting ahead of his generation. The moment he accepted it, he stagnated, locked in place for more than a decade. He still managed to create higher forms of nature release jutsu, a purplish, more advanced variant of lightning release. The potential was always there. The problem was the direction. Obito had steered him wrong, and Ryusei couldn't help but laugh to himself. So the great copy ninja was a genius who chose the wrong road. Obito ruined him without ever meaning to. Meanwhile, Ryusei's curiosity wasn't satisfied. He pressed Renjiro further about his clan. It turned out the Hatake had originally come from the Land of Iron, but they weren't counted among the honored samurai retainers there. They were outcasts, straddling the line between sword and shinobi, which was why they blended so easily into a hidden village. Their philosophy was always closer to shinobi pragmatism than samurai codes. Ryusei already knew the Land of Iron had no hidden village. Instead, countless samurai clans served as retainers, and each generation, the strongest among them was chosen as the general, currently Mifune. Ever since arriving in this world, two groups had fascinated Ryusei more than any others, the monks and the samurai. For thousands of years, before the chakra fruit, the god tree, Kaguya, and Hagoromo's ninchu, these had been the strongest fighters in the world. But when shinobi began twisting chakra for combat, those who benefited weren't the proud monasteries or disciplined samurai. It was the shinobi clans, versatile, amoral, unbound by codes, who broke Hagoromo's teachings, weaponized chakra, and triggered the chain reaction that reshaped the world. In time, shinobi dominated every land. Samurai were driven into the small corner now called the Land of Iron. Monasteries dwindled, scattered and forgotten, surviving only in pockets. And those who remained had to adopt chakra engineering themselves, though in ways that still revolved around physical combat. Yet Ryusei always doubted the records. The way old stories and fairy tales described monks and samurai, their feats seemed far greater than what modern chakra users could show. How could they have ruled the battlefield for so long if their strength was truly so small? The answer, Ryusei suspected, was that the greatest among them once had other methods, a more advanced form of power now lost or deliberately erased from history. That was why he pressed Renjiro, hoping the Hatake might be connected to that forgotten strength. But the truth was disappointing. The Hatake had always leaned toward shinobi methods even in the age of samurai, and were the weaker outcasts there, the first to abandon codes and embrace chakra engineering. They left Iron's lands early, accepted by shinobi circles and villages as assassins and swordsmen. Whatever secrets the samurai and monks once held, the Hatake had no link to them. Watching Ryusei fall into thought after his last words, for some reason, Renjiro also sank into his own. From this previous combat exchange alone, he was certain Ryusei had already stepped into low Jonin level strength. A Genin in name, but standing just a step below their own sensei. 2 whole ranks skipped. And yet, Renjiro didn't see this as a good sign for him. If anything, it made his chest feel heavy. I can't let personal feelings get in the way. I have to join ANBU, grow stronger, and carry on the Hatake name into these new times. Bring the clan back to a real place in this world. Still, he wasn't sure what kind of man Ryusei truly was. The Hatake way had always been loyalty first. As assassins, they were raised to complete missions without letting emotions or morals interfere. Perhaps that was why Tsukumo, his most famous clan elder and role model, had chosen death so quickly, because he, too, had been raised on that same unforgiving creed. Renjiro's jaw tightened slightly. If I don't report him, Kane will. And then I'll be dragged down with him, and any hope for my own promotion will die with that. No matter what good impression I have of him now. He exhaled slowly, his eyes narrowing as he reached his conclusion. Despite the respect he had come to hold for Ryusei, despite even starting to see him as a true comrade, Renjiro's resolve did not waver. He would report everything, exactly as it happened, even if it had been his own provoking that dragged Ryusei's strength into the open. Just then, Ryusei and Kane, who came to their side at some point, reacted at the same time. A giant bear, they shouted together, both turning sharply toward the sound. Their eyes met for a brief second, then Kane glanced down at the ground, almost flustered, though Ryusei didn't have the time to dwell on it. He spoke quickly, voice firm. Renjiro, you're injured. Kane, fighting bears isn't your specialty. Let me handle this. Without waiting for an answer, he stepped forward, closing the distance toward the massive shape barreling through the trees. The beast was several times larger than any bear Ryusei remembered seeing on television from his old world, its bulk packed with chakra that churned violently beneath its skin. Its eyes gleamed with raw ferocity as it charged. Ryusei's thoughts flicked rapidly. The large amount of blood Renjiro coughed up must have lured it out, makes sense. Beasts like this would usually thrive in forests like these. Chapter 42, The Village Underestimates Taijutsu, Perfect. Ryusei quickly noticed something unusual. The bear wasn't just ferocious, it was more intelligent than beasts from his past life. It could anticipate his movements with uncanny accuracy, though its bulk still made it too slow to act on them. He made his decision in an instant. He met one of its massive paws head-on with flowing willow guard, his forearm absorbing the crushing weight, then used his fastest body flicker to climb up its arm in a blur. In the next heartbeat, he brought down a full-force Senju heel drop. This was the technique he had held back against Renjiro earlier, a slower, heavier strike that required a committed setup. In Ryusei's eyes, it was likely the original version that later inspired Tsunade's famous Heaven Kick of Pain. Hers was the perfected form, layered with advanced medical chakra enhancement control to amplify the force. That was the nature of taijutsu. Unlike ninjutsu, where more chakra usually meant a separate technique altogether, taijutsu was built on form. The movement itself never changed, it scaled with the strength of the body and the depth of the chakra behind it. For now, Ryusei had 3 cornerstone C-rank techniques. Flowing Willow Guard, his defensive base. Coiling Serpent Fist, his fastest close-range attack. And Senju Heel Drop, his heavy strike, was an area control technique that could crush multiple enemies or even blast the ground to send rock bursts flying if aimed correctly. He thought of them as his foundation, the core forms that would only grow sharper as his body and chakra matured. Under the bear's stunned gaze, Ryusei's heel came crashing down. The blow struck its skull with a sickening crack, splattering it like a pumpkin. The massive body crumpled, blood spraying as its bulk slammed into the ground. Ryusei stood atop the headless corpse, breathing steady, his thoughts already elsewhere. 3 C-rank taijutsu techniques. Once I open even a gate or 2, or learn Tsunade's chakra-enhanced strength, each of them will rise in rank naturally. Take the body flicker, for example. It wasn't classified as pure taijutsu, but it followed the same principles, and on paper, it was only a D-rank technique. Yet someone like Shursui had used that very move to carve his name into history and earn a legendary nickname. That was the truth of body-related techniques. Their rank mattered far less than ninjutsu. What truly defined their effect was the user, their body, their chakra, their mastery. He didn't plan to stop there. These 3 were just the foundation, chosen because they were efficient and adaptable. In time, with stronger reserves and sharper control, he would create his own techniques, higher-ranked, personal weapons no one else could use. As for the inner gates, Ryusei had once asked Might Dway about them directly. The man didn't hesitate in the slightest, he politely agreed and demonstrated how the first few gates were opened. Of course, Ryusei couldn't see the internal process without a Byakugan, but by relying on his sensory ability and careful observation of the external effects, he gained several valuable insights. Dway even offered him a handful of verbal pointers at that to go along generously. Even so, Ryusei knew he was still far from success. At best, it would take him months of grinding effort before he could open even the first gate. As for Tsunade's famed chakra-enhanced strength, the so-called monster strength technique, he had learned she still visited the village occasionally. But Ryusei wasn't foolish enough to approach her here. Not while the Hokage's faction kept such close watch over him. If he were to draw her in, it would only be during the chaos of war, when the waters were muddied enough that he could act unseen. Still, Ryusei was satisfied with his rate of progress. It was not by chance. He had shadow clones to multiply training, solid taijutsu manuals left by his parents and predecessors, and strong comprehension. Having Might Dway, the best taijutsu specialist alive, as a mentor also made a difference. The original owner of this body had been a bit lacking in taijutsu, which made it the lowest hanging fruit for Ryusei to improve. The early stages always came faster, so it was no surprise that he rose so quickly in physical strength and taijutsu within just a few weeks. He knew the pace would slow from here. But with each inner gate he opened, the growth would become exponential. The gates were not just bursts of power, they were limiters on how much chakra could flow inside the body. Removing those limiters allowed the body to run at higher performance and let the chakra enhance it further. The danger came from trying to force too much chakra through a body that was not yet adapted. That was why the gates existed only for internal chakra flow. With ninjutsu, the limitation was mental. A shinobi could not simply push more chakra into a jutsu, the mind would break first. This was also why the chakra released from the gates could not normally be turned into external ninjutsu. In theory, you had more chakra available. In practice, you lacked the control to shape it. It was not only about his current strength, but about the foundation he had been laying over the last month. He was setting the stage for exponential growth across multiple domains. His rise so far was not slow at all, only steady compared to what it would become once the restraints on him were removed. If he could survive the coming chaos and carve out more freedom for himself, then the Third Shinobi World War would be his chance. In that chaos, he could finally move like a fish in water and soar into the sky. All the good things are for those who wait, after all. As for news of his current level and growth being sent back to the higher-ups of the village, by his team, that was still within Ryusei's calculations. He was not stupid enough to expose himself if he thought it would be the end of him. He understood a few things very clearly. First, his recent improvement would reach their ears eventually, so what was the point in hiding it completely? Second, he had made sure his tangible progress was only in taijutsu. That was not accidental. Yes, it was the lowest hanging fruit for him right now, but more importantly, taijutsu was still looked down upon in the shinobi world. Ryusei had to grow stronger in some way. Otherwise, within a few months, he would still die in the war or even before then on dangerous missions like the B-rank ambush he faced right after transmigrating. If he did nothing, death was certain. The only way forward was to gamble on being strong enough when the time came, while still not provoking an eradication attempt too early. And the best way to achieve that was to advance in the most underestimated branch of shinobi arts, taijutsu. Along with his brain and careful deflections, this might let him survive the sinister plots aimed at him. The higher-ups would probably expect no real breakthroughs from him beyond the basics of taijutsu. After all, how rare was it to open even a single gate? Rarer, in fact, than learning a new elemental release. Nearly no one had the dedication or knowledge to tap into them. Even opening one or two gates could take decades. Men like Dway and Guy, who would eventually open all 8 in their early 30s, were unheard of to Konoha's leadership at this point. So from their perspective, Ryusei's growth would look like nothing more than some initial gains in taijutsu, explained away by his bloodline and recent motivation. They would likely dismiss it as him finally training harder after experiencing near-death on 2 missions. Logical enough. In truth, he was deliberately throwing them a bone. He was distracting their eyes from stuff his Fuinjutsu research, his elemental immersion, and the other projects he had underway. Who would believe he had the energy to pursue all of that at once? Had he foolishly displayed some A-rank elemental jutsu, or even 2 or 3 B-rank ones, let alone a new Kekkei Genkai elemental release or combination jutsu arsenal, he would have been killed far earlier. But using a handful of C-rank taijutsu techniques, logical extensions of his clan heritage, did not make him look like a genius. And no one could measure how far behind he had been before in taijutsu or how far ahead he was now. They had no way to count his cells in real time. For Ryusei, the choice was simple. He already considered himself a dead man. He had to progress if he wanted any chance to live. Better to gamble on this exposure and maybe survive than to wait and die certain months later. A few months meant nothing. The only consequence he anticipated was that the higher-ups would likely begin watching Might Dway more closely. It would be impossible to hide that this was the real source. Ryusei was sure they were not that incompetent. If they looked seriously at Dway, they would finally understand what had been in front of them for decades, one of the strongest men in the village. And Ryusei did not feel guilty about exposing him. What was the original fate of Might Dway anyway? To die a few years later on the battlefield against the Seven Swordsmen because his son's team was thrown in as fodder somewhere along the lines, probably. But if the village realized before the war how strong he actually was, if they treated him with the respect of a top asset, then who would dare neglect his son? If Dway were recognized on time, he could become a key war hero. His strength would finally be used against enemy shinobi, and his reputation would rise to the level of a legendary figure like Tsukumo once was. As for Hiruzen or Anbu moving against Dway because of his link to Ryusei, that was unlikely. For one, Dway could not possibly know Ryusei's real identity or that he was being targeted. For another, even the most incompetent Hokage would not risk losing such a powerful, and pretty harmless and ambitionless, subordinate right before the greatest war in history. They had already suffered once from forcing Tsukumo to his death, weakening the village badly. To repeat that mistake now would be insanity. Ryusei was certain of it. By changing his own course, he had already changed Might Dway's fate for the better. He had also created a literal ally who would stand at the top of the village. Of course, the village's realization of Might Dway would not happen overnight. How could anyone go from being the eternal Genin, famous only for odd jobs around Konoha, to someone spoken of in the same breath as the third Hokage in terms of strength? It would have to come gradually, through repeated testing and observation. They would likely start by giving him a new C-rank mission, then another, watching him carefully from a distance. Next would come assignments with a team to observe him more closely. After that, B-rank missions, then A-rank, and finally the war itself. Only then, once he proved himself with real battlefield merit, would they be forced to recognize him for what he was. This, too, was part of Ryusei's calculations. If Dewey's full strength was exposed all at once, suspicion would immediately fall on Ryusei. He would look like the direct student of the men, of some capacity, a boy whose sudden leap in taijutsu came from that very training and who carried the same future potential by default. And in that case, assassination would come swiftly. Fortunately, bureaucracy never moved quickly, especially in chaotic times like these. It would take many months for the higher-ups to fully catch on to Dewey's true level. By then, Ryusei intended to be strong enough that if they still tried to erase him, the risk would cut both ways. However, by then, he would no longer be prey. He would be a cornered predator, one ready to bite down and drag his hunters into the grave with him if they pushed him too far. Chapter 43, Wolves Down, Information Gained. Ryusei returned to Renjiro's side, laid a hand on his chest, and healed him some more before they moved on. The three continued through the forest, searching for the wolves again. They didn't encounter the pack directly, but over time, Kane's Byakugan picked out faint trails and claw marks all pointing to a single direction. They went this way for sure, she determined flatly, this time, lowering her hand. Ryusei nodded. Good. Then I'll focus my sensing only that way. Ryusei closed his eyes again, but this time, he didn't spread his chakra evenly in every direction. Instead, he narrowed it, forcing his sensory particles to scatter only along the path Kane had identified. Like a river channeled through a canyon, the reach extended much farther than his usual 360-degree sweep. His concentration deepened, each pull sent forward with meditative precision. He shut out everything else, Renjiro's faint grumbling, the rustle of leaves, even Kane's gaze on him. The longer he focused, the farther those invisible threads stretched, crawling through valley after valley. The minutes piled up, his face calm but his body taut with control. 2 hours later, his eyes snapped open. Found them. They're resting. Renjiro clicked his tongue. TCH, took long enough. Kane gave him a sharp look, then turned back toward Ryusei. Where? 3 valleys east, Ryusei answered. Too far for Byakugan, but clear enough for me. He paused, then shifted his focus in another direction. This time, he pushed his chakra outward in a different pattern, letting it flare deliberately instead of staying hidden. His sensory net pulsed, reaching for a signal he already knew. It took 30 minutes of steady focus before the feedback came. His shadow clone, the one traveling with Hokage, had felt the signal instantly. Clones were part of him, after all, and unlike most shinobi, his sensory clone understood the same signaling pattern perfectly. It sent the message back without error. Okabe would be led toward them now, guided by the clone. Renjiro frowned. "You signaled him." Ryusui nodded calmly. Talented sensors don't just detect. They can also make their presence known. With a system, 2 sensors can communicate across long distances. Okabe isn't one, but my clone beside him is. That's enough. Renjiro gave a low whistle, shaking his head. You keep pulling out tricks. Ryusui's expression didn't change. Kane's pale eyes flicked to him briefly, then away, her face unreadable. Soon after, Okabe arrived. Ryusui's clone had already dispersed on purpose, saving chakra instead of wasting it by also rushing here, after relaying everything to Okabe successfully. Ryusui gave a quick explanation of the wolves' resting spot, then the 4 of them set off together. As they leapt across the branches, the plan came together in short bursts of conversation. The squad moved faster, branches whipping past them, the air heavy with the anticipation of the strike to come. The 4 of them soon dropped into position around the den. Kane marked bodies with quick calls as her Byakugan swept the brush and burrows. Okabe raised a palm. Bastion wall to seal the back. Spears to funnel. We hit from both sides. The stone rose behind the den in layered slabs. Earth flow spears sprouted to form a chute that drove the wolves toward Renjiro and Ryusui instead of into the trees. Ryusui kept to taijutsu by choice. He wanted live reps. He moved first, baiting the nearest wolf and smashing its snout aside with a shin check, the flowing willow guard hardening bone on impact. The beast flipped, chakra sputtering. Renjiro slipped past him, blade short and bright with that white aura. He cut tendons and hamstrings rather than bone, precise and clean, reading joints and nerves the way Hatake sword work was meant to. Kane did not waste time. Her Byakugan tracked every tenketsu under fur. She throttled range to gain clarity, then throttled clarity to regain range, a smooth trade-off in real time. The curse seal limited her peak distance and X-ray sharpness compared to the main branch, and she lacked formal access to guarded forms like rotation, but her precision was cruel. She struck with gentle fist and closed points in pairs. When 2 betas lunged together, she flowed through 8 trigrams 64 palms, a technique branch members were not supposed to know. Ryusui watched her rhythm and thought, she learned it the hard way, probably. The famous blind spot at the upper spine existed for branch members like Kane. The main branch reportedly had none. However, nowadays, even the side branch members used that weakness as bait anyway. Okabe's role was control. Bastion Wall absorbed a charging beta and redirected the force into the ground. Earthshore returned slapped aside another pounce. When the 2 tried to burrow, he raised a low dome, then knifed spears through the soil to force them up into Renjiro's range. He fought like a careful gatekeeper, buying time and shaping the field. Ryusui logged the picture in his head. Solid, practiced, but nothing special for his age. He will plateau. I will surprise him soon. The alpha broke the den last. Its eyes were red, chakra heavy, frame larger than any from Ryusui's past life. It read his steps well, more intelligent than normal, but it was still slower than his execution. Ryusui met a paw with flowing willow guard, blurred up the forearm with body flicker, and ended the rush with a full Senju heel drop that cratered the hollow and sent shards of stone and root out in a ring. The shock stunned the last 2 betas. Renjiro finished one with a single throat cut. Kane stepped through the other and shut its center with 4 quick palms. Silence held. Ryusui kept his analysis rolling while he wiped blood from his heel. He already knew Renjiro's level from their spar. Precision style, reads rhythm, hunts weak points, deadly once the fight drags. Today confirmed it. Against beasts, he targeted joints, nerves, and even chakra pathways when the white edge flared. His body enhancement matched Ryusui's in speed and strength, tailored for cuts rather than crashes. Kane's profile became clear. Byakugan is 3 knobs that never max together. Clarity, range, and X-ray can be tuned up or down, and 360 sight in practice narrows when she pushes the other 2. The curse seal pulls her caps lower than the main branch and blocks guarded forms, yet she compensates with exact chakra control and field sense. She is not just the basic gentle fist and 32 palms. She has 64 and uses it cleanly. She is a threat who hides it well. Okabe looked exactly like a defensive earth specialist should. Earth wall, dome, spears, shore return, and the denser bastion variant as his anchor. Control, delay, punish. The wolves themselves fought like a trained unit. Pack spacing, triangle flanks, smart retreats. Chakra made their claws bite and their bodies soak blows that would break normal bone. Kane's internal strikes ruined them anyway because chakra circulation is life. Closing points collapsed muscle and organs from the inside. Renjiro's cuts bled them out fast. Okabe kept the board tilted so none could escape. Ryusei stayed with taijutsu on purpose. He wanted the forms to live in his bones. Flowing willow guard for hard checks and parries. Coiling serpent fist for fast kills when a throat or chest opened. Senju heel drop as area control or a ground blast to throw rock at a cluster. By the time they cleaned the den, he had what he wanted. Real data on the rest of his team as well. The pack was down, the alpha broken, and the mission was soon wrapped with no wasted chakra. Okabe was nothing special for his age, in Ryusei's eyes, just a slightly more talented civilian. At Ryusei's current pace, he would reach that level in a few months and surpass it within half a year at the latest. In Ryusei's opinion, the smarter path for Okabe would have been obvious: put more effort into taijutsu, instead of just earth release. The man had a naturally solid build, and he already padded it out with a handful of earth release tricks. With enough stubbornness, even a civilian could climb absurdly high. Guy and Due had already proven it, Guy reaching even 6 paths, level, heights, temporarily in the original series, against Madara, without a bloodline, just through hard work and taijutsu. But Okabe. He was like every other short-sighted civilian Ryusei saw in this world firsthand. Instead of grinding his body into steel, he wasted his life currying favor, licking Hiruzen's boots for a chance at some flashy B or A-rank jutsu. It was comical to Ryusei. These people whined endlessly about being trapped by their civilian background, but when given the option of brute-forcing their way up, they rejected it. Too unglamorous. Too uncool. Better to suck up to another clan head, as Hiruzen still technically was, and call it ambition. Once the war began, Okabe would no longer be able to control him. Depending on how and where they were deployed, Ryusei even considered whether eliminating him outright might be necessary. But, he had to be careful regarding that. After all, he had no desire to end up with an even stronger elite Jonin sensei replacement from ANBU watching his every move. Kane and Renjiro, on the other hand, needed to be drawn closer to his side before the war. Not only so Ryusei could move more freely without their constant reports shadowing him, and use them as a convenient mask when needed, but also because both carried real potential as useful allies. He already learned everything he needed to know about Renjiro's potential firsthand. But regarding Kane, too, for someone from the Hyūga branch family and for her age, she was also very strong and talented. She had mastered the Byakugan and gentle fist basics thoroughly and even pushed herself into techniques normally reserved for the main branch. Ryusei had seen her unleash 64 palms just now, something that should not have been possible for her position. He reasoned it out. Once a Hyūga mastered 32 palms, the step to 64 was more about talent and precision than secret teachings. It was arithmetic. The same jutsu. Side branch members were trained in the basics, even helped along to 32. So why did most stop there? It couldn't be only the lack of further follow-up spoon-fed instructions. Ryusei's conclusion was simple. The gap between the main and side branch was not only about suppressed instruction. The curse mark suppressed the bloodline and dojutsu itself. That was the real barrier. Only the truly gifted, like Niji, could push past it. Kane, too, to some extent, seemed to be one of those exceptions, judging from her pace of improvement. Even techniques like vacuum palm and rotation, which are even more advanced and derived, were still rooted in the basic gentle fist at the base that everyone in the clan had access to. Therefore, with enough talent and refinement, they could be figured out. The problem was that most side branch members lacked the capacity to overcome the curse seal's restraint. Niji proved it could be done. Kane showed hints of the same. Chapter 44, A Trap Wrapped in Diplomacy. The mission ended cleanly. They sealed the Alpha Wolf's body into a scroll as proof and made the return trip without delay. In front of the Hokage building, the team split apart as usual, each heading their own way. Ryusei realized it was already too late to join Dewey and his son's training, so he turned his focus elsewhere. Back at home, he spread out the latest few ninjutsu materials Takumi had given him, exercise problems, and practice seals to refine his control in script design, chakra sequencing, and cause/effect logic, among many other subcategories and niche beginner niche applications. He worked through them methodically until the light outside dimmed. By the time night fell, he set everything aside and allowed himself to rest, slipping into sleep with his next steps already forming in his mind. In the morning, before noon, Ryusei went to the forest and entered his usual meditative routine. He trained his nature release immersion while working on internal perception at the same time. The two disciplines blended well, forcing him into a deep state of concentration that he was steadily improving at. He stayed like that for 5 straight, steadily improving his grasp of the elemental qualities: fire as aggression and destruction, water as flow and adaptability, wind as precision and sharpness, earth as defense and solidity, and lightning as speed and piercing force. He was also harmonizing more between fire and lightning, and between wind, water, and earth, his whole being gradually splitting and grouping itself into 2 coherent blocks. When the session ended, he waited for Dewey and Guy to arrive. Together they threw themselves into physical conditioning and taijutsu drills for the day, another 7 hours straight. Ryusei had been gradually increasing the load, pushing his body further each week, until the long sessions became almost an automatic habit. Afterwards, he returned home and shifted to desk work. 3 more hours went into fuinjutsu study and jutsushiki exercises, with some medical practice mixed in occasionally so he wouldn't grow rusty. Then he allowed himself 9 hours of sleep. A full month passed in that cycle. The logic was clear. His soul was still fusing with this body, reshaping his brain and nervous system, so unlike Dewey and Guy, he could not live on 6 hours of sleep. He needed more rest to adapt. Fuinjutsu and jutsushiki got the least time because they were the least urgent. Physical training in taijutsu took priority, with elemental immersion and internal perception only slightly behind, since he lacked a Byakugan to refine his coils directly, and it took much more time to see any small progress. Still, he judged that raising his internal perception and elemental control would be nearly as rewarding long-term as mastering taijutsu and the 8 gates. This routine held only on days without missions. During that month, they had 3 C-rank assignments. The danger never rose too high, but Ryusei never wasted the opportunity. While working through those jobs, he made sure to slowly push his relationship with Renjiro and Kane forward. With Renjiro, it was simpler. Ryusei only needed to offer him a few precise tips: how to hide his chakra flow and presence better, a skill essential for the Hatake style. The inspiration had come from their sparring weeks earlier, and in this field, Ryusei's sensory talent and internal perception training gave him authority. Renjiro took the advice seriously and soon began pressing Ryusei into sparring whenever they had time on missions, or even after them. Ryusei accepted. The constant clashes pushed Renjiro's growth and drew them closer into something like friends and rivals. At least, that was how Renjiro probably saw it. Ryusei did not see it the same way. He felt no luxury for true friends. In his mind, people were either useful pieces or not. Renjiro had potential synergy with his goals and decent talent among the entire Konoha, so he was worth some investment. Okabe was the opposite. Ryusei had already marked his sensei as dead weight, a man with hidden disdain and dislike toward him, a mediocre civilian talent at best, one of those destined to be cannon fodder. Kane was more complicated. Ryusei teased her, even flirted sometimes, throwing the occasional useful comment her way regarding her combat style, but outwardly, she was still always stone cold. Still, he noticed her unconscious actions. Small hesitations, strange reactions, averted gazes. Subconsciously, she was already reacting to him often, already marked in her own way. Her identity as a Hyūga branch member, shackled by the curse seal, or some other concern, probably restrained her from opening up consciously. But deep down, Ryusei judged his presence had already become unique to her, interesting and enjoyable in a way her subconscious couldn't deny, even if her rational brain pretended otherwise 90% of the time. Their progress showed. Thanks to sparring, Renjiro's level now pushed into late Chunin. Ryusei himself had advanced to mid-Jonin, already on par with Okabe. And this had not come from any sudden new technique or a breakthrough. It came naturally, from his soul fully acclimating to and transforming the body's DNA, the process finally complete after 3 months, as he initially thought. That change transformed everything. His chakra pathway system adapted and converted the new equilibrium into richer spiritual energy. His chakra became richer, more potent, so the same technique now required less of his reserves. Chakra control sharpened at the same time. His internal perception and elemental immersion both skyrocketed, letting him monitor and adjust his coils with far more precision and map elemental patterns with clarity. His brain also grew sharper. Neurons, processing power, and speed, reflex speed, all heightened. His senses grew keener, memory stronger, alertness steadier, willpower firmer. It was like stepping into the descriptions of Minato in the original series, processing faster than the battlefield could unfold, reactions sharper than most could follow. This was not just a combat advantage. It sped up his Fuinjutsu work, his Jutsushiki progress, and his elemental training. It gave him a foundation to touch every domain he planned. Now, at only 12 years old, Ryusei stood at mid-jonin level, the standard level of a Konoha jonin, years ahead of where he should be. But he did not let arrogance take root. He knew exactly what awaited him. Today, the team would be assigned a new B-rank mission. And he was certain that, because of the previous reports on his sudden growth in taijutsu, the higher-ups, ANBU, Root, the Hokage's faction, had already prepared another attempt to erase him with a borrowed knife. This time, it would be deadlier than the one 3 months ago. Ryusei met his team in front of the Hokage building, just as the morning bustle of shinobi squads filled the plaza. Okabe was already waiting with Kane and Renjiro, his posture crisp, the faint smile on his face hiding whatever thoughts stirred beneath. Good. You're on time, Okabe said, and turned immediately for the doors. Renjiro smirked and fell in step beside him, Kane silent as always, her pale eyes flicking briefly toward Ryusei before looking away again. Inside, the hall was crowded with shinobi moving in and out, mission scrolls changing hands at the desk with the same rhythm as always. But the atmosphere was subtly heavier than a month ago. More teams than usual had gathered, many jonin and chunin, faces grim. The missions were getting more dangerous, and higher-ranked ones increased in frequency. Rumors of the looming war were already thick in the air. When Team Okabe's name was called, they weren't alone. 2 other jonin-led squads also stepped forward, each with 3 chunin under them. 12 shinobi in total, Ryusei's team included. The duty officer's eyes swept over the assembled group before he gestured toward a side chamber. Your mission will be briefed directly. Inside, a senior official sat behind a desk stacked with scrolls. His tone was dry and clipped as he read from one. This is a B-rank assignment. Escort of the Fire Daimyo's noble diplomatic envoy to the Land of Hot Water's Daimyo's palace. You will remain stationed at the Daimyo's palace for several days while negotiations are held. The mission priority is clear, the envoy must return alive. He paused, his eyes narrowing slightly. All 3 squads will act in coordination. The envoy's and his team's safety is your first and only priority. Do not be drawn into local conflicts unless unavoidable. He pushed the scroll forward, and Okabe reached out to take it with a respectful nod. Renjiro's smirk hinted at excitement, his hand already brushing the hilt of his sword. Kane remained expressionless, her pale eyes calm and detached. Ryusei stood quietly at their side, his narrow-eyed smile unchanged, but his thoughts were sharp. Soon, Okabe handed the scroll to Ryusei as well. He read through it carefully, wondering what kind of setup the Hokage's faction had in store for him this time. Ryusei was always amused, when he heard or read it, by how the nations of this world carried names like Land of This or Land of That. Fire, Earth, Grass, River, Valley, every title sounded like it was pulled from the most basic concepts. Even the hidden villages followed the same pattern. To him, it revealed how young the system of countries and ninja villages really was. Which, of course, it was. Not even 50 years had passed since the current nations and hidden villages had been cobbled together from scattered feudal lands and wandering mercenary clans like the Senju, Uchiha, Yuki, and Kagaya, and the great reef gulling over the world catalyzed by Hashirama happened. Those clan names felt more authentic, more rooted in history, unlike the flimsy banners of Land of X. In fact, plenty of smaller regions within those great nations were still ruled by old aristocratic houses, their territories known by older, proper names that fit the world far better. Even the language here struck him the same way. It was almost identical to Japanese from his past life. Ryusei himself hadn't been Japanese, but the only reason he could understand and speak in this world at all was because, when he transmigrated, one of the first brain regions he took control of from the original Ryusei had been the one for language. On the surface, the mission looked simple enough: protect a daimyo's envoy during their stay in the Land of Hot Water, to secure the country closer to Konoha, or at least keep it neutral for the upcoming war. Because Kumogakure already had firm control over the Land of Frost, letting them also gain the Land of Hot Water would be disastrous. With both under their grip, they would have a direct path to strike into the Land of Fire. Straightforward, on paper. But Ryusei smelled a conspiracy the moment he finished. 3 squads, each led by a Jonin, with a full team of Chunin under them. This wasn't a normal B-rank escort. It screamed over-preparedness, which meant the opposite: danger was already expected. His eyes shifted briefly to the 2 other teams. Their captains looked much like Okabe, civilian-born, carefully molded with similar temperaments and chakra personalities, and cut from the same cloth, likely more of Hiruzen's Umbu dogs. The Chunin under them weren't impressive either, younger and probably from the same pools of talent. Nothing about them stood out, no interesting figures worth noting. Ryusei's mind turned. Who said Okabe and the other 2 captains had only just learned of this mission now? Nothing stopped them from having been briefed in ANBU headquarters the night before, or even earlier. For all he knew, their instructions already contained layers he wasn't supposed to see. Still, Ryusei didn't let the thought shake him. He wasn't one to back away just because another trap was being set. If he wanted to climb in this world, he had no choice but to believe in his own ability to survive, no matter how many knives were pointed his way. Chapter 45, The Loyal Dog of Sarutobi plots his bite. They met the Fire Daimyo's envoy in one of the Hokage building's side chambers. He was the only true noble among the group, sent by Fire Daimyo as the chief diplomat to show his sincerity, a tall man in formal robes with an expression that balanced authority and calculation. The rest of his team were not nobles at all, but carefully chosen attendants, scribes, and guards. Every move they made seemed rehearsed, as if the daimyo himself had handpicked them to ensure no cracks in appearances. Outside, a small convoy of carriages and horses waited. The envoy rode in the largest one, draped in Fire Country colors, while his attendants moved in smaller wagons carrying scrolls, tribute, and gifts meant for the hot water court. The shinobi were the real shield, 3 Jonin-led teams forming an escort on all sides. The column rolled slowly through the village gates, then onto the trade road leading north. The pace was steady but deliberate, with nobles kept in comfort and the shinobi rotating to keep the perimeter tight. Okabe, who was trailing the convoy from the rear, wore a thoughtful expression that none of his subordinates would mistake for absent-mindedness. This mission could be one of the defining moments of his life. After 6 long months leading this little squad, it was finally time to fulfill his true ANBU assignment, to send the young Senju to the underworld himself. The last attempt had been messy, handled by Root without his direct hand. This time would be different. This time, he had been summoned personally the night before by the ANBU commander and his captain. The briefing had been thorough, the instructions precise, and the praise unusually generous. Okabe had even felt flattered. Success, he was promised, would mean a personal reward, the offensive B-rank Earth release technique he had been hinting at for months, straight from the Hokage's private archive. But that was only the beginning. More importantly, he had been told that completing this mission would secure him a place in the Hokage's true hidden Umbu personal guard, not the figureheads, guarding doors, from the official forces, but the circle run by the ANBU commander himself, Lord Shinsuke Sarutobi, the Hokage's own son, that not many people knew about. If he made it in, he would have pierced through the ceiling that every ambitious civilian-born shinobi feared. To Okabe, it was everything. ANBU weren't just a protection unit anymore, they were the Hokage's privatized force, the real power in Konoha. Plenty of them didn't even bother with regular missions. They were a super shinobi organization that stayed inside the village, ready to silence anyone who threatened Hiruzen's authority. They were nominally protecting order and being the last line of defense, but in reality, they had made the Uchiha police force irrelevant, even humiliating them. ANBU could arrest a police officer on the spot, under Hiruzen's decree, while the Uchiha policeman couldn't touch an ANBU without the Hokage's permission. What an irony. That alone had caused years of tension. But to Okabe, that was the peak status. From there, few in the village would ever dare look down on him again. Of course, not every ANBU lived inside the village in decadence, guarding nothing but Hiruzen's throne. That was reserved only for the select few, the ones most loyal to the Hokage and his son. The majority of ANBU were drawn from the ordinary ranks, men and women who still went on missions like any other shinobi. They were just dispatched on those specialized operations periodically, rotating in and out of the mask. Without them, the system itself would collapse, and the village would be swallowed whole by its rivals. Danzō's route couldn't run things alone. So, in truth, only a smaller portion had been reshaped into the Hokage's personal guard. The rest remained just shinobi who did their ANBU duties when ordered, many not even aware of how monstrous Hiruzen's unofficial private force had quietly grown over the years. However, their status in the village was far lower than that of the ANBU tied directly to the Hokage, the ones erased from official registers and serving only him. And that was why this job mattered so much. He was just a civilian-born shinobi, late 20s now, already aware that most men plateaued by 35. His window for growth was closing fast. Without bloodlines, without special connections, most civilians like him would never touch the rank of elite jonin. At best, they'd scrape the middle ranks of jonin and then fade into irrelevance. Okabe refused to accept that. He needed the push, and Sarutobi father and son, the absolute rulers of this village, were the only ones who could give it. He was cunning, ruthless, and loyal to the core. He had no morals left, and he wore his disdain for clans and bloodlines like armor. To him, Ryusei, last heir of a dying clan, blessed with Senju blood, was the perfect offering. Still, there was the matter of style. Earth release, his specialty, was sturdy, reliable, but defensive. That suited him well enough so far, but he had always hated how it kept him pigeonholed as a supporting shinobi. He wanted something with flash, something that let him stand alone as a powerhouse. Earth had its offensive techniques, of course, but those were pretty rare and jealously guarded, impossible to reach without Hokage's favor. So yes, give him a new B-rank offensive Earth release now, and he'd finally have the balance he craved. Then, when he hit his peak years, another A rank, or maybe even an S rank, who knew? He could dream. After all, hadn't Minato Namikaze and Dan Kato both started as nobodies, only to rocket into legend once Hiruzen noticed them? The thought made Okabe's lips twitch in something dangerously close to a smile as he eyed the convoy ahead. Maybe he, too, would become that man, the loyal hound of the Sarutobi, armed with some conceptual, high-level jutsu that shattered his low-born ceiling, as Denkato and Minato Namikaze. Maybe one day he'd be remembered as one of those rare civilian shinobi who clawed their way up to elite jonin, a true village powerhouse, untouchable, respected, feared. He imagined it now, the whispers in Konoha's streets, that's Okabe. Lord Hokage's right hand. Don't cross him. Yes. All of that was within reach. He only had to make sure Ryusei Nishida Senju didn't survive this mission in one piece. A few days later, the convoy crossed the final stretch of trade road and arrived at the daimyo's palace in the land of hot water. The structure rose above the capital like a monument to fragile splendor. Even before they crossed the gates, Ryusei's brows narrowed. His sensory field stretched out automatically, as it always did, and stopped cold. He couldn't feel anything inside the palace grounds. The chakra of guards, servants, and attendants, all blank. It was like trying to peer into a void. White stone walls, tiled roofs curved upward in a foreign style, banners in red and gold fluttering in the breeze, everything was polished to look regal, yet Ryusei could already tell it was nowhere near as fortified as Fire's daimyo palace. Inside the gates, servants rushed forward to receive the envoy. Musicians played soft notes on stringed instruments, and a ceremonial host lined the approach to the grand hall. Attendants in layered robes bowed low as the Fire Country delegation passed, leading them into the main reception hall where the hot water daimyo's representatives waited. On the surface, it was a welcoming ceremony filled with courtesy, polished floors, incense burning faintly, and silk tapestries depicting waves and steam. But Ryusei's expression tightened the moment he stepped past the threshold. His sensory net went dark. It was as if the entire place had been sealed, cut off cleanly from the world outside, impossible to peer in from beyond, and impossible to sense outward once inside. His frown was slight, but his thoughts ran sharp. This isn't right. No small country's daimyo should be able to afford this kind of setup. He didn't need to be a genius to see the implications. A barrier that nullified chakra sensing was the perfect way to cut him off and prevent him from noticing anything strange on time to defend himself with his sensing. Too convenient. Too precise. It could easily be part of a setup against him. A cage. It seemed they had done their homework. They already understood the kind of problem his sensing posed now, for their intentions, and had gone out of their way to find a method to cut it off. Still, he kept his face calm, a narrow-eyed mask unchanged. Outwardly, he followed the envoy into the palace like nothing had happened, playing the part of the obedient shinobi while his mind turned over every detail. The nobles were welcomed with formal bows, speeches about friendship, and the promise of a banquet to come. Ryusei, meanwhile, remained silent, eyes sliding over the grand chamber, committing every entrance, every servant, and every flicker of chakra he could still faintly feel from around. Ryusei was curious what kind of game they had prepared for him here, whether it would be another borrowed knife or something more direct this time. But he reminded himself that the only way to survive was to stay calm. If he panicked too much at any point and let his mind fog over, his chances would drop to zero. There was still time to think of countermeasures, even now. He forced his breathing steady and reasoned it out. If they wanted him dead in a direct strike, why wait until now? The timing itself suggested layers. It would be challenging, but not impossible. It was better to stay healthily paranoid, to always consider every possibility, so nothing exploded in his face without warning. But letting the paranoia overwhelm him would be just as dangerous. Balance was the only path forward. Chapter 46, Sensory Barrier, Execution Ground. Another 1 or 2 days passed in the palace without incident. The delegation held talks, banquets were staged, and everything appeared normal on the surface. But one night, well before dawn, the shinobi from Konoha were woken abruptly. The 3 Jonin captains called their teams into a side hall, their expression serious. Okabe's face was as serious as stone when he addressed Ryusei, Renjiro, and Kane alone. We just received new information from Konoha's spy network inside the Land of Hot Water. It came on a messenger bird overnight. They detected suspicious movements from Hyūga shinobi, but the details are unclear. From now on, you will rest only during the day. The nights will be spent patrolling and monitoring the palace. Remember, the daimyo's guard may be 500 or 600 strong, but very few of them have any shinobi training. Let's make sure we protect our delegation well, this is our main mission. His tone was commanding as he began assigning posts around the palace compound. Each Jonin split their squad to cover different sections. Okabe pointed deliberately to where Ryusei was to take watch, one of the thinner stretches of the wall where the stonework met the river, and the angle was difficult to reinforce. Ryusei's face was calm as he nodded in acknowledgement, but inside, he read the move immediately. So this is the game. Put me exactly where a breach would come. Convenient. Predictable. His sensory threads caught a flicker in Okabe's aura, a flash of excitement he couldn't fully hide. That also told Ryusei everything. Renjiro, standing beside him, was oblivious. His face lit up with anticipation, fingers twitching toward his blade. About time we get some action, he muttered, itching for a fight, not realizing the deeper play. Kane, however, was sharper. The moment Okabe's orders left his lips, her Byakugan opened briefly, sweeping the walls. Her pale eyes narrowed as she noted Ryusei's assigned position. Her lips pressed thin, and her hand clenched unconsciously at her side. She didn't look at him directly. Instead, her gaze dropped to the floor. After a short silence, she said in a voice slightly different from her usual tone, "I'll head to my post," before turning away. She didn't look back. Ryusei caught the small shift in her voice and body language. So she noticed. But she won't say it out loud. The squads broke apart, each moving to their positions. Okabe left with a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. Finally, time for this Senju brat to die, he thought darkly as he walked away. Not even half my age, yet already climbing too fast. If left alone, he'd pass me within a year, by this rate, perhaps. What a joke. Bloodline privilege, talent without struggle, disgusting. Better he rots here before that happens. Okabe already knew from the beginning that Konoha's higher-ups were fully aware of Hyūga's decision. The Land of Hot Water's only hidden village had already chosen to side with Hyūga. The spy network reported that they were preparing a military coup, planning to secretly replace their daimyo with a double and eliminate any other obstacles inside the palace and the capital. And the time for that plan was now. Yet the fired daimyo had still been allowed, even encouraged, to send his envoy right at this moment. Why? Because Okabe and the other 2 Jonin captains on this mission carried another, hidden order as part of ANBU. The real task was this: when the Hyūga shinobi stormed the palace, they were to convince the hot water daimyo to write a short confession. In it, he would acknowledge being attacked by Hyūga, forced to death by a coup, and denounce any further decrees coming out of his palace. The letter would bear both his signature and his secret official seal. Once that was secured, the Konoha teams would escort the fired daimyo's envoy out of the country, bringing back the document and seal as proof. With these, Konoha could present the case to the central lords of the Land of Hot Water, telling them their daimyo had been replaced and the capital compromised. That way, those central nobles could claim more autonomy, shift toward fire's protection, and break away from Yugakure's northern grip. It was a calculated move. The land of hot water was long and narrow. By drawing the central regions into their orbit, Konoha would shorten the future battle line with Kimogakure and Yugakure, instead of being exposed to the full northern front. Kumo already controlled the land of frost and Shimogakure, now they had Yugakure too. Losing the north was inevitable, but keeping the center leaning on fire was still a win. As for stopping Yugakure's coup outright, Konoha knew it was impossible. Yugakure's capital was right there, the palace was their backyard. Even if Konoha sent shinobi strong enough to blunt the first strike, could they repeat that forever, against an entire hidden village in its own territory? No. In these pre-war times, Konoha didn't have the resources to burn like that. However, that was also the perfect opportunity to send Ryusei on his way. This mission was tailored for that, and the ANBU commander, with his captain, had been waiting for such a setup to appear for some time. That was why it took longer for the next B-rank mission for Okabe's team to be issued. Since they knew only roughly when the Yugakure attack would happen, and the exact day could shift at the last minute, they had also been thoughtful enough to extend the envoy's visit from one day into a full week. Okabe himself was the one who had reported Ryusei's advanced sensing and how far it had already progressed. That made it clear this was the only loophole in the plan. After all, Okabe knew exactly which direction the enemy attack would come from, and as captain, he had absolute authority to station Ryusei there to guard that approach. If Ryusei refused, then the other Jonin and Chunin would immediately have grounds to accuse him of being suspicious, even of working with the enemy. They would have proof to justify taking him down themselves. But the real risk was that Ryusei's sensing could still ruin everything. For example, if he sensed an entire Yugakure force approaching, then obviously it wouldn't make sense for him to just sit there and die a certain, pointless death. In that situation, he would return and report, rejoin the others, and not be isolated. With all the shinobi and the daimyo's guards around, he would have at least some cover and then escape with them after extracting the daimyo's confession. That couldn't be allowed. This was why his sensing had to be nullified somehow first. If he couldn't sense when the enemies were coming, then he wouldn't have time to react. He would be surprised, overwhelmed by numbers and strength, of the full Yugakure force, and killed quickly. The rest of Konoha's shinobi didn't need the warning anyway. They were already prepared for this outcome. They weren't strong enough to win against an entire Yugakure assault, but they were strong enough to escape in the chaos with their envoy, once the daimyo's confession and seal were secured. The chaos and the hundreds of palace guards, 500, 600 men, would serve as temporary decoys, tying up the attackers. And Yugakure's first target would be the daimyo himself, not the Konoha shinobi, so the 11 of them could slip out. That was why, even before the Konoha group had arrived, Lord Shinsuke had already coordinated with Lord Danzō of Root. Together, they dispatched a mixed team of ANBU and Root specialists to erect a massive sensory disruption barrier around the entire daimyo palace. It was one of the most advanced projects either faction had ever attempted, a fusion of barrier ninjutsu, sealing formulas, sensory inversion tricks, and even experimental tech. It took days and more than a dozen specialists to complete, but for a target like Ryusei, it was worth the effort. Okabe was certain the boy would die this time. He even grinned at the thought. The satisfaction of sending such a young, talented bloodline brat to the underworld with his own hands was second only to the joy of climbing higher in the Hokage's faction, gaining those advanced techniques, and one day standing latched onto a real power in the village. Chapter 47, Play Weak, Strike Hard, Survive Fast. Ryusei sat exactly where Okabe had stationed him, legs crossed, eyes narrowed as if lost in a meditative trance. In truth, he was pushing his sensory perception to its limit, weaving it together with concentration so deep it almost hurt. He understood the setup by now. The only way to live was to sense the enemy early enough to slip back into the other's orbit, barrier or not. Sensing was not like vision, it was more like radar, picking up faint chakra signals across distance and mapping them into the brain's chakra field. And right now, that radar was jammed, static crashing all over his perception. He could still feel faint distortions, like shadows moving behind frosted glass, but it was clear the barrier had been built for him specifically. For a moment, he considered trying to completely mask his presence, vanishing so cleanly that when the enemy came, they might pass him by without ever noticing. But he immediately discarded the thought. He wasn't a monster like Mu, that non-person, and this wasn't a game of hide-and-seek with clueless bandits. There would be Jonin among the attackers, maybe sensory specialists, and total suppression was bound to fail. He would be found and cut down the moment they searched carefully. So, he adjusted. Instead of erasing his chakra signature, he began to spoof it, reshaping his aura into something smaller, weaker, like he was just a mid-level Chunin, instead of a Jonin. It wasn't perfect, but it was better. If they underestimated him, even for an instant, that single moment could be his foothold to survive. And just as he vanished into the water, the enemy came. From the tree line beyond the palace's weakest point, shadows emerged in silent formation. At their center, one man, the elite Jonin leading the mission. His presence was heavy, sharp, a commander in full control. Around him moved 6 Jonin, veterans by their posture, spreading in practiced arcs to prepare the breach. Behind them came the bulk, 20 Chunin, quick and organized, splitting into smaller units to strike the daimyo's guard lines and disrupt any coordinated defense and destroy logistics. And then the flood. Dozens of Genin-level fighters poured out like a wave, not stealthy, but fast and loud. Their job was obvious, to crash into the daimyo's hundreds of palace guards, separate them, force chaos, destroy escape routes, soak up blades and arrows, buy the higher ranks the space they needed, and eliminate the secondary targets within the palace one by one. The palace's weak point, the exact spot Ryusei had been assigned, was filled with movement and killing intent. An army disguised as an infiltration. Ryusei's intuition had been right. If he had stayed even seconds longer, he would have been buried alive under it. The leader of the Hyūga force was no ordinary shinobi. He was one of the strongest in the village, close to their own leader, trusted enough to carry out missions that could change their village's entire fate. The plan was simple. Hyūga had already stepped under Kimogakure's umbrella for the upcoming war. Among the higher ranks of the village, there wasn't much opposition left, most believed they had chosen the winning side. Betting on Kumo seemed way more favorable than siding with Konoha or clinging to neutrality. Kirigakure, across the sea, was barely even in the conversation. It couldn't project power this far in the north of the land of hot water, and even if it could, it had always been tied with Tsunade as one of the 2 weakest of the great villages. Kumo and Iwa stood in another tier entirely, always the main challengers to Konoha. And in recent years, many judged that Kimogakure had even surpassed Iwa in certain respects, and came tick below Konoha. They had tighter control over their 2 Jinchuriki, giving them more reliable top-end power. Their lightning release specialization fed into technological advancement as well, creating weapons and tools better suited for modern war. Some even started calling them the second great shinobi village, right behind Konoha itself. So Hyūga had made its choice. They would ally with Kumo, and to prove their worth as a junior partner, they would quietly remove their own daimyo and replace him with a double. The daimyo had always leaned toward neutrality, but neutrality was worthless now. If they moved first and presented Kumo with a fait accompli, then hot water would become another fortress state in Kumo's sphere. Shimogakure was the model they had studied. After pledging itself to Kumo during the Second Shinobi World War, that small hidden village had been rewarded with specialized shinobi technology tailored to its harsh northern environment. It got way more powerful. With Kumo's support and resources, it grew into a fortified outpost, a true bulwark in the land of frost. Hyūga wanted that same future for itself. And with the trend of the last months being everyone against Konoha, they judged that this was the moment to jump ship. The elite Jonin leader carried that logic in his mind as he advanced swiftly with his force. But his concentration broke for a moment, and he sensed something. A faint chakra presence tumbling into the river below the palace cliff. A boy. He frowned, raising one hand. It seems Konoha knew more than expected. They sent shinobi here. That could complicate things. But we move forward. The mission doesn't change. Be ready to pull out if the resistance is stronger than expected. He flicked 2 fingers, and a few Chunin immediately peeled off, racing back toward Hyūga. Messengers, insurance, in case this mission failed and Konoha's strength proved overwhelming. Then he turned to one of the Jonin at his side. You. Go after that boy. He's seen us. He cannot be allowed to warn the others. Kill him quickly if you must. But if possible. His eyes narrowed, bring him alive. We may rip some information from his mind before we retreat. He signaled further. 2 Chunin with you. Support him and drag the brat back fast. He's the best source to extract information if we get overwhelmed fast. Then come rejoin our rear. He judged the boy to be an ordinary Chunin with his sensing, but the order was to capture him alive, and that made things more difficult. That was why he had assigned 2 capable Chunin to support the experienced Jonin. They couldn't afford to waste time or overcommit. The bulk of their strength had to remain focused on the palace breach and the fight against Konoha's forces. The orders carried weight, and the shinobi obeyed without hesitation. 1 Jonin and 2 masked Chunin broke formation, darting after Ryusui's trail toward the river. The rest pressed on toward the palace, their formation shifting as the wave of Genin-level fighters prepared to crash into the daimyo's guards. The coup had begun. 1 mid-tier Jonin like me, at least, and 2 high-tier Chunin, that's already stacked against me if we fought fair and square, Ryusui thought, his eyes narrowing as the current dragged him farther downstream. And it's not just about beating them, I need to do it fast, before they breach the palace and Konoha's shinobi pull back with the envoy. Judging by the enemy's heavy composition, there's no chance of a frontal defense. Konoha will almost certainly retreat. His body sank lower, aura folding tighter into the water around him. Most sensors favored transmission through the wind, some through the earth. But thanks to his nature immersion training, Ryusui had learned to spread himself across all elements, including water, which was also somewhat practical, unlike the fire or lightning. Now, it was his cloak. His presence slipped beneath the surface, carried along by the current like another fragment of the river. I need to drag them farther from the main force before they catch me, he decided coldly. If I let them fight me too close, I'll be pinned between their blades and the rest of the invasion wave, which will reinforce them later. I have to create distance first, then strike. Although Ryusui had grown far sharper in taijutsu recently and could have tried to break away with pure speed, he knew doing so would force him to reveal his true level. The moment the enemy sensed that, reinforcements would come, and his chance of survival would collapse. Instead, he needed to keep up the act, play the weak link until the main force had already committed inside the palace. Only then, once their attention was fixed elsewhere, could he reveal his real strength, and try to turn the tables in a sudden strike a bit, and eliminate his pursuers quickly enough, using other means, to escape into the forest and rejoin the Konoha shinobi. It was a daunting task, to say the least. That was why he first muted his presence in the river, letting the current carry him like a shadow, difficult to pinpoint but not completely gone. If he flared out with his maximum speed now, they would know he was more than a Chunin. Chapter 48, Senju sprint through the chaos. It took only minutes for the 3 pursuers to corner Ryusui, driving him out of the river and into a clearing a short distance from the palace. The moment his feet hit solid ground, he gathered everything into one burst. His body blurred with his strongest body flicker, he could muster, closing the gap on the Jonin in front of him in an instant. Chakra coiled down his arm, and his fist shot out in his main taijutsu strike, the coiling serpent fist. The Hyūga Jonin's eyes widened. He had barely enough time to flood his torso with chakra enhancement, bracing himself. Even so, the blow crashed into him with crushing force, hurling him back into the river. Blood sprayed from his mouth as he clutched his chest, organs rattled. Impossible, you hid your strength so well, he spat, shocked. The 2 Chunin froze at the sight, but Ryusui didn't give them a heartbeat to recover. He launched forward again, but the first Chunin suddenly snapped a whip from a scroll, chakra surging through its length. It lashed out, not to block or parry, but to wrap around Ryusui's arm. The moment it did, the chakra in his strike was squeezed and smothered, sealed off. Ryusui's brows tightened. So, a conduit weapon. He instantly hardened his arm with flowing willow guard, bones dense, chakra wrapping them like steel, stopping the crushing, but he felt his arm weaken as chakra began leaking. Ryusui then yanked the whip taut, dragging the enemy toward him, and at the same time lunged closer himself, as if to close the gap. The closer you are, the faster I drain you, idiot, the men sneered. His second whip also snapped out, binding both of Ryusui's legs, anchoring him in place. The second Chunin also darted forward, at this moment, to finish him even quicker, kunai in hand. But just as he closed in, the ground beside him rippled, and another Ryusui splashed upward. A shadow clone. The clone's kunai slashed into the Chunin's side, shallow but bloody. He staggered back, already forming seals, when he noticed the kunai's glow. Not pale blue, but darker, tainted. The clone smiled. Poison. Ryusui's real body, bound by the whips, smirked faintly too. In recent weeks, his sharpened brain had re-evaluated every survival tactic the shinobi world had to offer. Poison stood out as one of the truest equalizers. With his medical knowledge, he had experimented with common ingredients, mixing in traces of yang chakra to make them bite deeper. Primitive by specialist standards, but more than enough to cripple a Chunin if he got a deep enough cut through a lot of blood. The clone pressed in relentlessly, stabbing again and again with the same tainted kunai. The enemy's movement slowed, chakra faltered, and within moments his body dropped, poisoned and still, before having a chance to use any of his planned ninjutsu just now. Meanwhile, the whip user yanked harder, trying to tear Ryuusei's chakra out by force. Ryūusei exhaled, voice calm. So this is how chakra absorption works. He shifted the flow, mimicking the technique with his own refined control. For a moment, the whip jolted as Ryūusei reversed the current, beginning to drain his opponent instead. The man's eyes widened in panic, but it was too late. Ryūusei's free arm coiled with chakra, and another coiling serpent fist smashed into his chest at point-blank range. The shock tore through his ribs and heart. The whip fell slack. Ryūusei understood quickly that the enemy's chakra absorption wasn't only a skill. A large part of it came from the special material of those whips, which acted as a conduit. His opponent's technique gave it form, but without that kind of material, the effect wouldn't have been nearly as strong. A true chakra absorber didn't even need such tools, they could use wires or pure chakra threads to achieve the same result. Ryūusei had already tried creating his own chakra threads during training, and while it was good practice for control, he had found little practical use for them. He wasn't about to waste time on puppetry, nor did he see any point in forcing out some new niche application when his path lay elsewhere. 2 Chunin dead. But the fight wasn't over. The Jonin dragged himself upright from the river, weaving signs with practiced speed. His hands slammed down, and a wall of water surged forward, a B-rank torrent that tore across the clearing. Ryūusei clicked his tongue, backstepping as the flood gouged the earth where he had stood. So, a water type, Ryūusei noted coldly. His stance lowered again. This opponent wouldn't crumble as easily. Why did he have to be one? Ryūusei thought grimly. But he guessed that it made sense for the enemy commander to send a water expert at least to chase him in the water previously. In this terrain, the man's chakra consumption would drop sharply, and with the river at his back, he had the environment on his side. Ryūusei's own fire affinity and his B-rank flame rain roar were practically useless here. The Jonin was already injured, but Ryūusei knew that wouldn't be enough. If he dragged things out, the man's comrades would eventually notice the fight, realize how frail Konoha's position inside the palace was, and send reinforcements. By then, it would be over. He needed a different plan, and he needed to end it fast. Ryūusei didn't recall his clone. Instead, in the very next second, he shifted the plan, sending it to circle and attack the Jonin from the opposite side. Both of them would strike with lightning. Against water, fire was useless here, but Raiden could at least bite. Lightning release, Thunderfang burst. From both sides, Ryūusei and his clone slammed lightning into the ground. 2 arcs split and curved upward like fangs snapping shut, closing in on the Jonin. The Hyūga veteran's face hardened. His hands blurred through seals. Water release, rising torrent wall. A geyser-like column of water erupted, intercepting one arc. The second arc crackled through regardless, forcing him back. He gritted his teeth, but his counterattack was already flowing. Water release, rending water cutter. A sharpened blade of water slashed outward, slicing clean through Ryūusei's shadow clone. The false body burst apart, collapsing into steam and sparks. Ryūusei clicked his tongue, but didn't flinch. He knew this wasn't over. The Jonin's eyes flashed. His fingers formed another pattern mid-stride. Water release, phantom mist mirage. A shimmer rolled across the clearing, water and chakra fusing into a genjutsu web. Illusory waves rose up, refracting into watery doubles. Ryūusei felt the pulse of foreign chakra press against his mind, dragging him toward the haze. He staggered slightly, then froze in place. The Jonin smirked, convinced. His opponent was caught. Just like everyone else. Closing the distance, he drew a kunai and laced it with another surge of water chakra, intending to gut Ryūusei up close. But Ryūusei's eyes were cold. He was already familiar with the workings of souls and spiritual energy better than anyone else in this world, thanks to his experience. That knowledge let him resist the pull, while at the same time pretending as though he had been snared. He also let his external movements slacken just enough, masking his clarity behind a facade of being trapped. The Jonin didn't sense a thing from his spiritual chakra aura or appearance. Die here, brat. The man lunged in. Ryūusei's heel came down first. Senju heel drop. The strike slammed into the wet ground, detonating with chakra. A burst of sharpened water projectiles erupted outward, turned lethal by the force of his drop. The Jonin was caught mid-step, his own water technique breaking apart as Ryusei forced through. The kunai still grazed him, opening a deep gash along his side as it was enforced with water chakra flow, but Ryusei welcomed it. Injury for injury, he'd already chosen this trade. Now familiar with such routines. His heel drop spray shredded into the man's chest and neck, punching deep. The Hyūga Jonin's eyes went wide, blood spilling as his body toppled. Ryusei straightened, clutching his wound only briefly before yang chakra flared, knitting flesh and sealing the damage almost immediately. He exhaled sharply, gaze fixed on the corpse. "That's the difference," he muttered. "You thought you caught me, but you were already mine." The man was in no way inferior to Ryusei in body, chakra, or technique. In fact, he was without doubt the hardest opponent Ryusei had faced so far, and he hadn't fought alone. His arsenal included at least 2 or 3 solid B-rank water releases, a vicious coiling water chakra flow that wrapped his kunai like a small razor drill, strong enough that even a slight graze cut deep into Ryusei's flesh, something that hinted at deeper shape transformation mastery, and that genjutsu, which Ryusei judged might even touch the level of an A-rank. It wasn't pure ninjutsu, nor pure genjutsu, but something in between, a ninjutsu hybrid of some sort, perhaps. By all measures, this man stood closer to high Jonin than to any ordinary Jonin, and with the battlefield itself bent to water's advantage, Ryusei should not have been the one standing. The only reason he won was because of the layers of deception and tactics he stacked one after another. Tricks, feints, and sacrifices, survival weapons he had been forced to sharpen ever since transmigrating into this world. So, even if his strength grew in the future, Ryusei thought, he would never abandon that principle, to use less to defeat more. Ryusei quickly picked up on the situation inside the palace. Konoha's team had already pulled out in a rush, a few of the Chunin no longer with them. Renjiro, Kane, and Okabe were still present, while one of the Jonin carried the fire daimyo's envoy on his back in an almost embarrassing fashion, the rest of the man's entourage clearly abandoned to their fate. Ryusei didn't waste another second. He pushed his body to its fastest sprint, cutting straight toward their retreat, as his senses registered dozens of Hyūga shinobi pouring out of the palace and beginning to move in his direction. Chapter 49, Meditation Chains the Beast Inside. Ryusei pushed his body to its limit, cutting through the riverbank and darting into the treeline. The forest swallowed him whole, but his senses locked onto familiar signatures ahead. Within moments, he burst into a small clearing where the Konoha squad was already withdrawing in tight formation. The fire daimyo's envoy was slung over one Jonin's back, his robes torn and muddied, the rest of his attendants nowhere to be seen, abandoned in the chaos. Renjiro's head snapped back at the sound of movement. When he saw Ryusei sprinting up from behind, his jaw dropped. "You've got to be kidding me. You actually made it out." His tone was halfway between disbelief and exhilaration, like he couldn't decide whether to laugh or demand a rematch right there. Kane's Byakugan was still active. Her eyes caught him first, widening slightly. For the briefest instant, her face broke from its usual cold mask, surprise flashing clear, then she turned away too quickly, as she said nothing. Yet Ryusei noticed her fist tightening at her side, the subtle twitch betraying what she wouldn't say aloud. Okabe didn't slow his stride. His face was calm, perfectly composed, but Ryusei could sense the pulse of killing intent buried under the mask. The man had been waiting for Ryusei's corpse, and instead, here he was, running beside them again. Ryusei slid back into formation wordlessly, his breathing steady despite the blood staining his clothes. Ryusei spoke quickly but calmly, as if rehearsed. "I sensed them at the last moment. Jumped into the river to circle back and warn you, but they chased me the opposite way. They caught up a little downstream, 3 of them, 1 low Jonin, 2 low Chunin. I had to play weak from the beginning by masking my true level with sensory perception, baiting them into underestimating me. Then I used deception, a hidden shadow clone, and managed to take the Chunins out. The Jonin pressed harder, so I traded injury for injury until he went down. Perhaps they also didn't give in their all to try and kill me from the beginning, but instead wanted to capture me for questioning, at first, to try and extract some information about us. It was not the truth, but it was close enough. The enemy that came for him had been far more dangerous, a mid to high Jonin with real killing intent and 2 competent Chunin. But in the chaos of the palace, none of his teammates would have been able to track the precise chakra levels. None were true sensors among them, and Kane's Byakugan had been stretched thin guarding her own section. By Ryusei's estimation, she might have barely reached his position at the edge of her range, but in that chaos, she couldn't have maintained the focus needed to pick out the details. So he trimmed the story. Downplayed the threat. Exactly in line with the low Jonin level strength he had demonstrated a month ago, and in line with how he had performed on C-rank missions since then. Ryusei had already learned how sharp a blade deception could be. Even if Konoha's leadership weren't his direct enemies, flashing too much power would only make him a problem for them, too. Hiding, deflecting, downplaying, that was his way to survive. The last time he had shown more than he should, it was intentional, laying groundwork southwest that future close calls would be believable. Besides, improvements in body and taijutsu were easy for others to notice. But the real gains he had made in the past month again, his spirit, his brain, his chakra control, those were subtler. Invisible. Especially when masked by his sensory mastery and his deeper understanding of souls. Those no one would ever see until he explicitly wanted. Kane's pale eyes lingered on him longer than the others. Her face gave nothing away, but when she finally turned back toward the path, her shoulders dropped just slightly, as if something inside her had eased. Her clenched hand loosened at her side, and for a heartbeat, Ryusei caught the faintest exhale, quickly buried. By the time Renjiro glanced her way, she was already stone-faced. Ryusei also could swear he hadn't imagined it, her chakra had looked just a shade darker than usual when he first approached. Yet as he drew nearer, and her 360-degree Byakugan likely caught him in its sight, that shadow thinned. The aura slowly lightened, settling back into its usual cold tone. Still darker than in most people, but not quite the same as before. Okabe, meanwhile, offered only the barest nod after Ryusei's explanation. "You did well holding your ground," he said evenly, his tone as formal as ever. To anyone else, it sounded like a calm acknowledgement. But Ryusei's senses caught the flicker beneath, his chakra had shifted, restless, almost twitching with frustration. Inside, Okabe was seething. The boy was still alive. Every time Ryusei slipped death, Okabe's own promised reward, the scroll, the rank, the Sarutobi favor, slid a little further from his grasp. Okabe then explained what happened back there to Ryusei in simple terms, and they kept moving through the forest without slowing down. Eventually, Ryusei reported through his sensing that the pursuers had pulled back. Most likely, they had already achieved what they came for and decided not to risk staying too long, unaware that in the chaos, Konoha had already secured the letter and the daimyo's seal, or perhaps not wanting to gamble on reinforcements arriving. As they rushed deeper into the forest, Ryusei thought that he should feel relieved. He had survived another trap, one that should have ended him. Yet there was no joy in his chest. What he wanted more than anything was to stop running and finally strike back at the Hokage's faction. But it was not the time yet. He reminded himself of that again and again. It was not that Ryusei lacked an ego. He had one, sharp and primal, but he forced it down through meditation, the way a starving beast is chained to survive a little longer. There was no way someone like him could ever feel comfortable being prey, chased, and cornered like this. Deep down, he wanted to be the one who hunted, to crush enemies under his feet. Yet his sharpened intelligence told him the truth with cruel clarity. Pride now meant death. Ego now meant game over. So he restrained himself again and again. For someone with his greedy and hungry nature, it was suffocating, but he endured. Meditation was the blade he used to slice his ego down each day, almost killing it in the short term. Almost. There was always some of it left, waiting. Still, rationality won out. He knew it was better not to rush, better to let the board shift with time, until striking back would not just be possible, but inevitable. However, his enemies would also probably not be happy about failing twice now. Their problem had never been power. They had enough strength to kill him 100 times over. What they lacked were the opportunities, the openings where they could act without consequences. For example, if they struck at him openly inside Konoha, who would the death be blamed on? No enemy spy would risk their cover just to eliminate someone like Ryusei. No rival shinobi in the village would ever exist to target such a polite and harmless face in the village, in the fit of rage, someone with no grudges or feuds attached to his name. That was why the body's previous owner had clung to such a reputation his whole life, and why Ryusei kept it alive now. He even went so far as to occasionally offer free lessons to younger shinobi in the Konoha library, dropping bits of advice here and there. A small investment, but enough to put his face out in the open and reinforce that gentle, reliable image everyone expected from him. His death would raise questions, at least among some. Poisoning him was unlikely. He was a medical nin, harder to fool with such tricks. Surprise attacks would also be difficult, since his sensory ability kept growing sharper. Even framing it as a suicide or an accident would be a stretch. For that, they would need to stain their hands with something blatant and ugly, and that could ripple in ways they could not predict. There were still Senju scattered in the village, quietly integrated. His uncle remained alive, and the 6 Senju bodyguards of the fire daimyo still held their posts. If Ryusei's death looked suspicious, it was not impossible that one of them might start sniffing around. It was not that such scrutiny would topple Hiruzen or Danzō outright, but it was not worth the risk for a boy they still thought insignificant. Even this mission showed the difficulty. Not every Chunin or guard involved belonged to Hiruzen's faction. Even if they were, there were still hot water retainers and the fire daimyo's envoy. If Ryusei had been cut down directly, what would those people think? What whispers might slip back to the wrong ears? The Hokage could not afford such dirt to stick, not now, not with war looming. For them, it was safer to keep trying borrowed knives. Meanwhile, they had no idea how many layers of plots Ryusei was already weaving against them in return for one day. After a while, the constant rhythm of running through the forest began to dull Ryusei's mind. He grew restless, and when his eyes shifted sideways, he noticed Kane had rotated into position beside him. Sparse as their formation was, this stretch left a little pocket of space where only the two of them ran side by side. So he decided to amuse himself. Without a word, Ryusei let his narrow-eyed expression curve just slightly, a look that on him always landed somewhere between scheming villain and mocking gentleman. Then, as if by accident, his pace shifted closer, just enough that his shoulder nearly brushed hers. It was subtle enough to pass as a coincidence to anyone watching, yet deliberate enough that Kane would catch it with her Byakugan precision. Her reaction was immediate. Though her face stayed cold, her chakra spiked faintly, betraying irritation. She angled her body half a step away, eyes fixed straight ahead, refusing to look at him. Yet Ryusei caught how her fist clenched for the briefest moment before she forced it to relax. To anyone else, she seemed composed, aloof as always. But to Ryusei, who had already teased her like this more than once, her little tells were obvious. She was flustered, though she buried it under that practiced Hyūga indifference. And the fact that she refused to glance his way at all told him she was more unsettled than usual. Ryusei smirked lightly to himself and let the space widen again, as if nothing had happened. Kane let out the faintest sigh inside at that typical behavior of his, unheard by anyone else. For the briefest moment, she wondered how it would have felt if Ryusei really had died back there, as she was sure he did. The thought surprised her, because with it came that same dull knot in her stomach again. It was the exact same sensation that had struck her during the palace attack. That strange heaviness in her chest and weakness in her limbs, when for the first time she almost slipped and allowed enemy kunai to graze her guard. It had been unthinkable before. And it was that same feeling that kept her from holding her Byakugan's range steady on the direction where Ryusei had been posted. She had clearly seen dozens of enemies surge through that side, many Jonin even among them. Any rational eye told her it was impossible for him to survive that kind of onslaught. That was when the confusion began. A storm of negative feelings had spread through her, dragging her down from the inside out. Her instincts screamed to check, to see with her own eyes what had become of him, as if that would ease the weight. But another part of her resisted, refusing to look, unwilling to face the image of him being hunted, humiliated, or already lifeless. Only now, with the crisis over, did her rational mind catch up with what her subconscious had already known for a while. Her current mood was a mess of contradictions, relief that he lived, happiness hidden under her cold exterior, but also tension, reluctance, and a quiet anger that she didn't fully understand. She had never truly expected him to survive that impossible situation. Yet from 3 months ago until now, he kept bringing one surprise after another. Though she had hidden it from herself before, Kane realized she had also always felt a strange fascination with his growth. Not only in strength and body, but in the methods he used, and even in his behavior. She knew he was hiding something more. Her coldness often served as a mask, but underneath it was a persistent, almost subconscious need to figure him out. Perhaps this was where those strange emotions started in the first place from that day onward. She thought. Ryusei's gaze, meanwhile, soon found Okabe in the distance, and all he felt was disdain. The man had just clawed his way to the very top of Ryusei's kill list, stamped as a personal enemy who would be erased one day. Before now, it had only been reports and quiet surveillance. Irritating, but tolerable. This time, however, Okabe had crossed the line, sending him to his death directly, dressed up as a captain's order, the intent hidden neatly in subtext. That alone made the grudge personal. Even if, in the future, Okabe turned into nothing but an insignificant pawn, Ryusei already knew he'd still kill him, for no other reason but this. the decision was final. In truth, leaving him alive might be the smarter play. A weak pawn watching him was preferable to a stronger replacement from above. If everyone needed to watch him, then it had better be him. But Ryusei wasn't the type to forgive, and he certainly wasn't the type to forget. If his plans succeeded, then erasing him along the way would just be an insignificant venting that would not cause any major problems for him, only a minor setback on top of other positively yielding actions. If his plans failed someday, however, he would still make sure Okabe went down with him. Either way, Okabe's fate was sealed. Ryusei wouldn't even allow the thought of killing him to slip out of his mind. Once written, the name stayed on his list until the debt was paid. Chapter 50, An Empty Rank, a Heavy Leash. Soon, they returned to the village and stopped in front of the Hokage building. At the mission desk, after Okabe gave his report about the mission to the highest-ranking official on shift, he, the daimyo's envoy, and the other 2 jonin were quietly led into a back room, then taken upstairs. Ryusei's team, along with the other chunin, were told to wait in a guest room. Ryusei sat there calmly, but his thoughts moved fast. The envoy was obviously headed to meet Hiruzen himself, to reassure him, and then calmly be sent back to the fire daimyo. Okabe and the other 2 jonin, on the other hand, would almost certainly be meeting with Umbu higher-ups right now, presenting the personal letter and seal from the hot water daimyo and explaining the true mission. Afterward, only Okabe would no doubt be asked to stay alone to give a more detailed explanation about himself as well. Ryusei smirked faintly in his mind. They were so predictable. He could even estimate their next immediate move without effort. And just as Ryusei predicted, a secretary from the mission desk soon came to them. She informed them that Lord Hokage himself wanted to speak with them personally about the mission. Only Team Okabe was summoned. The other teams were excused. The other chunin were a bit puzzled, but they followed the instructions without complaint and left. Hokage's will was law. The female employee led them upstairs, and as they reached the floor where the Hokage's main office was located, a young man was already waiting. Early 20s, sharp black eyes, 2 thin scars running horizontally across his face, one above his mouth and one on his forehead, both on the same side. His black hair was tied in a long, spiky ponytail, though the rest of his appearance was more casual, despite wearing the standard jonin uniform. He smiled faintly and addressed the secretary, his voice steady. "I'll take it from here." "Yes, sir," she replied respectfully before turning and heading back downstairs. The man's smile lingered as he studied the 3 genin. "So, this is Team Okabe. Glad you came back safe. My name is Shikaku Nara, Chief Secretary to Lord Hokage. He has been waiting to personally congratulate you for completing another B-rank mission, ensuring Lord Daimyo's envoy returned safely. He also wishes to apologize for once again putting you in a situation where the mission escalated beyond intelligence estimates." His tone was flawless. Even though his slightly unruly features gave him a wild look, the words were smooth, polite, and carried the air of someone genuinely interested in a team of promising newcomers. Renjiro was the first to speak, smirking a little. "Hey, if it's the Hokage himself, I guess we really are getting important." Kane kept her expression cold, but bowed her head politely. "We only did our duty." Ryusei, wearing his usual narrow-eyed, gentle mask, added calmly, "We are honored, Chief Secretary. Please lead the way." Shikaku nodded approvingly, still smiling faintly, and motioned for them to follow. Together, they walked down the corridor toward the Hokage's personal office. The air here was heavier. This floor was the brain of the building, where the Hokage's closest advisors and officials worked, with every door leading to the machinery that kept Konoha running. And at the end of the hall waited the Hokage's private room. 2 masked ANBU standing guard opened the great double doors. Shikaku motioned them in, his hands tucked lazily into his pockets as if nothing in the world could faze him. Inside, the room was wide yet dim, scrolls and files stacked on the walls, incense faintly burning in the corners to mask the smell of endless smoke. At the center, behind a broad desk, sat Hiruzen Sarutobi himself. The 3rd Hokage. His hat was set aside, a long pipe between his fingers as he exhaled slowly, smoke curling upward and fading against the lantern light. His eyes were calm, yet they lingered just a little too long on Ryusei. "You've all done well," Hiruzen said, his voice slow and deliberate, like an old man speaking truths no one could question. "The envoy of the fire daimyo has already delivered his report. The land of hot water's situation was unfortunate, but your efforts ensured his safe return. For that, Konoha thanks you." Renjiro puffed out his chest slightly, bowing his head. It was nothing, Lord Hokage. An enemy's still an enemy, no matter where they come from. Kane lowered her gaze, hands clasped neatly at her side. We only fulfilled the mission we were assigned. Ryūga, his eyes narrowed in their usual harmless expression, gave the smallest of bows. It was an honor to serve the village. Hiruzen let silence stretch for a moment, taking a drag from his pipe. Then he leaned forward slightly, voice softening. Yet it seems some of you were forced into harsher circumstances than expected. His gaze settled directly on Ryūga. I heard you found yourself separated, young Nishida. And still, you returned alive. The air in the room tightened, even if Hiruzen's words sounded no more than gentle concern. Ryūga held his smile, his tone light. Yes, Lord Hokage. I was stationed on one side of the palace, and enemy shinobi broke through there first. I did what I could to delay them. Luck and tactics carried me through. Hiruzen hummed softly, exhaling another slow plume of smoke. Luck and tactics, qualities every shinobi must cultivate. He nodded, as though satisfied, though the faint glint in his eyes betrayed his curiosity. Still, survival against such odds is no small feat. Shikaku, standing by the side with arms folded, spoke up in his easy tone. That's what makes them promising, Lord Hokage. Sharp enough to learn from the unexpected. Sharp enough to walk away. Hiruzen chuckled quietly, though his eyes never left Ryūga. Yes, promising indeed. He leaned back in his chair, pipe still in hand, and turned his gaze over the three of them together. 3 B-rank missions in 3 months. That alone is no small record for a Genin team. In fact, it is a pace few Chunin teams in Konoha ever match. Renjiro blinked in surprise, straightening unconsciously. Kane's expression didn't shift, but her shoulders stiffened slightly. Ryūga's face remained calm, whereas internally, he thought that it was as he expected. Shikaku stepped forward, hands still tucked lazily in his pockets, but his eyes sharp behind the casual tone. Because of the times we're in, there won't be any formal Chunin exams this year. We don't have the luxury of inviting other villages, running games and tests while the world sharpens blades. He gave a lopsided smile. So, instead, the Lord Hokage has been reviewing track records and field performance directly. Aptitude, survival, leadership, results, those are what matter now. His gaze swept over them once, and he let the silence hang just long enough before he added, and his decision is made. The 3 of you are to be promoted to Chunin, effective immediately. Renjiro's eyes lit up, and for once his usual coldness cracked into visible excitement. Kane dipped her head slightly, her tone composed. We thank the Hokage for his judgment. Shikaku tilted his head toward Ryūga with that same sly smile. Go on. Why don't you thank Lord Hokage properly? Ryūga immediately realized what Hiruzen was plotting now. Promotion from Genin to Chunin was nothing but a convenient pretext. The title itself was empty, more pay, more benefits, and the right to take on more advanced missions. That was the problem. Advanced missions meant more chances for Hiruzen to set up borrowed knife situations against him. Although his new Chunin rank also technically qualified him for safer paths inside Konoha, no more dangerous missions, a steady salary, a permanent posting, and comfortable options like teaching at the academy or serving in divisions such as barriers, interrogation, torture, or other shinobi administration, none of it mattered. The one who decided those assignments ultimately was the same dictator who had just rewarded him with the promotion, and he had entirely different intentions in mind. There was never any chance he'd be allowed to settle into a safe role. They would dress it up as gaining more field experience, limited positions available, filling manpower shortages because of the war, or developing his specialized skills further before any transfer. Whatever excuse they chose, the outcome was the same. Ryūga would always be sent on external, now even more dangerous missions, where an accident could easily be arranged. He would never be blessed with a cushy Chunin life like that so-called Iruka sensei, the kind that let one quietly develop in secret.